Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction, the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So, in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter chose darkness and became the shadow ruler of the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support and subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now, let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry learns the truth about his legacy, he rejects the light and embraces the shadows. As Voldemort's right hand, he rises beyond Slytherin ambition to seize control of magic itself, becoming the unseen ruler of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Incendio. Harry's command was harsh, and with a whistling sound, a great spurt of flame issued from the end of his wand. The egg slowly began to heat, and within a few seconds, the golden metal had become red hot. Sadly, the increased heat did nothing to alter the wailing ning sound that seemed to mock him with every note. With a mental curse, Harry cancelled the spell and looked down at the screaming egg with a frustrated frown. Mothering dragons breathed fire on their hatching eggs, and Harry thought it was an obvious way of receiving the clue, maybe too obvious. This was his second day of testing the egg, and so far everything he had tried had failed. There was no rhyme, rhythm or pattern to the wails. Its only purpose seemed to be to give him a headache. Harry sat down on a rock. He was in a secluded part of the grounds, hidden from view by a dense copse of trees. Placing his chin on a fist, Harry closed his eyes and let the horrific sounds wash over his ears, struggling to recall if he had ever heard such a noise. With a sigh, Harry closed the egg with a flick of his wand, the latch snapping shut. At once the squealing silenced and Harry's ears began the slow process of recovery. Bending down to pick up the offending object, he withdrew his hand immediately as he felt the heat still radiating off the golden object. Aguamenti, he thought, the spray of water instantly evaporating into mist as it was boiled on the egg's surface. Once the hissing stopped, Harry cast a drying charm and picked up the now cool charm. Once back in his dorm, Harry placed the egg in his trunk and returned down to the common room, sitting himself down in front of an impressive pile of books. Opening the first one, he immediately flicked to the back, and scanned his eyes down the long index, squinting slightly at the small writing. Transanimation, transfiguration, transmutation, translation. Bingo. Harry thought, noting the page and flicking back through the book. The translation charm he read is a relatively simple piece of magic, capable of altering the caster's perceptions of a written language into the caster's own. It will not affect the caster's reception of spoken tongues. Well, K. Harry threw the book down in disgust. Before picking up the next, flicking again to the pages labeled translation, Harry began to read. The language charm can be used to rapidly increase the caster's ability to pick up and learn a new language. Harry threw that book down too, and moved on to the third book in the pile. The audio alteration charm can be used to convert sound in foreign languages into the caster's own tongue. There are limitations, as it cannot translate sounds not used in the caster's language. For example, the clicks present in Kosa. Harry grinned as he finally found something useful. Shifting into a more comfortable position, he began to read. The book was little more than a glorified spellbook, and it took only around a quarter of an hour to extract all the pertinent information. Hurrying up to his dorm room, Harry opened his trunk and withdrew the egg. Harry eyed the thing thoughtfully, before opening the latch and allowing the golden casing to fall aside. At once, the room was filled with the cacophony of wailing and screeching. Audatio. The egg flashed blue as soon as Harry cast the spell, but to his annoyance, the accursed egg remained wailing in a language that was definitely not English. Or was it? He thought speculatively. Could it be possible that the translation charm had failed because the egg was already speaking English? But the words could only be heard under specific circumstances? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Sitting down on the end of his bed, Harry closed the egg with a jerk of his wand and began to think, what would make sense as a way of concealing the egg's sounds? Dragons were traditionally considered beasts of air and fire, and Harry knew that neither wind nor flame would release the egg's secrets, which meant it could be another one of the elements. He could bury it or flood it, and if that failed, he could deal with it when the situation arose. He moved to put the egg back into his trunk. Before changing his mind, It wouldn't be hard to run the egg under the tap in the bathroom and discredit his water theory, would it? Hefting the heavy weight in his arms, Harry left his dorm and headed for the plush communal bathrooms. Entering one of the bathing cubicles, he turned the cold tap to full power and placed the egg under its streaming jet. Another flick of his wand had the egg open, and to Harry's delight, instead of the strangled wailing that he had expected, a muffled voice seemed to be ringing. What had Harry particularly pleased, however, was the fact that the sounds were most certainly in English. Seek, voices, ground, ponder this. Harry could have danced all those hours of wasted effort when all he needed to do was put the egg under a tap. With very little hesitation, he stuck the plug into the hole and turned the hot tap onto full power. After a few seconds he got impatient, and with a wave of his wand a blast of cool water flooded into the tub. With the 3 streams, it took very little time for the bath to be filled. Canceling the charms and turning off the taps, Harry stripped off his shirt and stuck his head under the water. Immediately, his ears were filled with beautiful song. It took Harry a while to wrap his head around the fact that the noise the egg made above water, that of a cat having its tail trodden on, was the same as this melody. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. When Harry raised his head above the water and beeped in a gulp of air, apparently he had been under for far longer than he thought, so caught up in trying to decipher the lyrics. He would have to search for something, presumable underwater, and he had a time limit of 1 hour. That made sense, and the only local body of water large enough for something to be hidden in was the lake out front. This then raised the question of exactly what would be guarding the objects that would be taken. The lake was filled with creatures, grindylows, snafflefish, merpeople, the giant squid. Harry could list many more, but realistically, he thought the only lake-dwelling creatures capable of negotiating with humans to take part in the task would be the merfolk. When Harry went to sleep that night, it was with a feeling of far greater confidence in the future than he had had before. After all, the most concerning part of the egg was that it was seemingly incomprehensible, and with nearly 2 months until the task began, Harry was near certain that he would be able to come up with a suitable method to win. The weeks flew past, and almost without realizing, Harry found that it was February. The frost that seemed to have been permanently settled on Hogwarts throughout the Christmas period finally broke, although the air remained very cold. On Saturday 13th, Harry joined the rest of the school and attended the competition's second round of academics, and was once again stumped by the insane difficulty the questions posed. Whilst he was confident enough on the theory of wand magic, advanced care of magical creatures was far beyond him, although he did chuckle when Hogwarts was posed with the question, "Why is it a bad idea to attempt to outfly a Chinese fireball?" A week following the academics, it was the second round of dueling. This round seemed much the same as the first, in that Neville lost every round, Fleur lost to everyone but Neville, Ducrest beat Fleur and Crumb, and Harry and Maria beat everyone. In the build-up to the second round of duels, Harry had noticed that the Daily Prophet had been suggesting that the match between Harry and Lidovan was some sort of grudge match, and that there was a great deal of hate of both sides towards each other. Harry had thought this ridiculous, seeing as how he hadn't spoken to the Ukrainian girl since before Christmas. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the British public, the showdown between them was the most exciting thing to happen in a while. Harry may have considered such ideas ludicrous, however when Maria and himself stepped foot onto the gaudily decorated stage, it became apparent very quickly that the girl didn't share his sentiments. She was baring her teeth and snarling like some kind of rabid dog, and the thought briefly crossed his mind if she was going to be able to abide by the rules for this match. Certainly from the look in her eyes, she wouldn't be happy until she was drinking wine from his skull. "Duelists, are you ready?" asked the referee. A tall thin man with a very large forehead. Harry nodded courteously, whilst the girl opposite merely snarled more fiercely. Evidently the referee considered this an affirmative, as he started the duel thereafter. In hindsight, Harry realized that he had gone into this match with a sense of complacency. He knew the girl was dangerous, she was European champion after all, but after 3 very easy victories, he had rather thought himself a bit too powerful. The initial few volleys had been typical, however, rather than wait for him to make a mistake, after only a few rallies of curses being sent back and forth, the girl had gone onto a heavy offensive, evidently attempting to wear him down. Unlike Crumb, who had little else going for him other than incredible power, Maria could back this approach up with clinical precision and terrifying agility. The duel lasted over a quarter of an hour before it was ended. Neither of them were unconscious, and both still had their wands. Nevertheless, when the referee declared the duel a draw due to medical concerns, the Hogwarts head boy was remaining upright due only to sheer willpower. He had taken several reductor curses to the chest, and was confident that he had at least 3 broken ribs and a cracked scapula. Judging from the slow leak of blood from his mouth, he must have punctured a lung. This was all in addition to the several thick and bleeding gashes. However, he had given as good as he got. Harry had caught her left hand with a bombarda, and shattered most, if not all of the bones, whilst 2 piercing hexes next to each other on her shoulder had reduced the limb to a lifeless hunk of profusely bleeding flesh. Her right thigh also had a nasty burn from a flame curse, and above her left eye was a deep cut, with a quite alarming flow of bright red blood pouring into the socket. Whilst Harry was frustrated at the fact that he had been forced to finish the duel, it was nothing to how the Ukrainian was evidently feeling. As soon as he declared the match a draw, she started screaming at him in furious Ukrainian. The referee was unrepentant, ignoring the Durmstrang girl and instead taking down the protective wards to allow the healers in. Lidovan ignored them, brushing past the crowd, and limping her way into the medical tent, where Karkaroff was waiting. "Could you sit down, Mr. Potter?" one of the healers asked. Harry sat on the conjured chair whilst the healers had a look over his tattered dueling robes at the war zone that was his body beneath. "It's a good thing it stopped when it did, Mr. Potter. You've done a lovely job of ruining your lung. It's going to take a couple of days to get back to normal, if you're lucky." Harry waved off the reprimanding tone, and allowed himself to be led to the medical tent, where he ignored the wrathful glances of the girls sitting to his right. After around 30 minutes of constant potions and healing charms, it was decided that Harry was in as good a shape as they could manage, and left him alone on the bed. Victor and Miranda walked in, the first looking amused and the latter bored. "You did Maria a great insult today, Potter," Crumb announced, taking the seat next to Harry's bed and throwing his legs up onto the starched cotton sheets. "By teaching her humility?" he asked with a weak grin, wincing as he sat upright and shifted his ribs. Crumb chuckled. "I suppose, but I vast thinking of you not letting her beat you. She has been eager to show she is best since last duel. You ruin her day." Harry smirked, and threw a wink at the Ukrainian, who was still glaring at him. She spat on the floor and turned away. "She's charming." Miranda deadpanned. Harry grinned and sat back. "Your English has improved, Victor," he complimented after a silent pause. "Thank you. Hermione Ninny has been good teacher. She is patient." Harry rolled his eyes at the mention of the tedious girl. They spent a few minutes discussing the Quidditch star's opinion of England, before moving on to the second task, where both of them denied having any idea what the nature of the task was, and both theatrically lamenting the fact that they had only 4 days to discover the clue. "And I will always be just Quidditch player," Victor cried, throwing his hands up. Harry laughed, which hurt, and set off a coughing fit, which hurt even more. He gingerly placed a hand over the damaged ribs and closed his eyes. Before long, Miranda stood up to go, evidently bored of listening to boys prattle on about inconsequential things. As she left the tent, she turned to Harry. "Oh, I almost forgot, Potter. I brought you this. Figured you might need it after today. You have an impressive lack of self-preservation." With an underarm throw, she tossed a small vial of gold liquid towards Harry, which he caught easily, smirking as he watched the bee-owned leave with a small flick of her hair. Harry unstoppered the vial, and immediately guzzled down the elixir, closing his eyes in ecstasy as the aches and pains of a day of violence were washed away. When the feeling passed, he opened his eyes to see Victor watching at him in confusion. Harry smirked and tapped his nose conspiratorially. Victor took the hint and didn't press the matter. The aim of the champions is to retrieve a hostage that has been taken from them, and left at the bottom of the lake within the time limit of 1 hour," announced Bagman from a platform far out into the lake. "The champions will be awarded points on the complexity of the magic used to survive underwater, the speed with which they rescue the hostage, and the skill with which they defend themselves from any threat in the lake." There were cheers, and Harry suppressed a shiver. He was clad only in a pair of loose swimming trunks. The dagger he had been given by Miranda for Christmas the other year was strapped to his calf, whilst his wand was on his thigh. "Champions, you have 1 hour, your time starts now." There was a cheer as the bagman lit a large cannon, which went off with a boom. Neville, who was next to Harry, immediately swallowed down the tangled strands of what appeared to be gillyweed, before diving into the lake and vanishing beneath the gray surface. With a savage flick of his wand, Harry felt the bones in his feet begin to stretch, the skin growing. As he transformed them into long, broad flipper-like appendages, his body began to morph, becoming more rounded and smooth. Harry felt agonizing pain shoot through his back and neck, as a pectoral fin and gills grew. His skin turned a dull, wet gray, and after 20 seconds of terrible agony, he had transformed into a man-fish hybrid. He tried to breathe, but found himself choking on the air. He coughed, and with a hasty dive fell into the icy blackness of the water. He opened his mouth, and a feeling of relief flooded his body. Transfiguring fully working gills onto his neck had not been easy, and there was a difference between practicing in the bathtub and performing under pressure. He gave a kick of his flipper-like feet, and grinned as he was propelled quickly down into the murky depths. He had very little idea of the geography of the lake, but guessed that he should be looking for the merpeople in the deepest sections of the icy waters. He reached the bottom and quickly swam through vast forests of thin green weeds, stretching for 20 or 30 feet into the water. Harry was cautious, perfectly aware of the potential risk of Grindylows in such ideal ambush condition. In his hands, he held the knife and his wand. His caution was justified, for as Harry navigated his way through a particularly dense area of plant life, a hand suddenly gripped his leg. He turned quickly, and spotted the ugly green-skinned water demon gripping him tightly. With a wordless charm, he sent a jet of boiling water at the Grindylow and it released him immediately. 2 more, however, took its place. The first sank its sharp little teeth into his calf, and Harry snarled. With a swipe of his knife, the enchanted blade cut straight through the being's thin, bony arms and it fell away, blood pouring from its stumps. The second apparently had second thoughts at seeing the fate of its companion, for it hastily beat a retreat. Increasing his speed, Harry hastily navigated his way through the remainder of the weed forest, and soon found himself out into the open. As he took in another inhalation of water, he didn't so much taste, as sense what he knew must be blood in the water. He didn't know how, for if there was blood, which he was sure there was, it would have to be in such tiny amounts as to be unnoticeable normally. With rapid strokes of his powerful flippers, he chased after the scent and within 20 seconds found the cause of the problem. Fleur Delacour was engaged in a tough fight with at least 50 Grindylows. They were attacking in waves, and it was only due to some truly incredible charms work that had held out as long as she had. Harry saw through her bubblehead charm the total panic on her face as another wave swarmed towards her. With a swipe of her wand, the weeds surrounding her suddenly came alive, and they wrapped around the Grindylows, hurling them away into deeper parts of the lake not to return. The charm, whilst very effective, was unsuccessful. There were simply too many of the beasts, and within seconds they were all over her, ripping at her robes with their sharp little claws. Harry watched in concern as she gave another desperate wave of her wand. Boiling streams of water burned several, but they were simply too many and carried on their assault. Harry weighed up whether or not to assist her. He had wasted enough time already down in the depths with his own Grindylows and watching Fleur struggle. If he was to have any hope of getting a good score, he would need to hurry up his search, and fast. His mind was made up, however, when a vicious attack from one particular Grindylow popped the bubble protecting the beautiful Partvila's face. The girl let out a torrent of bubbles, as she struggled to breathe and get to the surface before she drowned. The Grindylows were relentless, however, snagging her down and keeping her from escaping. Harry swam forward at once. With a wave of his wand, he summoned the French girl into his outstretched arm. When he caught her, he cast the most powerful area effect banisher he could, blasting most of the water demons back into the depths. The rest moved to swarm Harry, but with a quick jab of his wand, dozens of small rocks on the bottom of the lake rose and slammed into the massed ranks of the beasts, forcing them to bid a hasty retreat. When the area was safe, Harry quickly turned to the French girl. She was unconscious, and her lips had turned blue. Harry frowned, before quickly recasting the bubblehead charm. She remained unconscious, and as far as he could tell, she still wasn't breathing. He frowned, wishing he knew more advanced healing techniques. With a careful jab of his wand, he sent a weak banishing charm into her chest. The improvised healing spell worked, for the Vila coughed violently. Lake water poured from her mouth and nose, and she started breathing again. Satisfied, Harry wrapped his arms securely around her waist and began to hastily swim for the surface. Just as the black waters were beginning to lighten up, Harry felt Fleur stir next to him. He made eye contact with her, and attempted to give a reassuring smile, though with his gray skin and fish-like features, he wasn't sure how effective it would be. Evidently she got the message, however, for she returned the smile, albeit rather weakly. When he reached the surface, he located the platform and quickly hurried over, dragging the still woozy French girl behind him. Canceling the transfiguration for gills, Harry quickly passed her up to a couple of healers, hastily explaining what had happened and what he had done. Waving off the thanks of Madame Maxime, who had hurried over to check on her champion, Harry looked at the large clock indicating how long he had remaining and cursed. 52 minutes had already elapsed, and Harry thought it unlikely that he would be able to find the Mer village, rescue his hostage and make it back within 8 minutes. With a frustrated sigh, he recast his transfiguration and dove deep down into the lake once again. By the time he returned once again, his arm tightly clasped around Olivia. This time, he was 20 minutes late and the last champion to arrive. Despite his poor performance, however, there was a loud cheer when it was announced he had made it back. Giving the bleary-eyed, if soaking wet Irish girl a hand exiting the water, Harry cancelled all of his transfigurations, and gratefully accepted the offered hand from the French headmistress. The enormous French woman nearly wrenched his arm from its socket, as she bodily lifted him from the water and dropped him on the platform. Harry spluttered, rising unsteadily to his feet and looking around tiredly. Krum and Neville were already back. Krum held a bedraggled Hermione Granger, who looked to be extremely shy what with all the attention she was receiving, whilst Neville was stood next to Ron Weasley, who appeared the opposite of Granger, and was basking in the attention. With jolting movements, the exhausting Harry drew his wand from its thigh sheath and cast drying and warming charms on himself and Olivia, who was shivering under a blanket. He replaced his wand and gratefully accepted the glass of pepper-up potion that was handed to him. Ari. Harry turned and his drooping eyelids landed on Fleur. He gave her a small bow, which she seemed to ignore, instead pulling him into a tight hug and kissing him on both cheeks. "You saved my life, Ari. I wanted to say thank you." Fleur blushed, her arms still wrapped around him in a rather sensual hug. Whilst Harry was too much of a gentleman to ask her to get off, he did cautiously crane his neck around to look for his own fiery bee. Owned, as he really didn't want to be murdered by Miranda Wright after completing the task. When he didn't see her, he returned the hug, although keeping things strictly platonic. And so, came the booming voice of Bagman. With the slowest time, Harry Potter rescues his hostage after 1 hour and 19 minutes. There came applause from the crowd and Bagman paused until it finished. "We judges have finally counted the scores for each champion, and award points as follows. Mr. Victor Krum, who finished first after 57 minutes, used partial transfiguration to great effect, and also fought off a marauding band of wobble grabbers. We have decided to award him 47 points. The Durmstrang students cheered, whilst the guests and other students clapped politely. Mr. Neville Longbottom used Gilly Weed, and was second to reach the hostages. He arrived back slightly with a time of 1 hour and 4 minutes. We have decided to award him 39 points. The Hogwarts students cheered loudly in support. Neville appeared rather pleased with himself, even though his overall score was still laughably bad. Miss Fleur Delacour used the Bubblehead charm, however she was attacked by an unusually large pack of Grindylows, and despite showing incredible skill and resourcefulness, was overcome by the sheer numbers. For her courage and skill, we have decided to award her 25 points. Fleur, who was still clutched to his side, gave a frustrated sigh. "I deserve 0, she muttered, more to herself than anyone in particular. Finally, Mr. Harry Potter used a very advanced form of animal-human transfiguration to hybridize himself into a half-man, half-fish. He was on track to complete the task in potentially the fastest time, however he sacrificed his victory in order to save his fellow champion, later returning with his hostage in a time of 1 hour and 19 minutes. For his skill, selflessness, courage and heroism, we the judges have decided to award Mr. Potter 49 points. There was a storm of applause, and Harry felt his eyebrows rise, a small grin forming on his face. "Even when you lose, you bloody well win, don't you, Harry?" Olivia joked from next to him. Harry chuckled, hugging his Irish friend close and smirking broadly as the overall scores came up on the board. First, Harry Potter, 94 Victor Crumb, 91 Fleur Delacour, 64 4th. Neville Longbottom, 54. Harry shook hands with Victor, prized himself out of Fleur grip and together with Olivia trudged his way back to the castle, where Harry luxuriated in a long, hot bath, enjoying the feeling of the grime and slime of the lake coming off his body. When he finally got out of the steaming water, the tub was left a light gray, so Harry decided to take a quick shower to wash that color off his skin. Without paying too much attention to what he was doing, Harry changed into his pajamas and collapsed onto his bed at 6:30 in the evening. He later discovered there had been a party to celebrate his victory, though he had slept straight through it. The next day was a Sunday, and Harry slept straight through breakfast, and nearly missed lunch. By the time he made it down to the Great Hall, the room was nearly full. As his presence became noticed by the Hogwarts students, several began to cheer and clap. Soon the whole room was stood clapping, even the Beauxbatons students. Harry placed a bashful smile on his face and ducked his head in a show of humility. When he reached the Slytherin table, he wasted no time in tucking into a full plate of steak and kidney pudding, mashed potatoes and a healthy-sized portion of grilled leeks. With a contented sigh, he put his knife and fork across the plate and leant back, enjoying the full feeling of his stomach. He was about to stand up to take a walk around the grounds, when Professor Snape approached him looking serious. Harry stood up straight and greeted his head of house neutrally, his mind running through what he could possibly have done to merit such an expression on the man's face. "Follow me, Potter," the man said tersely, striding off before Harry could answer. They made their way into the entrance hall. However, to Harry's surprise, they didn't head down towards Snape's office, and instead the potions master led him onto the grounds. "Where are we going, Professor?" Harry asked calmly, although slightly confused by the afternoon's events. "Potter, when you arrived at this school, you were an apathetic little brat, do you remember?" Snape asked, his tone hard. "I do, Professor," Harry responded neutrally, confused as he finally realized where they were headed. "I wish today that had never changed. I do not like my students being summoned to the Beauxbatons carriage." "Is this in some way connected to my assistance of Miss Delacour yesterday?" Harry asked carefully. Snape gave a curt shrug. "I believe so, however I don't know very much about it myself." The man ran a hand through his greasy hair. "Be careful, Potter. Jean Sebastian is a political powerhouse in France, and I believe he is waiting to speak to you." Before Harry had the chance to ask just who the hell this Jean Sebastian was, they reached the Beauxbatons carriage. Snape knocked sharply on the door, and one of the boys from the school opened the door immediately. "Potter is to see Madame Maxime." "Immediately," Snape drawled. The boy, having no experience in dealing with a Snape glare, paled, and immediately moved to let Harry in. Snape turned on his heel curtly and left, leaving Harry in the tastefully decorated carriage. It was magnificent, decorated in blue and gold. Several tall windows lit the interior, an interior which was far larger than the outside, with a warm gold light. The French boy led Harry up a staircase, and through to a large, unmarked door. Rapping his knuckles smartly upon the dark-stained wood, the boy gave Harry an inquisitive nod, before leaving him standing there. After a few seconds, Harry heard a voice commanding him to enter, and he cautiously opened the large door and walked inside. The centerpiece of Maxime's office was an enormous desk, behind which the headmistress herself sat, her face set in a concerned and contemplative expression. Opposite her sat Fleur, who looked scared, and a tall, powerfully built man with silver-streaked black hair. "Ah, Monsieur Potter, do come in, have you a seat?" she offered, indicating one of the available chairs strategically placed between herself and Fleur. "Monsieur Potter, I am sorry to have called you away from lunch. Over there is a matter most urgent we must all discuss." She looked over at the man, and he nodded. "Ari, I will not be vague, I will tell you the truth. I am sure you know, when a wizard or witch saves another wizard or witch, a life debt is formed between them." She paused and seemed to think about what she wanted to say. "When you saved Fleur from the Grindylows yesterday, a life debt was formed. That is not necessarily a problem. Wizards can live their whole lives with life debts unclaimed. It all depends on the nature of the wizard who does the saving." He recollected. Maxime nodded and the man opposite her took over. "That is true, Mr. Potter, for wizards and witches," he began. His English was excellent, with only the barest hint of a French accent. "Forgive me, My name is Jean-Sebastian Delacour. I am Fleur's father. Remembering Snape's warning, Harry nodded his head respectfully. Yes, anyway, with wizards and witches, a life debt forms, and it may pass unnoticed by either party. The only real condition is that the saved cannot kill the saver. Harry could almost feel the "but" coming up, but kept his face as clean of emotion as possible. But Harry, you see, Fleur is part Veela, and life debts to Veela mean rather a lot more. He paused. They tend to mean a bond of servitude to the saver, Mr. Potter. The man looked extremely tense, and his eyesight was fixed firmly on Harry. The Slytherin champion said nothing. His face was kept carefully clean of emotion as he looked past the group sat at the table. Inside he was reeling, his mind rattling through solutions, ideas and questions. Finally he opened his mouth and turned to Madame Maxime. Madam, please may I use your flow? The giant woman looked surprised, though nodded, gesturing to a fireplace next to the door. Harry stood and took a pinch of powder. 13C Emerus Gardens. He called clearly. The flames turned green and he stuck his head in. The living room was empty. Miranda? He shouted. There was no response. Minnie? He tried, and the elf immediately popped into view in front of the fire. Master Harry, sir, how can Minnie be helping you? She asked happily. Minnie, I need Miranda. Can you get her for me? The elf nodded its bat-like ears and hurried off towards the bedroom. Returning a few moments later, followed by the elegant-looking bee. Owned, who looked confused by Harry's call. Harry? Why are you calling? Harry shook his head with a wry smile. Honestly, it would take far too long to tell you through flow. Can you come through? You will want to hear this. I'm in the Beauxbatons carriage. The girl nodded and Harry smiled gratefully, pulling his head back out of the grate. He stood up and cast a quick Scourgify on himself, removing all traces of dust and ash from his robes. 10 seconds later and the girl appeared. She stepped out of the grate as easily as though she had simply walked through the door. Her eyes widened briefly when she saw exactly who was waiting for her. What's going on, Harry? She asked cautiously. He gave her a weak smile. I'm just finding out now. It's to do with the second task, the one where I was disappointed that you aren't considered the thing I would miss most. He told her with a wry smile. She shrugged casually. Dumbledore did ask, but I had just had my hair done and frankly, I don't love you that much. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Instead he pulled one of the chairs out for her. Mr. Delacour, Madame Maxime, this is Miranda Rookwood, my girlfriend. I thought it wise for her to be present. The adults nodded and the Frenchman began to speak once again. Mademoiselle Rookwood, like I was telling Mr. Potter, when Harry saved Fleur from the lake, he created a life debt bond between himself and Fleur. Judging from the look on Miranda's face, she evidently knew exactly what that would mean. Will the fact that your daughter is not a full-blooded Veela affect the situation at all? She asked, her voice hard. The man shook his head with a frown. Sadly, no, to the best of my knowledge it will have no effect. Miranda nodded and looked pensively at the Beauxbatons champion, who had said nothing so far. Forgive me, Mr. Delacour, I am not as well read in Veela traditions. What exactly will this bond mean? Asked Harry, trying to keep his voice calm. Well, as you may know, Veela are very sensual creatures. A lot of their magic and power comes from air, passionate emotions, love, lust and the like. This has traditionally meant that the life debt bond will tend to be itself a, partnership. The man looked rather sickened by what he was saying, not that Harry could really blame him. Beside him Miranda let out a scornful laugh, and he turned to her with a raised eyebrow. She looked between Fleur and him and smirked, almost daring him to try something. Seeing the ferocious look in her eye, Harry felt like the air in the room got very thin very quickly. Well, that's out of the question, Harry eventually stated, bringing his eyes back to the Frenchman. Both Delacours seemed to sigh in relief at Harry's pronouncement. However, if not in its nature, what should I expect? Well, Fleur's magic will push her into being loyal to you without question. She will not become mindless, nor will she lose her free will, but she could never disobey you, betray your secrets. Harry and Miranda shared a meaningful glance, and she nodded subtly at him. He understood the message. Monsieur Delacour, may I talk to Fleur alone? He asked. The man nodded quickly and stood up. Maxime and Miranda followed soon after, leaving the two champions sat alone together in silence. After several long moments, the French girl looked up at him, and Harry saw she had tears in her eyes. "I am sorry, Ari, I never meant for this to happen." "You have nothing to be sorry for, of that I can assure you." Harry sighed and rubbed his hand over the back of his head. "Fleur, I am afraid it is me who should be apologizing," he began, but the girl cut him off. "Mais non. I am so very grateful, Harry raised a hand to silence her, and she quieted instantly. "Fleur, before I say anything further, I will need an oath from you that what your father said today was true." Fleur frowned in surprise, but quickly made the oath. The flash of magic satisfied Harry that she would not be able to betray his secrets. "Fleur, I suppose I should say, I am not the textbook definition of a good man." The Slytherin boy looked at Fleur over steepled fingers. "I have plans, which if discovered will land me in Azkaban, and I know things that if found out will lead to the arrest and deaths of many people." The French girl said nothing, but her eyes widened significantly. Harry watched her for a few moments. With 3 quick waves of his wand, Harry raised powerful privacy charms before continuing. "The truth is, Fleur, I have pledged my life to the Dark Lord." Fleur gasped in horror, "And in his name, I have intentions to take this country for the cause." Fleur was frowning deeply, her eyes wide. "So, you are evil?" she asked. In the heightened sense of her emotions, her accent was very strong. Harry gave her a broad smirk, and remembered what his master had once told him. "Fleur, there is no good and evil, there is only power, and those too weak to seek it. I chose the side who I am sure will win." Fleur went silent, though she still eyed him fearfully. They stared deep into each other's eyes, Harry's cold green meeting her turbulent blue. The silence went on for a while, before Fleur blinked several times. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry gave her what he hoped was an honest smile. "Because, Fleur, I would like you to join me. Of course, if that is not what you want, I will never bring it up, and you can live your life never needing to hear from me again, providing you tell no one of this little chat." The Veela looked down at her hands for a few moments, and Harry could nearly hear her brain whirling as she tried to decide what to do. After 20 seconds she looked up, her eyes bright and resolute. "You saved my life, Ari, and no matter what, I will always owe you. It would be a betrayal of my principles if I were not to help you." Harry's smile was cold, and his eyes shone with dark amusement. With 2 flicks of his wand, he lowered the privacy charms and opened the door, allowing Maxime, Jean-Sebastian and Miranda back into the room. Maxime took her seat behind the desk, looking between the smug smile on Harry's face and the resolute acceptance on Fleur's. Harry briefly caught Miranda's eye and nodded very slightly. She smirked and gave the Veela a cursory examination. "Madame Maxime," Harry began, "I see no reason to let anyone outside of this room know what has happened in here." The French headmistress eyed him curiously. "Would it not be prudent to let Dumbledore know of the nature of the relationship between yourself and the young Mademoiselle Delacour?" "I see no reason to. This life debt will not affect school matters, and I am already above the legal age of majority. I do not believe it affects the headmaster in the slightest." Maxime looked surprised, and turned to the elder Delacour, who shrugged his shoulders with a small smile. "Very well, if that is your wish, Mr. Potter. Fleur, do you agree?" The Veela nodded quickly. "Then it is settled. Jean-Sebastian, do you have anything to add?" The Frenchman shook his head. Shortly after that, the meeting ended. Miranda and Mr. Delacour vanished in the flow and Harry left. As he strolled through the corridors of the opulent carriage, he whistled a jaunty tune. With Fleur under his command, he had a great deal of leverage over Monsieur Delacour, who, if Snape was correct, was very influential in the French ministry. Then of course he had a new follower in Fleur, one who was completely loyal to him, with her bond to him being known to only 4 people. Harry involuntarily let out a very broad smirk. It was cold and hard. Sometimes, Harry thought, it was so good to act the hero. It was a beautiful day on May 29th, the sun was shining and there was a cool breeze in the air. Harry was sat with the rest of the school for the final match of the inter-school Quidditch competition, Hogwarts versus Durmstrang. Whilst Harry was obviously supporting Hogwarts, it was difficult to not be entirely enraptured with the Durmstrang seeker. Krum was a machine. He flew as though he and Broomstick were one and the same, swooping, ducking and pulling off impossible turns that left Diggory far behind. At the current moment, Hogwarts were leading 200 to 170, however Harry was perfectly aware that unless some kind of miracle happened, Krum would catch the snitch soon. He had already caught sight of it once, and it was only sheer luck that it flew into a knot of chasers just as the Seekers were hot on its tail. "My word!" cried Bagman, who was commentating. "Has Diggory seen the snitch?" Harry's keen eyes followed his Hufflepuff friend as he fell into a steep dive. Harry looked carefully, but could see no sign of the tiny golden ball. Krum, however, clearly agreed with Cedric's assessment, for he threw himself into a dive after the boy. In the confusion, chaser Marcus Flint manages to score another goal. Hogwarts now lead by 40 points. Hogwarts' hopes of victory rest solely on the shoulders of Cedric Diggory. Harry suddenly caught sight of the snitch. It was only 1 or 2 meters of the ground and zipping forward with rapid flaps of its tiny wings. There was a loud groan from the Hogwarts crowd, and Harry looked up to see that Krum was pulling away from Cedric in the race for the golden ball. Krum was only 10 meters away, having left Diggory several yards behind. "It's looking like Krum's going to catch the snitch and finish the game," shouted Bagman excitedly. "He's closing fast, 6 meters, 4 meters. The snitch suddenly veered right, but Krum remained tight on its tail, pulling such a tight turn on his broom the likes of which Harry had never seen before. Cedric attempted to make a turn of the same angle but lost control of his broom, nearly flying to the dirt. By the time he managed to correct himself, Krum and the snitch had left him far behind. The chase had become even more of a one-horse race. Krum is on top of the snitch, and yes, he's caught it. Durmstrang win, 320 to 210. There was a storming round of applause from the Durmstrang students, whilst the other schools clapped politely. That means that the final ranking for the Triwizard Tournament is as follows. In third place, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The Beauxbatons team made their way out onto the pitch. There was a round of applause as they received their medals and shook hands with the assembled ministry officials and head teachers. In second place, the hosts of this tournament, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The exhausted-looking team followed the path taken by Beauxbatons to a rousing cheer from the students. Cedric grinned as he ran a hand through his hair rakishly, shaking hands with the pompous-looking Fudge, the French minister and the German minister. And let's hear a big hand for the Quidditch champions, the undefeated team from Durmstrang Institute. The stands rocked as the Durmstrang students howled their appreciation. Harry joined the rest of the audience in delivering a standing ovation to the color-clad champions. Victor stood at the front of the crowd, his hands raised in a triumphant gesture, a broad grin on his face as he accepted the Quidditch Cup from Dumbledore. The headmaster had his usual benevolent smile on as he congratulated the Quidditch star. Victor nodded in appreciation, before raising the cup to the heavens. If possible, the cheers got even louder. The whole stand seemed to vibrate as Victor grinned widely, his smile threatening to break free from his face. He passed the cup to the boy stood next to him, and the entire team took turns in holding the cup to raucous applause. As Harry made his way over to the castle following the match, Harry reflected on the last few months. His interaction with Fleur had been minimal. She seemed to be avoiding him, which suited him just fine. In order for the girl to be useful, she needed to distance herself from Harry as much as possible. One of the small advantages that Harry was really rather grateful for was the fact that he had no need to take his NEWTs. Instead, his end-of-school grade would be determined by how he performed in the tournament. Whilst he didn't really understand how the judges were going to be able to judge his competency in potions from what he had been doing, he assumed there had to be a system. However, they were going to judge him. Harry was grateful that he didn't need to be poring over pages and pages of notes like his friends were, snapping out at anything that came near. Exams were starting in a week, and it seemed like everyone was on a very short fuse. Harry, on the other hand, was rather enjoying the fact that exams seemed to have distracted people's attention from him. He had grown rather tired of people following behind him, giggling as they read the latest Rita Skeeter article. The woman seemed to get off on attacking Neville and making him out to be some sort of god. Harry had enjoyed the descriptions of himself as the mysterious and powerful head boy, or the headline, misunderstood bad boy sacrifices victory to save opposition. However, the constant stream of praise got rather grating after a while. That lunchtime, it was announced that there was going to be a party for all the 7th-year students, including the overseas guests, as a celebration of the Quidditch tournament that night. After dinner, Harry and his friends hurried down to the Slytherin common room to change into something more appropriate. When they arrived at the dorms, Harry slipped into a faded blue shirt, black jeans and a black waistcoat, chuckling as he watched Marcus and Terence perform a duet to the latest Weird Sisters ballad. The party was excellent. There was plenty of alcohol, and a live band which Harry had never heard before. Whilst he rather thought Unforgivable would never win prizes for their poetic lyrics, they had an excellent beat to dance to, and there was a writhing mass of students dancing wildly, enjoying the chance to blow off steam before the exam season began properly. "Harry," called a rather inebriated Olivia, "come on, let's dance." Harry smiled at the bubbly Irish girl and allowed himself to be dragged into the sea of dancers. "How are you drunk already?" he asked bemusedly as they moved in time with the music. "The party's only been going for half an hour." The Irish girl gave him a smack on the arm. "I'm not drunk, I'm just having fun, you should try it sometime." "Right," Harry responded, catching her as she tripped over herself, and carefully putting her back on her feet. "Okay, maybe I've had a few drinks, but no more than you," she giggled. Harry rolled his eyes, as he shouted back over the loud beats. "I'm twice the size of you, you elf. But I'm Irish." She responded with a tone that rather suggested that her answer merited no further discussion. On reflection, Harry rather supposed she was right. The song came to a very loud end, and the small girl grabbed his hand and dragged him off. "Come on, I'm parched, let's get a drink." "Are you sure that's wise?" Harry asked with a grin. She ignored him, instead helping herself to a generous glass of fire whiskey and gilly water. Harry took the same, and they sat down on one of the benches. Before long they were joined by Marcus and Graham, who were red in the face and wore identical wicked grins. "Hey Harry, Olivia," greeted Graham, sitting next to them. "Have you seen who Terence is with?" Harry followed the direction of Marcus's eyes and nearly choked on his drink when he saw the normally subdued boy making out with Maria Lidovan. Next to him Olivia cackled loudly, a stream of whiskey and gilly water pouring from her nose. She immediately started to choke. Marcus patted her on the back with a grin. "I feel sorry for the boy, that girl will eat him alive." They all chuckled, and watched their friend with the Durmstrang dueling champion. After a few more seconds the two broke apart and they broke into furious laughter again at the glazed expression on the Slytherin's face. "Sweet lady, may I have this dance?" Graham asked with a coy smile. Olivia chuckled and stood up, accepting his proffered arm with a curtsy. The two of them left, and Marcus followed shortly after, leaving Harry sat alone watching over the happy students with a wistful smirk on his face. After a few seconds he saw Fleur walk over. She looked as stunning as usual, although her face looked troubled. She sat next to him saying nothing, and Harry didn't react. "Harry?" He turned to look at her. She seemed to be struggling to say something, and Harry looked at her. She paused. "Yes. Nothing, do not worry. Would you like to dance?" Harry nodded and drained his glass in one gulp, before standing and offering her his hand. She accepted with a smile. He led her to the dance floor and they swayed against each other to the slightly slower beat of the tune. Keeping his hands firmly above his waist, Harry fell into the music and smiled. Fleur was an excellent dancer, far better than him, and she seemed to be having a good time. When the song came to the end, Harry clapped along with the rest of the students, but he was taken by surprise when he suddenly felt the lips of the quarter villa on his. "Fleur," he said warningly, pushing away from the French girl. "I thought you understood how this was going to work?" he asked carefully. I am sorry," she whispered, before tearing herself out of his grip and hurrying out of the hall. Harry sighed in frustration, running a hand through his short hair as he thought over what to do. With a muttered curse, he followed the French girl out of the hall and onto the lawn. "Fleur," he shouted, but she ignored him. Harry easily managed to catch the girl, as high heels were hardly appropriate footwear for the dewy turf. "Ari, please, I am sorry, but please just let me go." Harry held onto her at arm's length, looking at the distraught-looking girl critically. "Fleur, I thought you understood what this bond would mean," he asked, his voice cold. I do. She rubbed a hand across her eyes quickly. "But, my magic wants, it expects for me too." She paused and blushed. Harry chuckled, and the cold look in his eyes warmed. "Fleur, I understand, I do, but please try to control yourself. If Miranda had seen what happened in the hall, she would probably murder me." He grinned as she chuckled. "I'm serious, Utter psycho, that girl. Terrifies me most of the time. She laughed, although it came out like more of a sob. Harry put his arm around her shoulders and gave her a brief hug. She responded carefully, and he was pleased to see that this time she kept her hands well above his waist. "Do you think we could go back inside, Fleur?" he asked with a smile. She shook her head. "I will go to bed, I think it would be best." Harry nodded, and pulled away. "Good night then." He gave her a short bow before turning and leaving. Back in the hall he was confronted almost immediately by an irate Irish girl. What did that French skank think she was doing? She asked furiously, though the intended effect of anger was muted somewhat by her gentle swaying. She, like so many women, fell under my impressive charms. Olivia blinked at him suspiciously, before nodding slowly. "I hope you taught her better." Harry grinned at her and laughed as she nearly collapsed. Harry helped the dizzy girl into a chair and conjured a goblet full of water. She sipped it gratefully. "I thought you were Irish, Moran," he joked, "and yet here you are, looking ready to pass out, and it's not even midnight." Olivia waved him off with a wild gesture of his hand. Harry left her sat there, returning to the party. By the time McGonagall and Professor Sprout arrived at 2 in the morning, the atmosphere had quieted considerably. Unforgivable had left, and in their place, someone had turned on a wireless to a channel that only seemed to play love songs. As the room began to disperse, Harry made his way back over to his Irish friend, who was sat where he had left her, head lulled forward and unconscious, completely dead to the world. Harry sighed and picked her up, carrying her back down to the common room. He left her on the sofa with a blanket covering her, before making his slow way to bed, yawning widely the whole way there. Following Hogwarts coming second place in the academic competition to Beauxbatons, there was a lot of pressure on Harry to win Hogwarts the dueling trophy. Whilst most of the school had finally accepted that Neville was incapable of outdueling anyone in the competition, they still seemed to have a lot of expectations on Harry to win the individual competition. His efforts had thus far been successful. He once again successfully defeated everyone he faced, and once again, the organizers had decided to leave himself and Lidovan as the last duel, seeing as how it was the one everyone wanted to see. The Ukrainian girl had been vicious in her first few duels. In the run-up to facing Harry, she had severely injured Neville and Ducrest. Neville so badly that he had to be taken to St. Mungo's to help with a severe concussion. Harry was sat in the competitor's roped-off areas, rolling his wand between his fingers in a casual display of relaxation. Opposite him, on the other side of the ring, sat the Durmstrang girl. Unlike the last time he had faced her, the girl was not looking at him like she was looking forward to gorging on his intestines. Instead, she had her head bowed and her body tensed. Harry allowed his eyes to leave his competition and look at the crowd. 2-to-1 odds on Potter, 3-to-1 on Lidovan. "Come on, people, do none of you want to make money?" asked one of the Weasley twins, who was holding a thick sheaf of parchment. His brother next to him was holding a sack of galleons which he jiggled invitingly at anyone who came near. Harry raised his eyebrows as he saw Professor Sprout place 3 galleons on him to win. "At least I'm the favorite," he thought ruefully. Finally, the wizards who had been restoring the wards around the ring finished their work, and Bagman bounded onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final duel of this tournament's competition. Durmstrang are entering this match with a fairly substantial lead of over 120 points. However, whilst the school in red may win the school cup, the individual competition is much closer." There was a loud cheer from the assembled students, and Bagman held up his hands for quiet, a sign which was ignored, and he had to wait for the roars to quiet. "With an individual score of 168 points, I present the European dueling champion, Maria Lidovan." The Durmstrang students stamped their feet in support as the girl nimbly hopped onto the stage. "And the current leader, with 176 points, I present Harry Potter." The Hogwarts masses howled their support as Harry stepped up onto the large circular ring. He shook hands with the Ukrainian girl, who he was pleased to see had regained the vicious look on her face as she squeezed his hand for all it was worth. Harry winked at her. She growled at him. "Mr. Potter, Miss Lidovan, this will follow the international dueling rules," came the referee's voice as he stood between the pair. "Please take your positions." Harry and Maria walked over to the edge of the ring and stood, wands drawn. Harry drew his through the air experimentally a couple of times. "Ready?" Harry nodded. "Ready?" Maria gave a jerk of her head. Obey my instructions at all times. Defend yourself at all times. Duel. Harry launched into a chain of conjurations, summoning rocks, bludgers, animals and chains and hurling them at the Durmstrang girl. She blocked with ease. Harry grinned as he saw the pile of junk grow around the ring. Transfiguration is a lot easier than conjuration, and also takes less time. With a quick flick of his wand, the dead dog at the girl's feet turned into a nest full of wasps, which began buzzing immediately. The Durmstrang girl reacted quickly, sending a blasting hex at the papery structure back towards Harry. With a flick of his wand, Harry cancelled the spell and neatly sidestepped the corpse of a dog that flew towards him. The Ukrainian followed her banisher with a medley of blasting and exploding hexes. Protega, Harry thought, blocking the incoming volley, each spell causing a bright flash as it impacted the invisible shield. The audience was sat in silent amazement as the two students continued to hurl increasing violent spells at one another. The ring was quiet, as each student only used nonverbal spells. Occasionally the blast of a spell hitting the arena floor echoed around the stadium, as well as the whip, crack of magical discharge when their spells collided in midair. Harry suddenly sent a jet of water at the girl. She responded with a powerful freezing charm, followed by a banisher, blasting the block of ice into hundreds of fragments which were sent hurling towards Harry. The Hogwarts boy raised a visible shield, and when the deadly shards struck it, they seemed to evaporate into a thick mist. The ease with which Harry had so far managed to block all of her curses clearly was frustrating the girl. She sent a sickly orange curse at the Hogwarts champion, which he was forced to dive away from. "Fault!" shouted the referee. "Illegal spell use, 2 warnings remaining." Maria nodded an apology at the referee, and the duel got underway once more. With surgical precision, Harry sent a barrage of rapid piercing curses, their electric blue light slamming into the girl's shield with audible cracks. Maria's shield broke, and one of Harry's curses drilled its hole straight into her knee. The Ukrainian girl crumpled in agony, and Harry allowed his relentless barrage to cease. He may be ruthless, but Harry was still too well brought up to curse a girl when she was on the floor. With a cry of pain, the Durmstrang girl cast a series of complicated charms on her knee. The bleeding stopped, but it clearly still was very painful. She stood up shakily, gesturing for Harry to continue. Tonnerre. The blasting curse wasn't aimed at the girl, but at the ground in front of her. Lidovan yelled as the rubble burst out from the crater and flew up at her. She shielded her face, but several small pieces hit her in the chest, leaving bleeding wounds. With a furious growl, the girl transfigured one of the iron bludgers Harry had summoned into a bear, whilst the rubble he had just created mutated into a pack of wild-looking mongrels. "A pugno!" she shouted, and the herd of beasts charged at him. Deeming the enormous brown bear the greatest threat, Harry dispatched it with a butchering curse, which opened a long gash along its abdomen. Before Harry was able to deal with the dogs, he found himself blocking the furious attack of the girl. Her aim was off, and Harry guessed the wound in her knee was making her rather delirious with pain. Nevertheless, whilst she was not on top form, she was desperate, and her curses flew with a speed that Harry was struggling to block against. Harry grunted in pain as one of the dogs sank its sharp teeth into his calf. An area effect cutting curse easily dispatched the hounds, but in his distraction, the Ukrainian managed to hit him in the shoulder with a bonebreaker. He yelled out as pain radiated down his entire left side. Gasping with every movement, Harry muttered a quick numbing and petrification jinx, managing to dull the pain and prevent further damage. The duel reached a quick lull in activity. The two competitors, both bleeding, surveyed each other. The quiet didn't last long, as quickly the two began a rapid exchange of curses, several hitting, but the vast majority being shielded. Neither Harry nor Maria was now fully capable of dodging with their wounds, and instead held their ground, both hurling a tough cocktail of withering magic at the other. As the exchange entered its 14th minute, Harry realized he would need to finish the duel, and quickly. His left arm, already useless, was now bleeding from a cutter, whilst a flame whip had caught around his right calf, almost completely restricting his movement. Fortunately, Lidovan fared little better. Her face was covered in deep scratches from a flock of birds Harry had conjured, and her right eye was oozing pus from a conjunctivis curse she had only partially blocked. When they began their next exchange of curses, Harry thought that they both knew it had to be their last. Neither had the strength to keep this up much longer, and if they wasted too much time, The officials would call this match a draw also due to blood loss. Reducto, Hastus Glacis, Bombarda, Imprignus, Valero, Progio. The first curse in the colorful stream struck Maria's with the customary crack, snap of two spells colliding. The rest, however, were more successful. The second struck her shield, the spear of ice crunching into pieces. The third also struck her shield. The fourth spell, when it hit the tired barrier of magic, seemed to bat it aside, leaving the fifth struck her in the stomach. She blinked a few times, before bending forward in pain. The spell was made the victim feel as though they were experiencing the throes of childbirth, and was used in the training of birthing healers. Maria gave a yell of pain and anger as she saw the red stunner flying towards her face. Just then a spasm of pain shot through her and she couldn't react in time. When the girl was unconscious, Harry grinned, slightly wincing as the motion hurt his bruised jaw. He fell to one knee, barely conscious, but aware that there was a legion of healers descending on the two duelists. The last thing he remembered was the shout of the referee declaring him the winner before he passed out. When he came to, his body felt stiff and sore all over, his shoulder was in agony, feeling like 1,000 tiny needles were repeatedly being stabbed into his skin. With a groan, he tried to sit up, but Pomfrey's hand on his good shoulder kept him down. "Easy, Potter. You're in no position to go anywhere," she barked imperiously. Harry ignored her and tried to get up again. "I can hardly waste time in here, madam. I have things I need to be doing." Pomfrey frowned at him. "I think you will find, Mr. Potter, that when I tell you to, you jolly well will stay right where I tell you to. Am I understood?" Harry nodded and collapsed back onto the bed, grunting when the movement jarred his bad shoulder. He lay there for what felt like hours, though in reality was only around 20 minutes. During that time, Pomfrey stayed next to him, forcing a disgusting combination of horrendously colored potions down his protesting throat. Just as he was about to yell in frustration, Snape glided through the door, looking as much like an overgrown bat as ever. "A satisfactory performance, Mr. Potter," the hook-nosed man drawled. Harry attempted to school his features into a cheeky smile, but suspected it rather looked like a pained grimace. "I'm pleased to have not disappointed you, Professor," he said, his voice rather gravelly. "You will be pleased to know that you won the individual competition. It's a pity his lip curled, teammate, was such a disappointment." "Where did we come overall, Professor?" Snape seemed to glower. "Last Potter, Bobaddins was able to beat us by 4 points. Harry sighed in frustration, before nodding slightly. It could have been worse. At least people would remember him for his victory. Nevertheless, it was a rather new feeling. Losing, he wasn't sure he was fond of the alien feeling. When the ceremony for the dueling awards did eventually take place, it was a rather subdued event. Neville still hadn't returned from St. Mungo's. Harry's arm was in a sling and Lidovan was walking with the aid of a crutch. "After one of the most spectacular duels I have ever witnessed, Harry Potter has become the individual dueling champion," Bagman announced happily with a wide grin. Harry stepped forward and accepted his large silver trophy in his good hand. Holding it up in the air with a flourish, the Hogwarts students cheered loudly, and Harry smiled broadly. However, despite Mr. Potter's valiant efforts, the runaway winners of this year's competition is Durmstrang Institute. Harry restrained from covering his ears at the bellowed cheers of the Eastern Europeans. Several of them fired spells from their wands in jubilation, the conjured fireworks making terrific light displays in the afternoon sun. Krum supported the limping Ukrainian onto the stage and together they held up the enormous golden trophy, easily the size of the Quidditch Cup, pumping the air with their free hands, whilst reporters' cameras flashed in a dizzying display. That night there was a small party in the Slytherin common room to celebrate the victory, but it was short-lived due to the exams which were only days away. Harry went to bed that night, satisfied and happy, though still incredibly stiff from his healing body. He wished Miranda could have turned up with some elixir for him, but evidently she had been at work. The day before the final task of the Triwizard Tournament was a Hogsmeade Saturday. The exams were over and almost everyone in the castle seemed eager to escape the oppressive studious atmosphere that had overcome Hogwarts. Harry, however, was not relishing the opportunity of freedom like his friends were. The day after the dueling final, he had received a note. The short missive was unsigned and had been delivered to him by Draco Malfoy, who had received it with a delivery of sweets from his mother. "My dear Harry, it has come to my attention that you are a dueling champion. I had no doubt you would be successful. I extend my most wholehearted congratulations. I am under the impression that this Saturday is a Hogsmeade weekend. You will take this an opportunity to meet with me in the same place as last time at 2 o'clock. I look forward to seeing you. Your friend. That note had led Harry to where he was now, in the dusty, unkempt lounge room of the Hog's Head. With a flick of his wrist, he threw 2 sickles to the gray-haired barman and stepped into the flow. When he was ejected at the other end, he very nearly lost his balance. Looking around, he was glad to see nobody waiting for him in the opulent receiving room of Malfoy Manor. With a quick cleaning charm to remove the remaining ash, Harry swept out into the manor's extravagant main hall. The large black and white marble room was empty, and each of Harry's footsteps echoed loudly. With a false bravado that he was in no way feeling, Harry strode confidently around the wide staircase and into the small side room where he had last met the Dark Lord. Harry was evidently just in time. Almost all of the 30 seats in the room were filled with witches and wizards. Tom sat at the head of the table, his pose elegantly casual as he reclined in the deep mahogany seat. "Harry, excellent timing. I was beginning to get worried," the Dark Lord said charmingly, a broad smile on his face as he surveyed the Slytherin student. Harry nodded in a respectful greeting, looking around to find an empty seat. "Here you are, Harry. There's a seat free next to Evan." Harry looked down the table and saw Rosier sat immediately next to the Dark Lord. Next to him sat the cowardly form of Wormtail. Harry suppressed a smile as he realized what was expected of him, and internally thanked the Dark Lord for this small opportunity to display his strength. With calm and confident steps, he strode down the length of the table, ignoring the interested looks he was receiving from the other followers of Voldemort. Stopping directly behind the rat Animagus, Harry glared at the weak man and cleared his throat. The man made no movement, evidently desperate to save face. Harry said nothing, but in the blink of his eye had transformed the chair he was sat in into 24 snakes. The man squealed as the harmless serpent slithered over his body. Harry smirked as Wormtail crawled pitifully away from the table, taking a new seat at the very far end of the room. With another swish of his wand, the chair had returned, and with a graceful movement, Harry sat himself back down. The Dark Lord was smiling at the display, chuckling in a cold, high-pitched manner. Taking their cues, the other Death Eaters followed suit and gave a low chuckle, although they stopped immediately when the Dark Lord lapsed into silence. The mood in the room grew gradually more nervous as the silence drew on. Eventually the young man at the head of the table rose. "My friends," he spoke warmly, his eyes flitting around the room, "we are nearing the fulcrum of our plan. Tomorrow is the 3rd task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. All of our plans, all of our schemes, they lead to this moment." He paused, and his eyes flickered around the room. "Tomorrow, with the generous help of Mr. Neville Longbottom, I shall return to full strength, and together we shall return to absolute power. It is a long road of effort before us, but if we all keep together, I have absolute certainty that we shall have the nation at our feet." There was a small round of applause as Riddle spoke, his voice carrying easily to all corners of the room. The Dark Lord seemed to bask in the limelight, and after several moments held his hands up for silence. "Tomorrow night, I shall call all of my followers, and those who return shall become a part of the future we shall construct. Those who do not will be destroyed like the oath-breaking traitors they are." There was a slow moment of silence as he slowly walked the length of the table. "Lucius?" he called suddenly. The bee-owned man looked up immediately. "My lord? What is the current situation of the ministry?" Harry knew Riddle was extremely well versed in the government's state of affairs, so this must be for the sake of those less well-informed who were present. "The ministry is a broken machine. Corruption and ineptitude exist on every level, and it is a miracle that even the smallest advances are made. The Wizengamot is fragmented into myriad parties and ideologies. It is only through the political strength of Dumbledore that Fudge has any check on his policy." He paused, and Voldemort gestured for him to continue. "I believe that with only a little pressure, most of the ministry would collapse. Most departments are near bankrupt and led by fools. The public is tired of their government's inability to act, and I am sure will be sympathetic to a united, effective force." Riddle nodded with a broad smile. "So you see, my friends, the world is ours for the taking, and take it we shall, not through force, or violent civil war, but through the very system that would have us destroyed." It was clear from the looks on the faces of the Death Eaters that many of those gathered held strong opinions on this new plan for takeover, Many of the rougher-looking types had been hoping to display their strength and create havoc around the country. Others, however, those like Lucius Malfoy, Evan Rosier and others, were clearly pleased at their new direction. For another hour, the assembled followers planned for the future. Riddle played the consummate politician. He was charming, respectful and listened to each point presented, offering excellent opinions and gradually swaying those who disapproved of his plans to his side. Finally, as the clock approached 3:30, the meeting drew to a close. The Death Eaters bowed low as they left the room. Harry, however, remained in his seat. With a swish of his wand, the door closed behind the last black-clad Death Eater, and Harry was alone with the man. "You did well, Harry," Tom praised with a small smile. Harry nodded, but said nothing, waiting for the man to continue. "I am sure many of my loyal followers are displeased with the fact that I have taken someone so young and untested into my confidence. However, I am sure you will prove your worth very shortly." "I am pleased by your faith in me," Harry responded with a small smirk. The Dark Lord chuckled. "Indeed." He surveyed the boy before him in interest. "Has Barty informed you of the plans for tomorrow?" he asked casually. Harry shook his head. "No, I have attempted to keep myself distanced from Crouch. Dumbledore watches me closely, and it would not do for that observation to pass on to Professor Moody." "That is wise. Very well, tomorrow is the third task. Barty has already placed the Triwizard Cup into the maze. The cup is a portkey and will bring Neville to where the ritual will take place. It is therefore imperative that Longbottom touch the cup first. Am I understood?" "Of course, my lord." "Good. Given the ability that Longbottom has shown so far, you may be required to engineer his victory." Harry nodded in understanding. "I will succeed. I will hunt down Krum and prevent him reaching the cup." "What of the Delacour girl? Do not underestimate her. Fleur will not be a problem. I will tell her of the need for Longbottom to reach the cup." Riddle frowned curiously. "The girl is sympathetic to our cause?" His voice was calm, though there was an element of warning in his tone. "Not entirely by choice," Harry informed the wizard with a smirk. At the Dark Lord's confused look, Harry explained about the life debt. At the end of his story, Riddle was laughing lightly, his expression one of pleased delight. "Excellent, excellent. Well, in that case you must indeed focus on the Durmstrang champion. Krum has shown himself to be a powerful adversary. Barty will ensure that the majority of obstacles will be removed from Longbottom's path." "Well, I believe that is all." Harry recognized the dismissal, but remained in his seat. "My lord, forgive me, but have you had any luck with the purging ritual?" "I have. We may perform it after the task. I was in Sardinia recently. A village elder told me of this ritual, after a little persuasion." Harry nodded and tried to keep the relief of his face. It had been a great concern to him, whether or not he would suddenly lose control of his emotions and do something untoward. "That is good news, my lord," he finally said. Riddle smirked. "Indeed. Well, you had best be off. It would not do for the meddlesome headmaster to note your absence." The evening was dark, the grounds littered with shadows. Whilst the rest of the grounds were enjoying the mellow transition towards evening, the Quidditch pitch was alive with noise and excitement. Instead of the usual stadiums which only fit the school, new stands had been erected which had tripled the capacity. Hundreds of people had turned up to see the final competition, students, teachers, officials and politicians among them. Harry was sat on his own, rolling his wand between his fingers whilst he waited for the task to begin. He looked around at his champions. Krum was talking to a man who Harry recognized as the Durmstrang student's father. Fleur meanwhile was holding hands with her sister and clearly in earnest discussion with her mother. When Harry saw the Velan champion, his mind briefly flicked back to the conversation they had had earlier that day. He had cornered Fleur in an abandoned classroom. The girl had looked confused as to why Harry wanted to talk to her, and her confusion only grew as he threw up a variety of very advanced silencing and other anti-eavesdropping spells. "What does Z matter, Ari?" she had asked, a slight element of fear in her voice. "Fleur, what I am about to tell you is extremely important, and you must promise to obey me on this." The girl nodded, but Harry wasn't taking any chances. "Swear it, Fleur," he all but shouted. The scared French champion quickly made the oath. "You are not to win this tournament. It is absolutely imperative that you do not touch the Triwizard Cup first." Fleur bristled at him. "You think that you can exploit this bond between us to improve your own chance?" Harry glared. I will not touch the cup either. It must be Longbottom. Do not ask me why, but it has to be Longbottom. The girl looked at him confused. Longbottom? But why? It doesn't matter, but swear to me that if you reach the cup, you will not touch it, and if you see Longbottom, you must not incapacitate him. The girl was confused, but she nodded and Harry let out a small breath. Good. In that case I wish you good luck this evening, Fleur. Harry had read up on the Vila bonds, and knew that even without making her swear an oath, she would have been forced to obey him, but it couldn't hurt to make sure. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken a year to get here, Bagman shouted in his magically magnified voice, but we are now looking at the final task. There were cheers from the crowd. The champion's job is simple. In the center of this maze lies the Triwizard Cup. The first champion to reach the cup and touch it will receive 50 points. The champions who arrive second, third, fourth will receive only 25 points. In the maze lie all sorts of magical traps, beasts and enchantments, and our champions will be made to show all of their cunning, strength and ability to reach the center. Harry stood up as he saw McGonagall gesture to him and the others. Champions, you will enter the maze in order of position in the rankings. Mr. Potter will go first, followed by Mr. Krum, Miss Delacour and finally Mr. Longbottom. When the cannon sounds, the task has begun. The 4 students nodded in understanding, and McGonagall left them standing by the entrance. Whilst his competition was surveying the vast hedges in front of them, Harry took the opportunity to subtly cast a tracking spell on the Durmstrang champion. So, without any further ado, the first champion will enter. Now. There was a boom from the cannon and Harry quickly ran into the maze. His wand was held carefully in his right hand, and his eyes darting from left to right. Taking a quick left, followed by a right, Harry hurried through the dark corridors of the challenge. After 5 minutes he encountered his first obstacle. An enormous thing stood before him, at least 10 feet tall. It looked rather like an armored scorpion crossed with a lizard. Harry had never seen anything like it. Before he had a chance to properly examine it, one of the beast's tentacles suddenly shot a great gout of flame at his head. Harry dived to the left, feeling the heat across his cheek. Raising his wand, the Hogwarts champion quickly shot a severing charm at the monster. The spell shot from his wand and struck the thing on its thick armor plating. Harry groaned in annoyance. Rising quickly to his feet, he brought his wand down in a vicious slash, expelling from its tip a razor-sharp blade. The knife sped through the air, and with a dull thump, buried itself in the armor. The animal squealed loudly, but wasn't brought down. Harry advanced on it, sending a constant barrage of missiles. The scorpion retreated before the withering hail, its eyes and soft underbelly being pummeled by Harry's conjured spikes, rocks and knives. With a final slash of his wand, Harry summoned a 6-foot-long ice spear, which shot forward, and with surgical precision struck the monster in its right eye. The beast was down in a heartbeat. Stone dead. Harry smirked as he strode around the corpse, quickly breaking in for a run as he carried on. With a muttered spell, his wand span in his palm before coming to rest pointing towards his right. That had to be the direction that Krum was in. Harry hurried down the first right turning he came to, searching with all his senses for a sign of the color-clad Bulgarian. As he turned around another corner, he found him. Krum was busy fighting off a giant spider. The acromantula was large. Harry guessed it had to be at least 5 feet tall, with long black pincers and 8 shiny eyes that were sunk into its hairy head. Victor shot a ribbon cutter at the animal, severing 3 of its legs. The beast went down. Whilst Victor was busy, Harry quickly sent a stunner at the boy's back. The Quidditch champion crumpled seconds after a bludgeoning curse left his wand and disposed of the spider. That was easy, Harry thought with a savage grin. He sent a jet of red sparks up at the sky before hurrying past the Durmstrang champion and the dead beast. The night was dragging on. Harry felt like he had defeated dozens of traps and slain just as many of Hagrid's pets, including one very frumpy sphinx. He had seen no sign of either Fleur or Neville, but when passed by a dead pack of dogs that had clearly been finished by some very advanced charms work, he thought that had to be Fleur's handiwork. With tired legs, Harry ran on forwards, his senses alert and his wand held ready. As he rounded a corner, he across a long straight passage. At the end was a light, which Harry could just make out to be the cup. Slowly, the Hogwarts champion strode up the path, easily dispatching yet another acromantula that tried to get him. When he was only 20 feet from the pedestal on which the cup was sat, he heard sprinting footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw the bloodied form of Longbottom limping down the path. His face looked exhausted, and his wand shook in his hand. Harry stopped and watched the boy. When Neville saw Harry, it seemed that his flagging endurance left him. "Potter!" he cried in despair. Harry smirked. "Good evening, Neville," he greeted him. "Aren't you going to get the cup?" the boy asked tiredly. Harry grinned widely. "Of course not, Neville, you are." The Gryffindor looked at him in utter confusion. "Is this a trick?" he finally asked. Harry suppressed a smirk. "Of course not, it's simple. You touch the cup first and get 50 points, I touch the cup second, and get 25 points. Thereby Hogwarts comes first and second in the overall rankings, and I still win, of course. It's simple school pride." Neville looked at him nervously, and Harry internally crossed his fingers that Neville would fall for such a ridiculous plan. The two boys watched each other for a few seconds. Before Neville seemed to fall for it, he nodded, and without turning his back on Harry, he slowly made his way to the cup. Just before the boy touched the cold metal, he looked at Harry one last time. The Slytherin kept his face impassive, and with a cautious finger, Neville touched the cup. In an instant he vanished, beeped into a vortex to Voldemort. Harry suppressed a chuckle and sat down on the pedestal. He was Triwizard Champion. Albus Dumbledore had always considered himself a very level-headed man. Indeed, he often fancied himself one of the most controlled men in the country. However, when he received the news that Neville Longbottom had vanished from Hogwarts grounds after touching the Triwizard Cup, he very nearly lost his cool. "An outrage. I expected better of you, Albus. Indeed, the boy is a national icon. Have you any idea what this would do to my approval ratings? Who is behind this?" The cacophony of noise was deafening on Dumbledore's tired ears. He sighed loudly and held his hands up for silence. Augusta Longbottom, Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Bones fell silent at once. Dumbledore looked each of them in the eye. The usual glint in his eye had vanished, replaced instead with a look that screamed strength of will. "Ladies, Cornelius, I must insist that you quieten down. Shouting will solve nothing." Augusta looked furious at him, whereas Amelia, who had always been a very professional and intelligent woman, nodded. "What do we know, Albus?" she asked, indicating for one of the Aurors behind her to begin jotting things down. At 10.48, Neville Longbottom vanished after touching the Triwizard Cup. Given the magical signature left over, it was clear that the cup was a portkey, although we know not who charmed it. The Auror nodded. "I understand one of the other champions witnessed the whole thing?" the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement asked. Indeed, the aged headmaster's countenance suddenly turned grave, something the veteran woman immediately picked up on. "Harry Potter, the other Hogwarts champion, saw the whole thing." Fudge perked up. "Harry, eh? Excellent, excellent. He's a very bright man, Amelia. I'm sure he can provide a great deal of information." "Albus?" the woman asked. "Harry Potter is an enigma, Amelia, but he is brilliant. He may well shed light on this event." "You don't suspect he might be involved, do you? It would be understandable. His family isn't exactly the most reputable." Fudge bristled in indignation. "If that boy has proven anything during his time at Hogwarts, it is that he is an upstanding and model citizen. Head boy, Order of Merlin, 2 special awards. His academic record surpasses all." Amelia blinked in surprise. "You seem rather taken with the boy, Minister?" she asked curiously. "He has a bright future. I of course like to foster young talent." "Indeed. Well, shall we meet this boy then?" Aurors. The party left the tent they had all been in and headed towards the hospital tent. The stands were still packed, everyone eagerly discussing the latest development. Albus ignored all the voices that called to him, instead leading the grandmother, the department head, the Minister for Magic and 2 Aurors to see the Hogwarts champion. The tent was large and well lit. Madame Pomfrey was carefully tending to the French champion, who appeared to have suffered a burn to her thigh. Victor Krum had already been dismissed, and Harry Potter was sitting casually on his bed. He didn't appear to have a mark on him, looking completely at ease at all the panic which had overtaken the school. Dumbledore's concerns about the boy magnified when he saw the light smirk dancing across the boy's mouth. Albus met Harry's eyes and the two stared at each other. It was subtle, and the aged headmaster almost missed the look, but it appeared that the Potter boy was gloating. His smile, and the set of his eyes, to anyone who knew what to look for, it was clear that the boy had just achieved something, and that alone set the headmaster on edge. Harry's mental barriers were struggling to contain his intense feelings of success. He had just been a part of a plan to steal the most important part of Dumbledore's plans from right under the man's nose, and now, seeing the old headmaster before him now, Harry was almost overwhelmed with happiness. "Good evening, Harry. Congratulations on winning the tournament. Terrific work, truly terrific." Harry smiled warmly at the minister, firmly shaking the outstretched hand. Fudge was really too pliable. "Mr. Potter, my name is Amelia Bones. I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Harry finished, offering her his hand with a smile. The monocle-wearing woman shook it. "Indeed, Mr. Potter, I need to ask you a few questions about what happened with Mr. Longbottom. You were, after all, the only witness to what happened." Harry nodded with a calm smile. "Of course. Well, I was the first to reach the cup, but before I could touch it, Neville appeared. I allowed him to be the first to touch the cup." Harry was cut off by one of the Aurors. "You allowed him to touch the cup? May I ask why?" "By allowing Neville to touch the cup, I knew that Hogwarts would come first and second in this tournament. With 50 points, Neville beat Victor, and with the 25 points that were gained by reaching the center of the maze, I would still win the tournament overall." The Auror looked surprised, but accepted the reasoning. "So, you allowed Neville to touch the cup?" prompted Augusta, who was looking at Harry with a look of intense suspicion. Harry nodded. "I did. Neville vanished. I assumed the cup was a portkey. I sent up sparks and waited to be taken from the maze. Madame Pomfrey took me into this tent, and then you showed up. I'm sorry I can't provide more information, but that really is it." Fudge nodded and gave Harry a comforting squeeze on his shoulder. "Not to worry, Harry, you've been very useful. You did the right thing, and showed a great deal of school." He was silenced by the sudden cries that could be heard outside the tent. A young Auror suddenly poked his head through the tent flap. "Minister, Madam Bones, he's back. Longbottom just appeared." The adults all immediately hurried outside. Dumbledore sent Harry a last penetrating look, which Harry returned with a lightly raised eyebrow. Harry stood up quickly. There was nothing really wrong with him now, so with relative ease he slipped into his torn Triwizard robes, and with deliberate steps he strolled out into the dark grounds. There was a large crowd gathered around a figure, which Harry assumed had to be Longbottom's corpse. Pushing his way to the front, Harry almost lost his composure by what he saw. Neville was sat on the ground, Dumbledore leaning over him, whilst Fudge was rubbing his palms together nervously. Whilst the boy was covered in blood, his leg appeared broken and his eyes were bloodshot. He was very much alive, which to Harry at least made no sense. The Dark Lord surely wanted him dead. And Neville was a terrible duelist. There should have been no situation in which Neville survived the ritual. Someone suddenly grabbed his arm and he turned quickly. It was Moody, who looked just as concerned as he felt. Together the two of them escaped the crowd and hurried off to an empty portion of the stands. With several quick waves of his wand, the area was warded against disturbance. "How can this be, Potter?" Barty asked nervously, his eyes flickering back and forth at an alarming rate. "I don't know. Did the Dark Lord mention anything to you?" Nothing. How is he alive?" "I don't know, Barty, you had best get out. The portkey's back now. It wouldn't take too much investigation to discover it was you who created it." The impostor's eyes flashed widely before he nodded. He clasped Harry's hands in his worn, scarred ones and squeezed firmly. "I will return to our Lord, Luck Potter. Luck Barty." With speed that belied his crippled frame, the withered form of Mad-Eye Moody hurried towards the gates of the castle, his wooden leg swinging madly as he ran. As subtly as he could, Harry joined the crowds of students milling back towards the castle. Whilst he was sure that nothing he had done would be able to directly link itself to him, Harry was still very much concerned about the mere fact that the frustrating boy was still alive. Dumbledore clearly suspected him, and he wasn't sure how long he could manage under constant scrutiny without slipping up. As it turned out, Harry had been right to be concerned. The very next day it became apparent to Harry that Dumbledore was keeping a very close eye on him. Wherever he went, there were whispers in portraits, and many followed him around the castle, being remarkably unsubtle in their efforts. Where the portraits were unavailable, Dumbledore possessed many, far more covert servants. From time to time, Harry became quite convinced that he had caught sight of the great tennis ball-like eyes of house elves peering at him from behind. All in all, his last 2 weeks at Hogwarts had led to him becoming rather paranoid. He was on constant alert, and the never-ending fear of being spied upon was fraying at his nerves. The Ministry was denying the return of the Dark Lord, stating that Neville was simply deluded after all the trauma he had experienced during the trauma. They had wheeled several mind healers who were all in agreement that the best solution would be for Neville to seek professional help. 3 days before the end of term was to be the official prize giving for the tournament. The Ministry was apparently eager to get a great deal of press out of the fact that Hogwarts had won, and were planning some extravagant event. When the day finally dawned, Harry discovered that his guess of the Ministry milking the event for all it was worth was rather accurate. The great hall tables had been removed and replaced with rows and rows of seats, whilst a raised stage had been created for the legions of Ministry officials and representatives from all 3 schools who were appearing. Ladies, gentlemen, honored guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Hogwarts on this auspicious day," began Fudge. His robes were perfectly pressed, and his smile immaculate in the flash of all the press cameras around him. "Today, we have the very great pleasure of congratulating some of the very best wizards and witches in Europe. This year's tournament has been mired in controversy, and been the cause of much media and public excitement. Throughout all of this, our champions have remained level-headed, calm and intelligent. Therefore I think I speak for all of your respective nationalities when I call for us all to take part in a round of applause." The crowd burst into a rousing ovation. Fudge led from the front, clapping his hands enthusiastically, whilst still maintaining the idea that he was superior to those around him, as many politicians are wont to do. In 4th place in this year's competition, from Beauxbatons, is Fleur Delacour. Fleur gracefully stood up and accepted a certificate from Fudge with a broad smile, whilst the minister held her hand for slightly longer than was appropriate. 3rd place goes to Mr. Victor Krum, of Durmstrang. Krum slouched up to the stage looking surly and accepted the medal he was offered with a small smile. The crowd clapped loudly, and Fudge beamed for the cameras once more. Well, in 2nd place comes Neville Longbottom, who surprised everyone with his unexpected collection of the Triwizard Cup. The crowd cheered happily at the sight of the 2nd Hogwarts champion as he collected the silver plate for Fudge with a nervous smile. Longbottom had clearly been affected rather a lot by the incident with Riddle. He seemed constantly on edge, and if the dark bags under his eyes were any indication, he wasn't really sleeping. Fudge seemed unwilling to be too closely associated with Neville, shaking his hand for only a second before hastily hurrying through the presentation of his gifts. Harry supposed that with Fudge currently attempting to sideline Dumbledore and everything he stood for, Fudge's actions did at least make sense. And finally, our winner this year, also representing Hogwarts, is Mr. Harry Potter, our head boy and dueling champion. There were cheers from the crowd, and Harry smiled softly and he strode up to Fudge. The minister caught his hand in a vice-like grip, whilst his other arm went around Harry's shoulders, forcing the boy to face the cameras. With a friendly smile, the Hogwarts champion waved to the crowd, allowing Fudge this little opportunity to gain some positive publicity. Mr. Potter impressed us all with his truly remarkable abilities and quick thinking. He has remained in the lead for every one of the tasks he faced and stormed to victory in this tournament. Fudge smiled down at Harry as though he were an old friend, before turning and accepting the massive cup from an aide. With a great deal of flourish and pomp, the gold and silver cup was handed to the Hogwarts head boy, who accepted it with a broad grin. Turning to the crowd, he held the cup high over his head. There was a roar of approval from the Hogwarts students which shook the great hall and felt as if they might break the windows. Harry punched the air with the cup before turning back to the minister, who was calling for quiet. "Yes, yes. Well done, Mr. Potter," commented Fudge. However, not just through the course of this tournament, but throughout his entire magical education, and all his time in the magical world, Harry Potter has demonstrated intelligence, bravery and goodness of spirit. He had worked hard to remove the stain that has been left upon his family's name due to the actions of his father, and for this, I applaud him. Harry had no idea what was happening. Fudge had mentioned none of this. He briefly looked up at the minister and stopped, a frown appearing on his face. But only just. The minister was looking like the cat who caught the canary, a smile across his round face. In recognition of Mr. Potter's achievements, contributions and dedication over the last 7 years, it has been decided that the Potter family seat on the Wizengamot shall be reinstated to Harry, effective immediately. Harry's impressive occlumency shields very nearly broke. He was in shock, amazed that Fudge would do something like this. "Congratulations, Harry, and thank you for everything. I hope a long career in politics is ahead of you," Fudge said with a small wink. Harry blinked slowly, before plastering a grateful expression on his face and firmly shaking the minister's hand once more, smiling for the cameras. As he walked back to his seat, the heavy Triwizard Cup held firmly in his hand, Harry never noticed the group at the back of the hall who were watching him with a degree of trepidation. Dumbledore sighed in frustration at Fudge's antics. If the minister believed that adding Harry to the Wizengamot would gain him a new seat, well, the man was clearly delusional. Next to him, he saw Black and the real Moody displaying more visible disapproval, whilst Amelia Bones was watching the boy skeptically, still not entirely convinced by Dumbledore's accusations at the boy. 4 days later, Harry was back in London. For the first time since he could remember, his future was not set out for him. He didn't have Mrs. Phelps ordering him about, nor did he have school. Whilst he knew that his ties to the Dark Lord would limit some of his options, he was still relishing in his new freedom. He looked up at the clock. He was due to be meeting with Riddle shortly. Harry hoped in order to perform the purging ritual, as well as strategize for the future. With a muffled sigh, the raven-haired man rose and stepped out onto the street. It was a lovely June day. The sun was beating down on his head, whilst a light breeze played with his short hair. With a simple motion, Harry drew his wand and turned, vanishing into the void. Where he appeared, Harry had no idea. It was on the side of an unkempt hillside. Beyond the hill, he saw a small town bustling below him, a church spire rising well above the rest of the buildings. Behind him, Harry discovered what he had come for, a tall manor house. Once it must have been magnificent, however now it seemed rather run down. Green moss grew on the white paintwork, and several windows had been smashed and hastily boarded up. Harry took a few steps forward cautiously, but to his surprise he could feel no wards defending the property. "Quite a place, isn't it, Potter?" came a voice from the door. Harry looked up and nodded at the speaker. Evan Rosier was leaning against the doorframe, his dense frame looking completely at ease. "It's certainly something," Harry replied noncommittally. Rosier chuckled and nodded, before waving Harry forward. "Come on, the Dark Lord is waiting for you." "What happened on the night of the third task?" he asked. Rosier shook his head with a frown. "I won't tell you, but you will be pleased to know that everything went according to plan, except of course that the Longbottom shit somehow managed to survive." Harry chuckled and followed the elder man through the long corridors of the impressive building. They reached a small door, and Rosier hesitated with his hand upon the handle. "Potter, Harry, I feel I should warn you, the man waiting for you is not the man you met before. Behind this door waits the Dark Lord from 15 years ago. You will find him far less forgiving than you may be used to." "I understand," Harry replied with a small nod. Rosier dipped his head and pushed open the door. Inside was a magnificent room. The far wall was made of floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the afternoon sunshine poured through, bathing the room in warm light. A long table was in the middle, each place filled by a Death Eater, whilst at the head of the table sat the Dark Lord. It was immediately clear that this was not the same Dark Lord that Harry knew. Voldemort had lost all of his casual elegance. Instead he was sat, leaning forward slightly, a cruel smirk on his face, his red eyes radiating malice. Harry thought he understood what was meant by Rosier when he spoke of a lack of forgiveness. "Evan, Harry. Come in, sit down." The Dark Lord's voice was soft, cruel and hinted at amusement. With confident steps, Harry followed Harry to what he now viewed as his customary seat, next to Rosier, just one place away from the Dark Lord, and opposite Barty. Voldemort began the meeting quickly, explaining to his assembled followers what had happened when he fought Longbottom, both in the graveyard where the ritual had occurred, and when the boy's savior was just a baby. Indeed, it appeared that this new Dark Lord was rather fond of his own voice. For half an hour he regaled them with tales of his strength, praising some of his followers and punishing others with liberal uses of the Cruciatus Curse. At 3 o'clock, the assembled Death Eaters were dismissed, although Harry, Evan and Lucius were held behind. "My friends, you have all proven yourselves to me," the Dark Lord began. "Therefore, as a token of my pleasure, I offer you the opportunity to undergo a ritual. This ritual will purge away the corruption of dark magic from your souls, returning your mental state to that of a true light wizard." Harry smiled slightly. "Will any of you accept my gift?" Harry nodded and stepped forward. Behind him he felt the other two mirror his actions. "Excellent, then my friends, follow me." "My lord, will you not undergo the ritual yourself?" Harry asked. Keeping his tone calm, the Dark Lord sneered. "Of course not, I see no reason to. Are you suggesting I am deficient, Potter? The color irises bore down on the boy angrily. No, my lord, merely I understood you had searched for this ritual for your own benefit. The Dark Lord looked a little appeased. You are correct, I had thought to use it for myself. Nevertheless, my power now is without equal, my strength of will can overcome the effects of the corruption. My lord, it would be wise to rid yourself of all imperfections, thus allowing you to focus on your goals. Harry suggested. As soon as he said it, he regretted his words. Crucio. Harry had never experienced the torture curse before, and as soon as the spell struck him, he prayed he never felt it again. The pain was agonizing, as though his every nerve was on fire. He held in his screams as long as possible, but it was impossible. There was nothing in the world comparable to the agony he felt now. After 20 seconds he felt the spell be lifted and he lay on the floor panting, his throat feeling raw and his limbs spasming with his every heartbeat. Dimly he became aware of the Dark Lord's voice above him. In the future, Potter, perhaps you will not suggest me to be imperfect, it would be unpleasant for you. Apologies, my lord. Harry gasped out, slowly rising to his feet. Despite your impertinence, your suggestion has merit. I will undergo the ritual. Harry nodded, clasping his shaking hands behind his back. Together, the four of them made their way through the house and up the stairs to the first floor. The Dark Lord had evidently prepared the room for the ritual. Harry saw many runes and rune clusters painted on the floor, whilst a ritual circle had been created on the floor, in the middle of which sat a bronze goblet. 0. The ritual was remarkably simple, and took only minutes. When it was complete, Harry felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. His mind seemed to be free. Whilst he had felt fine before, now he felt better. No longer was there a constant anger bubbling in the pit of his mind, it was magnificent. The Dark Lord clearly felt it far more strongly than he did. Indeed, in addition to the mental changes, the irises of his eyes, which had been blood red, reverted to their previous slate gray, and he stood taller. I do apologize, Harry. The Dark Lord offered, and I thank you. It was no problem. Now we are all complete, and I am in my right mind. I feel we should all have a talk. Began Riddle, his blue eyes on the three sat behind his desk. Harry, you may choose what you wish to do. You may take a seat in the Wizengamot, help mold the nation into how we want it, or you may give your seat to one of my followers as a proxy, and work elsewhere. It is thanks to you that I am whole, therefore this is my reward. Harry didn't comment on how not forcing him into a career was a gift, instead nodding appreciatively. I will join the Wizengamot, he finally said, fingers steepled before his face. It seems the most elegant future. Riddle nodded once. Excellent, Lucius, you shall assist Harry as he needs it, though I am sure it will not take too much effort on your part. Lucius nodded immediately. As you say, my lord, the Wizengamot meets on Thursday, Mr. Potter. However, I recommend you attend in a spectator role only. It would not do for you to enter politics unprepared. When you do feel ready, it is customary for each new arrival to make a short speech. This needn't be world-changing, however most members will judge you on it, therefore I suggest you think wisely on what you shall say. I understand. What time on Thursday shall I make myself present? Harry asked, his tone interested and his attention fully focused on the man before him. The meeting shall start at 9, however, it is the first meeting of the new political year, so I would arrive early. There tends to be a greater interest in the first meetings. Lucius proceeded to drill Harry in the things he should look out for, which factions existed in each party, who was popular or unpopular in their parties, and other essential knowledge. Harry nodded several times where appropriate and asked a few pertinent questions, but other than that remained silent, listening intently. When he finally returned home late that afternoon, it was to discover that Miranda was already waiting for him. She listened in interest as he described the meeting, and her eyes widened in concern when she learned he had been subjected to the Cruciatus. But the ritual worked? She asked. The Dark Lord is no longer affected? Harry shrugged. I don't know. Certainly he seemed far more like himself than he had done previously. I think it's safe to say it has had a strong effect, though I can't be sure how long it will last. Miranda nodded slowly in understanding. What of the ministry? You surely do not plan to join straight away. Harry laughed slightly. Merlin's beard, no. Lucius suggested spending the first several meetings in the observer's chambers, to simply learn how the Wizengamot functions. I watched a few of their meetings. It is tremendously dull. Perhaps if you liven things up a little I will watch some more. Harry grinned and pulled her in for a hug. Liven things up? Madam, this is politics. The last thing we want is for it to be fun? Miranda sneered at him. Before pushing her nose into the crook of his neck with a loud sigh, Harry smirked broadly. Early that Thursday morning, Harry found himself in an old phone booth that he was told was the visitor's entrance to the Ministry of Magic. With careful fingers, he stamped in the code, and with a huge groaning creak, the door began to slide down. The descent lasted a long time. The loud coughing rattle seemed to vibrate his very bones, and when the grilled doors finally slid open, Harry was very relieved to step out into the opulence of the Ministry welcoming hall. With deliberate steps, Harry strode through the hall to the security desk to check in. The portly man behind the desk looked tired. In one hand he held a scroll of parchment, and the other a steaming mug of coffee. Evidently the early hour was taking its toll on him. "Good morning, sir." Harry greeted respectfully. He got a nod of the head back in reply. "I am here to observe the Wizengamot meeting. I understand it is being held this morning?" The man finally spoke in a gruff tone. "ATS right. Observers are on the 3rd floor. I'll need a wand." Harry nodded and held the thin stick of yew out to the man. He took it carefully and placed it on what appeared to be an old-fashioned set of the scales. There was a dull buzz before a strip of parchment shot out of a narrow slit. The security wizard caught it with practiced ease. "You and Phoenix Feather?" Harry nodded. "And you are Mr. Harry Potter?" Again, Harry nodded and the man seemed satisfied. He handed Harry back his wand, as well as a badge. Harry looked down at it for a moment with raised eyebrows. It read, "Harry Potter, political visionary." With a shake of his head, Harry pinned the black disc to his robes and headed over to the bank of waiting lifts. There was a very short queue, and before long he found himself inside the golden gates and making his loud progress up to the 2nd floor. Level 2. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Came a cheerful female voice. Harry stepped out and found himself in a busy section of the ministry. Wizards and witches in the robes of the Auror Corps were stood and sat in deep concentration, whilst others were apparently swamped by mountains of paperwork. Harry looked around, but saw nothing that would indicate a place for observation of the Wizengamot. "Are you lost, young man?" came a deep rich voice. Harry looked around and saw a huge black Auror looking at him kindly. Harry put an embarrassed half-smile on his face. "I'm not sure. I was told this is the correct place to come if I wished to observe the Wizengamot today." The wizard nodded brightly. "Aha, a politician, eh?" He laughed deeply. "Gibbs." The last words were shouted loudly, and a young fresh-faced wizard hurried forward. "Yes, Auror Shacklebolt?" he asked. Given his limited knowledge of the Auror department, Harry guessed he must have been a rookie. "Mr." He looked at Harry's name tag, and his eyes widened briefly. "Mr. Potter wishes to watch today's Gamut meet. Please show him to the observation room." Gibbs nodded and indicated for Harry to follow. "So, Mr. Potter, do you have an interest in politics?" the man asked. "I do, but I thought it wise to know what I was getting myself into before setting anything in stone." The young man nodded. "I could never do politics. I get tongue-tied far too easily." Harry chuckled and nodded. "Well, many would argue that the Aurors are a far more important aspect of the government than the Wizengamot," he argued. Gibbs blushed slightly and smiled. "I think you'll go far in politics, you flatterer." He laughed. Harry waved off the comment, and the two briefly walked in silence, before long reaching a plain black door. "Right through here, Mr. Potter," Gibbs instructed. Harry nodded his thanks and twisted the knob, entering the darker room inside. There were already several people waiting inside. From the looks of them, many were reporters, although others looked to be merely interested members of the public. The observation room was high up on the back wall of the Wizengamot Hall. Before him, Harry could see hundreds of benches lined up, arranged like a Greek auditorium. At the front of the hall stood a pedestal, with 3 main seats and a dozen smaller seats arranged behind. The room was mainly empty, although several of the seats had begun to fill up. Every now and then, a wizard in the traditional robes would stride through the door, wave to a few of their acquaintances and take a seat. Harry briefly looked down at his watch. It was still only 8:10, another 50 minutes until anything began. Harry casually ran his hand through his hair, briefly considering the fact that he needed a haircut, before taking one of the many vacant seats in the front row. from where he was able to observe the entire hall with ease. Sitting back in a relaxed pose, Harry casually watched as the hall began to fill up. By 8:45, the trickle of bodies entering the hall had become more of a stream. Harry watched with interest that everyone present appeared to have their own set seats, and given what he knew of certain members of the Wizengamo's allegiance, he quickly realized that they sat according to their parties. The BPP, as the ruling party, sat in the middle, their members all wearing gray cloaks. It was fairly obvious that they were the largest party in the room. To the left, the black-clad traditionalists seemed to be far more alert. At the front of the group sat Lucius Malfoy. Harry watched as he politely greeted a member of his party, and got engrossed in a debate. On the opposite side of the hall sat the blue-cloaked progressives. Unlike the other groups in the hall, many of them seemed ill at ease with the company they sat in, and Harry was interested to see several individuals in what appeared to be heated arguments. On the fringes of the hall were a number of smaller groups. The colors of their cloaks appeared a kaleidoscope of color. Reds, purples and greens were but a small fraction. With a scrape and rustle of cloaks, Harry watched as the assembled wizards and witches rose to their feet. At the front of the hall, Dumbledore, Fudge and a dozen aides strode into the hall. The Minister and Chief Warlock took their seats in two of the three high-backed chairs, whilst the scribes and secretaries sat behind them. Dumbledore stood up and walked to the front. Wizards and witches, members of this esteemed governing bodies, please sit. The hall sat. I, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, hereby call this, the first meeting of the 382nd year of this government into session. He stopped speaking for a moment, pulling a long sheaf of parchment out of his robes. The first item on today's agenda is as follows. Following last year's spate of Muggle dragon sightings, the Dragon Keepers Guild have requested an increase in their funding so that they might increase the warding around their preserves. There was a mutter of interest from a few members. Harry watched in interest as a member of Fudge's party stood up to go against the motion, only to be countered by one of Dumbledore's lackeys. Whilst at first he was fascinated by the arguments, he quickly realized how dull this all was. After an hour of the Wizengamot meeting having begun, they were still only on item number 2. A proposal from the Department of Magical Transportation to restrict access to Muggle fireplaces. At 1 o'clock, there was a break of lunch, and after that, the meet resumed. Harry watched in awe as Dumbledore argued. The man was brilliant, his points clear and logical. It appeared no one in the hall could match him, although Lucius Malfoy held his own against the headmaster on several occasions. Eventually, at 4 o'clock, the list was eventually abandoned for the day, and the time arrived for individual members to propose arguments. The first man who stood up was a mousy-haired man from the Progressives. The Wizengamot recognizes Mr. Diggle, called Fudge. The man bowed shortly. Assembled wizards and witches. He called in a magically magnified voice, I am here to address a matter of grave national security. There was a rumble of interest. Evidence exists which proves the return of the Dark Wizard. You know who. This government must act in order to prevent our own destruction. The man was drowned out as loud calls of support and anger were heard throughout the hall. With a wave of his wand, one of the oars guarding the room made a noise like a gun, which gradually silenced the room. Mr. Diggle has a right to be heard. Dumbledore called from the front of the hall. Diggle nodded. I propose we send ministry teams to investigate all possible leads of his return, as well as send envoys to the giants, werewolves and vampires. Most importantly, I propose an immediate and substantial increase in the funding for the Auror Corps, so we might better fight this Dark Lord. The hall became overwhelmed by the shouts and cries of the members. Diggle stood proudly, nodding his head to the Chief Warlock before sitting. Harry watched in interest as much of Dumbledore's own party appeared unhappy with the proposals. A furious-looking Fudge stood from his seat. Thank you, Mr. Diggle, for your proposal. The Wizengamot recognizes Lucius Malfoy. Lucius stood, looking as suave as ever, and bowed respectfully. Minister, Chief Warlock, Mr. Diggle, the only evidence that supports these ridiculous claims are the accounts of a traumatized 14-year-old boy. I ask Mr. Diggle if he believes the spending of millions of galleons is required every time a teenager makes up a story? There were laughs around the hall and Diggle blushed red. Furthermore, continued Malfoy, Mr. Diggle's suggestion of an increase to Auror funding is not only unnecessary, but it is also ill-considered and offered without thought. This country does not have the financial stability to divert large sums towards the Aurors. I ask Mr. Diggle to tell us which departments should lose funding to pursue his wild goose chase. There were cheers of support, not just from Malfoy's traditionalists, but also from the BPP, and several of the fringe members clearly agreed. Dumbledore stood up, and eventually silence was restored. Whilst Mr. Malfoy speaks well, and raises excellent points, the fact stands that Mr. Longbottom has seen Lord Voldemort, has fought Lord Voldemort, and witnessed a powerful ritual which he underwent. We have pensive memories in addition to the boy's testimony. The evidence is too strong to merely overlook. The aged headmaster's voice was reasonable, and many of his supporters clapped in the conclusion of his speech. The argument carried on for much of the rest of the meeting, and it quickly became apparent that Dumbledore was losing. Lucius provided many eloquent arguments stressing the state of the economy and declaring that any hasty action would bankrupt the nation. Fudge discredited much of Neville's evidence, and after 2 more hours of debate, it became apparent that the progressives were fracturing over the point, splitting approximately down the middle over who supported who. When Harry eventually returned home at 7 o'clock that evening, he was exhausted. Whilst much of it was dull work, Harry couldn't deny that he had been fascinated by many of the arguments he had witnessed, and found himself eager to take part in such debates himself. All in due time, he cautioned himself, it would not do to act before he knew exactly how the game was played. July melded into August seamlessly, and after almost a month of studying the power plays and format of Wizengamot meets, Harry finally felt ready to take part instead of merely observing. I don't think the ending is suitable, Miranda informed him. He had been reciting the speech he would be expected to give as a first-time member, and whilst he thought she had been far more interested in the copy of Witch Weekly, apparently she had been able to leave one ear open. What's wrong with the ending? Harry asked as he scanned the parchment in front of him for the fault the B.O.N.D. had found. Well, your tone seems to change. It starts off fairly neutral, then suddenly gets accusatory towards the end. You can't seriously plan to attack important ministry officials on your first day, can you? She asked, her eyes still glued on the magazine on her lap. Fine, you're right. I suppose alienating myself on day 1 would probably go down poorly. Of course I'm right. Why don't you leave it open-ended? Harry frowned at the thought. By keeping the tone open, he could start a debate over his words, which would likely create more interest in what he had said. That is a fine idea, thank you. The girl simply smiled up at him sweetly before returning to the far more interesting article on. Harry craned his neck to read over her shoulder and rolled his eyes. The far more interesting article on Celestina Warbeck's inspiration for her 3rd album. The two sat together in silence, the only sound being the scratching of Harry's quill as he altered the closing of his speech to make it less aggressive and more likely to interest other members of the government. Done, he announced as the clock struck 2. Miranda looked up and held her hand out, one eyebrow slightly raised. Harry smirked and handed across the sheet, watching her intently as her eyes scanned the page. It's good, not groundbreaking, but it shouldn't upset too many people. You don't propose anything too radical, at least. Harry bowed his head. The lady flatters me, he said in a sickly sweet tone. A slap on the arm was all he got for his troubles. What did you expect, for me to burst into tears? It's a speech on ministry finance, not a ballad on lost love and heartbreak. Harry conceded this with a grin. Whilst he hoped he had avoided making it too stuffy, the girl did have a point. The afternoon was gorgeous. Harry had opened the wide windows and a gentle breeze was running through his freshly cut hair. The noises of people shopping in the alley across from the apartment were muffled. Harry took a sip from his glass of water as he reread the speech, in his mind imagining delivering it to the hundreds of witches and wizards. Harry was sat in the back row of the Wizengamot Hall. As he hadn't officially chosen a party yet, he wore robes of no affiliation as he waited for Fudge to announce his presence. It had been a dull day so far. No discussions of particularly interesting topics, only the debate over the standardization of cauldron thickness, which had apparently been the cause of some contention for over a year. Members of the Wizengamot. Fudge called as the list for the day was finally finished. Harry looked up. This could be it. We have a new member joining our ranks today, following the reinstatement of his family seat. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Harry Potter to the Wizengamot. There was a small round of applause for him, as Harry stood and bowed to Fudge and Dumbledore. Taking a deep breath, the youngest member of the Wizengamot mentally sent a prayer up to whoever was watching over him and began to speak. Minister, Chief Warlock, and honorable members of this assembly, I would like to thank Minister Fudge for his words of welcome. as well as all of you for the kindness which has been shown to me since I arrived here. On this, the first of what I hope is many addresses to you all, I wish to address what seems to be an alarming trend which exists within our ministry. He paused and looked around. Everyone who he could see appeared to be listening with mild interest, which he thought could only be a good thing. In the past month, since the Wizengamot began for this year, I have heard many reports and accounts of the poor state of the ministry's financial situation, yet none have provided sensible suggestions on the correct action to take on the matter. I may be inexperienced in these hallowed halls, yet I feel maybe I can provide a solution. He looked around, and noted that he had gained the attention of much of the hall. He focused on remembering the next words of his address before continuing. There are many departments of the ministry which are, quite frankly, far overstaffed. The most glaring example I can think of would be the Centaur Liaison Office. Whilst of course, all intelligent magical creatures deserve representation within our government, I ask whether or not it is strictly necessary to employ 22 full-time wizards and witches, especially since in the office's entire 138-year history, not one centaur has passed through its offices, or even filed a report. There were mutters around the hall, and a few small laughs. The list of apparently overstaffed departments is significant, and whilst many do indeed do sterling work, I ask whether it is necessary to divert hundreds of thousands of galleons towards offices which could survive with a fraction of the budget. Whilst perhaps Mr. Diggle would prefer us to use the saved galleons on funding his wild chimera chase, there were several laughs from around the entire hall. Even Fudge cracked a wide smile. I would instead propose that by saving this money, we could lower the tax rates this government imposes on its people, encouraging growth in the commercial market, and easing the burden so many less well-off families struggle with in our current system. I again stress that I am no expert in these matters. However, I believe the time has come for action in helping our nation, rather than simply pointless rhetoric. When he finished, he felt the tense knot in his stomach begin to uncoil. Around the hall applause began to sound out. He looked at Lucius and saw the bee-owned man nodding in approval. Fudge was beaming at him with a look of familial pride. Even Dumbledore appeared surprised at the nature of his address. After a few minutes the hall began to slowly quieten down, and Fudge once again rose to his feet. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I ask you now to join those in this hall with which you would like to be associated. Harry bowed to him once more, before joining Lucius and the other traditionalists on the left-hand side of the hall. He saw what appeared to be surprise flit over the minister's face and smirked. Did the man expect Harry to join his party of sycophants? He shook his head as he greeted the wizard who he had sat down next to, a man he vaguely remembered, Cyrus Greengrass, father of Daphne in Slytherin. Fudge quickly regained his composure and looked around the hall. Does anyone have any responses to Mr. Potter's suggestions? He asked loudly. There was silence, before the scraping of chair legs could be heard as a few men stood up. The Wizengamot recognizes Mr. Lucius Malfoy, called Fudge. Thank you, Minister. I address this hall in support of Mr. Potter's claims. The man may be young, but he has provided an intelligent suggestion of what should be done. Perhaps some fresh blood has done this body well, a new insight, new perspective on affairs. The youth are often described as people of action, and Mr. Potter lends credence to these claims. He bowed, before sitting down to the applause of his supporters. Does anyone here have issue with Mr. Potter's suggestion? Asked Fudge. There was an extended moment of silence, however. Just before Fudge opened his mouth to speak again, Dumbledore rose. Whilst I do of course support the easing of others' burdens, I must ask whether the method proposed by Mr. Potter is correct. Whilst many offices indeed could be downsized, what would happen to those who lose their jobs? What would happen if we downsized a department mere days before its services became sorely needed? Whilst the economy requires urgent attention, I beg the hall not to be hasty, but instead to think through each and every potential implication of our decisions. Thank you. There was scattered applause, and whilst Harry knew he was taking a risk, he stood up and presented himself to Fudge. The minister sent him a smile before indicating his permission to speak. Chief Warlock Dumbledore is of course correct. Every decision we make has potential consequences. However, I ask this, whilst he would have us debate and ponder every potential outcome of every decision, the people outside of these halls are suffering, and every day we delay their assistance is an insult to the hardships they suffer. There was a loud round of applause as Harry sat down, from well over 3/4 of the hall, and the boy allowed a small smile to cross his face. The debate continued on for another half an hour. However, it appeared that Dumbledore's pleas of patience were falling on deaf ears, and when Fudge finally proposed the drafting of a bill for limited downsizing of the ministry, it was supported by a large majority. Harry smiled, whilst he had hoped to make his name known to the members of the Wizengamot with his speech. Having it progress to a bill was certainly unexpected, though without doubt a great achievement. It was just past 6 o'clock when the meet finally came to an end. Harry smiled and shook hands with all of the witches and wizards who wanted a word, both from his party and from others. He even said a few words to the waiting journalists, keeping his statements short and concise, making sure what he said could not be spun into false ideas. Following the excessive meet and greet, it was nearly 7 by the time he finally returned home. He was tired and hungry, and when he entered through the flow, it was to the smell of delicious cooking. "How was it?" Miranda asked from her seat on the sofa. Harry grinned tiredly and sat beside her. "Exhausting, but good, I think." The speech seemed to go over well. "Well done. Minnie's making chicken for supper. I hope that's all right." Harry smiled and nodded. "Sounds excellent. I'm starving." As he spoke, his tummy rumbled loudly. Miranda giggled and set aside the forms she had been reviewing. "I had thought you might be having supper with one of your new party members." Harry groaned theatrically. "It was certainly offered, but frankly I thought I might just pass out at the table. I am having lunch at Malfoy Manor with a few members tomorrow. You are invited if you like." The bee owned frowned for a brief moment. "That should be possible. It is looking to be a very quiet day at the office tomorrow. I suppose I could take the afternoon off." Harry smiled and gave her a small smile. "Thank you. The idea of socializing with all those politicians without some moral support sounds terrifying." "You'd best get used to it." Miranda laughed, and Harry held the back of his hand to his forehead in a fake swoon. "Don't remind me." He smiled. "How was work today?" The bee owned sighed and moved a lock of hair behind her ear. "Nothing special, though how I am supposed to balance the Auror's costs when Fudge keeps to trying to cut their budget and they keep on overspending is a mystery." She leant into his side before picking up her stack of forms. Harry looked over her shoulder at the charts of numbers, but quickly gave up. The files of numbers might as well have been gobbledygook for all the sense they made. The pair sat in silence for a while, Harry absently playing with a lock of the bee own's hair, whilst she frowned and cursed at her papers. Before too long, Minnie announced supper to be ready and invited the two of them to the dining table. Harry stood and helped Miranda up. The meal looked delicious, and Harry's hungry stomach rumbled again as he looked at the spread. They ate in silence, and when Harry had finally polished off his second helping, Miranda looked at him with a smirk. "You look dead on your feet, Potter. If you are supposed to be having a formal lunch tomorrow, I recommend getting some sleep." Harry rolled his eyes, but agreed. He did feel pretty drowsy. With slow steps he dragged his weary body towards the bed and changed into his pajamas. Before sliding into the soft cotton sheets, he was asleep within minutes of his head hitting the pillow. Harry slept in late the next day, briefly waking up when Miranda left to work, but closing his eyes and falling asleep soon afterwards. Indeed, he slept so late that at around midday he was awoken by his treacherous girlfriend pouring a glass of water over his head. He spluttered, hurling himself with impressive speed out of the icy wet sheets. Turning, he gave Miranda a look of betrayal, which she ignored, before hurrying through a shower and dressing in what he hoped would be adequately formal robes. With a roar of the elaborate fireplace, Harry and Miranda stepped into the Malfoys' greeting room, where they were at once greeted by Narcissa and Draco. Harry smiled and kissed the elder witch's cheek before offering his hand to Draco. The fifth-year student seemed surprised to see him, but evidently his lessons in etiquette had been drilled into him for far too long, as he said nothing, only nodding his head politely. "Harry, Miss Rookwood, welcome, welcome," greeted Lucius Malfoy as they stepped through into a lavish drawing room. Harry bowed his head slightly. "Lucius, thank you for your invitation," he offered politely. "Of course, think nothing of it," the man replied with an elegant wave of his hand. Harry bowed his head again. "Miss Rookwood, I don't believe you know everyone here," the elder Malfoy stated crisply. "Allow me to make some introductions." "Thank you. That would be nice. Miranda Rookwood, might I introduce Mr. William Knott, Mr. Alex Montague, Mr. Valentine Gibbon and Mr. Thorfinn Rowell." Miranda politely greeted the four elegantly clad men with all the charm in the world, whilst Harry merely shook the men's hands. having already met the members of Lucius' political inner circle the evening before. As lunch got underway, Harry surprised himself by actually enjoying the meal. The food was as delicious as could be expected from such a family as the Malfoys, whilst the conversation was also thoroughly entertaining, evidently with the wives and girlfriends in attendance. This meal was merely to solidify friendships rather than discuss politics. Harry found himself sat between Amanda Rowell and Bethany Montague. It was clear the two women were close friends, and Harry enjoyed the casual exchange of conversation. As the pudding was eventually cleared off the plates, Lucius stood up from the head of the table. "I hope you will excuse me, my friends, however I wish to make a quick toast to Harry Potter, the latest addition to the Traditionalist family." The others assembled at the table laughed, but raised their goblets and spoke the words. Harry nodded his head in gratitude. Very briefly, Harry made eye contact with Lucius, and with a startling clarity, Harry realized exactly what the veteran statesman was doing. Harry was being introduced to the table not as a new member of the party, but as someone who held influence. The elder Malfoy was clearly sending a message to his closest advisors that Harry could be trusted, and he was incredibly grateful. After the meal was over, Lucius made a quick announcement. "Ladies, if you would forgive me for speaking politics, I would be incredibly grateful." There was some laughter and Harry smiled. "Gentlemen, the time has come for our party to become rather more proactive. We've done little to advance our cause in these last few years, but now that must change. I hope you are all prepared to act in this coming year." Of the assembled men sitting at the table, it was clear that only Alex Montague was unaware of the Dark Lord's return. He was looking between Harry and Lucius, clearly thinking that Harry was the cause of this new direction for the party. PPA Breath of Fresh Air, by Thomas Audley, political correspondent. The 1st of August yesterday marked the beginning of young Harry Potter's political career in the Wizengamot. My readers will recall that following Mr. Potter's victory in the Triwizard Tournament, Minister Fudge returned to him his seat in recognition of all that he has achieved during his 7 years of magical education. Whilst many budding politicians opt for a neutral entry speech, Mr. Potter decided to address the matter of ministry spending head-on, to widespread support from the other members. Mr. Lucius Malfoy, head of the Traditionalist Party, which Mr. Potter has now joined, spoke to me briefly following yesterday's meet. "I am very pleased to have Harry join us and look forward to a strong partnership and friendship in the future." Whilst the bill proposed by Mr. Potter is very minor, the man in question has hopes that it may pave the groundwork for more substantial reform. Kant. On page 3, Call 2. PP Traditionalists support BPP in education reform. By Emma Riley, educational correspondent, the 4th of August. When Minister Fudge announced 2 days ago that he has plans for increasing the ministry's involvement in the Hogwarts educational system, it was met with a deal of skepticism, both within the Wizengamot and from the public at large. Many of the readers of this paper believe that Hogwarts should be self-governing. However, this morning, Lucius Malfoy announced his party's support for the proposal. For an institution as important as Hogwarts to have near total autonomy is absurd. The public and the government have a right to know what happens within its ancient halls, and to ensure that the quality of education remains as high as it has for these past years. Whilst this reporter is concerned about the government taking over the education system, Educational Decree No. 22 does make sense. Allowing the ministry to appoint teachers when the headmaster fails may help to prevent ill-prepared teachers taking the post. PP Ministry Reform Bill passes by Thomas Audley, political correspondent. The 10th of August, following Harry Potter's suggestions of a reduction in the ministry's size, the young traditionalist politician has been working hard with the ministry legislators to create a bill to achieve his aims. The Ministry Reform Act is small, resulting in the downsizing of 11 ministry offices, and the termination of only 50 ministry jobs. However, Mr. Potter is enthusiastic for the future. "I am ecstatic to have had this bill passed. The ministry have tried to maintain its unnecessarily large size and influence even as the economy dwindled. I strong belief a strong, efficient ministry is best for all the people." Kant. Page 11. Call 1 PP Miranda Rookwood wows at Ministry Gala. By Suzanne McNabb, August 27, with her boyfriend being Harry Potter, 18, a rising star within the Wizengamot. There exists a lot of pressure on Miranda Rookwood, 21, to support him whilst at the same time maintaining her difficult position within the ministry. However, impress she did, wearing a stunning marine gladrags gown. The gorgeous B. Owned was looking radiant at last night's ministry-funded St. Mungo's fundraising gala. PP the new man of the people, Thomas Audley, political correspondent. September 18. Following his offering of full support towards Minister Fudge's declaration to bring oversight over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry Potter has gone from strength to strength. Whilst many of his suggestions in the Wizengamot have been shot down, Mr. Potter has continued to make no secret of his desire to help the people of the magical Britain. "If I make enemies," Mr. Potter said to me yesterday, "then that proves I am stepping on toes, getting noticed and hopefully making an impression. I knew there would be controversy. This country has allowed itself to settle into this cycle of acceptance. I ask for the people to question their ministry, to expect results, for only then do we have democracy." Strong words indeed. P.P. Potter accused of hypocrisy, Thomas Audley, political correspondent. October 27. Yesterday evening, Mr. Pius Thickness, one of the Progressives' most influential figures, and deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, accused Mr. Harry Potter, trad. of hypocrisy. Harry Potter, for months now, has been swanning around, declaring himself to be a man of the people and suggesting he is following the will of the public. Yet was he elected? Have the public been asked for their opinion? Until Mr. Potter allows the public to choose him for their representative, he will have to forgive me if I do not consider him a true, people's politician. As of this moment, Mr. Potter has declined to comment on the issue. Nevertheless, a source close to him has stated that Mr. Potter is deeply offended by these accusations. With ministry elections only 3 months away, Mr. Lucius Malfoy will soon discover if the new proactive direction Mr. Potter has led his party in has been successful. Kant. Page 3. PP. Harry sat behind his desk late on the night of Friday, November 3rd and blinked tiredly. He had been in the ministry all day, and had spent most of it reading through mind-meltingly dull ministry appraisal forms. Whilst spearheading the effort for a smaller ministry was a very effective way to expand his public image, Harry couldn't help but think that there had to be better ways of going about it. Every time he recommended scaling down a department, he was forced to listen to the declarations of the members of said department, all of whom strongly believed that the work they did was integral to ministry functioning. It was exhausting. Whilst Harry still very much disliked the headmaster, he was very impressed that the man had managed to keep on top of his work as headmaster, chief warlock and as supreme mugwump of the ICW. With a sigh, Harry put the parchment into one of the drawers of his desk, stretching widely in his chair and stood up. He briefly caught hold of the wood as he felt lightheaded after sitting down for so long before he walked to the door of his office. Walking through the empty halls of the ministry, Harry made his way towards the ranks of fireplaces in order to make his way home. "Good night, Mr. Potter," offered the night guard. "Good night, William." Harry returned with a nod. With a cry of his home, Harry found himself spun away through the flow, stepping out moments later into the small living room he shared with Miranda. The lights were all dimmed and Harry guiltily looked at the clock. It was 12:35, and Harry presumed Miranda would already be asleep. Stepping as lightly as possible, Harry made his way into the kitchen and opened one of the cupboards, rifling through the contents whilst he searched for something to eat. His hand grasped a pumpkin pasty, and quickly he ripped off the cover, munching slowly on the fleshy meat within. After washing up after himself, he tiptoed through the hall to his bedroom, whereupon he quickly changed and slid in between the sheets, wincing with every creak the bed made. Eventually he fell into a comfortable position and closed his eyes, falling asleep quickly in his tired state. The next morning, he awoke early. The sun was shining through the wide windows, and the muffled sounds of early shoppers could be heard. Beside him, he felt Miranda stir, and turned to greet her. "What time did you get in last night?" the newly awakened girl asked. "Late. I didn't wake you, did I?" Harry replied. She shook her head no. "Fortunately not. If you ruined my sleep, you would have been made aware." Harry grinned, rolling his eyes. Miranda yawned broadly, watching him as he rolled out of bed. "Why are you getting up?" she asked, blinking at him blearily. "I need to send some letters," Harry replied vaguely. Miranda sneered at him. "It's Saturday, Potter. Even the great people's politician has weekends off." Harry chuckled at the nickname. "This is true. I suppose I could postpone writing those letters for a little while." He turned on his heel and returned to his girlfriend. The sun was somewhat higher in the sky when he did eventually dress. "PP, my dear Harry, that is a very generous offer. Thank you ever so much. I will have to meet you to discuss it all in more detail, but I love the sound of getting a job with you. You described it as mostly administrative work, as well as organizing your schedule and the like, which is all fine. Would it be possible to meet with you this week? Whenever you are available is fine. The joy of being unemployed is that I have a lot of time on my hands. Much love, Olivia. Harry's eyes skimmed over the short note and he smiled. He had been in rather desperate need of an assistant. His paperwork was mounting up, and he had been dangerously close to missing some rather important meetings. He knew the very organized Irish girl would be perfect for what he had in mind. Harry briefly checked his watch. It was 2:45. He still had 15 minutes until he was expecting company, and with a sigh, he reached to the wireless on the table next to him and turned on the wireless. Briefly fiddling with the knobs, he quickly tuned to the Wizarding wireless network and heard the familiar smooth tunes of Wandlight wash over him. At 3:00 exactly, Harry heard a sharp rap on his door. He stood and quickly opened it up, smiling broadly as the figures of Evan Rosier and Marcus Flint stepped inside. "Marcus," Harry greeted warmly, embracing the large boy tightly. "Good to see you again, Harry. I must say, you have been busy." Harry grinned and smirked. "I have, but it's certainly better than growing bored." "I can vouch that boredom is certainly not all it's cracked up to be," Marcus admitted with a frustrated shrug. "Well, things change. It's good to see you too, Evan. It's been too long," Harry said with a small smile. "Good afternoon, Harry. How are you?" "I'm good. Now then, could I get either of you a drink? Water? Wine?" Marcus asked for a glass of water, whilst Harry and Evan both requested wine. "What's this about, Harry?" Marcus asked with an interested expression on his face. Harry chuckled. "Straight to business then. Very well." He paused and looked at the two men. "As you may know, Pious Thicknesses recently called me out on being a hypocrite," Harry began. "But none of the public believes it. They love you right now," interjected Marcus with a confused frown. "Exactly, they love me right now, but if the progressives get too much time to work on this, it could fester and become a major problem." Evan nodded in understanding, but Marcus seemed a little confused. "Marcus, the Traditionalist Party, as I am sure you know, has a rather unsavory reputation. In order to truly overcome the issues facing the party, we must from now on present a spotless image. I cannot allow for this to become a problem." Marcus finally appeared to realize what was going on. "I suppose that makes sense," he conceded, "but what does any of this have to do with me and Mr. Rosier?" "Well, the best way to rebut Mr. Thickness is by getting myself democratically elected," Harry replied with a grin. "You plan to put yourself forward as a candidate?" Evan asked with an impressed smirk. Harry nodded. "I do, and I would like you two to help make it happen." "I'll help. What did you have in mind?" Evan asked with interest. "I want you to start a group of Traditionalist supporters, advertise in the papers, start committees, forums, meetings for supporters, that sort of thing. Just make sure that the entire public knows what we stand for, knows about our new direction, that sort of thing." The two men were looking at him in interest. Marcus looked excited, Evan intrigued. "It's a fantastic idea, however, I do of course have some questions." Harry nodded and gestured for him to continue. "Well, first off, is something like this even legal? I was under the impression Fudge banned all political organizations during the last war to legalize the on-the-spot arrest of Death Eaters." Harry nodded and smirked broadly. "That is correct. However, as this new group would be an offshoot of an already existing political party, it would technically be exempt and therefore legal, so long as you openly declare yourselves traditionalists." "All right. Well, in order for any sort of campaigning to be successful, it would need to be a national affair, and that would get expensive. There would be costs for advertising, events, wages." He trailed off and Harry nodded. "I agree. I was thinking that you could charge a small fee and become an official member of the party. Of course, I will fund it, and Lucius also recognizes its potential and has promised gold." There was silence as the two men looked interestedly at their glasses, Evans remaining practically untouched. Eventually, after several minutes of silence, Marcus spoke. "I'm in. It's a magnificent idea. There's body in the wizarding world like it. However I will help with this." Harry smiled and patted his friend on the arm in gratitude. "Thank you, Marcus. It means a lot." The two of them looked expectantly at Evan, who still had his eyes focused on his glass. "May I speak to you privately for a moment, Harry?" he eventually asked. Harry looked at Marcus, who nodded. Harry stood and gestured towards the hall. When the two of them had set up the usual privacy wards, Harry turned to the Death Eater expectantly. "Have you considered what the Master will think of this?" he asked quickly. Harry frowned. "I am not asking you to set up an army under my command. I am asking for a glorified advertising agency." Evan chuckled and Harry placed his hand on the older man's arm. "Don't worry. I will deal with the Dark Lord should he have issue. I am not concerned for myself. I know Marcus's father. Adrian Flint is a power-hungry bastard. If Marcus is anything like that," Harry laughed. "Marcus has always been like that. The boy takes a mile when you give him an inch, which is exactly why I chose him for this." Evan looked at him in confusion. "If he is so ambitious as you believe, how can you be sure he won't betray you?" Harry looked at Evan very seriously. "Marcus and I have been friends for near enough 8 years. He began. I trust him implicitly. He will endeavor to succeed in this, and should he step out of line, I expect you to curb him." The two stood in silence for a moment before Rosier nodded. "Very well, I'll help you." Harry grinned. "Excellent. Shall we return?" Marcus looked at them interestedly as they returned through to the sitting room. Harry smiled. "Evan has decided to join our little venture. I suggest you two go away and plot, plan and do whatever you think necessary. Shall we meet in, say, a week? Whereupon you can tell me what you think you will need, in terms of staff, finances, etc." The two men nodded, and Harry stood to show them out. As he reached the door, he shook both their hands and smiled, pleased that the next step of his plans were working. 3 days later, just as Harry was leaving the Wizengamot, following the conclusion of the day's discussion, Harry was accosted. "Mr. Potter," called a familiar voice. Harry looked up, and gave a polite smile as he saw Thomas Audley, the Prophet reporter, standing before him. "Good evening, Mr. Audley," he greeted. "Mr. Potter, have you got time for a few words?" Harry heaved a sigh internally, though he kept his smile on. "Of course. Shall we go up to my office?" Thomas looked surprised at the offer and nodded with a smile. The two walked together, enjoying polite small talk about nothing in particular. When they reached the first level, Harry held the door to his comfortable office open, ushering the man inside. The two got comfortable quickly, the journalist setting up a dicta quill on a long roll of parchment, whilst Harry relaxed into the dark red leather chair behind the wooden desk. "Mr. Potter," Audley began, "rather a frustrating day for you, I would imagine?" "Indeed, I had hoped for rather more support from the BPP, however, I am not too unhappy. Your latest piece of proposed legislation was the relaxation of certain dark creature laws, a very controversial topic indeed," the journalist said with a laugh. Harry shrugged. "I didn't ask for any relaxation, I merely asked for review of the current system. Would it not be wise to grade dark creatures, based on their danger to society, and their vindictive nature, rather than declare them all to be equally dangerous?" "I don't understand," Audley admitted. "I merely feel that 30 days of the month, a vampire should be considered a greater threat than a werewolf, and a Vila should not be considered as dangerous as either creature. By adding a grading system, we could prevent hundreds of men and women, affected by these conditions, from starving in unemployment." "It does seem a noble goal," the reporter admitted. Harry shrugged. "I can understand why it was unsuccessful." The two laughed briefly. "Harry, many of your critics declare you an idealist, or say you are simply too naive to properly care for this nation. What do you say to those people?" "An idealist?" Harry laughed. "I would have to agree with that. Is not an idealist not someone who strives for the very best things, rather than settling for compromise after compromise? I would say to those critics that this country has seen far too much compromise in the last decade. Maybe the day of the realist has passed and now it is the idealist's age." Harry frowned slightly as he finished. "Although," he continued, almost on an afterthought, "will say that compromise is necessary, I will not stand in the way of progress, simply because it is not as encompassing as I had hoped for." PP First day of voting begins. William Holt, People's Correspondent. The 23rd of January. Today marked the beginning of the latest series of Wizengamot voting. The outcome of these votes has been speculated upon widely, and all experts agree that we should expect to see big changes in the Wizengamot come February. The dark horse of this year's election is Harry Potter, who announced his intentions to stand for public voting in October. Should Mr. Potter receive a popular vote, it would lend credence to his very active presence in the halls last year. Our political editor, Walter Wilds, said, "For an ancient and noble seat to run for a voted seat in nearly unheard of. Mr. Potter is gambling a lot. Should he perform anything less than spectacularly, it will damage, possibly irreparably, his entire standing in the Wizengamot." Whilst the traditionalists have been busy within the halls of the Wizengamot, their supporters have been equally proactive across the whole nation. The newly formed British Action League, said to be the brainchild of Mr. Harry Potter, has created storms across the country. With well-publicized rallies and meetings, it has been difficult to remain ignorant about the traditionalists' new stance in today's election. Harry had to admit it to himself, he was nervous. He was sat with his eyes closed, hands clasped loosely in his lap, listening to the hustle and bustle around him. Malfoy Manor had been converted into the headquarters of the traditionalists for the announcement of the voting results. Politicians, secretaries and aides scurried around like rats as they made sure everyone had all they needed. Harry's own rather small staff was sat around him, a small island of relative calm in a sea of frenzy. To his left sat Olivia. The Irish girl had taken to her new role as Harry's personal aide like a fish to water. Whilst he found his schedule was now far fuller than when he had organized it, the Irish girl left him just enough room to breathe so that he had no reason to complain, and for that he was grateful. To his right sat Marcus, who technically was not affiliated with Harry professionally, but was well known to follow nearly all of Harry's suggestions when it came to the British Action League. "Quiet!" Someone shouted over the din, and the whole room froze, everyone turning to the front of the room. It was Cyrus Greengrass who had spoken. The middle-aged statesman had been sat close to the large wireless listening intently. When the room quietened down fully, he reached down and twirled the dial, magnifying the volume. "Well, the votes have been counted, and it's clear that there has been a lot of interest in these elections. Initial estimates are saying that almost 70% of those eligible voted, which is the highest number since 1882. The 200 or so witches and wizards in the room had all sat down in silence, many of them watching the big speakers in avid concentration. Well, it's understandable that they would generate such excitement. The whole country is split over what will happen, but all experts agree that we may be in for big changes. The Daily Prophet seems to be behind the BPP, whilst many others are suggesting a new traditionalist government." There were cheers from some of the assembled wizards and witches, followed by a few laughs. "Anyway, without further ado, in ascending order, I present the 150 most popular Wizengamot members." The air in the room seemed to hum in anticipation. Harry felt himself almost unconsciously lean forward. In 150 Stone Place, Nigel Watts, a newcomer. 149th is Edwin Truffle. BPP. 148th is Lucille Coombs. Keeping one ear open, Harry watched the large enchanted board that had been erected at the front of the room. Every time a name was mentioned, Harry watched as the graph indicated would grow to show which party had gained a member. The traditionalists, already having over 43 ancient and noble houses to their name, held a significant advantage in the early stages. However, it was clear the other parties were slowly gaining on them. Every time a traditionalist was called, a small cheer would rise throughout the hall, and Harry felt the butterflies in his stomach increase with every second. The worst-case scenario here would be for him to not be unelected. It would ruin him, probably absolutely. At the very least, it would take decades to recover his position. If he was elected, however, in a low position, it would undermine him. However, Harry was confident that he could overcome such a position with time. 77th is Michael Shift, of the Traditionalists. A tall and wiry man near the front of the room clapped loudly, whilst his staff shook his hand. "You did remember to campaign for all of the party members, didn't you, Marcus?" Harry asked with a small grin. The large ex-Slytherin scowled. "Of course." His answer was spoken in clipped tones, and Harry turned to look at the large boy. "You all right?" "Fine." Harry shrugged. He could understand Marcus's concern. Should the ballot prove to be ineffective at garnering votes, Marcus would no doubt have to be replaced. Whilst the group had been successful at gaining media attention, and had held several popular rallies, they were also proving to be rather expensive, something several traditionalist backers had been quite eager to point out. 34th, Daedalus Diggle, Progressives. Harry rolled his eyes as Diggle was announced. The man was a pitiful sycophant of the First Order, with few thoughts of his own, but always willing to spout out Dumbledore's doctrine. Harry suddenly realized his leg had started to jiggle where he sat, and it took a conscious effort for him to keep still. To distract himself, he looked over at Olivia beside him. She was steadily writing something down on a script of parchment, and when Harry studied it, he realized it was a press statement. "Whilst I am certainly disappointed that the public did not vote in my favor," was all he read. As he realized what she was writing, he felt an irrational giggle boiling inside of him. The Irish girl suddenly became aware of his gaze. He caught her eye and gestured to the page. The girl shrugged. Harry felt his nerves returning again. They were in the top 10 of the lists now, and Harry began to feel a sort of excited dread. He still hadn't been called, which either meant he had done very well, or he had failed. He looked down briefly at his open robes and watched the steady flutter of his shirt from his erratic heartbeat. In fourth place, Amelia Bones, Progressives. In third place, Cornelius Fudge, BPP. Runner-up is Harry Potter, Traditionalists, and Albus Dumbledore, Progressives, wins this year's election, his 7th victory in a row. Harry let out a very long sigh he had been holding and allowed a broad grin to stretch over his face. Standing up, he clasped Marcus in a tight hug and slapped him firmly on the back, before turning and hugging Olivia, who he was pleased to see tear up her speech. Pausing in between the congratulations he had been receiving, Harry took a moment to look up at the large board at the front of the room. British People's Party. 65 seats. Progressive Party. 53 seats. Traditionalist Party. 57 seats. Harry looked around the room in interest. Lucius appeared pleased, and was smiling broadly, shaking hands, and laughing at a joke someone had told him. Harry though was disappointed. Whilst he himself had been very successful, the party itself had only improved a little, something that frustrated him. Whilst he wasn't such a fool as to believe that he could achieve success in only a few months, it was incredibly frustrating to know that he wouldn't be able to truly progress for another 2 years. "Harry?" "Yes?" He turned and saw a smiling Olivia fighting her way over to his side through the crowd. "You have a celebration rally in Bristol. It's a ball event." Harry nodded and fought his way to Lucius' side. The blonde-haired statesman was still basking in the success of his party, though he turned to Harry when he noticed the black-haired teen. "Congratulations, Harry. To be more popular than the Minister of Magic is a great success indeed. You should be proud." "I am Lucius, thank you." He shook the outstretched hand firmly. "We were planning a late lunch to celebrate. Could I offer you a seat at the table?" Harry shook his head slowly. "Thank you, but I must decline. I am expected in Bristol." "That is too bad. Congratulations again, Mr. Potter, you deserve it." Harry shook the man's hand once again, before turning and striding to the fireplace. 3 months later, April 1st, behind his great wooden desk, Albus Dumbledore was sat deep in thought. His hands were resting beneath his chin, and his brilliant blue eyes shone brightly in the dim light. The object of his thoughts was smiling broadly and waving from the front page of the Daily Prophet in front of him. The blaring headline read out: "Harry Potter secures eased work restrictions for werewolves." Whilst he was very concerned by the seemingly unstoppable rise of Harry, Dumbledore couldn't help but admire him. There was little to no doubt in the headmaster's mind that Harry's act was nothing more than that, an act. Perhaps arrogantly, the man believed he knew Harry. He had watched him grow up and truly believed that the ideals the ex-Slytherin was now championing were not his own. Unfortunately, whilst Dumbledore was resolute in his concerns, very few others were. Even his own party had been charmed by the charismatic 18-year-old, and Dumbledore himself had been backed into a corner: either support Harry's proposals, or risk appearing bigoted and outdated. Albus sighed deeply. He pushed the offending newspaper away, and stroked his chin deep in thought. The old man was certain that given time and his full concentration, he would be able to expose Harry for what he was, though what exactly that was, Dumbledore was uncertain. Unfortunately, offering anything his full concentration was impossible at the present time, when he wasn't sitting on the ICW or keeping the various factions of his party satisfied. Dumbledore was still headmaster of Hogwarts. For now, he thought ruefully, Albus knew that Fudge wanted him out of the school, and with the support of Potter and the Traditionalists, the minister had been able to impose several new educational decrees which granted Cornelius far more power over the school than he would have liked. Dolores Umbridge was proving to be a true pain in his side. The woman was clearly waiting for him to slip up and make a mistake, and the gray-haired man was convinced that Harry had suggested to Fudge that he act in this way. Knock knock. Dumbledore looked up, mentally scolding himself for being so absorbed in his thoughts to miss the warning words. "Come in," He called. There was a brief pause before the heavy door swung inwards, revealing Professors McGonagall and Snape. "Aha, come in Minerva, Severus, could I offer you a sherbet lemo?" "No thank you, Albus." The Transfiguration Professor's nostrils flared and Dumbledore grew concerned. "Well, do take a seat, what may I help you with?" It was Snape who replied. His voice was as calm as ever, and if Dumbledore had been anyone other than a veteran politician and master Occlumens, he may have fallen for the man's act. "Umbridge knows." The greasy-haired potions master scowled ever so slightly. Apparently Draco Malfoy got his hands on one of Miss Granger's false galleons. "Indeed. That is indeed problematic." "Problematic? Albus, this is what Fudge has been waiting for. Neville will be expelled for sure." McGonagall pinked slightly as she finished her outburst. "No, Minerva, Neville will not be expelled. I will not allow it." The bearded man's voice was so powerful, so authoritative, that it brooked no further argument. "Perhaps not, Headmaster, however, consider name of this group. Fudge will pin this on you. Without doubt." Snape peered down his long nose and Dumbledore sighed. "Dumbledore's army." Dumbledore chuckled, "Whilst Fudge, I am sure, would love to remove me from office, I rather suspect his political allies would prefer for me to remain right where I am." McGonagall looked confused, whilst Snape nodded sagely. "Albus, as headmaster you wield enormous influence. Any of your political opponents would love to have you removed." "Perhaps you are right. Maybe I am being optimistic. Thank you for telling me this, Minerva." The two teachers nodded, both recognizing the dismissal.
"Severus, a moment please," he called. The hook-nosed man paused, turning back to his seat. The two waited for the deputy headmistress to leave before continuing.
"You suspect Potter will ensure you remain at Hogwarts?" "I do," Dumbledore said tiredly, reaching into the bowl on his desk and taking a sherbet lemo. He gazed at Snape whilst he slowly unwrapped the yellow sweet. "It makes sense, I suppose. With you stuck here, it limits the time you can move against him." Dumbledore nodded, beeping on the sweet slowly. "My thoughts exactly, and Potter now has considerable influence with Fudge. Our good minister is riding the political wave that Harry has created, though I rather believe he may be reaching the end of his usefulness." The two men sat in silence for a few moments, the only sound being the soft trills of the phoenix on his perch. "Potter concerns you greatly," Snape finally said, his beady black eyes staring at the headmaster's bright blue. Albus nodded, his face looking apprehensive.
"I must confess he does. You know him better than I did. Does he not concern you?" The potions master chuckled. "Whilst I know you disagree, I can think of few men better capable of managing this country effectively." Dumbledore looked frustrated, but smiled wryly. "I suppose he has proven he can get things done." They both looked down at the newspaper between them. "However, I rather fear he is not acting for himself." "You believe Potter to be a servant of the Dark Lord?" asked Snape in surprise. "The thought has certainly crossed my mind." "Has Voldemort tried to contact you yet?" Snape shook his head. "Not since the night of his return, and none of those he has called will discuss anything with me. It is clear the man is keeping a low profile. To the best of my knowledge, only 30 of his Death Eaters are aware of his return." "Precisely," Dumbledore said slowly. "Only 30. Malfoy, not McNair. Roll, surely you see the connection." Snape looked confused, and Dumbledore smiled as though he were explaining a point to a particularly dense student. "The vast majority of his new Death Eaters are either politicians or work in the ministry." Snape paled as he realized what Dumbledore was getting at. Voldemort would never allow Potter to gain such influence in the party that contained many of his supporters unless Potter was closely affiliated to him. "Well, we had best be prepared," the hook-nosed man finally said after a very long pause. "Indeed we had." 2 days later. "That's brilliant everyone. Great job," Neville shouted from the front of the room, his eyes following the trails left by the dozens of floating Patronuses that were circling the room. He chuckled as he watched an otter and a dog play fighting, whilst a bright silvery eagle soared by.
"Oh, it's pretty." Neville turned and smiled as he saw a hair burst from the tip of Luna's wand. "Well done, Luna, you've got it." Luna smiled dreamily, but soon the expression faltered. "Oh dear, it's running away, doesn't it like me?" Neville suppressed a laugh. "No, ahem, it's checking for Dementors, it'll come back." The two of them watched the Patronus for a few minutes. It appeared to be chasing something, and Neville felt puzzled.
I've never seen a Patronus chase nothing before, he trailed off, as the hare suddenly pounced.
Don't worry, it's probably chasing the Nargles. Bad hare, bad. Neville felt his mouth fall open slightly in surprise as the girl continued to scold the Patronus. Suddenly, he felt a tugging on the hem of his robes. He hastily closed his mouth and looked down. Dobby? He asked in surprise. Master Neville Longbottom, sir. Dobby is sorry to be distracting you, sir. Neville waved off the elf's apology. Get on with it. Have you found something? The elf nodded, wringing the hem of its outfit nervously. The Umby has found out about the DA. Umby is coming here now. Neville frowned. The Umby? He asked, puzzled. What is the Umby? Dobby frowned. Umby, the Miss in Pink, teacher of defenses. Neville felt like an anvil had been dropped in his stomach. Umbridge? He asked quietly. Dobby nodded quickly. Umbridge is coming, he bellowed. The room fell silent at once, staring at him in horror. Are you sure? Asked Fred and George at the same time. Neville nodded and twins at once took over. Right, everyone Scarper, don't go to common rooms, go to bathrooms, classrooms, the library, the grounds, anywhere. Disperse and get the hell away from here. They paused and no one moved. What are you waiting for? Shouted Neville, run. There was pandemonium. The magical door for the room expanded suddenly and with a great squeeze the room was emptied in seconds. Neville was left alone for a second before he ran as fast as he could from the room. The hall was emptying rapidly, and Neville pondered briefly where to go. There was a secret passage on the floor below which would lead to the prefect's bathroom. He could hide there for an hour or two. With a sudden burst of speed he turned right and pelted for the stairs. He was halfway down the second flight when he felt the effects of a tripping jinx. He collapsed and bounced down the last few steps, coming to rest in an undignified heap on the landing. Longbottom. Neville froze as he heard the characteristic drawl of his least favorite person in the world. Incarcerus. The spell was said lazily, and within seconds Neville was trussed up like a turkey. I had so hoped I would be the one to catch you, drawled Malfoy, as he strode into Neville's line of sight, a smug smirk on his lips and a manic gleam in his eyes. F.K.U. Malfoy. Neville spat furiously. Draco smiled wider. Tut tut, Longbottom, do you key your mother with that mouth? He paused and laughed. Oh, that's right, of course you don't. Neville glared, and Malfoy carried on grinning down at him. Well, no time for chit-chat, Neville. We have a date with the High Inquisitor. Neville was carried through the halls by Malfoy, who made sure to bang him into every available corner he could. Eventually they reached the defense classroom and Neville felt the seeds of panic bloom. Draco. Aha. Excellent job, Mr. Malfoy. Truly excellent. Take 20 points to Slytherin. No, take 30 points. Draco smiled appreciatively as he dropped the boy who lived onto one of the desks. Umbridge removed the ropes binding him with a vicious smile. Your days of terrorizing the school are over, Longbottom. Over. She giggled to herself, before hurrying over to the fireplace. Neville heard a shout of Minister's office before the toad-like woman's head vanished. After only a few minutes she removed her head and took a seat at the front of the classroom at her customary desk. They waited in silence for a long time, Umbridge sitting at her desk, reminding Neville strongly of a frog sitting on a lily pad, staring at him like he were a juicy fly. Neville kept his eyes firmly on the clock above her head, watching the hands slowly tick by. 4.04, 4.05, 4.06. His eyes flicked back to Umbridge. The woman hadn't moved. Her expression remained smug as she stared at him. Behind him, he felt Theo Knott, who was stood to his right, shift slightly on his feet. He turned. Malfoy and Knott were stood behind each of his shoulders, standing like guards. Knott looked bored, whilst Malfoy had his chest puffed out, the inquisitorial squad shining brightly on his robes. 4.09.
With a burst of green light, Umbridge's fireplace suddenly came to life, quickly expelling Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tough, wiry-looking man and the Minister for Magic. The three men all stepped through and Umbridge rose to her feet quickly.
Minister. Excellent. Shall we go to the headmaster? Her voice had turned into a simpering sycophantic tone. No, Dolores, we are still awaiting a few more people. He smiled when he saw Neville. Mr. Longbottom. I understand you are in rather a lot of trouble, aren't you? He chuckled. He should be expelled, Minister. Look at this. The pink-clad woman thrust something into the minister's hands, and Neville was horrified to see it was the participation list for the DA. Dumbledore's army. Fudge looked up at Neville sharply. What was the purpose of your little army? Planning to take over the ministry, I can have you arrested for this? Neville said nothing, though he felt his stomach roiling. This was it, he thought. He would be arrested, probably without trial, and thrown into Azkaban for the rest of his natural life. He felt like he might cry, but forced himself not to. He still had Dumbledore on his side. The fireplace brightened once again, and Neville watched in surprise as Harry Potter stepped out of the flames with casual elegance, looking around in polite disinterest. Minister, what is this about? I was very busy. Neville watched as Fudge beamed at Harry. Harry, glad you could join us. We've just caught Mr. Longbottom doing all sorts of criminal acts. Potter raised one eyebrow as he eyed Neville with cold eyes. Really? Fudge nodded and handed him the note. Harry took it and his face took on a look of surprised pleasure as he read the first line. My, Dolores, this group would appear to have been operating for weeks, if not months. Are you telling me you have only just discovered such an operation? The young politician spoke with such insolent amusement that Neville thought the High Inquisitor would have slapped him. No, Mr. Potter, I have been aware of this group for almost a month. I just never had the proof to act until now. Harry nodded, his eyes still scanning the parchment. Madam Umbridge, I have helped give you the authority to stamp out any such dissent within Hogwarts. Next time you discover such a situation, I expect you to notify the Ministry immediately. Of course, Mr. Potter. The woman simpered. Harry handed the paper back to Fudge and smiled warmly. The sudden change from the cold authoritarian to that of favored nephew he had taken on was shocking to Neville, though Fudge seemed not to notice. I believe we have a date with Professor Dumbledore, Minister. The group made their quick progress up to Dumbledore's office and within a matter of minutes, they were outside the gargoyle. Ice mice. The gargoyle sprang aside and Neville was pushed up the stairs. Cornelius. What a pleasant surprise. Do come in. Oh, and you've brought friends. Excellent. The more the merrier. Dumbledore welcomed as they made their steady progress up the steps. Neville felt a small smile grow as he saw the happy expression on the man's face. How could he ever have been concerned when he had the greatest sorcerer in the world on his side? Harry was the last one to enter Dumbledore's study from the little group. Dumbledore saw him, and didn't appear surprised. Harry looked around and saw Snape and McGonagall already in the room. Clearly this showdown was not unexpected. Dear me. Dumbledore called cheerfully, it would appear our current seating arrangement is woefully inadequate. With a flick of the headmaster's wand, his desk grew and expanded into a far larger version of itself, whilst opulent conjured chairs appeared from thin air. Harry smirked at the not-so-subtle display of the man's power. Whatever is this about, Cornelius? Your visits have become so very sporadic lately. Bad business, Albus. Bad business. Dolores, please show him the parchment. Umbridge handed Dumbledore the form and Harry carefully the man's expression as he read it. Most interesting. Dumbledore said mildly. Interesting indeed, agreed Snape as he read over Dumbledore's shoulder. HMPH. Was all McGonagall added. Harry carefully maintained a neutral mask. So, began Fudge, Mr. Longbottom has clearly been training students in offensive magics and tactics, in clear violation of numerous ministry laws. He must be detained, or at the very least, expelled. Next to the minister, Umbridge nodded vigorously. Neville here is not at fault, Minister. Dumbledore said, in a tone as light as though he were discussing the weather. I am rather afraid it is mine. Yours? Asked Fudge, looking completely baffled. Mine, you see, I asked Neville to form this group, as I rather suspected it would become necessary to have a force standing ready for the future. Harry blinked, and Fudge looked crossed between ecstatic and horrified. You created a private army for use against the Ministry? He asked. Not just the Ministry, but in essence, yes. Fudge gaped at him. Dumbledore, no, Minister. He had nothing to do with it, sputtered Neville. Harry noticed Dumbledore send a warning glance at the boy, before his face returned to its previous calm detachment. Most noble of you, Neville, but obviously untrue. Neville was only following my instructions. Very well, Dumbledore, as Minister for Magic, I hereby declare you under arrest. Orders, take this man to Azkaban. Harry cut him off quickly. Fudge looked at him curiously. Minister, I feel we must not be hasty in our actions. He began. Harry saw that Dumbledore looked unsurprised in his interruption. Evidently Dumbledore expected him to argue for something. Professor Dumbledore, whatever his confessions today, is still a highly respected wizard. Harry saw that the headmaster looked almost amused at Harry's words, and he realized Dumbledore had expected him to argue for him to remain as headmaster. We must therefore deliberate any action we take. The man deserves to go on trial. Given his popular support, any action taken will be scrutinized heavily. Therefore, whilst we await an outcome, I recommend stripping Mr. Dumbledore of his titles of Headmaster and Chief Warlock and rescinding him as our representative in the ICW, until such a time as he is found innocent or guilty of treason, high treason and sedition to commit insurrection. He should be held in a ministry holding cell. There was silence when Harry finished. The smugly amused look in Dumbledore's eye had vanished and he instead looked very grave. Neville looked horrified, as did Professor McGonagall. Snape looked just as calm as ever, though his eyes were rather narrowed. An excellent suggestion, Fudge said, breaking the spell of silence. And Mr. Longbottom? Harry thought for a moment. I think Mr. Longbottom's crimes are only those of showing incredible loyalty to his school and headmaster, something that should be applauded. Neville looked at him in shock, as did Fudge. Surely he deserves some punishment. Of course, Minister. However, I feel that any punishment should remain within Hogwarts. No need to give the boy a criminal record. Harry paused, although perhaps it would make sense, given Mr. Longbottom's history, for him to have regular school-enforced meetings with a St. Mungo's sanctioned mind healer. Fudge brightened considerably. An excellent idea, Harry. Your input is once again proving invaluable. Harry nodded, smiling slightly. Very well. Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Harry saw him look covertly at his phoenix. Headmaster. He called sharply, be advised, should you evade arrest, your actions will result in your being tried in absentia. Dumbledore frowned for a moment, before nodding slowly. Orders, please escort Mr. Dumbledore to a holding cell, until such a time as he can be tried before the courts. Fudge said loudly. Harry smiled, raising his eyebrows victoriously at the defeated-looking wizard. Dumbledore arrested William Wilbur, judicial correspondent. In what is possibly the most unexpected arrest in Britain's long and distinguished history, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Order of Merlin, First Class, has been taken into ministry custody for treason, high treason, sedition and conspiracy to commit insurrection. The accusations have been leveled after it emerged yesterday afternoon that Dumbledore, 114, had created and developed an illegal paramilitary organization, known as Dumbledore's Army, or the DA for short at Hogwarts. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge gave this statement yesterday. The arrest of Albus Dumbledore is as shocking as it is serious. The entire political system has been thrown into disarray by these events. The trial of Mr. Dumbledore will be a cause of great contention, but I urge the public to remain calm. Following the statements released, this publication attempted to reach Mr. Harry Potter, a political ally of the minister, but he was unavailable for comment. A source close to Mr. Potter did state that he would watch the outcome of these events very closely. Should Mr. Dumbledore be found guilty, he will spend the rest of his life in the maximum security wing of Azkaban prison. The organization known as Dumbledore's Army, however, given their status as students at Hogwarts, they will face no criminal prosecution. New Hogwarts Headmistress, Samantha Warwick, Educational Correspondent. Following the highly publicized arrest of Mr. Albus Dumbledore last night, Dolores Umbridge, Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and ministry-appointed High Inquisitor, has been unanimously voted in as the new headmistress of Hogwarts by the Board of Governors. Taking her place as Professor for Defense is Percival Weasley, previously of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Kant. Page 3. Call 4. Miranda put down the paper in amusement. I'm impressed. She murmured, I didn't think you would be able to do it. A thanking yous. Harry drawled with a grin. The two of them were relaxed on a wooden table overlooking the sea in Portsmouth. The small wizarding settlement in the town was quiet and Harry had taken the two of them out for afternoon tea. You must admit it went better than you had been expecting. The bee, owned pushed, Harry grinned. All right, yes. It went very well, and this could be the event that gets Fudge out of the picture. Miranda frowned. Fudge? You have Dumbledore arrested for high treason. The trial will likely be a farce. You know the current administration has been after him since he started spouting Voldemort's back, and yet you are using this to dispose of Fudge? The gorgeous girl's tone was incredulous and Harry chuckled. I think that's fair enough, don't you? He asked innocently. Miranda glared. Isn't it obvious? He imagined steam pouring from the irate girl's ears and he held his hands up in surrender. All right. All right. Fudge ensures it's a show trial. Dumbledore gets sent to prison in disgrace. At that point the waiter arrived with a steaming pot of tea and 2 mugs. The two paused as Harry poured 2 mugs, giving himself a generous splash of milk before handing over the jug and taking a short sip. So, Dumbledore is found guilty in a sham trial. Fudge is publicly tied to the outcome. I campaign for its falsehood. Get a retrial. Dumbledore found innocent. Fudge disgraced. And I am the hero of the hour. Easy. Miranda looked at her mug of tea as she thought deeply. Easy. She eventually agreed. And does a certain benefactor agree with you? I imagine he would prefer Dumbledore dealt with. Harry nodded slowly. I haven't run it by him, but I would imagine it would take some convincing to get him on board. Harry chuckled, before holding up his white china teacup. Here's to us. He offered. She smiled at him puzzled, before tapping her glass to his in a cheers. To us. She echoed. They both drank the hot liquid, holding each other's gaze. We need a holiday. Miranda eventually said, breaking the silence. I wish we could, but with everything going on, I don't know when we could go. Harry frowned, but Miranda didn't look upset or surprised by his answer. Don't worry, I know it's practically impossible right now, it was merely an observation. She laughed lightly and Harry grinned. A full holiday may be impossible, but I could always whisk you away for a passionate weekend of love sometime. That wouldn't be too tricky. Miranda smiled softly. That would be nice. She agreed, and they leant in for a quick key. The afternoon was growing late, and as the sun fell through the sky, the temperature descended with it. Miranda shivered slightly in the chilly April weather. Ready to go home? Harry asked, dreading the pile of papers he was sure to have waiting for him. Almost. Miranda drained the last of glass and stood up. Harry mirrored her motion. Digging into his pocket he threw a few silver sickles down onto the table. Before taking Miranda's hand, in a sudden vortex the two vanished. Ministry holding cell June 6. Dumbledore had been a captive of the Ministry for 2 months, and they had been a very dull 2 months for the aging headmaster. He had many visitors. Fudge had dropped by a few times, to gloat mostly. Dumbledore had indulged the minister's whims, but the man's air of self-importance was rather draining after a while. Then many members of the Order had appeared, Mad Eye, Sirius, and many others, whilst Molly Weasley often brought in samples of her delicious cooking, for which Dumbledore was incredibly grateful. The days dragged by, with nothing but a daily copy of the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore had read the paper cover to cover every day that he had been a prisoner. There were few articles of any particular interest. A mind healer had diagnosed Neville with narcissistic personality disorder, and that had been the subject of some interest. Most of the articles that Dumbledore read, however, were concerning himself. Most irregularly for the Prophet, they appeared to be acting in a rather impartial and balanced approach. The letters to the editor section was filled with gossip and debate and whether or not his guilt was true, and he had felt his heart rise in pride as he saw so many of his past pupils and friends staunchly defending him. What had interested the aging headmaster, however, was the fact that Harry Potter had not declared himself a side in the saga, merely stating that he was very interested in the debate and would be watching the proceedings carefully. For a man who considered himself a political genius, Dumbledore was baffled as to why Harry would distance himself from such a high-profile event which he had played such a key role in. There came a loud knock on the door, and Dumbledore looked up. "Come in," he called in as strong a voice as he could. A youngish-looking wizard poked his head through the door. "Good morning, Mr. Dumbledore, sir." "Good morning, Edmund. How are you?" Albus replied in as warm a voice. "Well, thank you, sir." "Good, and the wife, she must be nearing her due date surely?" The man smiled broadly. "Very nearly, I have the bag packed. You should see her, sir, she's fit to burst." The young jailer laughed and Dumbledore smiled happily. I am sure you will be an excellent father. Thank you, you have a visitor. Mr. Potter has asked to see you. Dumbledore smiled. Speak of the devil, he thought briefly. Show him in. I would hate to leave such a high-profile guest waiting. The jailer gave him a final nod before backing out, locking the door behind him. There was a brief pause during Dumbledore attempted to straighten his robes and neaten his hair. Less than 2 minutes later, he heard the sound of the keys jangling in the lock, and on silent hinges the heavy door swung open. Good morning, Harry. Dumbledore greeted neutrally. Harry nodded in greeting, looking around the room carefully. Good morning, Headmaster. I love what you've done with the place. I hope you didn't go to all this effort on my behalf. The 18-year-old laughed loudly, transfiguring one of the hard-backed seats into a far comfier-looking version of itself. Dumbledore remained sat on the bed, watching Harry closely. Very amusing, Harry. I trust there is a reason for your visit? He asked. Not really. I thought it would be remiss if I weren't to visit at least once. Dumbledore nodded, surprised. He hadn't pictured Harry as the sort of man to gloat.
Well, I am grateful for your presence, Harry. It's a welcome distraction. Harry nodded with a cold smile.
Thank you, though it would appear you have already had plenty of distractions. He pointed at the pile of old newspapers. Indeed, though one does get bored of current events eventually. No one has yet brought me a book. I would so appreciate a nice juicy romance. Harry was watching him clearly wondering whether or not he were joking. I will have one delivered, don't worry. Dumbledore nodded his thanks. I understand my party has not done well in my absence. Dumbledore spoke as the silence drew on. Harry laughed. Not as well as I imagine you hoped. He chuckled. Dumbledore knew exactly how badly his party had done in his absence. The many different factions had all split apart, and the original core of the Progressives was now numbering just 23, and they lacked any form of unifying leadership.
No, it is a pity. Elphias has been coming down here near every day to ask for advice.
Harry rolled his eyes. Why you would choose him to succeed you is a mystery to me. Dumbledore smiled slightly. He has a very good heart, he eventually said. Harry sneered. The man is as clumsy as he is stupid. Dumbledore gave a noncommittal shrug of his shoulders. Perhaps, though I imagine you are rather pleased. Harry smiled coldly. I am very pleased. An acting head of the Traditionalist Party, that is a big promotion. Harry nodded slowly. When Lucius was promoted to acting chief warlock, he evidently felt that I had the necessary skills to steer the party in the correct direction. Dumbledore said nothing for several moments, merely peering down his long crooked nose at the boy in front of him.
The Dark Lord is back, Harry. He eventually said. Potter's face didn't move an inch, his eyes remaining emotionless.
So you say. I find it unlikely that he would allow just anyone to take control of the party within which he holds such influence. Harry once again kept his face carefully blank. I imagine he would be rather selective, he eventually agreed. The Dark Lord must see a great deal in you if he gave you command of the Traditionalists. I was chosen by Lucius Malfoy. Harry immediately replied. Dumbledore felt such a strong surge of pity surge towards the green-eyed youth before him. I am so very sorry, Harry, he eventually said, his voice entirely sincere. Your pity means a great deal to me. Dumbledore sighed forlornly. How is Miss Rookwood? Dumbledore felt pleased when he saw a flash of warmth pass through Harry's eyes. She is well. He carefully said. Any plans between the two of you in the future? The ex-headmaster asked calmly. Whatever do you mean? Well, I believe it's fair to say you are on the fast track to becoming the next Minister for Magic, Harry. Dumbledore said with a wry smile. Harry chuckled. I am glad you have such faith in me. Dumbledore waved away his comments. What I mean to say is that there has never been an unmarried minister. The public view such a person as far more grounded. Dumbledore saw the barest hint of a flush rise through Harry's neck. If I were to marry Miranda, it would not be for any reason to do with politics, he stated quite coldly. Of course, I was merely making an observation. The silence fell again, and the two men watched each other carefully. Finally, Dumbledore took in a long breath, and Harry sat straighter in his chair. You do know, Harry, that I myself can never allow a servant of Lord Voldemort to take over this country. I will do everything necessary to stop such an event, however much I may despise the action I am forced to take. Harry stood up carefully, returning his plush armchair back to its spindly origins with a flick of his wand. If I find any servants of the Dark Lord running for the office, I will be sure to pass on the warning. Good morning. With that, he knocked 3 times on the door, and 10 seconds later the door was closed. He was gone and Dumbledore was alone once again. Harry was pacing before the closed door in frustration. Following the atrocious week he had had, the last thing he had expected was to be left waiting for 20 minutes, and had it been anyone else behind the door he would have protested. If you're not careful, you'll wear through the floor. Harry turned and glared at Rosier, before his expression softened slightly, and he chuckled, walking over to the seat next to the older wizard. Very well, Evan, let us wait like civilized men. The two sat together, the silence growing more and more tense. Harry glared at his watch and noted that another 10 minutes has passed since he had sat. With a muttered curse he stood up, and was about to resume his relentless pacing when the high doors swung open. Harry, Evan, good morning. I trust you haven't been waiting long? The Dark Lord asked, a wide smirk playing across his lips. Harry bowed slightly. Of course not, my lord, it was no trouble. Beside him he felt Rosier nod in agreement. Well, please, do come in, we have a lot to talk about. The dark-haired young man stepped aside and ushered his 2 followers inside. Harry found himself in the Dark Lord's study, the high bay windows showering the room in light, illuminating the many high bookshelves filled with countless tomes. Harry strode through the room with a familial sense of disregard, barely giving the elegant room a glance, taking a seat in one of the carved wooden seats that stood in front of the large mahogany desk. Harry used his occlumency shields to suppress the feelings of irritation he still felt bubbling below the surface. I do apologize for the wait, Harry. I merely thought that given your current status, you were at risk of losing all humility, which we just can't have now, can we? As I said, my lord, it is no trouble. Quite. The Dark Lord surveyed him for a moment. Harry met his gaze strongly, and the 2 men appraised each other. Eventually the Dark Lord looked away, and when his color eyes met Harry's again, the amusement was gone, replaced by cold, angry orbs. The Dark Lord picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet from his desk and threw it to Harry. Explain. The words were hissed out slowly, and Harry's eyes flicked down to the headline. Albus Dumbledore cleared of all charges. Fudge was smarter than we thought. Harry replied evenly, keeping his eyes firmly above the Dark Lord's head. We? Asked Riddle. There is no we. This was your doing, your mistake. Of course, my lord. Harry took a deep breath. I had thought that Fudge would have ensured Dumbledore's arrest. The man surprised me by organizing a fair trial. Perhaps he is not as incompetent as we had thought. It will not happen again. The Dark Lord surveyed him for a long moment, his face impossible to read. I cannot blame this entirely on you, Harry. Lucius supported your plan, of course. It is sometimes easy to forget you were only 18. Harry kept his face impassive, whilst the Dark Lord watched him. It will not happen again, he repeated. Riddle frowned at him slowly. No, it won't. Harry knew what was coming a second before the Dark Lord sent the silent curse at him. Once more Harry felt his entire body experience pain beyond pain. He was dimly aware as he slid out of his chair and onto the floor. He scraped his hands across the polished wood, registering as his nails cracked and broke. After an eternity of agony, it was suddenly gone, leaving Harry with a pounding heart and painful throb in his hands. On shaky legs, he pulled himself back up to his chair, clasping his shaking hands together and drawing in a wavering breath. Apology accepted. Harry looked up at Voldemort and saw the man leering at him. The Dark Lord stared at him for a few seconds. How do you plan to move on from this failure? Harry swallowed. I will have to follow a new tactic. Dumbledore is clearly aware of my connection to you, my lord. I am concerned about future reprisals. Riddle laughed, though the sound was cold and lacked any emotion. Dumbledore is a fool. He doesn't have the strength to kill those who get in his way. Harry shrugged. I don't think so. The man may be altogether too forgiving. However, I believe he would destroy those he feels present a true threat to him. Beside him, Evan, who had been quiet up until this point, spoke up. My lord, I believe Potter may be correct. He has learnt the lessons of the last war. I fear we cannot rely on his pacifist doctrine anymore. The Dark Lord turned to Rosier slowly. The tall, fair-haired man looked down at the table quickly. Indeed. He nodded. I have heard similar reports also. Dumbledore has always believed death to be a blessing to many. Harry looked at Evan and the older man nodded. Precisely, my lord. I believe that many of the high-profile members of your organization are at risk from assassination attempts from the Order of the Phoenix. The Dark Lord waved away the suggestion airily. Whilst I am prepared to accept the idea of Albus killing on the battlefield, the man still has some morals. He would never sanction assassination. Perhaps not, but Mad-Eye Moody would. Sirius Black would. Indeed, most of the survivors of the First War would happily end any sort of conflict before it begins with a well-timed curse. Voldemort eyed him carefully. After around 30 seconds, he nodded. Agreed. He laughed to himself. I assume you have a plan? Harry nodded. That is why I have brought Evan here. Riddle glanced at Evan quickly, before he nodded for Harry to continue. I would like to form a new group, technically under the control of the Bal, but in practice under Mr. Rosier and I's direct control. The Dark Lord surveyed him curiously. And what would this group do? Harry took a deep breath. They would be a disciplined, militant force, tasked with protecting high-value public figures in the Traditionalists. He released the breath slowly, watching Voldemort's face intently. The Dark Lord looked amused. You wish me to sanction the creation of an army loyal to you? He asked with a small smirk. Evan quickly jumped in defense of the idea. No, my lord, not an army, merely a bodyguard service. It would not need to be more than 60 members. Rosier looked at Harry, who nodded in agreement at the number. Consider it, my lord, a very visible, very disciplined display of our strength. It would serve great political value. Riddle watched the two of them for a very long time. Neither Harry nor Evan dared to breath. Very well, but I expect a full list of members, and I expect you to ensure that this group's loyalty is to you too. It would not do for some uppity politician to gain ideas above his station. Yes, my lord. The two men murmured. Voldemort nodded slowly. You may go. Harry, do not fail me again. When Harry returned to the flat that night, he was furious. He slammed the door violently, and strode straight across the sitting room to the tall grandfather clock. Opening the stand, he revealed a modest variety of bottles. With scarcely a look at the labels, he pulled one out and filled a conjured glass with the amber liquid. Bad day? Miranda asked, sauntering around the door from the bedroom. You could say that. Were you not seeing him today? She asked. Harry nodded, grimacing as he took another generous gulp. That bad him. The bee? Owned asked carefully. Harry shook his head, tiredly. I can handle the pain, it's just the nerve of the man. I have been in the government for 1 year, in that time I have made myself incredibly popular, passed over a dozen pieces of legislation and revolutionized the way the party works, and now I make one mistake, which has no political ramifications for me. Harry sighed. Running his hand through his dark hair angrily, he refilled his glass with another generous measure and knocked it back in one. Behind him he felt Miranda embrace him tightly from behind. Don't be such a f. King weakling Potter. Harry snorted. You knew the Dark Lord was a megalomaniac when you joined him. True enough. He replied, and besides, when we win, you will still hold influence, then all we need to do is wait. The Dark Lord is mortal, and will eventually die, she murmured into his shoulder. Harry turned and looked into her shining blue eyes. Whereas we will live forever. He whispered, together. The girl smiled. Precisely. Who could be better suited to inherit the nation than the Dark Lord's most trusted lieutenant? 0 We shall rule together, forever. Harry smiled broadly, before he swept down and captured the girl's lips into a passionate key, carrying her through to the bedroom, kicking off his shoes as he did so. 3 months later, on a chilly day in September, Harry reflected that forming a bodyguard unit was one of the hardest things he had ever had to do. He and Evan had been working whenever they had time to create their vision. There had been problems with the financing, problems with the training, problems acquiring uniforms, problems with the legality of the issue, but finally, after many sleepless nights, Harry's legion stood before him. Harry had inspected their training only a few times, as whilst he had been working on the bureaucratic side of things, Evan, who had far more combat experience than Harry, had trained them hard for the last 3 months. There were more than 60 of them. Their numbers counted 94 at the last check, but Harry was pleased with each and every one of them. The Dark Shield had surpassed all of Harry's initial expectations, Selected from the best of the surge of volunteers they had received, the Legion comprised of only wizards aged between 20 and 30. He had received an owl from Rosier that day, in which the man had eagerly told Harry that they were ready. Harry had wasted no time, immediately apparating to a windswept patch of moor in Devon. The training camp was small, with 24 magical tents set up, as well as a well-trod parade ground, at the head of which Harry currently stood. "Magnificent, aren't they?" Evan asked, his voice filled with pride. Harry nodded in pleasure. The soldiers lined up before him were certainly impressive. Each man looked resplendent in a fitted double B-breasted black jacket, decorated in silver thread, with a high stiff collar, sewn onto which were the letters DS. They wore loose black trousers, decorated only with a single red strip running down the outside leg, and highly polished knee-high leather boots. Beside him, Evan was dressed in the same uniform, though with gold in the place of silver on his jacket. "Magnificent doesn't do them justice," Harry murmured, his green eyes shining. "This is the parade uniform, I presume?" he questioned. "Correct. For field duty they have far less extravagant outfits. If they fight as well as they parade, then they must be fearsome indeed," Harry complimented. Rosier chuckled. "Perhaps a demonstration?" Harry grinned and nodded. Evan smiled lightly. "Dark Shield!" he shouted. The men before him came to attention in a single hard movement. "Dark Shield! Mr. Potter would like a demonstration of your prowess." Evan surveyed his soldiers with a proud smile. Who would care to volunteer? As one, the entire unit took a measured step forward. Harry laughed. "I can't fault their enthusiasm." Evan flushed lightly. "Jackson, Morris and Leach, step forward." 3 men stepped out of the formation and took up a clearly practiced situation. Rosier turned to Harry to explain. "The dummy there is supposed to be you, Harry. Leach and Jackson will try to kill you, whilst Morris will keep you alive." Harry nodded slowly. "So our men are also trained in the termination of defended targets?" he asked. Rosier's smile became suddenly more sinister. "I thought it best to be prepared for any eventuality." He deadpanned. Harry nodded, and returned his attention to the demonstration. The men were good, they moved fast, the 2 attackers fluidly probing defenses whilst the defender danced around, keeping the dummy safe. After 5 minutes of combat, Evan called the display to an end. The 3 men immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted, before stepping into line once more. Harry turned to Evan with a wide grin. "How fast can we have them in service?" "Tomorrow," the fair-haired man said confidently. Harry clasped him on his shoulder, feeling the stiff decoration of his jacket under his hand. "Make it happen, my friend." Evan nodded seriously. "It will be done. I cannot wait to see Dumbledore's face when he learns of this." Harry laughed and nodded, clapping Rosier on the back once more, before disapparating with a crack. Traditionalists defend. Dark Shield. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. September 10. The halls of the Wizengamot this morning were rocked with controversy following the announcement of the Traditionalists having formed an elite unit of bodyguards. Albus Dumbledore, newly reinstated Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Headmaster of Hogwarts and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, immediately decried the existence of the Dark Shield, stating, "For a political party to require a paramilitary force in any situation is laughable. The only reason this Dark Shield exists is for political bullying." Lucius Malfoy, who has recently retaken his place as head of the Traditionalists, following Dumbledore's return to the position of Chief Warlock, however defended his party's new force. The Dark Shield are not an offensive force, they exist to ensure the safety of the party's members. This journalist was able to talk to Harry Potter last night and ask what his response to Dumbledore's attack on his Dark Shield, an organization he is rumored to have worked to create.
"I cannot understand Dumbledore's complaints. Isn't every concern he has about the DS, Dark Shield, equally applicable to the Chief Warlock's own Order of the Phoenix? A far more aggressive paramilitary force, which exists to fight dark magic with or without ministry support."
Kant. Page 9. Call 1 trade mission to France named. Bernie Sprocket, business correspondent, September 31. The ministry today announced the names of the 8 witches and wizards chosen to travel to Paris and refresh Britain's trade agreement with the French Wizarding Republic. Of those named, 2 are politicians, Edwin Truffle, BPP, and Harry Potter, Traditionalists, and they shall be joined by William Pennyside and Jane Fairweather, both of International Magical Trading Standards Agency. In addition, several members of leading British businesses shall be present as well, as yet unnamed. They shall represent members of the Nimbus Broom Company, Flash Travel Flow Powder Manufacturers, Weights and Measures Cauldron Design and Gladrags Wizardwear. The trade mission is due to leave on tomorrow, and according to ministry sources, will spend approximately 2 weeks in the French capital. Harry looked around the large room in frustration, though he made sure he kept his face carefully blank as he did so. It would hardly do to insult their hosts at the present time. So of course, any reductions in tariffs would be highly appreciated. The steel-haired woman from the Department of International Magical Trading Standards Agency was speaking. The Frenchman opposite her held a smug expression as he perused the sheet of parchment in his hands. Well, of course, any reduction in a tariff would lose the French ministry many thousands of galleons. Harry tuned out the conversation. It wasn't as if he was expected to provide input in these arguments. His role was expected in the evenings, where he promoted closer ties between the British and French governments. From his comfortable seat at the long table, Harry imagined the smug look of satisfaction on Dumbledore's face. He knew that it was the headmaster's recommendation that had resulted in him being here. Albus clearly wanted him out of the picture whilst he rebuilt his party from the ruin it had become. Harry would have applauded such a successful move on the veteran statesman's part, had it not resulted in him having to attend these mind-numbing discussions. On the seat to his right, Harry snorted softly as he watched Edwin Truffle preen. The man was a second-rate politician who had done nothing to make himself stand out. In short, the sort of man who would typically go on a trade mission with a nation Britain had been comfortably trading with for hundreds of years. D'accord. Harry blinked and looked up. Everyone appeared to have a smile on their face, and Harry assumed such an expression could only come from the end of the meeting. He smiled brightly and shook hands with his opposite man. The French politician looked just as bored as he did, and the two men rolled their eyes at each other. Lunch? Harry asked. The man laughed loudly and nodded. Mon Dieu, I hope so. I propose a toast, Harry announced from the dinner table at the end of this, the first week of negotiations, to our ever-gracious hosts. There were calls of agreement from the rest of the dinner table as the rest of the English delegation raised their glasses. Harry sat back down with a smile. I must say, it is rather a pleasant surprise to have you here, Mr. Potter. The young woman next to him said, when my father invited me, I had rather thought I would be surrounded by boring suits. Harry smiled at her. The girl was young, Harry guessed early 20s, and quite beautiful, in a very continental way. I do aim to please. May I compliment you on your English? It is quite phenomenal. He replied. The young woman waved her hand casually. I attended Hogwarts for my last 2 years of education. My father thought it wise given his position. Your father is a wise man, clearly. The girl smiled. Well, being the ambassador de commerce to England does involve interaction with your country from time to time. She laughed. Harry nodded his head at the point. Well, you may thank him for me. I, like you, had feared this would be an event for overweight old men. Your presence is a delightful surprise. Harry's interest in what the girl said to him next was lost as he saw who entered the room late. Jean-Sebastian Delacour strode in and looked around. His eyes lingered on Harry for a moment before he smiled and opened his arms wide. I am sorry I am late. I hoped I haven't missed too much, he called warmly. Not at all, Monsieur Delacour, we have only just started our main course, one of the French businessmen said quickly. Excellent. Well, I hope it would be all right if I were to join you? A chair was brought out for the man, and a place hastily laid by frantic-looking house elves. Before long the conversation got back underway and Harry turned back to the girl he had been listening to before the Jean-Sebastian had walked in. That's Jean-Sebastian Delacour. He is the head of the Département de la Coopération Magique Internationale, though Papa says the president listens to him for almost all his decisions. I know of Mr. Delacour, his daughter and I are friends, he murmured, eyeing the Frenchman predatorily. Fleur? The girl asked. Harry nodded distractedly. She was 2 years below me at Beauxbatons. How is she? Harry shrugged. I haven't seen her in a year or so. Last I heard she is working at Gringotts. This set the girl off on a long diatribe on what Fleur had been like at school. Harry listened with half an ear, not too interested in the girl's conversation. Eventually the meal came to an end and Harry smiled politely at everyone, shaking hands here and laughing at unfunny jokes there. When he finally managed to get to his bed, he was exhausted, his eyes were sore and his stomach felt bloated. He didn't think his English constitution agreed with the French diet, not that he would ever dare say anything to this effect when his hosts could hear. The next day was Sunday, and the English were treated to a tour of some of Wizarding France's major commercial areas. They were shown the expansive enchanted forests, from which wandwoods and broomsticks were fashioned before flowing to the south, and touring the vast greenhouses where France grew its main magical export, potion ingredients. However, the remarkable day ended, and all too soon Harry was back in the tedious boardroom, listening to debates go back and forth on the standardization of exports, whatever the hell that meant. In this fashion the days progressed. The evenings were spent in opulent luxury, listening to speeches and drinking expensive wine, which almost made up for the tedious days spent in agonizing tedium. On the final supper of the delegation, Harry was accosted just minutes after the meal finished. "I had been meaning to talk to you, Mr. Potter." Harry turned and to his pleasure saw Jean-Sebastian Delacour smiling at him. "You almost missed your opportunity," Harry joked. "Well, I have you now." Harry nodded his agreement. "Have you found the talks satisfactory?" "I think both parties are very satisfied with the outcome," Harry replied smoothly. Delacour laughed. "An excellent answer, you needn't lie, they are rather grating, aren't they?" Harry smiled and chuckled. "I am curious why you are here, Mr. Potter. You are not the typical candidate for a trade mission." Harry raised one eyebrow. "Oh? And why is that?" The elder Frenchman smirked and looked at Truffle, who was currently talking to the two French politicians. "I'd have thought that obvious, Harry. You are relevant." Harry smiled. "Thank you, I suppose." He paused and looked the tall man in the eye. "Have you been interested in my career, Mr. Delacour?" "Of course." The man lowered his voice. "Given your relationship to Fleur, I had thought it expedient." Harry nodded, and Jean-Sebastian saw the boy's expression shift ever so slightly, becoming more predacious. The Frenchman stiffened ever so slightly, and the air between the two became suddenly colder. "Mr. Delacour," Harry began, "I think we both know that I am not here by choice, and I feel it would be a waste of 2 weeks if I were not to get anything out of this trip." "And what do you expect from me?" he asked, his tone cautious. "Oh, I am sure you will think of something," Harry replied airily, though his insides were roiling. "How's Fleur?" he asked deceptively calmly. "She is fine," the Frenchman replied, his voice hard and with a dangerous edge. "She is engaged to an Englishman, Bill Weasley." "Wonderful." Harry's voice remained soft, though his eyes told a very different story. "I imagine you must be very happy." "Her happiness means more to me than I could say," the man growled out, and Harry let a mocking smile grow on his face. "As it should be for any father." He leant in closer to the Frenchman. "I would prefer excellent publicity from this event, Jean-Sebastian. If not, well, I don't think anyone will be attending Fleur wedding in the near future." The man was silent, glaring down at Harry murderously, and Harry quickly checked to make sure the 2 DS guards who had accompanied him on this trip were nearby. "I have worked in politics for 31 years, Potter," he eventually ground out, "and in that time I have never been so insulted as I am now."
Harry kept his face calm, and prayed the man couldn't hear his wildly beating heart.
"I will do what I can, though I warn you, should you ever use my daughter against me again," he trailed off warningly. "You will do exactly what I say, for you are a good father and a good man, whilst I have the benefit of being neither. Good day, Jean." With deceptively calm steps, Harry strode away, his 2 guards in their immaculate uniforms quickly falling into step behind him. When he found himself alone in a corridor, he stopped and leant against the wall. "Idiot!" he rebuked himself silently. "What the F.K. were you thinking?" To blackmail one of the most important men in France was foolish in the extreme. He could only blame his frustration in the entire situation. Having been sent on a mission he deserved to be no part of, and then to sit through hours of tortuously dull meetings had clearly done a number on his mind. There was no other explanation. He silently thanked whatever gods existed that he was going back home in less than an hour. He wasn't sure he would be able to handle seeing the honorable Frenchman again. Closer ties with France? Valerie Truman, international correspondent. October 15. Following the successful renegotiation of the Franco-British trade agreement which concluded last night, The French Foreign Office has suggested that closer political and economic ties between England and France at this time were a strong possibility thanks to their success. Many have suggested that Harry Potter's presence on the trade mission have been responsible for this new direction on the future of diplomacy. Jean-Sébastien Delacour, the French head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, spoke following the conclusion of events last night. Mr. Potter spoke to me of the idea of an economic union between our two great countries, and I found myself intrigued by such an idea. He was very persuasive, and hopefully our governments can work together to make his powerful vision a reality. Results of our competition come in. Sophie Calle, October 26. Last month, Which Weekly asked its readers to write in to and tell us who fit certain categories. Well, today the results came in, and they are very interesting. Most successful singer. Celestina Warbeck, 38, once again, our favorite singing sorceress has topped our poll. With her sell-out tour, Spellbound, Celestina has been the nation's favorite for 8 years now. Most influential, power couple. Harry Potter, 19, and Miranda Rookwood, 22. The first time we've had a politician in our polls. Harry Potter has taken the country by storm. However, we all know that his charismatic charm and good looks would mean nothing without the stunning Miranda Rookwood keeping him on track. Most influential female. Glenda Chittick, 29. Hosting the enormously popular Witching Hour on the WWN. Glenda has been a part of every witch's life for the last 3 years. Her special brand humor and investigative journalism make her great fun and a hugely successful host. Most influential male. Harry Potter, 19. The runaway winner in our little competition. Harry Potter has clearly been impressing our readers with his popular ideas and genuine outlook. It probably doesn't hurt that he's so easy to look at too. Dumbledore was pacing angrily in his study at Hogwarts. Despite his success in getting Harry sent off to France for 2 weeks, the old man had still been unsuccessful in reforming the Progressive Party. Many of his old allies had returned to his cause following his short stint in prison. However, it wasn't nearly enough. From the original body of 53, the Progressives now counted only 39 members. Whilst Dumbledore wouldn't have been too concerned, he still had another year before the elections after all. He was concerned about the fact that some of his old supporters had defected to the traditionalists, citing that they would rather be part of a party that got things done. Dumbledore sighed angrily as he collapsed into his chair, kneading his temples with his withered fingers as he desperately thought about a way out of the current situation. The easiest way to achieve this would be to prove the Dark Lord had returned. Were the public to discover that he had been right all along, he was certain that his party's support would skyrocket. However, that proof was proving to be very hard to achieve. The Dark Lord had revealed himself to only a few of his most loyal servants, and this time was engaging in no violence, no Muggle tortures, and far fewer disappearances than he had expected. Even Dumbledore's closest allies were beginning to doubt Neville's story of Voldemort's return. After all, it had been almost 18 months and nothing. Recruitment to the Order of the Phoenix had all but dried up, and Fudge was still having the Prophet write slanderous articles about him. It was infuriating. Professor Dumbledore, sir. Albus looked up and smiled wearily when he saw Neville's head poking around his door. Aha, Neville, do come in. He greeted warmly, and waited until Neville was sat opposite and comfortable. Now, Neville, I imagine you have been wondering what I plan to teach you during these lessons? He asked with a small smile. Yes, sir, he responded politely. Dumbledore smiled. I imagine you have some theories? He pressed. Neville flushed a little and nodded. Well, Ron thought perhaps some powerful magic I could use to defeat Voldemort. He trailed off. Dumbledore motioned for him to continue, watching him calmly. Well, Hermione thought you might know something, a secret, which you wanted to tell me. Dumbledore clapped his hands together happily. Once again, dear Hermione has proven herself to be quite brilliant. Neville looked up. She was right. You know something? I know many somethings. It is the benefit of having lived rather a lot of years. Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. Neville blushed. Yes, sir, but, the headmaster cut him off, but I also know several things about Lord Voldemort. Things I believe you would be better off knowing. Neville nodded, an excited look on his face. I suppose the wisest place to begin would be the beginning. It seems prudent to me, does it not? He asked casually. Neville nodded and Dumbledore smiled. He pulled open a drawer and withdrew a wide, shallow basin. Do you know what this is, Neville? He asked. Neville nodded. That's a pensieve, we have one at home. His voice was proud and the headmaster nodded sagely. You are correct, and you are also very lucky, for very few pensieves exist nowadays. Their creation is a lost art, I am afraid, so guard yours well. Neville nodded hastily. I am going to show you one of my memories first, which I am sure will answer a great many questions you no doubt have. Are you ready? Neville nodded. With 3 quick flicks of his wand, Neville saw a misty figure rise out of the basin. That's Professor Trelawney. Correct, now listen closely. Dumbledore finished for him. Neville watched in amazement as the divination professor spoke in a cracked, croaky tone. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live whilst the other survives. There was silence when the figure finished speaking, and Neville watched Dumbledore in confusion. Did that mean? Did she mean, she meant you, Neville? Of that there can be no doubt. Dumbledore watched the 16-year-old before him carefully, his eyes filled with pity. But, so, I have to die. His voice was quiet and Dumbledore at once leant forward and gripped his hands tightly. No, he shook Neville ever so slightly. No, did you not listen to the prophecy? He will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. You have a power, Neville. You can defeat Voldemort. But, I don't have any powers. I think I displayed my incompetence at the Triwizard Tournament. He mumbled the last bit and his cheeks pinked. Neville, that was 2 years ago. You have grown since then. Besides, there are many forms of strength, many forms of power. Neville looked at him in confusion and Dumbledore sighed. What do you have that Voldemort will never possess? Dumbledore asked simply. Neville frowned. I don't know. He finally admitted. Dumbledore looked unsurprised. You have love, Neville, and I assure, there is no greater power in the world. Love? The teen sounded dubious. Yes, it was love that saved you as a baby, and it is love that protects you even now. Voldemort cannot feel love, he doesn't understand it, and that is his greatest weakness. So, I can defeat him with this love? He asked, still sounded unconvinced. This power makes you far greater than him, Neville, I assure you of that. The boy nodded slowly, though he still looked confused. Dumbledore sighed. Neville, I would like to discuss with you something else if I may. Neville nodded distractedly. What do you know of Harry Potter's exploits since leaving Hogwarts? The headmaster asked. Neville looked thoughtful for a moment. He's done quite a bit, very well-respected politician, always seems to be at these high society parties with his girlfriend, Miranda. And isn't he in charge of the British Action League? That group which goes around having rallies and attacking people who campaign against the traditionalists. He doesn't seem to get on very well with you though, didn't he say you think rather than act or something? Dumbledore chuckled. He did indeed, and you have most of Mr. Potter's past couple of years well summed up. He smiled in praise at Neville. However, I am afraid that at some stage since leaving Hogwarts, Harry Potter allied himself to the Dark Lord. The headmaster frowned for a moment, although perhaps ally is the wrong phrase. The Dark Lord has no allies, nor has he friends, he has servants. Potter is a Death Eater? Neville asked horrified. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Then arrest him, or kill him, or something. Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders sadly. He is too powerful to arrest, and I wouldn't kill him even if I could, though his new guards would make any attempt nigh impossible. Neville frowned. But he's a Death Eater, surely you could get a group together and just, he mimed stabbing someone and Dumbledore frowned. He may be a Death Eater, but Harry Potter is not irredeemable. I will not try to kill him until I have no other choice. He spoke firmly, and Neville appeared cowed. Yes, sir. He eventually agreed. Dumbledore nodded. The problem for you, Neville, is that as you know, Harry Potter is a very capable wizard. He could outduel nearly anyone in the country when he left Hogwarts, and since then I am sure he has been training regularly with many veterans of the previous war. You think he will become another Dark Lord? Neville asked nervously. Dumbledore chuckled. I doubt Harry Potter would survive long if Voldemort believed him a threat or disloyal. What concerns me most about Mr. Potter is Miranda Rookwood. Neville looked at him in confusion. You mean her father? He finally asked. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not mean Miss Rookwood herself, I mean what she represents. Harry Potter, whatever his other faults, loves Miranda very much, and that gives him a certain strength. I believe she is what he fights for, and she also keeps him grounded. Neville seemed to realize what he was saying. And you said love is the most powerful force in the world, he murmured. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Correct. Do not naively assume that the good side has a monopoly on love. Harry Potter's love makes him, in many ways, far more dangerous than the Dark Lord. Neville gulped slightly as he remembered Potter's skill and power from the tournament. How am I supposed to defeat both Potter and Voldemort? He asked, a note of panic in his voice. Dumbledore chuckled. My dear boy, don't get ahead of yourself. The prophecy states you will kill Voldemort. You have no responsibility towards Harry Potter. Do not worry. Neville forced a weak smile. What I don't understand is why you haven't attacked. Dumbledore looked at him curiously. Well, you know his followers and the like. Why not attack them now? Dumbledore frowned lightly. Neville, Voldemort is not attacking indiscriminately anymore. He is staying in the shadows. If I were to attack now, I would be attacking the Traditionalist Party. Please do not forget that Britain loves Harry Potter. He is the people's politician. Any attack we make on him right now will make us look like we are in the wrong, until Voldemort himself acts. Harry Potter is free to do what he wants. Neville looked lost when Dumbledore finished, and the silence between the two of them grew larger and longer. What can we do? Neville finally asked, his voice very small. Dumbledore leant forward and looked the teenager deep in the eyes. We can wait, we can watch, and we can prepare. Unexpected, however, we have shown significant growth. I am confident that given another year, we will be the largest party in government. Lucius stated, his chin held firmly and hands clasped behind his back. I had expected more, Lucius. Why have we not shown greater progress? The Dark Lord looked around at the 10 wizards in the room. They were all silent, and with a resigned sigh, Harry stood up. Everyone in the room suddenly turned to look at him. Yes, Harry? Do you have something to say? I do. Harry said neutrally. He turned to the Malfoy Patriarch. Mr. Malfoy, I mean no disrespect, you have served this party, and our Lord very well. I do not wish to belittle that in any way. Lucius nodded his head jerkily and the Dark Lord gestured for him to continue. My lord, the Traditionalist Party has long had a stigma attached. Many still view it as the party of the Death Eaters, and are unwilling to vote in such an organization. Our liberal direction of the last year has simply not been enough to change that. The Dark Lord nodded, stroking his chin in thought as he considered Harry's words. Is this true, Lucius? He eventually asked. Malfoy looked uncomfortable. Whilst it is true that the Malfoy name is not as widely respected as it once was, he trailed off and looked a little embarrassed. For the most part it is true, yes, my lord. Voldemort cackled at the refined man's discomfort and Harry felt the corners of his lips twitch. Very well, Harry, what would you suggest we do? Harry paused and looked down the length of the table, taking in the interested faces of the men and women looking at him. My suggestion would be to entirely refresh the party's image. I mean a new name, a new leader, a new symbol. We create ourselves again, only this time without such a negative image. There were loud mutters around the room, and Harry heard phrases such as outrageous and preposterous being thrown around. He held his hands up in a calming gesture. I am not proposing the removal of any members of the party, merely a rebranding. The mutters quieted and Harry turned to look at Lucius and Riddle. Lucius? The Dark Lord asked, his tone curious. It could work, certainly, the man replied. He sounded cautious, not that Harry could really blame him. However, it would require a great deal of effort. We would require the full cooperation of the BAL, else we are unlikely to get enough publicity before the elections. Harry sat back as the debate began in earnest. It became immediately clear that the majority of the room was in agreement with him. However, there were a few who were firmly standing by their beliefs and their faith in the Traditionalist image. Eventually, however, Harry persuaded everyone to his side, though it took rather a lot of effort, and he was certain a few of them were unhappy to have sided with him. Nevertheless, Harry didn't care, for now he had far more important things to worry about than a few disgruntled members. When the meeting came to a close, he quickly hurried outside the Malfoy home, barely noticing the 4DS guards who took up in formation around him. As soon as he was clear of the wards, he turned on the spot, vanishing in midair with a soft pop. You seem frightfully cheerful today, Miranda noted as he strode through the door. The party leaders agreed, as did he. So the party is yours then? The bee-owned asked, looking up from the newspaper she had been reading. Harry smiled broadly. As good as, Lucius accepted that he is viewed too negatively by the public to ever gain enough of a popular backing to rewrite the Constitution. Miranda smiled and stood up. Harry quickly walked over to her and pulled her into a tight hug, lifting her off the ground and spinning around. The girl laughed. Put me down, you insufferable oaf. You haven't done anything yet. Harry chuckled but acquiesced, putting her back on her feet with a huff. Do you want to go out to supper tonight? My treat. You choose wherever you want to go. My, how very generous of you. I accept. Harry bowed low. And where would the lady like to go? He asked with a simpering voice. You may escort me to Gilbert and Grant's. We haven't been there for a while. Harry smiled and nodded. Agreed. Shall we say 8 o'clock? Miranda shook her head. 7:30. Some of us have to work tomorrow. Harry nodded and smiled, swooping down to plant a chaste key on the girl's cheek before turning and walking towards the bedroom. The meal that evening was delicious. Once they had successfully polished off 2 courses, Harry and Miranda sat in quiet conversation with a bottle of wine between them. And a name? Miranda asked. Harry shrugged. Not sure yet, but something like the National Conservative Union. What do you think? Maybe, it's all right, I guess. Harry chuckled. High praise indeed. He teased. The bee-owned rolled her eyes. As they began to make some more headway into the bottle of wine, Harry felt his heart rate begin to rise steadily. Miranda looked at him funnily. Are you all right? She asked. You look a little pale. I'm fine. How are you? He replied quickly. The bee-owned looked at him quizzically. Fine. What's going on? Harry was silent for a few moments. Miranda, we've always said that we were going to rule together, didn't we? Harry's hands felt clammy, and his breathing came in shallow, fast breaths. Yes, and to the best of my knowledge that hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, has it, Potter? Her voice suddenly became flinty, and she glared at Harry suspiciously. He smiled at her, and shook his head. No, I simply wanted to know if you were as committed to the idea as I was. The girl's look of confusion returned. What do you? Oh. She went suddenly silent when Harry revealed the diamond and Serre ring in its blue velvet box. Will you marry me? He asked, looking deep into the bee-owned's wide blue eyes. Harry Potter engaged? Felicity Bowman, January 2nd. Witch Weekly has long predicted that Harry Potter and Miranda Rookwood would be getting married soon, and yesterday it appeared our predictions have been proven correct. Harry, 19, has been in a relationship with Miranda, 21, since he was 15, and sources close to the couple state that they had been close for years before that. Whilst neither Mr. Potter nor Miss Rookwood have directly confirmed their engagement, there have been several pictures showing an engagement ring on Miss Rookwood's ring finger. If this is proven to be true, it comes at a major turning point in Harry's political career. BAL members arrested. Percy Blake, criminal correspondent. February 7, 3 members of the controversial British Action League, the organization which exists as a support network for the Traditionalist Party, have been arrested this morning for casting curses in public, after they attempted to disrupt a progressives conference. The individuals have not been named by Oars, however they are expected to go on trial later this month. The BAL has seen significant growth in the past year, and now has an estimated membership of 5,650. This is not the first time that the BAL have been involved in attacks on other parties and their supporters. In December, Thomas Baker and Seamus Wright were found guilty of burning down a BPP party headquarters building and sentenced to 6 years in Azkaban. Kant. Page 2. A New Era, Thomas Audley, political correspondent. February 20, the Traditionalist Party today announced their complete overhaul. Mr. Lucius Malfoy shocked many by stating that he would be stepping down as head of the party, declaring Harry Potter to be his successor. The politics of today belong to a new generation. Mr. Potter has proven this dozens of times since joining the party, and I have therefore decided to step down from my position within the Traditionalists, and pass the mantle of responsibility to him. Following the announcement, Mr. Potter addressed a large crowd in Camelot Square, Bristol, where many thousands of his supporters cheered his new position. Today represents a most important event. To all the citizens of magical Britain I tell you this: no longer will I allow for the Wizengamot to stand in the way of progress. So long as I am in a position to change things, I swear I will. Britain is one nation, it is one people, and I offer it one leader. The Traditionalist Party has also announced its dissolution. In its place, Mr. Potter has created a new party, called the National Traditionalist Front, NTF, which he states is the party of the future, working to better the quality of life for its people, without destroying the traditions upon which this nation was founded. Minister? Dumbledore is outside, he would like to see you. Cornelius Fudge looked up from the novel he was reading and smiled at Umbridge. Thank you, Dolores, send him in. Fudge quickly put the book back into one of his drawers and pulled out a packet of paperwork he was supposed to be looking over. Not 10 seconds later, Fudge looked up to see the twinkling blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, come in. Fudge greeted cordially. Whilst the minister still didn't trust the man, he had long ago decided that Dumbledore was simply too popular to alienate, and therefore had slowly begun to offer a degree of respect back to the ancient wizard. Minister, thank you for seeing me. Of course, please have a seat. Fudge indicated one of the squashy armchairs that sat before his desk, and Dumbledore smiled, sitting back and releasing a long sigh. Minister, I thought I might take a little bit of time out from you in order to discuss Harry Potter. Fudge's countenance brightened. Harry had been one of his closest political allies in the last year. What about him, Albus? I know you don't like him, but I truly believe you should give him a chance. He's a brilliant young man. Dumbledore's lips quirked down and he frowned lightly. I may not approve of some of his methods, however I cannot ignore his political prowess. That's why I am here to talk to you now. Fudge perked up and watched Dumbledore with interest. Indeed? Fudge asked excitedly. Dumbledore nodded sagely.
Mr. Potter has proven time and again that he can get things done. I would like to suggest that he may be the ideal candidate to fill the role of Master of Ceremonies in the Wizengamot. Fudge looked surprised.
Master of Ceremonies? He asked curiously. We haven't had one of them for years. Why would Harry want to fill it? Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head wisely. Harry is young, and the youth relish a challenge. I believe he would be very honored if we were to offer him this role. Well, it can't hurt, I suppose. Besides, if we give him the position, it would mean that all three of the main parties in the Wizengamot have a position of power. I am sure the press would love such equal representation. Dumbledore smiled widely. I quite agree, Minister. It would give a platform for all of our parties to exist on an equal footing. The Traditionalists, forgive me, the National Traditionalist Front would undoubtedly be very pleased with such a position. Then it's settled. I will offer the position to Harry tomorrow. Would you like to be here when I do? Dumbledore nodded. I can see no reason why not. Shall we say 2 o'clock? Fudge nodded and Dumbledore stood up to leave. The two men shook hands, and then Dumbledore strolled out the door, whistling softly to himself as he strode through the busy corridors of the Ministry. It's a rather desperate move, Dumbledore remarked thoughtfully to himself. However, I have to do something. He had been becoming rather desperate lately. Despite the old headmaster's best efforts, Harry Potter seemed to be going from strength to strength. His rallies received huge crowds and the tabloid press couldn't get enough of him. Dumbledore knew Harry unlikely to ever accept the position of Master of Ceremonies. However, he hoped that if he were lucky, his greatest political opponent would be chained to a useless position, from which his influence would be greatly reduced. As the headmaster stepped through the flow, he smiled to himself. Whilst he was certainly very concerned about the developing situation with the Dark Lord, the man couldn't deny that sparring with an opponent as skilled as Harry was definitely one of the most exciting things the man had done in his time in the Wizengamot. Can you confirm this? Harry asked, looking up at Evan. The man looked extremely uncomfortable, not that Harry could blame him. I have not witnessed it myself, however some of my best agents collected this information. Harry sighed, and ran his hand through his hair in frustration. And your agents are reliable? They are. Rosier replied stonily. Harry shook his head. I have said it before and I will say it again. Marcus Flint and I have been friends for the last 9 years. Unless he directly acts against me, I will not break the trust I have in him. Rosier opened his mouth to argue, but Harry held up his hand. I don't care what the evidence says, Evan. It could have been forged. It could be interpreted in a number of different ways. Besides, Marcus is ambitious, but he isn't a fool. He knows that if he tries to seize power he would be unsuccessful. Evan looked unhappy but nodded. Very well, but I will post several more agents into the BAL. I want to know if anything is happening. Harry nodded. Fine, Fine. The head of the DS nodded and stood up. As he was about to open the door, Harry called him. Evan? Yes? Harry rested his head on his hand. Have you told the Dark Lord about your findings? Rosier shook his head and Harry smiled. Please don't, I see no reason for this to go beyond the two of us, do you? Rosier sighed. I don't like it, Harry, but for you, I'll keep quiet, for now. Harry nodded his thanks. Evan hesitated for a moment, then left quickly, his leather jack boots sounding loud in the deafening silence left behind him. Harry groaned as he looked down at the thick file Evan had left behind, loath as he was to admit it. The evidence that Marcus and the Baal were planning some kind of takeover was pretty damning. He had photos, memories and records of conversations. Whilst Harry was very unhappy with the evidence he had been presented with, he still couldn't deny, the DS had proven themselves very skilled at gaining information. He spent the next hour reading through the file in silence. Olivia had clearly realized that he didn't want to be disturbed and had cancelled all of his appointments that afternoon. When the clock read 1:45, however, Harry heard a knock on his door. Come in. He called. Olivia walked in. The minister wants a word, Harry, and I've postponed your appointment with Thomas Audley from the Daily Prophet until this time tomorrow. Harry smiled up at his Irish friend and nodded. Thanks. Did the minister say what it was about? The girl shook her head. No, Umbridge just said he wanted to see you at 2 o'clock. Harry rolled his eyes. All right. Can you come with me? The girl laughed. Afraid of the big scary minister? Harry shrugged and she laughed harder. Behind that green bowler hat lies a heart of pure ice, probably, Harry wisely informed her. All right, I'll keep you safe, don't worry, Harry grinned. You're a lifesaver. Shall we go then? Together the two of them went up to the minister's office, flanked as ever by two stone-faced DS guards. Madame Umbridge was clearly waiting for him when he arrived, and when she caught sight of him she simpered. Oh, Mr. Potter, you're early. Well, go on in. Minister Fudge is waiting for you. Harry smiled and nodded politely at the unattractive woman, before knocking on the door. Enter. Came Fudge's voice. Harry pushed open the door and plastered a broad smile on his face. Minister. How are you this morning? Good, thank you, Harry. The minister turned to Olivia. I don't think you will need Miss Moran to be present for this meeting, Harry. He smiled at Olivia, who nodded politely back. We have a meeting very shortly after this. Bringing her along seems simpler, Fudge chuckled. Not to worry, the more the merrier. We are just waiting for Albus and then we can get started. No sooner had he finished speaking than his fireplace flashed green and the figure of Albus Dumbledore suddenly stepped out. Sorry I'm late, Cornelius. Good to see you again, Harry. Good afternoon, Headmaster. Harry greeted. Dumbledore quickly sat himself in one of the thick chairs opposite Fudge. Now, Harry, the Chief Warlock and I have brought you before us in order to discuss a possible future for you. Fudge began. Harry kept his face interested as he watched Fudge speak. Harry, we would like to offer you the position of Master of Ceremonies in the Wizengamot, if you would like it. The two men watched Harry interestedly. Harry remained silent for a while, watching them. Fudge looked slightly uncomfortable offering him the role, which made Harry suspect it was Dumbledore who had suggested the idea in the first place. This idea was supported when Harry turned to the headmaster and saw him watching Harry very carefully. I am shocked. Harry said carefully. I was under the impression that this position was typically offered to more seasoned statesmen. Fudge shifted slightly. Well, normally yes, that would be the case. However, we believe you have the necessary qualifications to perform more than admirably. Harry frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore would expect him to take the role. He had no reason to. Which meant, he presumed, he was supposed to turn down the position, so Dumbledore could suggest something. Harry tried to think what Dumbledore would be able to gain from his saying no. There didn't seem to be any benefit to the aged headmaster at all. He sighed audibly. Minister, Chief Warlock, I am afraid I cannot in good conscience accept this role. Beside him, he saw Dumbledore stir as the twinkling of his eyes suddenly became less apparent. Did that mean Dumbledore had expected him to accept the role? He was confused. Given the rather precarious state of affairs that currently exist within the NTF, it would be reckless and disrespectful of me to those relying on me to abandon them. However, when I am in a more stable position, I would be happy to reconsider. Fudge nodded. looking unsurprised whilst Dumbledore frowned. I can't say I'm surprised, Harry. I thought I would offer it despite my doubts anyway. I hope you understand. Of course, Minister. I am very flattered by your consideration. Fudge waved away his words. Well, don't thank me. It was Dumbledore's idea really. You should thank him. Harry turned to look at the headmaster. Indeed. Albus nodded wisely. I had thought it a nice next step for your career. I apologize if it came at a bad time for you, Harry. His words were polite, but his eyes frosty. Harry smiled politely. Not at all. Like I said, it is very flattering to be offered the role. Harry stood up. Minister, if you will excuse me, I must be off. Of course. My wife and I are having a dinner party tomorrow for some gentlemen from the ministry. We would be very happy if you were to join us. Of course you are welcome to bring the future Mrs. Potter. Fudge winked at Harry. Thank you, Minister. I think we would both be very happy to attend. Harry and Olivia left quickly, and when they were out of earshot, Olivia turned to him. What was that about? She asked, confused. Harry shrugged. I'm not sure, but I have a suspicion it was a very clumsy attempt by Dumbledore to sideline me. However, I have a feeling there may have been more to it. Nevertheless, I am not concerned. Olivia nodded and Harry shrugged, running his hand through his short hair as he considered just what the hell Dumbledore had hoped to achieve. 2 weeks later. For possibly the first time since he had joined the Wizengamot, Harry truly didn't know what to do. He was sat outside Voldemort's study, and this time he truly couldn't care about being made to wait. In his hands he held the piece of paper that had turned his life quite so upside down. To whom it may concern. The actions of the organization known as the British Action League have become damaging to the reputation of the Wizengamot. Should the BAL not be dealt with in a manner found suitable to the writers of this here warning by Sunday, March 6th, the BAL and all associated groups, parties and affiliates will be deemed illegal and dealt with as such. Signed, Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Amelia E. Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry reread the note again, even though by this stage he had it essentially memorized. It was clear that his faith in Marcus had been woefully misplaced. The BAL had become more and more aggressive in the past month, with fights between its members almost commonplace. Harry could have simply blamed this on Marcus's inability to control the group. However, given the ever-mounting pile of evidence Evan was delivering to him, it was becoming clear that Marcus was a liability. A dangerous liability with a rather large, rather violent force at his back. Harry? He looked up to see the grim visage of Evan. Hey, Evan. He greeted tiredly. I just got the news, Harry. I'm sorry. Harry shook his head wryly. It's all right. Maybe the Dark Lord is feeling lenient today. Evan looked unconvinced. Maybe, he hesitantly agreed. Harry laughed. Marcus has no chance, does he? There's always a slim chance, Rosier suggested, but from the tone of his voice, Harry knew what the man's thoughts really were. Harry didn't have a chance to reply before the doors opened with an ominous creaking. Harry, Evan, called the Dark Lord, come in. The room was brightly lit. The Dark Lord sat elegantly relaxed in his dark green leather chair and surveyed the two men before him. His gaze eventually came to rest on the file in Harry's hands, and he gestured quickly. Harry calmly handed it over, and Riddle immediately flicked through, his frown becoming more pronounced as he read further. The silence dragged onwards, and it was only after 10 minutes that the Dark Lord finally put down the file. There was no amusement in his face. He looked furious. I believe you know what must be done, Harry? He asked in a deadly calm voice. Marcus must be dealt with. Not just Mr. Flint, but his lieutenants, his aides, his officers, anyone who may have in any way influenced this plot of his. I want them dealt with permanently. Yes, my lord. Harry replied woodenly. You had placed a lot of trust in Mr. Flint, hadn't you? Harry nodded, and the Dark Lord's mouth stretched into a vicious smirk. You were a fool. My lord, I had no reason to doubt him, none at all. Voldemort sneered but said nothing. Having formed your little army, you might as well have Evan use them for this little task. The Dark Lord turned to Evan and gestured in a dismissal. Harry was surprised therefore when the fair-haired man turned to look at him. Harry? He asked carefully. Harry nodded once. Do what must be done. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy. Harry's voice was firm, his countenance grave. Rosier nodded sharply, pulling slightly at the collar of his black jacket as he stood up. He bowed to the Dark Lord and left without another word. The noise of the dark closing behind him sounded very final in Harry's ear. "Oh Marcus," he thought sadly, "you have been a fool." "If that is all, my lord," Harry asked as calmly as possible. Voldemort nodded and he quickly got up and left, making sure his steps were even and his back straight. Marcus had betrayed him, he tried to think, and there was no greater crime than treachery. The words sounded oddly hollow in his ears. Harry didn't sleep at all that night. He sat on the small balcony he had in his flat, a bottle of fire whiskey on the table and eyes trained on the silent city sprawling before him. It was very quiet, but Harry's ears could make out sounds in the dark. In his drink-addled state, he imagined each and every sound he could hear was that of the DS removing another one of Marcus's lackeys. He cursed his weakness silently, pouring himself another drink and returning his eyes to the bright lights that stretched for so many miles before him. The sun began to rise at 6 o'clock that morning. Harry remained where he was. The sudden brightening of the sky seemed to shake him out of the deep melancholy he had found himself in. He looked at the now nearly empty bottle that stood next to him. He stared at it listlessly for a few moments before carelessly emptying it into his glass and downing it. He grimaced at the burning sensation, but it passed quickly and he stood up, his muscles protesting from the sudden movement after so long remaining still. With very deliberate steps, he walked to the kitchen and quickly spelled clean his glass, before filling it with water. He chugged back the contents and refilled it, repeating the process 3 more times until he thought he wouldn't be able to drink another drop. Checking his watch, he cursed under his breath. It was 6:35, and he was expected to be at work and functioning in less than 2.5 hours. Whilst he was sure that Olivia would take pity on him and give him a fairly empty schedule, he would undoubtedly still be expected to report to Dumbledore and Madame Bones to inform them that he had dealt with the Bal. As he sat there musing about what a chore the day would be, Harry became aware of a sudden tapping on the window. He turned and saw a post owl glaring at him, a rolled-up newspaper held in its talons. He threw open the window with a flick of his wand, quickly trading the bird's paper for a few nuts. The bird blinked imperiously at him before flying away with a hoot. With another flick of his wand, the window closed and Harry was once again left alone. With deft movements he undid the string keeping the paper rolled and flattened it firmly against the work surface. 7 Muggles killed by rogue fire tongs. Read the headline. Harry looked over the front page in surprise. There was no news of the events of the night before. He flicked through the rest of the paper quickly, and to his surprise found that there was no mention of anything related to the Bal. The morning passed quickly, and Harry left for the ministry very early, leaving before Miranda had even woken up. He spent the time behind his desk reading over files and reports. Most were extremely dull, regaling the events of some event or other that someone somewhere believed Harry ought to be aware of. Almost at 9 o'clock on the dot there came a knock on the door. He looked up and saw Olivia walking in, her light brown hair tied up in a professional-looking bun. "Merlin, Harry, you look terrible. Are you all right?" Harry nodded tiredly. Fine, but I'd appreciate a quiet day if you could manage it." Olivia nodded sympathetically and Harry smiled in appreciation. "Of course, you have a meeting with Andrew Bloom at 10, but I could cancel that if you liked." Harry nodded quickly. "That would be nice. Thank you. Of course." The Irish girl made a quick note. Dumbledore left a rather cryptic message. "He wants to see you whenever it is dealt with. I'm afraid I don't know what it is, however." Harry felt a twinge of guilt but forced the feeling to the back of his mind. "I understand what he means. Thank you. Was that it?" Olivia nodded and Harry smiled. "Thanks, Liv." The girl nodded and left. Harry looked back down at the reports and was about to return to reading when there came another knock on the door. "Come in," he called loudly. The door swung inwards, and a DS guardsman walked in. Harry recognized from his uniform that he was one of Evan's lieutenants, though he didn't know the man's name. The black leather jack boots clacked loudly against his wooden floor as the man came to a precise halt and saluted. "Yes, Lieutenant?" Harry asked, looking up at the man in interest. "Sir, I have a message from Captain Rosier. He states the mission was a success, and that all the loose chickens have been rounded up." Harry felt the corners of his lips twitch, slightly. "Thank you, Lieutenant. If that is all, sir." The man saluted again and left, his boots clacking on the floor once again. "Lieutenant?" Harry called. The man halted and turned, his hand resting on the doorknob. "Sir, could you get Miss Moran in here please?" "Yes, sir." The door closed behind him, but not 10 seconds later was open again, an amused-looking Olivia glaring at him. "You summoned me?" She growled good-naturedly. "Yes, I did." He grinned at her, "And frankly it took you a long time to get back here. Please improve in the future. Don't push me too far, else I might just quit, and frankly you need me to take over the world." Harry chuckled. "Could you possibly tell Dumbledore I have completed the task he set me please?" Olivia frowned. "The Chief Warlock wants you to see him in person," she reminded him. Harry sighed and shrugged. "I really can't face Dumbledore right now. Could you just pass on the message?" The Irish girl nodded quickly and smiled. "Course I can." She left, and Harry let his head fall back against the padded leather of his seat. He ran his hand through his head tiredly, before returning his attention to his reports. Bowel leaders missing. Simon Annick, criminal correspondent. March 6, the leading members of the support group the British Action League, which has become a hugely popular pro-NTF organization, have vanished. According to officials within the Auror Corps, the missing individuals include Marcus Flint, Selwyn Belby, Victor Arkwright, William De Silva and James Copefield, whilst as many as a dozen more are still unaccounted for. The BAL, which has received several warnings from the government for their aggressive behavior and antisocial antics, have failed to respond to the incident. However, Harry Potter, leader of the National Traditionalist Front, stated, "This event is both unexpected and tragic. Marcus Flint and I have been friends since we were 11 years old, and I ask all members of the public and the Auror Corps to keep looking, and bring either joy or peace to the missing people's families." Kant. Page 6, Call 1 Fudge's popularity at all-time low. Thomas Audley, political correspondent, April 18. The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has once again come under fire from both his political enemies and also the public following his attempt to pass the hugely controversial Magical Creature Registration Act. The act, which would require all non-human creatures of near-human intelligence to submit for registration, regardless of whether the species is considered to be dangerous, has been fought virulently by members of magical creature welfare groups, as well as Fudge's political opponents. Cyrus Greengrass of the National Traditionalist Front said, "For a British minister to attempt to pass such an outdated and unnecessary law is ridiculous. Fudge has clearly demonstrated a total lack of compassion and understanding." His comments have been supported by his party leadership. "Harry?" The raven-haired man looked up. "Yes, love?" he asked. The girl had a small grin on her face as she was looking down at a long scroll of parchment. "I think you might want to see this." Harry stood up from where he had been sat cross-legged on the floor, a book on advanced dueling techniques open on his lap. He walked over and looked down at the rows and columns of figures on the B-owned report. "Fascinating," he breathed, his expression looking enraptured. "Right?" Miranda asked, looking equally excited. Harry turned to her slowly. "I haven't a clue what this is trying to tell me." He deadpanned. The girl scowled at him, dragging on his arm and forcing him into the empty seat beside her. "These," she indicated the top row, "are dates." "I guessed as much," Harry replied sarcastically. Miranda's lips twitched slightly. "Right. These," she pointed to the left column, "are items." "Again, I could have guessed that," Harry replied. "Oh, shut up." Miranda snapped, though her grin rather spoiled any effect she was going for. "The figures here are costs, look at them." Harry dutifully obeyed. "Okay, someone has been spending quite a lot of money recently." He looked at the title of the page. "The minister has been spending quite a lot." "Exactly." Miranda paused, and her smile became more malicious. "Fudge has been spending a lot of money, and it's all the taxpayers." Harry froze and looked at her in shock, before quickly snatching the scroll back from her. "He spent 8,000 of the taxpayers' galleons on clothes in a month?" he asked, his mouth open in shock. Miranda nodded quickly. "How did you get a hold of something like this?" "Fudge's accountant is away for whatever reason. The files were bumped up to my office." If possible, Harry's mouth fell open even wider. "You mean, he's not even hiding this?" he asked, his tone completely amazed. Miranda grinned and shook her head. Harry stood up and quickly grabbed her around the waist, pulling her up off the sofa. She shrieked and grabbed hold of him. "You are brilliant," he told her, his face centimeters from her own. "Of course, though in this case, I think it's more Fudge's stupidity than my genius. Harry smiled and leant in for a long lingering key. When they finally pulled apart, Miranda smiled. Was this worth my distracting you? She asked with an impetuous grin. Harry chuckled. This time perhaps. It may be enough to get Fudge removed from office, if I play my cards right. Whoever could replace him? Miranda asked with a serious look on her face. Harry smirked. Who indeed? Well, Harry, you requested this meeting. How may I help you? Asked Riddle. The two of them were walking through the well-kept gardens of Malfoy Manor. The sun was high in the sky, and a cool breeze was blowing through the manicured hedgerows. I believe I need your help. Harry replied, his tone as neutral as he could keep it. We are very close, my lord, perhaps just weeks away from total control. Voldemort looked at him with carefully disguised glee. Indeed. The Dark Lord smiled. They are rather large words to boast, especially considering your recent failures. Harry said nothing, his eyes watching a bumblebee landing on a large purple flower. Next to him the Dark Lord stirred. Very well, what is it I may be able to do for you? Harry straightened up from his examination and turned to face the Dark Lord. Chaos. The Dark Lord blinked, and Harry expanded. Well, some chaos, enough to force Fudge to act. Voldemort gazed at him in interest. I can manage that. May I inquire what sort of chaos you would like? Harry waved one hand. Preferably something big and public, though not Dark Lord returns and destroys City Big. Riddle smirked softly. I can manage chaos. It would be nice to stretch my legs after all these years. When do you want this to happen? Harry shrugged. As soon as possible. Within the week would be best though. Fudge is desperate right now. I would like to capitalize on that. Understood. You will have your chaos, I assure you of it. Harry allowed his smile to grow into a wide smirk. He could almost taste the success in the air. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Simon Anik, criminal correspondent. April 21st. In the early hours of this morning it has been reported that there has been a mass breakout from Azkaban prison. Currently, 10 prisoners have been named as missing, and none have been caught or cited. This event is unprecedented, Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office said. Before today, there has been but one breakout in all of Azkaban's history. The Auror office will be working around the clock to ensure that the dangerous criminals who escaped are recaptured, and would like the public to know that should they see anything remotely suspicious to report it at once. Amongst the escaped prisoners are the three Lestranges, Bellatrix, Rudolphus and Rabaston, all confirmed Death Eaters. Also escaped are Antonin Dolohov, who was captured in 1981, and Augustus Rookwood, who was captured in 1980. The minister has not yet released a statement. However, an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot has been organized for tomorrow afternoon in order to discuss an appropriate response. Are you sure? Yes. Have you seen him? No, I haven't seen any of them. Had it been any other situation, Harry was confident that he would have been rather enjoying Miranda's nervousness. The normally so reserved girl was holding his hand very tightly, and he could hear her shallow breathing from where he stood. You will stay with me the whole time? She asked, looking at him nervously. Of course. I will stay as long as you want me. Thank you. They reached the high wooden doors of Riddle Manor, and Harry casually pushed them open. Miranda squeezed his hand even tighter as they entered the dim house, and she looked around nervously. Harry? Lucius Malfoy called. Miranda, good. Your father has asked to see you. Miranda smiled as politely as she could. How is he? She asked. Her tone wavered a little, but Harry was impressed by her self-control. Well enough. He's still rather weak, but that will go. Mentally he has survived his ordeal incredibly well, far better than the others to be honest. Truly? She asked. Lucius nodded. Indeed, though I am not surprised. Augustus worked in the Department of Mysteries. If there is any way of resisting the Dementor's effects in the long term, I suspect the Unspeakables are aware of it. The tall bee-owned man smiled, and Miranda nervously returned the gesture. May we see him? Harry asked. Lucius nodded and motioned with one arm for them to follow him. They rose to the second floor, and the Malfoy Patriarch halted outside a plain wooden door. I will leave you here, Harry. Miranda, he would appear to be mentally well, however I would recommend you keep your wands at the ready. Azkaban changes people. Never forget that. Harry nodded, remembering the mad look in his father's eyes, and turned to look at Miranda. The girl's ice blue eyes were wide, and she was looking at Harry nervously. Harry smiled encouragingly and squeezed her hand, whilst his other rose and knocked 3 times on the door. "Come in," croaked a voice. Harry pushed open the door to reveal a medium-sized brightly lit room. All the windows were open, and warm light was diffused across the entire floor. There was a large bed in the center, and a small desk opposite it. A tall man, with curly fair hair, was sat in a window seat with his eyes closed. His face was deathly pale, and in the bright warm sunshine, his skin appeared almost translucent. He turned to face them, and Harry saw that he had the same bright ice-blue eyes as his daughter, though his were sunken and appeared weary. "I hadn't seen the sun for 17 years, he stated in a low, gravelly voice. "I had forgotten how warm it was." He turned back to the window, and smiled widely. With one hand at the small of her back, Harry gently pushed Miranda forward until she was around 5 meters from her father. With a very deliberate motion, Augustus turned back to look at them in silence, his bright eyes taking in every detail of Miranda's face. He completely ignored Harry. "You look just like your mother, perhaps you are even more beautiful than she ever was." He croaked. He stood up slowly, and Harry saw that although he had been washed, groomed and put in elegant robes, it was obvious that the man was very thin and weak. "It is good to see you again, father," Miranda replied formally. The man smiled, revealing rotten yellow teeth. "As it is you, my daughter, I have been awaiting this moment since my imprisonment." He raised one skeletally thin hand, and gently ran his fingers down her cheek. "Just like your mother." He croaked once more to himself, Harry thought. Slowly, the man pulled Miranda into a hug. At first she looked shocked, but quickly reciprocated, hugging him back with gusto. With slow steps, Harry retreated, giving the two some privacy. "And who is this?" Augustus eventually asked as he pulled back from the hug. Miranda turned to Harry and smiled. Stepping forward, Harry offered the man his hand. "Harry Potter, sir. It is good to see you free once more." The man laughed. The sound was rough and coarse, like gravel crunching underfoot. "Sir, I don't think a convict like me deserves titles, boy, but I agree with your second point. It is good to be free." Harry smiled as the man took his hand and shook it. Harry was surprised by how strong his grip was. "So, my dear, who is this? Your boyfriend?" His voice wasn't aggressive, but Harry made sure his wand was in easy reach, even as the man continued to tightly grip his hand. "He is my fiancé, father." The elder Rookwood blinked. "Fiancé?" Miranda nodded. Augustus looked at Harry shrewdly. "Are you a good man, Potter?" "Probably not," Harry replied honestly. Miranda's father laughed again. "At least he's honest. I knew your father, Potter. He was a right bastard, even for a Death Eater." Harry said nothing, and Augustus finally released his hand. Harry retracted it casually, ignoring his desire to rub the painful appendage. "Have you got money, Potter?" the man asked. "I do." "What about a job?" "Harry will probably be Minister for Magic next week," Miranda replied, a touch of pride in her voice. "Indeed? And what are your intentions towards my daughter?" Harry snorted slightly. "I have asked her to marry me. I would imagine that would indicate my intentions well enough," Augustus cackled. True. I like you, boy." Harry nodded at the compliment. "When's the wedding?" "We haven't set a date," Miranda replied. Augustus nodded and opened his mouth to ask something else when there came a knock on the door. "Come in," the elder man called, the sound slightly less hoarse than it had been. The door swung open and the Dark Lord walked in, closely followed by a tall witch with curly black hair and a heavy brow. "My lord." Augustus knelt slowly, clearly struggling. Beside him Harry felt Miranda stiffen. "Rise, my friend, rise." Rookwood stood, though the motion was rather wobbly. "I see you have met your daughter. She has grown into an excellent woman. You should be proud." "I have, my lord, and I am. She has become a fine young lady." Miranda smiled slightly. "Indeed, and of course, Mr. Potter." Riddle looked at Rookwood, clearly waiting for an opinion. Augustus looked at Harry quickly. "He seems adequate." Voldemort chuckled and nodded. "Harry is one of my most trusted. Whilst he has been trying on occasion, he is rather brilliant. Your daughter chose well." Harry dipped his head slightly at the compliment, whilst the elder Rookwood looked at him with newfound respect. "Harry, Miranda, this is Bellatrix." He indicated the woman behind him, who was looking at the Dark Lord with such adoration and unadulterated love that Harry was surprised she wasn't humping his leg. From the look in her eyes, which were glassy and somewhat unfocused, Harry realized quickly that she was rather like James Potter had been, and wondered if the Dark Lord knew some secret to cure people of such problems. "Harry, if you don't mind, I would like a word." Harry turned to look at Miranda, who smiled at him and nodded confidently. Harry gave the back of her hand a gentle caress and then turned back to the Dark Lord. "Of course, my lord, I would be happy to." "Good, we can leave the Rookwoods alone to catch up." One day later. Indicative of your entire reign as minister. Diggle was shouting, "You have failed to heed our repeated warnings and now you have paid the price." There was a smattering of applause from the right-hand side of the hall, whilst the rest of the room booed loudly. "Mr. Diggle, I resent your accusation. To suggest that the attacks of the other day were the actions of you-know-who is outrageous." Fudge replied. "There is no evidence to support your claims. You are merely trying to incite a panic." The BPP clapped and nodded. Diggle stood up again to defend himself. "Are you suggesting that it was coincidence that 10 Death Eaters all decided to escape at the same time?" Diggle shook his head. "It is because of your constant budget cuts to the Auror that have caused this problem. Under your watch, Minister, the ministry can no longer keep the streets safe." The progressives clapped loudly, and when the NTF saw Harry in support of Diggle, they quickly began to cheer as well. Fudge looked at them, anger shining in his eyes. Harry nudged Lucius and the man stood up. "May I ask, that instead of acting like petulant children arguing over who stole the cauldron cake, we may discuss what measures we must take to ensure the safety of our people." Whilst Lucius' words had the desired effect of starting a debate about what to do, it was slow to make any progress. Harry sighed as the minister and Dumbledore bandied around words over who should be let go to fund the Aurors. Harry sighed as the conversation carried on and on. Eventually, after over an hour of useless argument, Harry stood up. He felt a surge of pride in himself when the entire hall fell silent and turned to look at him. Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to look at Fudge. "Minister, Chief Warlock, honorable members." He bowed slightly. "The minister has correctly stated that something must be done. The escaped convicts are, of course, a terrible problem, and must be dealt with as soon as possible." There was a mutter of agreement. "However, I must ask the minister how he can justify shutting down ministerial positions to fund the Aurors." There was a murmur of confusion. "There is not enough money to increase the size of the Aurors and not reduce the size of the rest of the ministry," Fudge said, as though he were talking to a child. There were laughs around the hall and Harry smiled good-naturedly. Holding his hands up to ask for quiet, the hall quickly fell silent and Harry continued. "You raise a good point, Minister. I have heard countless declarations by members of this body, members of British industry and too many citizens of our country to name, state how we are in such a weak economic position." The hall was deathly quiet. A sixth sense had pervaded the very air of the country, as everyone could tell that something big was coming. Dumbledore looked curious, Fudge nervous. "And yet," Harry called loudly, drawing a tightly wound roll of parchment from within his robes, "and yet, I have here evidence that our minister and numerous members of his party have been illegally stealing taxpayers' money and using it to fund their extravagant lifestyles and opulent hobbies." As he was finishing, he was forced to shout as a storm of protests rang out around the hall. Members of the BPP were shaking their fists furiously at Harry. A few had drawn their wands. In less than a second Harry was surrounded by half a dozen DS guards, who kept their wands sheathed but watched the opposition carefully. Bang! Bang! Dumbledore's wand went off with a start and the hall was startled into silence. "Mr. Potter has a right to be heard, and must be allowed to finish," he called loudly. The BPP gradually returned to their seats, though they still muttered loudly amongst themselves. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." Harry nodded. "The proof I have for these claims are a matter of public record, and I would happily share with anyone who wishes it. It details members of the British People's Party accepting bribes, siphoning millions of galleons away from near every department and having the taxpayer foot the bill as they went off dragon hunting in Chechnya." There was a fresh round of shouting, though it lasted nowhere near as long as the first. "The worst part of this heinous crime, I say, is not necessarily the fact that they stole this money. Oh no, it is the fact that those sour apples that exist within our government are so confident, nay, so arrogant, that they made no effort at all to hide their crime. The BPP is a party founded on lies and empty promises. They have proven themselves in the last decade and a half to be institutionally corrupt and sacrificed their principles on the altar of expediency. I therefore call. His voice was overwhelmed by the storm of shouts and protests that erupted from the center of the room. Harry kept calm, even when a bright orange spell was sent from someone on the inside of the mass of furious bodies. Harry merely flicked his wand and the jet of light dissolved in midair. The shouting and counter-shouting from the rest of the hall grew in volume. Dumbledore's cannon-like wand bursts made no effect. Eventually, after 7 or 8 minutes of shouting, and several exchanges of curses, the great doors at the far end of the hall burst open, and 24 Aurors burst inside, their blue and black uniforms snapping as they hurried to form a barrier between the BPP and the NTF. They were joined a few seconds later by 30 black-clad DS guards. The Aurors seemed suspicious at first, but evidently decided the situation was rather too perilous to bother arguing at that point. Finally, when the Aurors had installed silence once more, Harry was allowed to continue. He strode forward, hopping up onto the stage and walking to stand before Fudge, who looked completely betrayed, and more flustered than Harry had ever seen him. The BPP has proven their true colors today. They are arrogant, corrupt and thuggish. I therefore feel it is my duty to call for a vote of no confidence in our minister and his government. Fudge removed from office. Election called. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. April 23. It has already been described as the greatest wizarding scandal since Merlin and Morgana, but yesterday, after evidence of corruption was brought to light by Harry Potter, Minister for Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge was removed from office. Fudge, in addition to 37 members of his party, are now subject to a criminal investigation concerning accusations that they siphoned as much as 25 million galleons of taxpayers' money into their own bank accounts illegally. Following their dismissal, the Wizengamot has called for a general election to be held to determine his successor. The runaway favorite to win is Harry Potter's NTF, with some predicting they could gain as much as 85% of the vote. The voting process will begin on Monday 27th. Potter says enough. Edwin Fox, political editor, April 24. It is a testament to how much controversy currently exists in our political system, that Harry Potter could make a claim as controversial as changing our Constitution, and yet have the news be relegated to page 6 of the Prophet. Potter, who is expected to storm to victory in this week's election, has publicly stated that should he be elected, he will begin legislation to seriously undermine the influence and necessity of the Wizengamot, instead putting himself into a position of near absolute power. We are in a time of crisis. Potter told a 5,000-strong crowd this morning, if today's recent events prove anything, it is that our government can lie, cheat and steal and none can stop it. It will not be enough to merely change those in power. We must wipe out the problem at its source, and its source is the Wizengamot. If elected, I promise change. I promise to take the power to steal from the corrupt old men who rule this country. I promise justice. Potter has so far received nearly unanimous support from the public, though some, most notably Albus Dumbledore, have gone against him, the chief warlock today told the Daily Prophet. To trade a corrupt government to an absolute dictatorship is not an improvement. We must remain firm to our democracy. Riddle Manor, April 25. I must confess, I am impressed. We are merely fortunate that Fudge was a fool. Harry responded. There were chuckles of amusement from around the hall. Perhaps. Voldemort agreed, but we must also accept that you have managed to outsmart Dumbledore at nearly every turn. I will not celebrate until my inauguration. Harry replied, a small smirk playing at his lips. Riddle cackled. No, though we must confess we are all rather confident, are we not, Lucius? The elder Malfoy nodded. Very confident, my lord. The BPP is broken. Their members rot in prison, and Dumbledore still struggles with internal strife. The public love Mr. Potter. The B-owned man nodded at Harry respectfully. Harry responded in kind. It was not all my doing. I assure you. Who else can be praised for doing as much as you? Evan asked from the door. Harry turned to his friend in the Death Eaters. I rather think Miss Rookwood did her part. He responded with a grin. Beside him Voldemort laughed, his eyes glinting. Indeed, the nation's sweetheart, he quoted an article from the week earlier, she has certainly won over many for us. The Dark Lord looked thoughtful for a moment before smiling. Might I propose a drink? At this, what could be the threshold to our era? As soon as he spoke, 3 house elves popped into the room, quickly dispersing glasses of an amber liquid to everyone. To the future, may it belong to us. Voldemort held his glass up and everyone smiled. The future. Harry drank, enjoying the pleasant burning sensation the liquid. April 27th. Diagon Alley voting station. There came a great hush throughout the entire crowd when over a dozen DS guards suddenly appeared out of nowhere. People all over the square realized who the black-clad soldiers were at exactly the same time, and thousands of whispers suddenly began to rise up. The guardsmen dispersed, some guarding the doors, others eyeing the large crowd carefully. A few seconds later, the crowd gave a loud ear-splitting roar of support as Harry Potter and Miranda Rookwood apparated amongst them. The young politician smiled broadly, holding his hand up and waving happily. Harry's walk to the doors of the voting station was slow. Every step or so he had to stop and shake someone's hand. A few had him sign something, whilst others still wanted a hug. He took it all in his stride, laughing and joking as he progressed, chatting with anyone who wanted his time. Eventually, after 20 minutes amongst the crowds, he reached the station. Accepting a quill from an awestruck attendant, he quickly put a thick cross through the box that read Harry Potter and held it up for everyone gathered to see. There came another loud cheer, as well as the flashing of dozens of bulbs as the press who were assembled took photo after photo. He placed the square piece of paper into a metal chest through the slit and stood straight, his eyes gazing over those who had assembled. With a hopeful gesture, he held his hands up for quiet. Today, he shouted over the still loud crowd, is a great day. There came a cheer, for today, we stand on the precipice of our future. You have the chance to vote us out of this black chasm that exists, and to claw this nation back into the light. One people, one nation, one leader. He was going to say more, but the cheers of the crowd grew so loud that he decided against it, instead just waving once more, posing for photos and waiting whilst Miranda also voted, hopefully for him. Together they smiled and Harry waved proudly one last time, before they and the DS vanished with a pop. Harry was nervous on the day it was to be announced. Rather than face the news surrounded by his party, he was instead sat in his flat. The radio was playing on a soft volume whilst he was sitting, holding his head in his hands. If you don't get elected, Miranda stated from her seat just opposite him, her elbows resting on his knees, I will abandon magic and become a muggle. Harry smirked up at her with a grin. Bold words, bold words. He chuckled and leant forward for a brief key, thanks. Anytime. Just then the traditional jingle that announced the start of the news came on. The music caused a fresh round of butterflies to boil in his stomach. Almost 2 years of struggle to get to this point. He prayed that it would be worth it. Almost unconsciously, his fingers wrapped around the crucifix around his neck. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to WWN1's political update. The votes have been counted, and to say that this is anything but extraordinary would be a lie. Harry took a deep breath as his insides began doing flip-flops. For the first time since 1799, the Wizengamot does not have 150 elected members. The nation has only voted 73 people into office. Miranda and Harry both looked at each other in surprise, though when he thought about it, he realized what it could well mean. Indeed, so, in ascending order, in 73rd position is William Wilkes, Independent, 72nd, Callum Ribber, NTF, 71st, Julian Stiles, 71st, NTF. With every NTF name, Harry felt his smile widen further and further. With the 39 members of ancient and noble houses they already had, Harry's party was looking set to win a massive majority. 30th, Nigel Blake, BPP, 29th, Rachel Hart, NTF. Opposite him, Miranda had her eyes shut tight. Harry assumed she was mentally tallying up how each party was doing, and he shook his head, only an account, he thought ruefully. 10th, Daedalus Diggle, Progressives. Harry began to bounce his left leg up and down with ever-increasing speed. Miranda opened her eyes and glared at him. He grinned guiltily and kept his leg still, though his hand took its place, tapping a sharp staccato on his knee. 8th, Oliver Ricks, NTF. Potter, I swear to Merlin, shut up, you're making me nervous. 6th, David Hughes Humber, BPP. Harry's hand clenched tightly around the crucifix, the sharp edges of the silver hurting his hand even through his shirt. 4th, John Spencer, NTF. 3rd, Amelia Bones, Progressive. 2nd, Albus Dumbledore, progressives, and first, with an incredible 62% of all votes cast, is Harry Potter, of the National Traditionalist Front. Harry released a breath as his name was read out and smiled so widely he thought his face would break. He looked at Miranda, who appeared to be completing some last-minute calculations in her head. Eventually she looked up and nodded. Harry pulled her towards him, ing her deeply. And that's it. Of the three main parties, in third place the BPP have secured 8 seats, the Progressives 9, and the runaway winners with 54 seats are the NTF. This means Harry Potter has the popular support to change the Constitution as he has expressed a desire to do. This is Waldo Higgins, for the WWN's Radio Channel 1. Well, Harry stated, as he struggled to keep his face straight. Indeed. Miranda replied. Quite, as you say. Truly, rather, indeed. I already said that. Well, I'm sorry. Harry bit back with a grin. I have support to take this country for my own. I can't picture Harry Potter, the smug little bastard first year I once knew, as the new leader of Britain. I was not smug. Harry responded snarkily. You were smug and you damn well know it. You were a little brat whose daddy was in prison, and you somehow felt like this gave you entitlement over the rest of the world. The B-owned tone was biting and cold. Harry glared at her. F.K.U. They stared into each other's eyes, hers ice cold, his maliciously shrewd. They broke at the same moment. Diving at each other, Harry took her face in a firm grip, ing her deeply. Miranda put her arms around his waist and pulled him close. With fumbling fingers, Harry undid her loose robes whilst she made quick work of his shirt. Harry fell back, landing on the sofa, and Miranda quickly fell on top of him, straddling his chest. Oh! Harry turned his head to see Olivia standing in the doorway, her face beetroot red and a folder in her hands. It's not what it looks like, Harry responded quickly, casting around for an excuse. It's exactly what it looks like, Miranda informed her, as she quickly redid the buttons on her blouse. Yeah, sorry. It's my fault, Harry. You have to address the Wizengamot for your inauguration. Nodding, Harry carefully maneuvered out from under Miranda, throwing off his shirt as he did so and walking into his bedroom to change. Have you got my speech? He shouted as he pulled out a more appropriate dress code. I have it here, not to worry, the girl informed him. What time am I expected? You requested the meeting, so right now, I think everyone is waiting. Oh bugger, not to worry, I'll be there in a moment. Harry hurried out of his bedroom, straightening his Wizengamot robes as he went. Miranda rolled her eyes, walking up to him and straightening his tie. Good luck, I'll see you at the rally in Diagon Alley in 30 minutes, she murmured. Harry nodded, leaning in for a peck on the lips. Looking forward to it. Love you. They pulled apart and he turned on the spot, vanishing into thin air and reappearing just outside the main doors to the Wizengamot halls. 2 DS guards who were posted outside saluted quickly. Congratulations, sir. One of them stated. Harry smiled. Thank you. The man smiled slightly and pulled open the door. Harry strode in, the hall falling silent as soon as he did. The overwhelming majority of the hall were dressed in black cloaks and began a slow clap as he entered. Harry stopped and looked around. The NTF had replaced the BFF at the center of the room, and compared to the small fringe parties appeared a vast group. Harry spied Dumbledore at the front of the hall, sat in his large throne as Chief Warlock, whilst the other 2 at the front of the room remained conspicuously empty. Harry smirked coldly, striding up the center aisle of the hall, marching up the stairs with a martial step and coming to rest in the center of the stage. He smiled broadly to himself before wiping his face clean and turning around. Chief Warlock, honored members of the Wizengamot. He bowed slightly. Not for many years has the public been so unambiguous in their desires. He kept his voice neutral, though his tone came off slightly pleased. With the removal of our previous minister, I hereby call for a vote and humbly put myself forward as candidate for new minister. He smiled and turned to Dumbledore, bowing slightly again. The old man shook his head wearily. Honorable member Harry Potter calls a vote for a new minister. Would anyone care to stand? The hall was silent, and only Harry raised his hand. Dumbledore's lips frowned ever so slightly. All those in favor of Mr. Potter? All the NTF raised their hands, as did a large number of the fringe parties. Harry turned to Dumbledore with a smirk and raised an eyebrow. The older man frowned slightly, but other than that showed no negative emotion. With an overwhelming majority, the vote passes. Harry nodded, schooling his features to appear somber. My friends, today is a great day. Today, we have been handed this nation by its people. The public are tired. For decades they have lived under an oppressive government, under a man who hid his criminality beneath a veneer of respectability. This government will change that. This government will bring justice. Even from amongst the press who were on the viewing balcony, which today was packed with people, Harry heard cheers and claps. He nodded and raised his hands for silence, his expression very grave. My first proposition as minister is to pass the following amendments to the constitution of this here government. He withdrew from his robes a long scroll and unfurled it in his hands. First, the position of minister shall have the power to supersede any and all ministry employees and Wizengamot representatives. Second, the process by which parties are elected once every 2 years shall be abolished. The current ruling party shall remain in power and all other parties will commit to following the NTF agenda, or be declared disturbers of the peace and criminal organizations and being barred from the Ministry for Magic. Third, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and all its officers, are placed under the command of the Dark Shield organization. Any field agent or investigative personnel must be a qualified member of this organization. He paused and looked around the room, his smile nearly invisible to any who weren't looking very closely. The NTF looked pleased, the BPP resigned and the progressives horrified. Harry turned and looked at Dumbledore. The man had a sad look on his face, but he was saying nothing. Harry held in a chuckle and continued. The position of Chief Warlock is to be abolished and replaced instead by the position of High Commissioner, who shall act in the stead of the head of government when the head of government is unavailable. This position will be chosen at the discretion of the head of government. He paused and re-rolled the parchment. These may be extreme measures, but we live in uncertain times. We must act fast and strongly, lest we become overrun by the faults in our system. As a gesture of the vow I make to the people to work for their benefit, I also move to make the position of head of government be renamed Lord Protector, so he may ever be reminded of his oath to the people. When he finished there was a storm of rousing applause. Harry caught Lucius Malfoy's eye and saw the man smile and nod approvingly. The B-owned man stood. I move to second Minister Potter's motion, he called loudly. Harry turned to look at Dumbledore with a smug smirk. The Chief Warlock appeared about to rebel, but eventually appeared to crumble from the inside, his posture slumped. All those in support of Minister Potter's proposition, please raise your hand. The man's voice sounded so defeated, so unhappy that Harry almost smiled. Once again, nearly all the hall voted in his favor. Even those who were not of his party apparently were unwilling to be seen publicly as being against him. Only the progressives and a handful of independents voted against. Dumbledore sighed loudly. The motion passes. Lord Protector Potter has the floor. Harry bowed low to his party. Thank you, Chief Warlock, you are dismissed. Dumbledore, with as much dignity as he could manage, stood and slowly walked down the steps, rejoining his party on the right edge of the room. I hereby appoint Lucius Malfoy of the National Traditionalist Front as High Commissioner of the British Magical Dominions. Lucius stood up and bowed. Harry smiled and gestured for Lucius to join him on stage. There was a loud round of applause, and when the senior Malfoy had reached him, Harry gestured for silence. I hand this session over to the High Commissioner, for I must address the citizens of this nation. Harry strode back out of the room, not 15 minutes after he had entered it, only this time he left as the absolute head of state. I stand before you today, humbled. Harry called out over the vast mass of people who had turned out to listen to him. The whole of Diagon Alley was packed. Harry guessed at least 12,000 people were below him staring up as he addressed them. For too long have you been forced to endure suffering, hardship, and for far too many of you, poverty, whilst the men and women you elected lived an opulent life of luxury. There were angry shouts of agreement from the crowd and Harry nodded understandingly. Behind him, Miranda, Olivia and the rest of his staff clapped politely, and Harry turned to give them a small smile. I cannot see the future. I cannot promise you never-ending improvements. I cannot tell you the road will not be rough, but I can promise you that your government will be fighting for you every step of the way. No longer will your politicians merely work to better themselves. The NTF exists as the manifested will of the people. We will return Britain to its former glory. and no longer will austerity and minimalism be the order of business. The crowd cheered so loudly that Harry felt like he might be bowled over. He smiled broadly, holding his hand high above his head, and grinned. "One nation, one people," he shouted, and the chant was quickly taken up by the crowd. "One nation, one people, one leader, one nation, one people, one leader." Harry raised his arms and allowed the chants to wash over him. He stood before these people, their elected leader. They had chosen him as their absolute ruler, and to Harry, that was a feeling beyond compare. One nation, one people, one leader. Harry looked down at the crowd suddenly. He felt rather than saw danger approaching. He scanned the crowd, but saw no one suspicious. However, as he watched the group intently, he suddenly saw something that made his insides freeze. One nation, one people, one leader. Just next to the wall of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he could see a very faint shimmering in the air, the sort of shimmering that could only be caused by a person under a disillusionment charm. He drew his wand surreptitiously, gesturing as subtly as he could to one of the DS guards that was in front of the stage. What he could see: one nation, one people, one leader. Evidently, however, his gesture was not subtle enough, for all of a sudden, from all around the crowd, spells flew at him.
Harry dived down, conjuring a wall of marble as he fell to block the volley that was flying at him.
The crowd screamed, and within seconds most of them disapparated, vanishing into the air. Harry dived out from behind the wall, and ran down the steps to join the fight with the Dark Shield. His 15 guards were fighting an equally sized force of what Harry assumed to be the Order of the Phoenix. Harry spied Sirius Black and Mad-Eye Moody at the front of the fray, ferociously dueling the black-clad men. Harry approached the front of the group and engaged a small woman. Her hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and her eyes flashed when she saw who was attacking her. Bombarda, Relatio, Reducto, Stupefy, Expulso. Harry's spell chain was initially blocked by his opponent, and the woman snarled, casting a series of stunning and disarming charms at him. Harry growled. With a flick of his wand, 30 knives appeared and he sent them careening at her. The woman screamed. The sound cut short suddenly as the razor-sharp edges buried themselves into her soft flesh with a wet thump. She fell to the ground dead, rather resembling a human pincushion. Harry stepped forward and saw Sirius Black sending his opponent sailing off his feet. The guardsmen landed awkwardly against the erected stage Harry had spoken from and lay still. "Black!" he shouted. The man turned and glared at him, his features distorted in hate. "Avada Kedavra!" the man shouted. Harry dodged the spell and returned fire, the two quickly becoming engaged in a tough spell fight. Harry was furious with himself. He knew that 2 years ago Black would have been a simple opponent to defeat, but now, following years of comfort and politicking, he found that his skills had dulled with time. Black was good, but Harry was still better, and slowly but surely, the man was being pushed back. Harry was joined by one of the DS guards, and together they put the dog Animagus completely onto the defensive. Harry launched an ice spear and countered Sirius's cutting curse before it even left the man's wand in a single movement. He raised his wand for an organ-expelling curse when he suddenly saw something that made him stop dead in his tracks. Moody, who had been dueling 2 DS guards, and Miranda suddenly sent a powerful cutting curse at the owned girl's exposed torso. Harry yelled in horror as the blue curse sailed between the two of them, and struck his fiancée across the chest. The magic cut through cloth and flesh and bone like it was butter, and Harry choked when a great spurt of blood sprayed violently out of her small frame. The girl was thrown off her feet and collapsed to the floor, where she lay very still, blood quickly pooling around her. In his rage, the noises of the alley were suddenly dimmed to his ears. His vision faded to red and he quickly abandoned Black to the guardsmen. With quick and powerful strides, he closed the gap between himself and the horrifically scarred ex-Auror. Harry's face was set in stone, his shocking green eyes blazing in a glorious vision of terrible fury. Moody blinked when he saw Harry's approach, but before Harry could engage the man, Moody vanished in a swirling vortex, his face a broad smug grin as he locked eyes with Harry. For a second Harry stayed still, his eyes focused on where Moody had vanished from, his breath coming in low growls. It didn't take long before he snapped out of it and sprinted to where Miranda Rookwood lay sprawled on the cobblestones. She was still alive, and that fact alone made Harry almost cry with relief. Her breath came in sharp, shallow pants, and her heartbeat was very weak, but she was still alive. Harry tried to think of any healing spells he knew, but nothing would be able to close the wide, deep wound that rent her from east to hip. He raised his wand, hoping to at least cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding when he was roughly pushed to one side. "Out of the way, sir," the guardsman called. Harry looked around. The battle had stopped, and Harry saw that several healers had appeared. Harry thanked God as the young man who had pushed him immediately began waving his wand over Miranda. As he watched, the wound stopped bleeding and its edges scabbed over. Harry was sat on his knees, watching as his fiancée was slowly put back together when he felt someone shake his shoulder. My lord," Harry shook himself and turned. It was a young man who Harry recognized as being part of the DS Guard unit which was supposed to be keeping watch over Lucius Malfoy. "Yes?" he asked, his voice dazed. "Sir, the Order of the Phoenix is attacking the Ministry." Harry looked at the man shocked. "Alert the Aurors at once, we must stop this, call every available guardsman." The man frowned. "Sir, a large contingent of Aurors have rebelled under Amelia Bones. The Ministry has already fallen. Madam Bones and Dumbledore have arrested the NTF. I only just got out, there was still fighting when I left." Harry could have yelled in frustration. Very well," he stated, his voice deceptively calm. For several moments he sat silent, before he nodded once. "Go to Riddle Manor and inform the Dark Lord. Tell him that I am requesting all available troops he can muster." The man nodded and bowed. Harry looked around. "Levitt," he yelled, and another guardsman hurried over. "Yes, my lord? I want every available Auror still loyal to me to get to the Ministry atrium at once." To the man's credit, he didn't even blink, merely snapping a smart salute. "Yes, my lord." The man hurried off and Harry quickly turned back to Miranda. To his delight she appeared conscious, though evidently in a great deal of pain. "Miranda," he whispered urgently, leaning in close to her. "Thank God." He keyed her quickly on the brow. "Can't be rid of me that easily," she wheezed. Harry smirked and chuckled. "I can never get any peace from you, woman." He tried to reply cheekily, though the words came out rather hollow. "Don't you forget it, Potter," she rasped, and Harry nodded. "Never. Don't you worry." The healer who was looking after her looked at Harry. "Sir, she's going to be fine. I've stopped the bleeding, and most of the internal damage was superficial. We got very lucky, but we need to get her to St. Mungo's as soon as possible." Harry nodded, and returned his gaze to the bee-owned. "Miranda, they're going to take you to hospital. I will be with you as soon as possible with some elixir. Don't worry, you'll be right as rain soon." The girl nodded. "Come with me," she breathed. Harry felt his face twist into a pained grimace. I can't. I have to sort out the Ministry. I will be with you soon, I promise." Miranda nodded slowly, the motion clearly causing her some effort. "I'm very proud of you," she whispered. Harry forced a smile as he saw a lone tear track through the dust and blood covering her face. "Don't say that," Harry told her forcefully. "You know the plan, you and me, together." The bee-owned mumbled. Harry nodded. "Sir?" The healer sounded urgent and Harry nodded, taking a step back from his fallen fiancée. With a pop, the two vanished in a vortex, leaving Harry in the middle of the scene of devastation. There was blood, chunks of broken masonry and bodies littering the floor. Harry counted 7 corpses lying broken, and the same number again being treated by healers. As he stood, he felt a feeling of such anger, such rage and hate that it almost overpowered him. He gestured to the guardsmen who remained and they surrounded him. "To the Ministry atrium," he stated. The stony-faced men all nodded, and together they vanished with a pop. The atrium held hundreds of people. Harry guessed around 350 in total. Aurors, DS guardsmen, wizards and witches he recognized as Death Eaters, though fortunately in plain robes, and supporters of the NTF who clearly wanted to help rid the Ministry of the traitor scum. At the front of the room, seemingly coordinating everything, stood Evan. His uniform was slightly ruffled, and his bee-owned hair thick with sweat. He was gesturing angrily and shouting at a couple of Aurors. Harry slowly made his way over to the man, keeping his steps as calm as possible, even as he felt the ocean inside of him roil. "Good to see you, Harry," greeted Evan. "We've managed to regain control of much of the Ministry already. We estimate that Bones and Dumbledore have around 100 men left." Harry nodded. Do we know where they are? He asked, his voice ice cold. The Auror next to Evan opened his mouth. My lord. The man bowed pompously. We have managed to contain the rebels within the lower 2 levels. They have destroyed the lift, so the only way in or out is through the north or south stairs. Thank you, Auror. Harry asked. Dawlish, John Dawlish, Auror First Class. He responded. Harry nodded. What is you plan, gentlemen? He inquired. Dawlish and Rosier looked uncomfortable. The Order have the lower levels very well guarded. Given the sort of terrain down there, and how long they've had to prepare, it would be suicide to even attempt to force our way through. Evan replied, his voice sounding tired. Could we throw up an anti-apparition ward, and starve them out? Harry asked curiously. Dawlish shook his head. Dumbledore's doing something, interfering with the ward. It won't stick. The short wizard explained. Harry grimaced. Be frank, Evan. What casualties would we be looking at if we forced our way through? The bee-owned man was silent for a few moments. Ideally, 250, but with Dumbledore down there? The DS commander sighed, shaking his head ruefully. What of the prisoners? Still in the Wizengamot, to the best of my intelligence. Harry cursed under his breath. He nodded at Evan, before turning on his heel and stalking away. He saw Olivia standing uncertainly at the side of the atrium, the fountain of magical brethren merrily gurgling behind her. You don't have to be here, you know. Harry told her. She jumped at his voice and turned to look at him. It's no bother, she replied, her voice just a bit too airy. Harry saw through her easily. Go. This isn't in your job description. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. The girl shook her head quickly. I want to. She sounded determined, and Harry knew just how obstinate she could be when she wanted. He opened his mouth to agree when he heard someone clear their throat behind him. Harry? The raven-haired man turned and saw Evan stood behind him. Evan. Harry greeted. Have you come up with an idea? The bee-owned man shrugged. We have, but I wanted to suggest you leave. This isn't where you are needed. The DS commander seemed uncomfortable as Harry gazed at him in surprise. Not where I'm needed. He repeated. Everything I have worked towards for the last God knows how many years is resting on success today. As he spoke, Harry's voice grew steadily in volume. Evan stood straight at attention, his eyes focused just above Harry's head. I understand, my lord, but you are too valuable. Rosier's voice was calm, reasonable, but Harry wasn't paying attention. Too valuable? He glared at the handsome bee-owned. I will be worth nothing if you fail. Please consider, my lord, what the public will think if you fight today. You promised to stand fairly. Hunting down your enemies personally will not help you. The public love a hero, Harry responded fiercely. He's right, Harry. Olivia piped up behind him. Fighting now will just look like you want revenge. You are already a hero for the battle in Diagon Alley. Don't go too far, Harry, please, she pleased. Harry looked at the two of them, Olivia's face desperate, Evan firm, and he sighed, running a hand through his hair. Very well. So what, I should just wait here? He tried to keep his tone light, but he knew it sounded cutting. It would be best if you were nowhere near here, Harry. I would find somewhere else to wait. Evan advised, clearly pleased by Harry's agreement. Very well. Harry said again, I shall be in St. Mungo's should I be needed. He paused and turned to Olivia. Stay here and keep me posted, will you? The Irish girl nodded and Harry sighed, before turning on the spot and vanishing with a pop. Name of patient? The portly receptionist asked. Miranda Rookwood. His voice calm. Harry watched as the woman checked the list she had on her table. I'm sorry, sir. Miss Rookwood has restricted access to visitors at the moment. Harry sneered. I am sure she will see me. He replied. The receptionist looked up and nearly fell backwards off her stool. Harry Potter, she squealed, her piggy eyes wide. It's an honor, sir. Of course you may see her. She is in a private room on the 7th floor. Harry nodded and quickly made his way into the first available lift, avoiding some of the staring hospital patrons. The metal rails on the lift doors opened with a clatter and a ping, revealing to Harry a long, well-lit and sterile white corridor, several doors leading off from either side. With purposeful strides, Harry made his way down the ward. His right hand, buried deep within his pocket, was rolling the bottle of the elixir of life end over end as his eyes scanned the names on the doors. Eventually, around 3/4 of the way down the hall, he came across the door. Miranda Rookwood. Highly restricted access was emblazoned in red letters on a square plaque. Harry raised his hand to the doorknob, only to have the white door suddenly swing inwards, revealing a young-looking wizard in a white robe. The man looked tired and had a faint sheen of sweat across his brow. "Oh." He blinked, looking up at Harry. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Mr. Potter," he whispered in shock. "Good afternoon." Harry greeted neutrally. "I'm here to visit Miranda. This is her room?" The healer nodded dumbly but didn't get out of the way. "Mr. Potter," the young man began, his voice reedy. He cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, there were complications." Harry felt his stomach lurch as he turned to the young healer. "Complications?" he asked, his occlumency struggling to maintain a veneer of calm. "The curse which hit her," the man tugged at the collar of his robes. "It caught her aorta, just nicked it." Yes, but the healer said she would be fine." He stopped the bleeding. Harry tried to keep the rising panic out of his voice. "No, yes, no, the stress of transport." The man gestured feebly behind him and Harry pushed him out of the way, forcing himself into the room. Miranda lay on the pristine sheets, her long owned hair was arranged around her head like a fan and her bright blue eyes were closed. Upon apparition, the stress caused an aneurysm in her abdomen, where the curse nicked it. Harry tuned out the voice as he stared in blank horror at the girl before him. He remembered reading somewhere that the dead look as though they are sleeping, but Harry realized that wasn't true. Miranda was dead. There was no doubt. She was too still, not a breath of movement anywhere. Behind him the healer was still babbling softly, though Harry was only catching snippets of words. "Cleaning the wound, catastrophic hemorrhage, bled out in minutes, nothing we could do." With halting, jarring steps, Harry moved towards the bed, feeling as he did so that the rising pressure in his body. His tongue felt thick, his stomach empty, and his eyes stung. He blinked twice, and felt tears carve wet tracks through his cheeks. They had cleaned her body, the dust and grime and blood was gone, and in death she looked just as pristine, just as perfect, as she had always strived to achieve in life. Her hands were clasped together on top of her chest and Harry slowly reached and touched her exposed arm. It was still warm and soft to his touch and Harry carefully intertwined his fingers with hers, the free-flowing tears splashing against her arm carelessly. With shaking fingers, Harry drew the elixir, and with a thought sent the stopper flying out of the bottle. Carefully parting her pale lips, he emptied the vial into her mouth and waited. For 20 minutes he sat still, his eyes focused on her body for the barest hint of movement. A twitch of an eyelid, the flexing of a finger. She lay quite still and Harry slowly felt the hope leave him. He had failed. He sat in his despair, his tears wetting the sheets, the only sound in the room his sniffing and frequent blowing of his nose. How long he sat there, spiraling into a deep depression he didn't know. However, much later that day, when the sun had set outside the room, Harry heard someone tentatively knock on the door. He turned and saw Evan standing there. The tall owned looked horrified as he saw Miranda, but his professional outlook quickly took over. "Harry," he stated, his voice strong. "We've got him, Dumbledore." As Dumbledore sat chained to a chair in one of the Ministry's top security holding cells, he tried to remember exactly why he had thought it a good idea to get himself captured. Certainly it had allowed for dozens of his supporters to escape. Kingsley had escaped with Neville, whilst the entire Weasley clan had survived. As he thought of those who had lived, his thoughts inevitably turned to those who hadn't been so lucky. Hestia Jones, all members of the Tonks family, Emmeline Vance and Elphias Doge were but a few. He sighed deeply as he remembered all the fighting, all of it in vain apparently, for Harry yet lived. The public supported him and his last throw of the dice had been defeated in a matter of hours. The ancient headmaster looked around the cell tiredly. Aside from his chair, a table and a rickety wooden seat were his only company. The room was well lit. 4 torches burned warmly on brackets high up the sheer whitewashed walls. Dumbledore stood up, feeling the weariness of the battle stretch his tired joints. With slow steps, he began to pace around the small cell, his brain whirring as he ran through dozens of possibilities about what to do. Moody's Patronus had been brief, stating only that Potter had survived and that 7 of his men had been killed. Dumbledore knew that in the battle for the Ministry, Himself and Amelia had lost over 100 wizards and witches, leaving him with around 200 loyal supporters left. When compared to the legions of supporters Harry had gained in the past few years, the number seemed woefully inadequate. His musings were interrupted when there came a rattle at the door, the sound of heavy bars being pulled clear of a lock. He wondered who was to visit him this time. So far his only visitor had been an old Auror he didn't recognize who had delivered a glass of water. With a heavy whoosh of air, the metal swung outwards, revealing the sterile corridor outside. Dumbledore ignored his visitor, instead taking a seat and waiting for whomever it was to speak. The room was still, only the steady breathing of the two occupants. The visitor took 3 steps forward and finally Dumbledore saw who it was. Harry Potter, dressed in dirty, blood-stained robes. With a deliberate slowness, Dumbledore raised his eyes and met Harry's gaze. It was clear, even to someone who knew nothing of reading people, that something was terribly wrong. For as long as Dumbledore had known him, Harry Potter had been cold, closed off and emotionless. His stride had been purposeful, the set of his jaw strong and his head held high. Yet now, the man before him looked tired, broken and lost. "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore greeted neutrally. "Forgive me, good evening, Lord Protector." Harry remained still and silent, standing above the chair on the opposite side of the desk to the ancient headmaster. Dumbledore continued to study Harry, searching for some clue that could provide insight into what had happened to the once indomitable man before him. Summoning the most delicate legilimency probe he could, Dumbledore subtly brushed Harry's mind. For a split second, Dumbledore felt such pain and loss that he nearly cried out, before the Potter's impressive mental shields returned, closing his mind to any intrusion. "Harry?" Dumbledore asked, putting on his most grandfatherly voice, "You seem troubled. Is Mad-Eye Moody loyal to you?" Harry eventually asked. Dumbledore frowned at the question. "Yes, I believe he is. And he follows your instructions?" Dumbledore felt a sense of foreboding, but tried to keep any sign of his discomfort off his face. "For the most part certainly, though I must be honest and—" "You are responsible for his actions today?" Harry asked, cutting him off. Dumbledore stared for several seconds at the boy before him. Albus' warm blue eyes met pained green as the two men kept eye contact. "I told him to put an end to you, yes." He ran a hand through his long white beard. "I never thought I would sanction such a move, but you left me little other choice, Harry." Dumbledore smiled, as he might at a student. "You should be proud to have driven me to such desperation. Few others ever have." "Why?" Harry asked. The single syllable was drawn out, his voice sounding hoarse, and catching in his throat. Dumbledore didn't think he had heard such emotion ever as he did in that single word from the raven-haired man before in his life. In a moment of startling clarity, Dumbledore realized what must have happened, the only thing which could have caused such pain in the cold-hearted dictator.
"Miranda," Dumbledore uttered, his fears being confirmed as Harry flinched in on himself ever so slightly. "Harry," he began. He opened his mouth, but paused. What could he say to the man opposite him now, a man who had lost the one he loved?
"I'm sorry." Evidently this was the wrong thing to say, for the next thing he knew, the back of Harry's hand struck Dumbledore's cheek and sent the old man's head sharply back. Dumbledore ignored the stinging of his cheek and stared deeply at Harry. "I did not tell Mad-Eye to kill Miranda," he said firmly. "I do not hold her responsible for your actions." Harry had sat back down, his head slightly set, his eyes on the table between the two of them. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore continued, "I admit, I am just as at fault for her passing as Mad-Eye is. I know you don't believe me, Harry, but I am sorry for your loss." Dumbledore paused. "I know some of what you are going through. I know how it hurts." "You know nothing." Harry snapped back, his eyes alight, the pain replaced with fury. Dumbledore calmly sat, watching Harry sympathetically. "You are nothing but a naive fool. What do you know? I was a young man when your great-grandfather was born, Harry. I have known my share of pain, of loss." Dumbledore paused, his eyes shining. "Have I ever told you how I lost my sister?" The old man sighed. "I highly doubt it. It is not a tale I tell often." Albus' voice was far away, and his eyes shone brightly. Harry said nothing, and the ex-chief warlock interpreted this as permission to continue. "It happened very shortly after I left Hogwarts. I was naive then, but oh so arrogant." Dumbledore began, his voice slow. "My friend Gellert and I, We had such plans, such visions for the future, but we eventually disagreed, and our argument turned violent. For a long time we dueled, Gellert, my brother Aberforth, and I. It was bloody and long, and caused my sister, my dearest Ariana, to panic. Dumbledore saw that he had Harry's full attention, and with a sad smile continued. Ariana was sick. She was attacked, as a child, by local muggles and never really recovered. When she saw Gellert, my brother, and I fighting, she tried to get us to stop. In the confusion, she was struck with a curse and died. Dumbledore's voice cracked ever so slightly. Harry kept silent, watching the headmaster carefully. So you see, Harry, I do understand your pain. For nigh on a century I have lived with the knowledge that I could have killed my sister. She was dependent on me, and I failed her. They were silent for a long moment after that. She was my everything, Harry eventually stated quietly. She was a brilliant girl. She was. The two sat quietly for a moment, before Dumbledore sighed. Death is not the end, Harry. I have always viewed it as the beginning. Death can only ever separate us from the ones we love if we allow it to. Dumbledore smiled as he considered the absurdity of the situation, for here he was, consoling Harry, the man who for so long he had viewed as his most dangerous enemy. But as the old man sat, he couldn't bring himself to hate Harry. He could feel nothing but pity. Why are you so set against me? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked up surprised. Why? He asked. I am not against you, Harry, so much as who you work for. It was with a sense of trepidation that Dumbledore saw that Harry's grief and pain had been vanished from his face. In its place was simmering rage, fury which was directed at the headmaster, and that was something that worried the 114-year-old wizard deeply. But, Harry pressed, leaning forwards in his chair, the Dark Lord is content to have me in command. This would be my nation, with he who must not be named remaining in the shadows. The raven-haired teen shrugged. Have I not been good to these people, steered them in the right direction? Dumbledore frowned. Nothing good can come of dictatorship, Harry. Repression of the people is not the future. Repression? Harry laughed, the sound cold and ringing, reminding Albus eerily of the Dark Lord as a young man. I am loved by these people. They are freer now than ever before. As long as I have breath in my body, Dumbledore stated firmly, I will not allow Britain to be corrupted by the darkness you serve. But why? Harry argued. Why are you so virulent in your attack? Harry smirked coldly. Democracy failed. Look at Fudge. His corruption lasted decades. Who are you to stand in the way of the public? Dumbledore was silent. After all, Harry did have a point. This was not like the last few wars he had been in. During Grindelwald's rise and Voldemort's first war, Dumbledore had had the support of the public. If the old man was truly a man of the people, then should he fall in line? No, Albus thought firmly. The power Harry took from the people had to be returned to the people. He may be hated now, but Dumbledore was confident that history would remember him as a hero. I simply do what is right, he replied. Harry giggled, and when he spoke, his voice was bubbly and light. What is right? Such fanatical absolutism, Albus. I'm shocked. The young man chuckled again, scratching his cheek. Dumbledore watched impassively. Well, let's see who wins, the young, handsome political idealist or Albus, the dying relic of a forgotten era. Harry. Don't let this happen. Don't get caught up in your lust for vengeance, worthy or not. The public have given their freedom to you, and you have a responsibility to them. Dumbledore sighed. You may be a fantastic politician, Harry, even a brilliant soldier, and of course, you have a brilliant mind, but I'm sorry, Harry Potter, you have become a terrible man. Harry said nothing. His face was flicking between cruel rage and grief-ridden despair. Suddenly the heavy steel bolt on the door slid open again, and a sharp-faced young man stuck his head through the door. Excuse me, my lord, but a Lord Riddle is outside. He would like to talk to you. Dumbledore saw Harry's eyes flash with fury at the name, but he nodded, standing up carefully. I will destroy you, Albus Dumbledore, you and everything you stand for. I will burn down your home and sow the grounds with salt. I will erase you from the histories and make it punishable by death to even utter your name. Harry took a deep shuddering breath. I will take from you everything you love, as you did to me. This I swear to you. Dumbledore frowned deeply. This was exactly what he feared, but he nodded his head sadly. I understand, Harry, but please. Knowing there is more to life than fighting. Knowing there is something clean, something bright, that isn't violent and cruel underneath this all. The weary old man smiled softly. Don't be overcome by darkness. You know that isn't what Miranda wanted. The change was sudden. In the blink of an eye, Harry was on the old man, his hand clasped tightly around Dumbledore's throat. Do not speak like you knew her, he shouted, his hand squeezing, whilst his left slammed into the headmaster's cheek, hard. You are nothing, an old man. With a final squeeze, Harry let go, standing back up, and leaving the blue-faced headmaster gasping heavily as he picked himself up off the floor, the chains around his arms clinking as he did so. Clutching the arms of the chair for support, the old man felt all of his 114 years as he sat there massaging his throat. I think it is time for me to leave, Dumbledore said hoarsely to the young guard left in the room. Clearly I have overstayed my welcome. You aren't going any, the man began, but he fell silent as in a bright flash of flame, Albus Dumbledore vanished, leaving his chains hovering for a second in midair, before they fell to the floor with a clatter. Dumbledore appeared at the head of the wooden table in the staff room at Hogwarts, clearly interrupting a meeting of the remaining senior members of the Order of the Phoenix. Albus, cried the relieved voice of Molly Weasley, we were so worried, you've been gone for over an hour. I do apologize, Molly, Dumbledore wheezed, I was talking to our new Lord Protector. The group around the table muttered in interest, and from a seat to his right, Mad-Eye Moody spoke up. Anything we should know? Dumbledore gazed at the grizzled ex-Auror for a long moment. It was a very revealing meeting. He finally said, all the faces around the table watched him expectantly. Perhaps it would be best if you told me exactly what happened with your attack, Alistair. The scarred man nodded. It went wrong from the start. Potter spotted Cubbins under her disillusionment charm and she panicked and attacked early. Moody growled under his breath. Those DS are good, and after he blocked our first attack, none of us could get at Potter properly. When it was clear we weren't going to win, I ordered a retreat. We lost 7 people. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And, did you manage to get anyone notable? Moody frowned. Black said he got the leader of Potter's guards, just a lieutenant, not Rosier, and I caught Rookwood with a cutter, but she was still alive when I left. The corners of Dumbledore's lips fell in a pained grimace and Moody stared. What is it, Albus? Your curse was successful. Miranda Rookwood was pronounced dead at St. Mungo's. The table was silent for a long moment. Dumbledore saw expressions vary from Professor Snape, who looked pained, to Sirius, who looked happy. With a family like hers, it's no bad thing, Molly Weasley stated firmly from her seat. Quite right. Daedalus Diggle agreed. There were a few more nods around the table, but Dumbledore shook his head. You don't look pleased, Albus, noted Moody. Dumbledore opened his mouth to reply, but was beaten to the punch by Snape. Had you bothered to actually consider what killing Miranda off would do, perhaps you wouldn't be looking so happy either, Moody. The greasy-haired potions professor drawled, his lip curled in a sneer. Why don't you illuminate then, Snivellus, jeered Sirius, seeing as how you know so much about it. Sirius, now is not the time for such schoolyard rivalries. The white-haired headmaster stated firmly, Severus is right. Miranda Rookwood was something of a balance for Potter. Whilst I cannot be certain, I am quite sure that it was thanks to her that Harry never acted too firmly. Never acted too firmly? Sirius asked incredulously. The trail of bodies he left behind, his own father amongst them, is pretty firm to me. With the exception of Remus's death, Dumbledore replied. I believe that nearly everything Harry has done since he was 11 has been planned, carefully thought out, and during that time, Miranda Rookwood has acted as Harry Potter's friend, his confidant and his lover. So you think this will unhinge him? Asked Bill Weasley. Isn't that a good thing? He sounded uncertain and looked around the table for support. Perhaps, perhaps not. I am afraid I simply don't know, Dumbledore replied, his brow furrowed. I am sure this will do something, however, whether that is for our benefit I don't yet know. The old man stroked his beard. I fear, however, that we have made this war personal. When you destroy what someone loves, well, Harry will not compromise or surrender. He will fight us until he dies, or until we are all ashes. Diagon Alley, April 26th evening. The crowd was hushed. Word of the Dumbledore rebellion had spread fast, and a large group, many hundred strong, had gathered in order to hear the new government's response. At the front of the mass stood dozens of reporters, cameramen and other journalists, all jostling to the closest to the stage.
Silence. Silence, please, came a loud voice. The crowd hushed at once, eyes trained on the well-lit stage in front of them, peering through the evening light at the figures.
"All will stand for the Lord Protector," came the shout, and the few kneeling cameramen struggled to their feet, hefting the heavy pieces of equipment with them.
"Good evening," came the amplified voice of Harry Potter. "I come here tonight, straight from the halls of the Wizengamot. Today, the magical nation of Great Britain and Ireland was attacked from within by the very institutions we had thought protected us." The silent crowd murmured in horror to one another.
Led by Madame Amelia Bones and Albus Dumbledore, a rogue section of Aurors and traitors declared war on our nation and government. Their treachery was unsuccessful, thanks to the bravery of the Dark Shield and loyal Aurors. The crowd gave a smattering of applause, but it died down quickly. Unfortunately, during the battle, many of the leaders of our enemies escaped, and are still on the run, each with a 5,000 galleon bounty to any witch or wizard who brings them to justice. Harry steeled himself, clearing his mind with occlumency and forcing himself to continue, even when all he wanted to do was lie down and never get up. Following these attacks, it has become apparent that the situation we have inherited from the previous administration is still unable to deal with such a unified and trained threat. However, I promise you, my determination has never been stronger. The crowd cheered, and Harry raised his arms slightly, letting the sound wash over him. As such, in order to maintain stability, security and to give us a firm foundation from which we can grow, and fight off any and all threats, the Wizengamot will be reorganized into the first British Wizarding Empire, for a safe and secure society. The cheers grew and grew, cameras flashed and reporters shouted into recording crystals. Harry stood at the front, arms spread wide, and a cold expression on his face, the applause and celebrations having no effect. At the very back of the crowd stood Kingsley Shacklebolt, and he watched with mounting dread as he looked into the wrath-fueled eyes of Harry Potter, the new Emperor. Wanted. Dead or alive Thomas Winter, Special Correspondent. The 28th of April following the terrible atrocities of yesterday. See page 1. The ringleaders of the rebellion have been declared enemies of the state. Albus Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, Alistair Moody, Daedalus Diggle, Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt are amongst those listed as enemies of the state. Members of the public are encouraged to provide any information as to the whereabouts of these men, but are warned against engaging them unless properly prepared, as they are considered highly dangerous. Miranda Rookwood killed. Emma Gilbert, Personalities Correspondent. The 28th of April Miranda Rookwood, fiancée to the Emperor Harry Potter, it has been confirmed was killed yesterday following injuries received during the brief battle in Diagon Alley. Harry Potter has as of yet refused to comment. However, sources close to Mr. Potter are saying he has taken the loss of his long-term friend and confidant very hard. "Mr. Potter is trying very hard under very difficult standards," said Olivia Moran, Mr. Potter's personal assistant. To lose Miranda after such a successful moment made the moment especially difficult. However, he is incredibly set in his resolve to see her killer brought to justice. Whilst the official position of the government states that current law enforcement units, which now comprise of the Dark Shield which have merged with the Auror Corps, is satisfactory in putting down this rebellion, sources within the government have indicated special tasks units are being formed to fight more effectively. Rookwood Funeral and Memorial held. Thomas Audley, Political Correspondent. The 1st of May the body of Miranda Rookwood, fiancée of Harry Potter, Emperor of Wizarding Britain, has been laid to rest in a small private ceremony in Essie. The funeral service, attended by only 25 individuals, was closed to all members of the press, whilst a far larger public service was held later in the day. Mr. Potter refused to comment, and his appearance today showed signs of immense stress. Even the untrained can spot that Mr. Potter is suffering, reports our body language expert Albert Hoax. His stooped shoulders, drawn expression and bruising around his eyes indicate lack of sleep. Kant. Page 3, Column 1 H. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley. May 2nd. This is a particularly tricky case, hummed the old goblin whom Harry sat next to. As she left no will. Miss Rookwood's property should fall to her next of kin, her father, Augustus Rookwood. "I understand," Harry replied, his voice quiet. However, Miss Rookwood and yourself shared a joint bank account, so naturally that falls to you. Also, it appears that since you were 14 you have been living together. That would give you a strong case to claim the property should you seek it. The goblin watched Harry attentively. "I don't want the flat," Harry stated firmly. "Augustus can have it." You are sure, Mr. Potter? The diminutive white-haired figure asked. Harry nodded and the goblin made a small note. What of the familial heirlooms? They were stored in your vault, will you? I don't want them. Very well, that is all really. Miss Rookwood did not hold very many assets. What of the object contained within Vault 817? Harry's brow creased. Vault 817 housed the Philosopher's Stone. Just thinking of what the stone had once offered Miranda and Harry caused the green-eyed Mon's throat to tighten. Keep it safe. I will be keeping that. Then that is all. Once again, Gringotts offers our most sincere commiserations at this troubling time, Mr. Potter, and we hope that you will continue to bank with the Goblin Nation. Harry ignored the insincere apologies of the elderly goblin, instead standing up and turning towards the door. Ready to go, sir? Asked one of the guards who waited outside. Harry nodded tensely and the group quickly fell into a practiced formation. Where to, Your Majesty? Riddle Manor. I have a rather overdue conversation. The guards nodded and with a loud pop the group vanished into nothingness. Harry landed gently, and countered the momentum of the apparition with a well-practiced step forward. The building before him was as impressive as ever. However, unlike the last time Harry had visited, the entire estate was now covered in a dense web of wards and defensive charms. Harry could feel the crackling magical energy from where he stood, 10 feet away from the gates. With deliberate steps, Harry strode to the heavy iron gate and touched his wand to the lock. With a creaking groan the metal structures swung inwards, allowing Harry and his companions access to the large Victorian structure ahead of them. He strode with a confidence that denoted a familiarity to the building, and Harry made his way through the narrow corridors to the Dark Lord's study. The door was closed and the hallway outside deserted. Raising one fist, the raven-haired man knocked firmly on the mahogany. Less than a second later the door opened up revealing the well-lit office behind. Come in, Harry. Riddle called. With stiff steps Harry obeyed, clearing his mind of the bubbling resentment he could feel. Have a seat. Thank you. The two sat in silence for a moment until the Dark Lord smiled. Well, Your Imperial Highness, I suppose congratulations are in order. The older man's voice was rich and slightly mocking. Harry frowned. Congratulations. Of course. We have succeeded. Everything we have wanted has come to fruition. Voldemort smiled coldly. Is that not worth some celebration? I suppose so. Harry conceded. What will you do now? He asked, peering at Riddle carefully. I am content with the current arrangement. You will rule, and I will suggest the correct way to deal with the future situation. Very well. Voldemort frowned. You do not seem as pleased as I had expected, he stated, watching Harry closely. Harry paused, reining in his temper. I am of course pleased. He finally stated. What will we do to catch the traitors? I am sure your new army will manage that. The Dark Lord smirked. Evan was in here just hours ago describing to me what he had planned. Harry nodded. Voldemort sighed frustratedly. I trust this period of melancholy will pass, Potter. It is awfully tedious. Harry glowered furiously, and the anger and resentment he had been feeling for years suddenly broke forth. Are you truly so ignorant? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. She died, Tom. She died because of your lust for power. Any trace of mirth vanished from the Dark Lord's face and his face became suddenly dark and cold. You may be an emperor now, Harry, but do not forget whom you serve, he warned, his voice cold and delicate. Collateral damage occurs in every conflict. You should have readied yourself for. She was not just another death, Harry snapped out. Voldemort raised one eyebrow pointedly. I will chalk these recent outbursts onto the fact that you are not yourself right now. You are fortunate I am in a forgiving mood, else I would not stand on such disrespect. His gaze drilled into Harry's face. Do not forget that this was just as much your dream as it was mine. You are just as responsible for her fate as I was. Harry was furious. How dare the Dark Lord try to suggest this was his fault? It was Dumbledore himself after all who stated that he had only opposed Harry so virulently because of the fact that he was in league with Voldemort. With steady feet, Harry rose from his chair and turned to the door. Sit down, Potter. We are not finished. We are finished, my lord. He spat out the last bit, his voice hard with derision. Before he made it to the door, Harry was struck in the back. The curse seared through his, causing every one of his muscles to cramp and burn. His heartbeat thrummed painfully through his ears and he collapsed against the door, his eyes shut tight against the agony. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the pain lifted, and Harry was left panting. "I think," Voldemort began, his voice calm and soft, "it is time to review your position within the new government, Mr. Potter," he stated. Harry glared from the floor as he dragged himself upright. "I am the government," he responded caustically. "Tomorrow morning," continued Voldemort, acting as though he hadn't heard Harry's comment, "you will announce your resignation from your current position. In your place, I will reign." The Dark Lord smirked coldly. "You will retire to oversee the new DS Death Squads, from where you will hunt down the rest of the traitors. Once that is complete, you will retire to a career outside of government." Harry glared, and his hand twitched towards his wand minutely. "Do not be such a fool, Harry," Voldemort growled. "I do not tolerate disrespect. I am granting you this one chance to make good on your recent failings in recognition of your previous successes, but make no mistake, if I hear even the faintest trace of sedition, I will destroy you." Harry nodded slowly and Voldemort sneered. "Remember this as the day that Lord Voldemort brought down an emperor, Harry Potter. None can stand against me and live." The defeated man said nothing, his expression cold and stony. Harry Potter abdicates. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. May 4th. In yet another twist to the political world, Harry Potter, the Emperor of Wizarding Britain, has abdicated from power. Lord Potter nominated his successor as Thomas Riddle, a political unknown. In a speech delivered to the Wizengamot halls, the Lord Potter said, "I must do this. The government needs strong, dedicated leadership. With my recent personal traumas, I do not feel myself to be the best candidate for this position. I shall instead be taking a role heading up the task force bringing the remaining enemies of state to justice, bringing peace to our great nation." The new emperor, Thomas Riddle, has awarded the Lord Potter the Order of Merlin, First Class, the Order of Merit, and also proclaimed him Lord Marshal of all Imperial Peacekeepers. 2 years later, the broken stone crunched under Harry's highly polished black boots, the hardened leather heel loud against the York stone beneath his feet. Harry stopped and looked around the ruined house with distant eyes. Around him, black-clad figures bustled around, but Harry ignored them. His eyes had become fixed on an upper-floor window from which dark gray smoke billowed out, staining the air, and making the young commander's eyes burn slightly. "Sir?" Harry started slightly, and turned to his side. A broad-shouldered man of around 20 was stood at his shoulder, his body held stiff at attention. "What is it, Brooke?" he asked calmly. The man, Walther Brooke, served as Harry's aide-de-camp and adjutant. He was professional and courteous, but a ready soldier and fierce in battle. "The final report just came in, a total of 15 dead, 6 of ours, as well as 4 prisoners." Harry nodded and turned his eyes to the doorway, where 4 defeated-looking witches and wizards were being escorted by a small number of grim-looking DS guards. The prisoners looked tired, not that Harry could blame them. It had taken his forces over 2 days to break through the enchantments that covered the building. "Take them to headquarters for processing." "Yes, sir." "And the dead?" Harry frowned slightly. "Identify and burn the traitors, follow procedure with ours." Brooke nodded and snapped out a salute, which Harry returned, before he walked off, once again leaving Harry alone in the middle of the chaos. With a soft sigh, the commander of the British wizarding forces strode forward, heading towards the door of the defeated house. The inside of the building held all the signs of a recent battle having taken place here: smashed furniture, rubble and gaping holes where entire walls had been blasted to oblivion. The heat from the still slightly smoldering outside walls was intense, and Harry tugged slightly at the neck of his jacket, allowing a small breath of air to reach his chest. He was in a small living room. The place smelled of blood and fire, and though any bodies had long since been cleared, it was still possible to see where they had lain. The dark red-brown stains on what had once been a beige carpet belied where Imperial and traitor alike had met their end. Harry carried on forward, leaving the living room and entering a hall, his boots once again clacking against the dusty wood of the floor. The noise seemed oddly magnified in the quiet house, and Harry felt almost like he was defiling a sacred place with his mere presence. He snorted slightly, and shook such feelings away as he carried on. His examination of the property was quick and not particularly thorough, but he felt it would be an insult to the memory of the men who had died under his orders if he did not at least walk the path they had taken. In the past 2 years, Harry's life had changed dramatically, though the public still adored him, and many wished he would return to the imperial throne. His influence within the upper echelons of the government had waned to almost nothing. Following his meeting with the Dark Lord all those years ago, Harry had been assigned to the position of commander of all the government peacekeepers. The job was often dull and required especially long hours, however Harry enjoyed it. The paperwork and endless meetings had kept him distracted from the other things in his life, and gradually, over the course of many months, the constant anger and hate that he had felt had mellowed. The year before, Harry had added to his list of responsibilities, assigning himself as captain of the latest DS Death Squad, the Nephilim. It was a role that allowed Harry to get his hands dirty, to experience the same things as the witches and wizards whose exploits he had read through on so many occasions in mission reports. Initially, there had been dozens of battles, with neither side able to defeat the other. However, as the months had progressed, the government's resources had begun to win the war in a way that soldiers just couldn't. The Empire had authorized the expansion of the DS until its number were over 1,000, with dozens of death squads constantly searching for enemies of the state and pursuing any leads that had been provided by helpful citizens. These had become so numerous that Harry had been forced to create an entire office whose job it was to read through these statements and determine which were credible. Pitched battles had become a thing of the past, as the Order of the Phoenix and their allies had found themselves facing overwhelming numbers of well-trained professionals. The vigilante group now resorted to guerrilla tactics, sharp raids conducted on government personnel and offices. Given the difficulty of protecting the hundreds of potential targets, Harry had ordered that the location and termination of any safe houses that the Order operated from a top priority. It was tough work, and successes were few, but gradually the Order was being pushed back. In the past 2 months alone, 4 locations had been put to the sword, and with each success, the public felt slightly safer than they had done before. However, it was precisely due to the slowly relaxing mindset of the public that Harry was feeling under more and more pressure to end the war quickly, lest a change of mood sweep the nation and put his leadership into question. With a last look at the ruined home, Harry turned on the spot, disapparating and appearing on the cobbled forecourt of the DS headquarters. The many flags that lined the walls of the imposing granite gray building snapped in a slight breeze, the Imperial Eagle and Cross blaring out to all who looked. With a purposeful stride, the young commander strode into the fortress and quickly made his way down the stairs to the quarters which housed the prisoners. The men and women who passed stopped and smartly stood to attention. He ignored them, focusing instead on making his way down the long winding staircase to the dimly lit temporary prison which housed any captives believed to hold relevant information. "Has he said anything?" Harry asked the duty guard, who stood outside a bare iron door on a corridor which held dozens of identical doors. "Not a word yet, sir," the grizzled veteran replied. "The Persuaders in with him now." Harry nodded. The Persuaders were the men who used less savory tactics to gain intel. Whilst Harry may not have liked the methods they used, he couldn't deny that the results they achieved made them a necessary evil. "Thank you, Sergeant. Open the door, please." "Sir." The man replied curtly, placing the tip of his wand on the door handle. The doorknob glowed blue for a second before returning to its original state, and the guard twisted and pushed, revealing the sterile white interrogation room beyond. The Persuader was tall, with thin cheeks and wispy brown hair. He glanced up from his seat opposite the prisoner and nodded briefly to Harry, who motioned for the interrogation to continue. "Mr. Creevy, you have been with us for nearly a week now." He paused. "I must applaud your resilience, however you do realize how futile it is." Creevy, who Harry vaguely recalled from his years at Hogwarts, said nothing, his eyes downcast, and his hands, bound and resting on the table, shook slightly. "Do you believe we will kill you if you don't talk?" the Persuader asked, his voice soft and soothing. Creevy shook slightly. "Yes," he replied, and Harry could hear an almost hopeful tone in his voice. The Persuader laughed, slapping his hand down on the table. Creevy flinched at the sound. "I'm sure you would like that, wouldn't you?" he asked. "However, I am afraid that won't happen. In fact, we have some very skilled healers in this facility who will keep you alive for a long time, so we can have our little chats for months and months." Creevy quivered slightly, but raised his head defiantly. His bloodshot eyes glared at Harry, who stood slightly behind the Persuader. "Lucky me." He attempted to growl out. When he opened his mouth, Harry saw a mess of bloody gums and broken teeth. "Dear me, Colin. This could be so much easier if you just cooperated. Surely you are tired?" Hungry? We could give you a bed and a feast. All you have to do is answer my questions. What do you say? Colin said nothing, instead spitting a bloody globule onto the table. The persuader sighed and stood up, shaking his head ruefully. Don't say I didn't warn you. Guard. The last word was shouted and the door opened a few seconds later. Yes, sir? Unbind Mr. Creevy's hands, please. Yes, sir. The sergeant moved forward and quickly removed the chains on Colin's arms before leaving the room and closing the door. You are a Muggle born, aren't you, Mr. Creevy? The persuader asked, his tone light. Colin said nothing. Well, it says you are in my file, so I wonder if you recognize this? With an elegant sweep of his hand, he pulled a long rectangular club out of his robes and laid it on the table with a clatter. Colin's eyes widened and his breath came in short gasps. It's called a cricket bat, and Muggles use it one of their games. The man frowned as he ran his hand over the polished wood. A bit clumsy, certainly not as easy to maneuver as a beater's bat, but I think you can get more power behind a swing. Exposimize. The sticking charm struck Colin's hand, gluing it to the table. Will you tell me what I want to know, Colin? The man asked. Creevy released a small sob, but shook his head, tears streaming down his bruised cheeks. Pity. The persuader stood up and took a position next to prisoner, raising the bat above his head. Last chance, Colin. Creevy had shut his eyes, but tears still leaked down his cheeks, and his breath came in short pants. Crunch. The hand which the bat hit resembled nothing more than mashed flesh. The crushed bones and joints stuck out from ragged tears and the shocking white was quickly covered by the rapidly growing pool of blood. Colin gave a pitiful shriek, his entire body shaking. Blood fell from his mouth from where one of his few remaining teeth had bitten into his tongue. Crunch. The blood-stained bat hammered back down onto the ruined hand, and Colin slumped forward in his chair, unmoving, though his eyes were still open and his mouth closed and opened like a fish out of water. Enervate. The persuader spoke carelessly, waving his wand at the helpless boy. Colin immediately came out of his trance and promptly vomited down his chest. Please answer the questions, Colin. I promise to end it all if you do. The young man in the chair didn't seem to know where he was, and as his eyes slowly focused onto the persuader in front of him, his body shook violently. He began. Yes. Yes, what, Colin? The persuader asked in a smug voice. Yes, I will. Talk. The words came out garbled and almost indistinct. Harry smiled broadly. Colin Creevy was by no means one of the Order's best, but he worked for Dumbledore by passing information from inside the Department of Magical Transportation, where he had worked. Harry wished that the ancient ex-headmaster hadn't thought to teach the young man occlumency. Had his mind been less well defended, 3 drops of Veritaserum would have sufficed and Colin's ordeal would have been over far easier. Wonderful. I'm glad you have seen sense, Mr. Creevy. Lord Commander Potter, perhaps you would like to take over now? The man asked. Harry nodded and slid into one of the available chairs on the opposite side of the table to Colin and slid a sheet of parchment across the table to him. On the parchment 4 faces stared up at him. Alistair Moody, Sirius Black, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Albus Dumbledore. Mr. Creevy, do you know the location of any of these men? With his undamaged, though shaking hand, Colin picked up the paper and held it close to his face. He frowned in confusion as he stared at it, blinking slowly. Finally he lowered it and looked across at Harry, blood still leaking from his mouth. Dead. Dead? Who? Harry asked, leaning forward slightly. Colin shook slightly before his finger jabbed down onto the parchment. Harry followed the direction his finger pointed in and blinked. Dumbledore? Harry asked, keeping his voice from showing his surprise. Colin nodded. When did he die? 8 months ago. Dumbledore was involved in a skirmish not 6 weeks ago, Colin. Please don't lie. Harry's voice was cold, his eyes hard, and the prisoner trembled violently, before coughing violently. No, not Dumbledore. Polyjuice. I promise. Morale. Couldn't let others know. For a long moment Harry was silent, staring at Creevy carefully. If what the young man said was true, then this would be the moment to strike. Dumbledore was the Order's greatest weapon. The ancient sorcerer was capable of taking down entire death squads with ease, and the ex-headmaster had demonstrated his formidable skill in battle on several occasions. Colin, I need to know everything. Tell me everything you know, and I assure you, you will be treated well. Creevy smiled slightly, the movement splitting a scab on his lip and adding a new source of blood dribbling down his chin. Water, please, Harry sighed, but quickly conjured a large glass full of cool water. Colin sipped it slowly, much of it dribbling down his ruined shirt. Speak, Colin. Last year, Dumbledore was away lots, searching for something with Longbottom. The man paused and took a deep breath, wincing as it stretched his bruised ribs. They were successful, found at least 3 things, I don't know what. Harry had withdrawn a sheaf of parchment from the inner pocket of his jacket, and quickly noted down everything Colin was telling him. What were these objects? Harry questioned intently. Colin shuddered as he took another breath. A locket, a cup, gold cup, and a tiara. Harry frowned, having no notion about what such objects could be for. And how did this kill Dumbledore? They were after another. Longbottom said it was a ring. Dumbledore put it on and was cursed. A ring? Harry queried. Yes. And you're sure these were the objects? He looked down at his parchment. A locket, cup, tiara and ring? Yes. And the curse? It killed Dumbledore? Colin sobbed, tears leaking out of the corners of his puffy eyes as he nodded slowly. Harry paused, looking between the parchment and captive slowly. What of Black, Moody and Shacklebolt? What of Longbottom? Longbottom is still hunting those things. Colin slowly explained. I don't know about the others, they travel around. Harry nodded, he expected as much. No one seemed to have much knowledge of the 3 Order members' movements. The interrogation continued. Colin proved a very valuable source of information. Harry quizzed him on recruitment, the locations of safe houses, the nature of the information Colin was passing on, as well as many other topics. 2 hours after he'd entered, he left with several sheaves of parchment and a satisfied smile on his face. As he strode up the wide main staircase towards his office, Harry was formulating how to respond to the new information. Dumbledore was dead. That single fact would change the war forever. The ancient headmaster, the man whom Harry had schemed and plotted 100 times about how to defeat, had been killed by a mere cursed ring, a most ignominious ending for an admittedly great man. He passed the information he had collected from Creevy onto his secretary and strode into his office, the small smile on his face quickly replaced with a frown as he saw the mountain of paperwork on his desk. He sighed as he fell back into the dark green leather chair, picking up the top file and reading through the short mission report held within. When he had finished reading through it, he signed with a practiced movement, and moved the file into the out tray. When he had finally finished each and every file that required his signature, the sun had long since set and the view of the DSHQ's courtyard outside his window was lit up with gas lamps, sending a warm yellow light onto his roof. Harry stretched, grimacing as his shoulders popped and tired muscles protested the movement. Finally able to think for himself, he rested his chin upon steepled fingers and allowed his mind to drift away. Without Dumbledore, the Order possessed no single advantage over the DS. Creevy had told him that the Weasley home had become the main location of the rebellion, protected under hundreds of powerful enchantments including the Fidelius. The once humble farmstead had become a veritable fortress, with the Order housing most of their troops there. Sadly, it was precisely due to the Fidelius charm that Harry was unable to get anywhere near the building. Colin hadn't known the location of the secret keeper nor even his identity, which meant that they were stuck. Or were they? Harry knew for a fact that Bill Weasley was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and if he was in the Burrow, then it was almost guaranteed he would have brought his wife along with him. He hadn't spoken to Fleur for a long time, unwilling to risk the identity of his most secret servant. But now, with the end of the war so very nearly in his grasp, and with Fleur potentially holding the information that he needed, he would be a fool not to use her. With sudden energy, he pulled open a drawer and pulled out a single sheet of unadorned writing paper. Somehow he didn't think the Order would let the Partvila off without question if she received paper embossed with. From the office of Harry Potter Ohm 1, MV Supreme Commander Imperial Forces. With a smooth hand, he penned the brief note to the woman. My dear Fleur, I will keep this brief. I understand you are in a location which houses most of the remaining rebel troops, however this building is under the Fidelius charm. I would like to know the identity of the secret keeper. I need to know the approximate location of the Weasley home and I need to know approximately how many are currently inside, including any individuals of note. The war is almost over, and your assistance will not be forgotten, so long as you remember the debt that you owe to me. With a powerful charm, Harry ensured that only Fleur would be able to read the note before he folded it up, slid it into an envelope and sent it by way of Minnie to a public post owl. Smiling slightly, Harry stood up and left via the flow. He had moved house almost immediately after Miranda's death, and now lived in a comfy two-bedroom house in the heart of the small town of Aldburg. As he stepped out of the fire, he became aware of just how late it was. The clock on the mantel read 11:30, and Harry groaned as he considered that he was expected to be up and available in less than 9 hours. With quiet footsteps he ascended the hardwood stairs, wincing every time his heel echoed loudly against the bare wood. When he made it into his bedroom, he sat down on the end of his bed and pulled off his boots, sighing in relief as the supple leather released his toes, before moving on to his stiff jacket, swearing under his breath as he attempted unsuccessfully to undo the button at his neck. Struggling, came a sleepy female voice behind him. Harry froze, turning around slowly, a guilty expression on his face. "Did I wake you?" he asked quietly. "I was barely asleep, don't worry," she responded, the slight Irish accent becoming more pronounced in her drowsiness. "Well anyway, I'm sorry, Liv." Olivia huffed under her breath before lying back down and leaving Harry to struggle with the last of his buttons. When he eventually got the last of his uniform off, he left it in a pile for Minnie and then climbed into the soft bed, exhaling slowly as his back sank into the deep mattress. "Tough day?" Olivia asked. Harry shrugged, or attempted to at least. "Not really, just messy. You smell like smoke," she observed. Harry chuckled, glad that smoke was all she could smell on him. "Like I said, messy." Harry frowned, "But it won't be much longer, I promise. I found some information today, that if true, will bring the conclusion of this war into days and weeks, not months and years." "That's nice." The Irish girl mumbled sleepily. Harry chuckled, dotting her on the brow and slowly moving her head onto his chest. The next morning Harry was rudely awoken by his alarm, the charmed eagle statuette next to his bed screeching loudly to announce the time. Harry opened his eyes quickly, sighing as he saw the source of his disturbance. He rolled out of bed, his toes curling deep into the rich carpet on his floor as with shuffled steps he made his way over to the shower, allowing the steaming spray to wash the last of his sleepiness away with it. The sun was still very low on the horizon and Olivia was asleep. Having slept straight through the alarm, Harry shook his head ruefully, before he stepped over to his wardrobe, pulling out a pristine and perfectly pressed uniform from its cavernous depths. He dressed slowly, first the plain white, collarless shirt, then the black trousers, adorned with only a single red stripe down the outside leg, before adding the black jacket, heavily adorned with gold piping and decoration. Finally, he pulled out a pair of black boots, which he briefly inspected for any signs of marring. Finding none, he pulled the supple leather over his calves, before straightening out the rumpled material of the trousers. When he was done, he stood in front of the large floor-length mirror and examined his reflection, from his cold face, to his short black hair, finally sweeping over the immaculate uniform. Satisfied, he opened the door and sauntered over to the flow, already looking forward to the cup of coffee that would be waiting for him. He noticed it as soon as he sat down. It was on top of the small pile of paperwork that greeted him every morning, a single plain envelope with only his name written in curving elegant calligraphy, handwriting he recognized almost immediately. With a steady hand he picked up the envelope and slid it open, tugging the folded parchment out excitedly. "Harry, I of course will give you this information, though it pains me to do so. I only ask that you grant Bill and myself mercy. However, I know that I have no reason to ask anything of you. The home is called the Burrow, and Mad Eye Moody is the current secret keeper. It is located approximately halfway between Ottery Street Catcall and Stoats Head Hill in Devon. At the time of writing this letter, there are 31 people staying here, including Neville Longbottom, Sirius Black and Mad Eye Moody himself. Kingsley I believe will be returning in 8 days' time from Newcastle. Yours in faith, Fleur." Harry read the letter several times, his mind deep in thought. Moody himself was the secret keeper, which was interesting. The grizzled ex-orer was tough. Harry knew that firsthand. Even if they captured the man, which was unlikely, the chances of them managing to get the man to talk before the Order discovered his capture and left the Burrow was almost zero. Unless, Harry thought suddenly, his mind whirring as he thought of what to do, Was there any chance of catching them in transit? He sighed loudly, massaging his temples gently, before he opened his eyes and quickly began to pen a new letter to Fleur. Fleur, thank you. Of course I will do anything I can to keep you safe and well. The information was very useful. I merely need one more piece of information. If the location of the burrow were to be discovered by my forces, to which location would you go? And are you aware of the protections that currently defend it? Please reply soon. When the letter was safely sent away, Harry could feel his heart fluttering nervously as he considered what he was doing. In order for his plan to work, he would need some patience and a great deal of luck, but it could just work. Sitting back in his comfy chair, Harry looked at his desk and smirked as he saw the relatively small pile of paperwork that was currently waiting for him. Hopefully he would get some time to spend with his death squad. The Nephilim would be enjoying some well-earned R&R after their last week, and Harry thought about joining them at their barracks in Bristol. Halfway through his musings, Harry was interrupted by the sudden slamming open of his door. He frowned as he looked up at who had so rudely interrupted. The glowering face of Riddle glared down at him, and Harry almost immediately stood to attention and snapped a salute. Riddle said nothing, merely throwing a piece of parchment onto Harry's desk. Harry frowned and looked down. It was the interrogation report from yesterday. Glancing up, he looked at the Dark Lord puzzled. Majesty? He asked, this is the report of my interrogation yesterday. Is it accurate? The Dark Lord spat, his eyes glowing red. Of course, my men are very effective. Harry replied, slightly insulted that Voldemort would question his force's abilities. And what will you very effective men do about this? Riddle snarled. Harry kept his back rigid when he replied.
With regard to Dumbledore's death, I plan to crush the rebellion in a single move, force the Order out of their fortress and fight them on an open battle, catch them by surprise, get them vulnerable. When he finished, Harry looked at the Dark Lord, expecting the man to look mollified. However, he was mistaken, for Voldemort looked more furious than before.
The part where the prisoner speaks of objects Dumbledore was hunting, he began, clearly fighting to rein in his temper. You must stop Longbottom destroying them. Of course, my lord. However, in order to protect them, I will need to stop Longbottom. According to Creevey, the exact nature of the objects is known only to Longbottom, and previously Dumbledore. They must be saved. Riddle roared. Harry blinked, but snapped off a salute. Yes, sir. Riddle growled under his breath but nodded, turning on his heel, slamming the door violently behind him. Harry sat back in his chair. Just what were these objects that mattered to the Dark Lord so much? If their loss weakened the Riddle in any way, Harry considered that a good thing. Clearly it would be in his best interest to allow these objects to be destroyed, or at the very least to make sure Riddle didn't get his hands on them. Harry had seen it in the man's eyes. For the first time since Harry had known him, Riddle seemed vulnerable. He knew of his weakness, and that alone excited Harry. The next few days were spent by Harry in an agony of waiting. He was desperately awaiting Fleur's letter, and needed to know the information it held before he could finalize any sort of plan. Finally, 2 days after he had sent out his second letter, Harry received a reply. Harry, in the event of the burrow becoming compromised, the current plan is to move to the home of Bill and I. It is called Shell Cottage, in Tinworth, Cornwall. The property is currently under heavy warding, but not the Fidelius charm. This would only be a temporary move, before we moved to a more permanent new building. For your information, Mad Eye will be launching a raid on the Colchester training facility this Friday. The attack will be small, only a dozen men or so, and aims to collect information. I hope this helps, Fleur. Harry smiled. Today was Tuesday, so in order to act on this information, he would need to act extremely fast. He touched his wand to a block of wood on his desk. Yes, sir? Came the deferential tones of his secretary. Jonas, I want a meeting of High Command, today. Make it happen. Yes, sir. He removed his wand and lay the thin stick of yew against the desk. Jonas was very efficient. Harry liked the man. He never asked questions, and never complained. The meeting, when it was arranged, was set for 9 o'clock that evening. The dozen men who made up the DS High Command were assembled around a long oak table which was easily capable of seating a 2 times that number. Gentlemen, Harry began, his eyes skimming across the immaculate black and gold uniforms of the men in front of him. With the death of Albus Dumbledore, I believe now is the time to strike. The Order is currently located in the Burrow, protected by the Fidelius charm. However, if the secret keeper were to be captured, this would force them to move to a new, far less heavily defended location. He smiled at the growing looks of comprehension on his generals' faces and smiled. According to my source, this new location would be Shell Cottage in Cornwall, which I am told, whilst heavily fortified, is not under the Fidelius. Evan Rosier looked up from the file he was reading. Mad-Eye Moody will not give away the secret easily, he warned. Agreed, murmured a few of the assembled men. I also agree, Evan. However, he does not need to, so long as Moody is in our custody. I believe it will be too great a risk for the Order to take by remaining in the same place. How reliable is this evidence that Moody will be attacking Colchester? It is a small facility after all, warned General Bletchley. Harry shrugged. I believe it to be reliable. I haven't used this source before, but her loyalty is beyond question. In that case, you have my full support, Commander, Evan stated with a small grin. Harry smirked and nodded his appreciation. Excellent. In that case, gentlemen, here is my plan. Alistair Moody sighed in relief as he forced his wooden leg into a more comfortable position, freeing the pinched skin of his ruined thigh. Before him sat a dozen of his men, though he would barely consider them such, boys and girls fresh out of Hogwarts who fancied a life of violence and fear and battle, Gryffindors mostly. He growled slightly as he forced himself to stand, a lifetime of old wounds protesting the sudden movement. When he was finally up, he glared at the group before him. Our target today is simple, he began, his voice a coarse growl that penetrated the low murmur that had filled the room. There is a small training facility for recruits into the DS located in Colchester. The facility is lightly guarded, and given the lack of training operations currently there, we expect no more than 10 to be stationed there. He paused, glaring around the room again. The dozen before him were recruits, and it was his job to break them in, give them a soft target where they could experience battle without necessarily facing too much danger. The plan is simple. You will separate into 2 groups. I shall lead the first whilst Cedric Diggory will lead the second. My group shall engage the facility from the front, goading the enemy into attacking us. When they have committed, Diggory will attack them from the rear, trapping them. Just then the door opened and the handsome form of Cedric walked in, his light brown hair artfully messy. The recruits before him turned at the noise and the young man waved casually, a relaxed expression on his face. Forgive my lateness, Mad-Eye. Molly needed some help with the spuds. Not to worry, lad, I was just going over the plan. Then don't let me stop you, please continue, Cedric offered, a trite expression on his face. Moody frowned, but did as he was bid and carried on. Now, given how our main advantage is surprise, it is imperative that we wait until the last moment to throw up the anti-travel and anti-communication wards. He looked at Cedric, who nodded his agreement. However, as soon as the wards are up, the enemy will be alerted to our presence and will respond to our threat. Remember that the witches and wizards we go up against are well trained, and will defend themselves with deadly force. Don't get cocky, don't drop your guard, because if you do, you will die, and I won't waste my time wiping your brains of the floor when you do. Constant vigilance. The group jumped, though Cedric, used to Moody's catchphrase, barely flinched. When the group was recovered, Cedric took over. We move out in 5 minutes. I recommend you make any last-minute preparations. Check your kit, give your wand a polish, whatever. Just don't be the idiot who turns up to a fight without his shoes. It's happened before, and you'll never be allowed to live it down. The group laughed and Cedric grinned boyishly back at them. With a great scraping of chairs, the dozen young members of the Order of the Phoenix rose to their feet and made their way to the door, a babble of excited voices breaking out. Moody waited until only the 2 veterans remained before he spat on the floor and shook his head. Children. I'm going to turn children into killers, he growled to himself and spat again. We need the men. We're losing this war, Alistair. We've lost 11 men this last month. If we start turning down recruits, we'd be in a dire situation. Cedric's voice was smooth and calming, but Moody remained sullen. I just wish Longbottom would hurry up. The sooner he does, the sooner we move on the triumvirate. Neville's doing the best he can. Merlin knows Dumbledore left him an impossible task, and the triumvirate can wait. They're not going anywhere. They aren't, but what about us? We can't fight forever. We need to finish this soon. Cedric said nothing, which Moody took as silent agreement. The situation was hopeless, but once Neville had destroyed all the Horcruxes, Then the Order could finally move on the triumvirate of Harry Potter, Lucius Malfoy and Lord Voldemort. The Order was convinced that without its three leaders, the Empire would crumble. Dumbledore had been convinced right up until his death that the new government had no foundation, and was built entirely on the personalities of the three men. "We'd best get out there," Cedric spoke, cutting Moody's thoughts off. The grizzled ex-Auror grunted in affirmation, and together the two men left the room, entering the large kitchen where much of the Order members currently in the burrow were. A half-dozen were crowded around the stove, laughing as Molly Weasley told a story whilst stirring a pot. The room was crowded but fell silent as the two men walked in. "Good luck, Seed, Mad Eye," called Bill Weasley from the kitchen table. The sentiment was echoed by several others. Cedric nodded appreciatively whilst Moody remained stoic, his magical eye spinning around the room. At the kitchen door, they were made to wait as Fleur came through. The beautiful Bee-owned looked very pale, and her usually flawless skin was marred by dark circles around her eyes, as though she hadn't been sleeping well. "Bon chance, Cedric, Moody," she murmured quietly, not looking either in the eye. Cedric looked after her concerned as she hurried by, but Moody gripped his arm and dragged him out the door and into the pale mid-morning light. The dozen mages assigned to this mission were already assembled, and Cedric quickly walked over to them, pushing Fleur to the back of his mind. There could only be the mission. Distractions cost lives. "Group 1 to Alistair, Group 2 to me," he called, pulling a long piece of string from his pocket. Moody did the same, and together they patiently waited whilst everyone positioned themselves to where they could touch the portkey. "Ready?" Cedric called. Both groups nodded and Moody smiled like a shark. "Activate." The familiar feeling of a hook behind his navel caught the ex-Auror, and he felt himself jerked away from the burrow and into the spinning colors of the portkey. As suddenly as it had started, the group slammed into solid ground. Moody rocked a little, but retained his balance, unlike much of his group who fell with a splash into a dirty puddle at his feet. It was raining in Colchester, not heavy rain, but a constant drizzle which quickly sank into his heavy robes. "Get up," he growled. "We move now." He led the group in silence, quickly leaving the ruined church they had landed in and making their way down a narrow, deserted alley. Behind them, Moody heard the sounds of cars, trains in the busy town. Eventually, after a quarter of an hour of walking, they reached their destination, protected under a series of muggle-repelling wards. The training facility was simple, merely a large drill square surrounded by a half-dozen red brick, rectangular buildings. "Disillusion yourselves," Moody whispered, quickly performing the charm on himself. "Position yourselves along this edge of the square. Our target is that building straight ahead. It's the instructor barracks." There was the shuffling of feet, and Moody followed the movement of his cohort with his magical eye, watching carefully before he joined them in position. They knelt there, on the edge of the square for several minutes, before Moody felt a buzzing in his pocket. With grasping fingers, he withdrew a small brown sphere of wood, which vibrated on his palm. Cedric was in position. With a steady hand, Moody removed the wardstones from his pocket and activated them, the sudden increase in air pressure, and the slight feeling of static around him signifying the wards were active. "Move," he bellowed, drawing his wand and standing in one motion, before sending a powerful bombardment hex at the building. The orange curse slammed into the wall, which crumbled away in a haze of fire and smoke. Beside him, he heard the shouted curses and pounding feet of the rest of the Order, the multi-hued stream of curses heading at the building, flying true, and pulverizing the barracks building further. From within the building suddenly emerged 8 wizards, sloppily dressed in DS uniforms, most with buttons undone, or still tightening belts. The two groups met 2/3 of the way down the square, and the DS, having recovered from their initial surprise, were gaining the upper hand, having already stunned 2 of Moody's men. Right on time, there came a stream of curses from the rear, and the DS were thrown into confusion once more as Cedric led his band into the fray, quickly pinning the disoriented Imperial troops between the two groups. As the battle progressed, with the DS being forced into an ever tighter circle as they worked to defend every side against the onslaught of Order spells. Moody felt it before he realized what it meant, the slight bump in the air, the crack he felt in his pocket. The wardstones were broken, the wards had been destroyed. Less than a second after they had been destroyed, Moody felt the presence of far stronger wards going up, wards that had nothing to do with the Order or this operation. A feeling of dread suddenly filled his stomach, though none of his men other than Diggory seemed to realize that anything was amiss. With a series of pops, the source of the new wards was revealed. All around the square appeared the black and gray uniforms of the DS Death Squads, the elite of the Imperial forces, tasked with hunting down and executing any threat to the Imperial throne. The fighting stopped almost immediately, the Order looking around in horror at the force of around 80 that had them surrounded. The rain continued to drizzle down, dampening any noise and making the square eerily quiet. Suddenly, from the front of the DS Death Squad in front of him, Moody spotted a solitary figure step forwards. Even with the distance between them, it was impossible to mistake the tall, green-eyed figure before them. Moody narrowed his eyes as Harry Potter surveyed the scene. "Members of the Order of the Phoenix," he called in clipped tones, "you are impossibly outnumbered. Surrender and you will live." The young Order members looked at Mad Eye in terror. "F.K. off." Moody barked back, both his eyes glaring into the dark-haired man before him. Potter smirked, the expression ice-cold, his eyes glaring at Moody with intense rage and hatred. "I hoped you would say that," Potter replied, his voice carefully controlled. "I want them alive." He addressed to his men, "Proceed." From around the square came a hurricane of red stunning spells, the jets of light slamming into the Order's shields. Half of Moody's forces collapsed immediately, unable to hold against the withering hail of spellfire. As Moody began to return fire and fight against the impossible odds, his mind was racing. He had been betrayed. Who was the traitor in the Order? It was, mused Harry, a short fight. Within 30 seconds only 2 men remained standing. 15 seconds after that and only Moody remained, his expression fierce as he poured power into his shield, the air around him crackling at the discharge of magical energy. "Come on, Potter," Moody bellowed, "I know you want to fight me yourself." Harry frowned. The man was correct. He had dreamed of bringing down the one-legged man for 2 years, comforted himself with the thought that one day Alistair Moody would lie broken at his feet, punished for his actions against Miranda. "Cease fire," he ordered sharply. The men immediately stopped, and silence once again took over the square. Moody rose from his hunched position and glared down his mangled nose at Harry. "Finally going to fight your own battles, Potter?" the man asked. Harry said nothing as he slowly undid the buttons of the jacket, rolling his shoulders as he took it off. One of the men next to him quickly relieved him of the black coat as Harry prepared himself. "None are to interfere," he called loudly. "Should I fail, your orders remain. Alistair Moody is to be taken in alive." With steady steps, Harry strode towards Moody, holding his wand carefully at his side. When the 2 men stood 20 yards apart, Harry stopped, his eyes narrowed. Moody hadn't moved, his gaze focused intently on Harry. "For Miranda," he called calmly. Moody shook his head and spat on the ground. It was Harry who cast the first spell, a bonebreaker aimed at Moody's remaining leg. The ex-Order dodged with surprising agility and returned fire, sending a stream of spells in Harry's direction. For several long minutes the battle continued. Harry hurled an imaginative selection of non-lethal spells whilst avoiding the far more dangerous salvos Moody felt kind enough to bestow on him. The battle was going nowhere. Harry was limited by his desire not to kill Moody, and Moody was unable to kill Harry as the younger man was simply the better duelist. Harry's main concern at this point was that Moody and he would end stuck in a deadlock, where the winner would be chosen by chance, as he sent a severing charm at Moody's arm before swinging his wand upwards to shield an organ-expelling curse. Following the curse, Harry suddenly spotted an opening in the grizzled man's defense and sent a quick disarming charm. The spell sang true, hitting Moody on his shoulder. The Auror's wand flew from his hand and soared over Harry's head, landing 10 feet behind him. With a slight smug smile, Harry sent a stunner lazily towards Moody, only to stop in shock when the one-legged man danced elegantly away from the jet of red and suddenly charged straight at Harry. For a second the young commander was reminded of Victor Crumb during the Triwizard all those years ago, but this time, Harry was too slow to bring his wand up. With a mighty crash, Moody slammed his shoulder into Harry's chest. He felt as his feet slipped on the slick ground beneath him and the raven-haired man was sent spinning to the floor. He landed dazedly, wand spinning out of his hand and far out of reach. Quickly as he could, he rose, turning on his heel, just in time to see Moody launch a savage punch at his gut. Harry slapped the hand away and dove at the ex-Auror, tackling the man to the ground. This time it was Moody's turn to land awkwardly. his wooden leg getting trapped beneath his thigh. Whilst the orer struggled to free himself, Harry raised both his fists above his head and slammed them down on Mad Eye's face. The man's nose crunched, becoming even more mangled. Raising his fists for another strike, Harry was taken off guard as Moody's hand, holding the broken remnant of the wardstone, hit him in the side of his head. The green-eyed man fell dazed to the side, his vision white, head throbbing and warm blood trickling down the side of his face. Harry shook his head slowly, wincing as his head throbbed. When his vision returned, he saw Moody struggling to rise, blood pouring down his face. With a shaking hand, Harry withdrew his unadorned knife, given to him by Miranda for Christmas nearly a decade ago. The blade had seen its fair share of combat over the years, and Harry hoped that he would be able to sink its magically reinforced steel into Miranda's killer. Rising to his feet, Harry held the blade before him. Moody watched him cautiously, his magical eye fixed on the blade, whilst the real one remained glued to Harry's face. Moody moved first, feinting forwards, but ducking back before the knife could reach him. With a sweeping motion, Harry advanced, the blade scything through the air, cutting the rain and leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Moody retreated again, only to dive forward, the knife getting caught between them. Harry struggled against the weight of the larger man, but Moody was unrelenting. Harry growled, slamming his head forward, catching Moody square in the chin. The older man gasped and let go, his jaw stained red. Harry clutched his free hand to his forehead in pain. The ex-orer had a chin like steel. Moody spat viciously, his lower incisors clattered against the stone ground. Panting, Harry charged. Moody reacted half a second too slow, and the knife blade plunged deep into his abdomen. With Harry's momentum, the two men fell to the ground. Despite the knife buried in him, Moody was far from finished. His hands pummeled Harry's chest and head as he fought to unhinge Harry from his position. With a frustrated yell, Harry caught Moody's head between his hands and slammed it into the stone, before raising it and slamming it down again. Beneath him, Harry felt Moody go still. The fists fell limp, and Harry took a deep shaking breath, shivering in the now downpour that was falling around him. He looked around, suddenly conscious of the men surrounding him. Bring him in for processing, and for Merlin's sake keep him alive. He tried to command, but his voice sounded far weaker than he was used to. With shaking legs, he rose to his feet, though he would have fallen if not for the man who quickly caught him under the arm. "Thank you, Brooke," he said as strongly as he could. "Not a problem, Commander. Perhaps it would be best if we took you to St. Mungo's?" "That may be necessary. Stay here and ensure our prisoners are properly taken care of. Send Moody and Diggory to headquarters. The rest can be processed and incarcerated as usual," Harry commanded, fighting off the growing wooziness he could feel. "Yes, sir." Brooke snapped a salute before turning his head. "Guardsman Rain, the commander is going to St. Mungo's. Escort him." A young guardsman immediately hurried over and replaced Brooke as the man holding Harry upright. "Ready to leave, sir?" the man asked. Harry nodded slowly, and together the two men vanished on the spot, appearing a second later in the foyer to the largest magical hospital in Britain. "Sit here, sir. I will find a healer shortly," Rain offered, settling the still woozy Harry into a comfortable seat before hurrying to the front of the queue, ignoring the protests of those waiting. Harry watched drunkenly as the man fast walked back over, a young woman following closely behind him. "Lord Commander?" the healer asked in shock as she saw his face. Harry grinned blearily and nodded. The healer shook her head. "Guardsmen, if you could assist me in getting His Majesty into an inspecting room?" she asked. Rain nodded and they went to either side of him, each taking an arm. "I'm not to be called Majesty anymore, healer," Harry slurred out. "I'm a humble Supreme Commander now." "HMMPH," the woman snorted, shaking her head angrily, "and I'm not a fully qualified healer, still an apprentice, but we each have a true title, and yours is that of Emperor." Her voice was firm, and Harry blinked slowly. "Dangerous talk, healer. Best not to talk like that," Rain advised, his tone hard. The healer swallowed nervously but nodded. When they entered the sterile inspection room, Harry allowed himself to be settled into an uncomfortable chair as the healer proceeded to strip him of his shirt and wave her wand over his chest, muttering under her breath as she did so. Eventually, after several minutes of quiet, she rose to her full height and looked down at the battered and bruised figure in front of her. An impressive collection of injuries, Commander, not really consistent with magic. May I ask what exactly you were doing? I believe that may be classified information, ma'am. Rain spoke from by the door. Harry shrugged slowly, but leant forward conspiratorially. He's probably right, but you should see the other guy. He tried to wink roguishly, but the action only caused his head to throb painfully. The healer chuckled. Well, aside from a rather severe concussion, you have a fractured skull, several broken fingers, 2 broken ribs and ligament damage to your shoulder. She shook her head. I hope it was worth it. It was. Harry murmured, accepting a large bright red potion from the healer. He drank the foul concoction with a grimace, and sighed in relief as the pounding in his head died down. As he put down the empty goblet, the healer handed him another, then another, and then another. After he had finished them all, the woman began to gently run her wand across his various injuries. Harry smiled in relief as the aching in his fingers, chest and ribs was healed. Once she was finished, Harry stood up. Thank you, healer, he offered. The young woman shook her head. There is no way I can allow you to leave in your present condition, sir. You need to stay for observation for at least 24 hours. Her voice was firm, her tone broking no further argument, or so she wanted. Harry stood straight, his eyes ice cold. Ma'am, this is it. Tomorrow I want you to think back on how you tried to stop me, and thank Merlin I refused. With a curt nod, he signaled to Guardsman Rain, and together the two of them left the room, leaving a speechless healer standing in shock. Good to see you, Harry. Heard you had a little run-in with Moody. Rosier greeted. Harry smiled and shook his head. Any remaining aches and pains had long since vanished after a mouthful of elixir. I made it. He is still in our custody. He hasn't said a word though. Not that that should surprise anyone, Harry mused. Rosier chuckled. Not that it matters. Evan paused, squinting at the afternoon sun. Any word from your man inside the order? Harry shook his head. She is under orders to tell us when they decide to leave. I have 2 death squads around Shell Cottage at all times. So far no movement. They will move though? They have to. It's too dangerous to stay still. Moody could break at any time. My agent is confident. I hope you're right. I'm getting bored of this war, and so is the public. The older man's tone was light, but the meaning was clear. Harry shrugged his shoulders and straightened a crease in his jacket. We're nearly there, he said simply. Rosier looked at him as though expecting more, but Harry remained stoic, and eventually Evan nodded. The 2 men sat in silence on either side of Harry's desk, watching the London sky as they waited for news. With a sudden flash of white light, the room was thrown into uproar. Harry rose out of his chair, hand in his wand, whilst Evan knocked his chair over in his haste to stand. With a bang, the door slammed open, revealing 2 of Harry's guards who had their wands out and ready, eyes wide. As the light receded, the source was revealed. A translucent white sphinx was standing by the window, its head cocked as it stared at Harry. Harry, the Patronus spoke with Fleur's voice. The Order has become aware of Moody's capture, and they are currently summoning all field operatives to the Burrow before we leave for Shell Cottage. Kingsley and Black are to perform the Fidelius once everyone has arrived. Bill thinks we will leave within the hour. There was silence within the room, and everyone stared as the Sphinx faded into thin air, leaving no trace it had ever existed. The silence drew out, neither Harry, Evan nor the 2 guards moving a muscle. It was Harry who recovered first. Summon High Command immediately. This is a top priority order, and they are to drop everything. Send an alert readiness order to Death Squads 1 through to 10. Find Lieutenant Brooke that he is to enact Operation Camlin. Go. The 2 guards hurriedly snapped off salutes and hurried out, the door closing behind them. Harry retook his seat. Evan did the same. The 30-year-old Death Eater looked as excited as Harry felt. The man's gray eyes shining brightly, his cheeks flushed. He looked alive. The minutes snailed by, but finally the door opened again, revealing the rest of the DS commanders. Lord Commander Potter, Commander Rosier, is it time? Asked Bletchley, his cheeks flushed. Harry nodded and the arrivals smiled broadly. I've issued AROs to Death Squads 1 through to 10, which should be enough given our estimates of their strength. However, I want an additional 5 squads on standby, ready to provide reinforcement if necessary. When do they plan to move? Within the hour. I want us to work under the assumption we have 25 minutes. Harry stated. his eyes flicking to the grandfather clock in the corner. "Yes, sir." Bletchley nodded. "Permission to see to that now, sir?" "Of course, go." Harry turned to Evan. "Rosier, go and take command of the ready units. I want them to move now." Evan rose and left quickly, his hands rubbing together maniacally. Harry took a deep breath. "Commander Dawlish, please inform the Imperial office that Operation Camlin is a go." The tall, wiry man nodded and stood from his seat. Harry nodded his head slowly. "Gentlemen, this is it. I believe we may end the war." Fleur was scared. No, Fleur was terrified. All around her people were running around, shouting indiscriminately at each other, some packing hurriedly, whilst others still were attempting headcounts. Every minute or so another member would rush through the door, having received the message to get back to headquarters. "Are you all right, Fleur?" came a voice from her side. The stunning bee. Ond looked to the speaker and let out a small smile. "Yes, Hermione, I am well. It's all right to be scared, you know," the brown-haired girl said with a smile. "Goodness knows I am." Fleur chuckled, and allowed the girl to lead her towards the living room. "Do you when we are to leave?" Kingsley said less than 45 minutes, about 5 minutes ago. Hermione stated immediately, "Are you packed?" I did not need much, most of my things are still at Shell Cottage." "Of course, it is very good of you and Bill to let us stay at your place," Hermione said kindly. Fleur blushed. "It is the least we could do to help, besides, it is only temporary." "True enough." Hermione was cut off as they heard a shout echo through the house. "Fleur! In here, Bill!" the French woman shouted. A few seconds later the eldest Weasley stuck his head around the corner. "There you are," he stated with relief. "I thought I had lost you for a moment. Nothing important, just to let you know we're leaving in half an hour." Fleur nodded and attempted another smile. "I really don't see the rush," Hermione stated with a huff. "It's not like Mad Eye will say anything, he's too tough for that." Fleur attempted to calm her racing heartbeat by taking steady breaths. "It is for safety. I for one don't plan to die today." Hermione looked at the Veela curiously, before nodding her head slowly. "It's going to be fine, Fleur. We'll be protected by a new Fidelius in a new location within the hour. You don't have to be frightened." The bookworm patted Hermione on the hand slowly, and together the two sat in silence. 20 minutes later a shout sound like a gong was heard, followed by a magically magnified voice. "All order members are to report to the yard immediately. Portkeys depart in 5 minutes. Everyone to the yard." Fleur and Hermione stood up quickly, and exiting the empty room found themselves once again caught in the middle of the crush of order members. "Hermione! Over here!" called Ron from over by the stairs. Neville stood next to him. The boy who lived and Redhead were being pushed by the crowd. A large rucksack was thrown over one shoulder and he looked very intense as he attempted to forge a path through. Eventually the group managed to make their way through the house and were standing in the yard. Fleur spotted the familiar form of her husband and made her way over to him, twining her fingers into his as she waited. As the crowd leaving the house thinned and eventually stopped, Kingsley stepped forward to the crowd, which Fleur guessed numbered around 80. "Given the fact that Mad Eye has recently been captured by the Empire, we have decided that it is necessary to move to a new location, Shell Cottage. Once we arrive, the location is going to be put under the Fidelius immediately. Once we are settled we will return to normal operations." When he was finished he drew out of his pocket half a dozen 6-foot-long pieces of rope and handed them into the crowd. There was the normal jostling for position as everyone struggled to get a finger onto a rope. However, eventually the group was ready. "Is everyone touching the rope?" Kingsley asked in his booming voice. "In that case, activate." Fleur felt the hook behind her navel and the familiar lurch as she was catapulted through the air and away from the burrow. As she traveled she thought about what would be waiting there. It was a possibility that Harry wouldn't have been able to get ready in time. After all, it must be difficult to move lots of men somewhere with only an hour's notice. Fleur's greatest fear was that her friends would refuse to surrender, if Harry even gave them that chance, and be killed. Harry had assured her that she and Bill would survive, but what of Hermione? Ron? Sirius or Kingsley? What would happen to them? When her feet slammed into the hard ground she saw nothing to arouse her suspicions. They had landed just next to the house, and from what she could see, nothing had changed from the last time she had seen it. She nearly sobbed in relief that maybe her friends wouldn't be killed today. As she stood there on the sandy dirt, she felt a prickle run across her neck and looked up. Next to her, Bill had gone rigid, his wand drawn and his eyes narrowed. Similarly, all around the group of Order members, wands had been drawn and people were craning their necks around to see what was happening. Suddenly, someone screamed, and it was immediately clear why. From all around them people had dropped their disillusionment charms, revealing hundreds upon hundreds of black-clad figures, all with drawn wands, all pointing those wands into the midst of the Order mass. At the front of the group, Fleur spied a familiar black-haired, green-eyed man. His wand was held loosely at his side, and a triumphant smile was spread across his face. Fleur released the sob she had held for so long. It was over. "I must congratulate you," rang out Harry's voice as he addressed the Order. "For such a small organization you have surpassed my expectations. You have fought the good fight, and fought it bravely. You should be proud." He paused and surveyed the surrounded group before him. "But it is over, you have lost. Now please, do not throw away your lives, drop your wands and I swear you will face a fair trial." The group murmured quietly at Harry's words, and almost as one their eyes turned to where Kingsley and Amelia stood at the front, eager to see what their two leaders would do. "There is no honor in dying on a beach in the middle of nowhere. You will not become martyrs," Harry called loudly. "You will be lost to history, forgotten relics of a forgotten war. Surrender, please, enough have died already." At the front of the group, Kingsley Shacklebolt nodded in Harry's direction. "You give your word?" he asked, his deep voice rolling richly over the sand. Harry nodded. I do swear that each and every one of you will have a trial, before either a civil or military tribunal." Evidently that was enough for the ex-Auror, for he stretched out his wand and let the thin stick of wood fall to the ground beneath him, where it landed with a muffled thud. Behind him the rest of the Order did the same, their expressions apprehensive, tears streaming down several of their cheeks. Harry smiled to himself. The expression carried no happiness, only relief and acceptance. "Guards, arrest these people, take them to HQ for processing," he ordered, and the stone-faced guardsmen who surrounded the Order cautiously approached the defeated group, their wands held aloft and eyes ready. Harry joined them, walking amongst the tired and resigned prisoners as they were placed in magic suppression cuffs and forced into columns by their captors. As Harry strode amongst them, he spied a familiar head of bee-owned hair and made a beeline for the quarter villa. Her husband stood next to her, his hands already bound. His face showed his pain and anger at his failure. The man who had shackled him moved on to Fleur, a pair of cuffs in his hands. "Wait," Harry commanded, and the guard looked up surprised. "Sir?" he asked in puzzlement. Harry merely motioned with his hand, dismissing the confused guard who moved along to the next prisoner. "What do you want?" Bill spat at Harry. The young commander shrugged his shoulders and stared in silence at the couple for a few moments. Bill seemed to squirm under Harry's intense gaze whilst Fleur seemed unwilling to look him in the eye. "Thank you," he finally said. "I hope you understand how important what you did was." Harry's voice was soft and the emotion behind it genuine. "You have nothing to thank me for," Bill stated angrily, though his tone was speckled with confusion. Next to him, Fleur finally returned his gaze and gave a hesitant smile. "I know," she whispered, "it was important. It doesn't make it easier though." "No, I suppose not." Fleur, what did you do?" Bill asked from next to her, his voice shaking slightly. You're working with him, with, you know who?" "I'm sorry Bill, I had to," Fleur pleaded, her voice hysterical. "You have to true. You're AF. King traitor." Bill gave a pained cry. "How long have you been a spy?" he yelled, spit flying from his mouth as he yelled at his wife. "Bill please." Fleur sobbed. "Just listen." The redhead cut her off again. "Shut up. I don't want to listen to any of your lies, you imperial whore." Fleur wailed loudly and clutched tightly at Bill's robes, trying to pull him over to her. Bill swore loudly and pushed her hard and she fell away, landing in Harry's arms. "Never talk to me again," Bill stated firmly, his voice low and eyes burning. "This is over." Turning on his spot, the eldest Weasley strode away, joining the back of one of the lines waiting to be portkeyed to headquarters. Fleur stayed pressed into Harry's side, sobbing heavily into the stiff fabric of his jacket, whilst Harry stroked her back softly, waiting for the tears to subside. "You did the right thing, Fleur," Harry murmured, If you hadn't acted, dozens more would have died and the suffering would have continued. He pressed a soft key onto the top of her hair. You're a hero, whatever your husband says. Fleur continued to cry as Harry held her tightly. I'll talk to Bill. Make sure he understands you were forced to help me. Don't worry, if I can get him to see reason, then he will be released in a few days. I wasn't forced. Fleur choked out in between sobs. Harry raised his eyebrows slightly. But the life debt. He responded confused. Fleur looked up at him, her face tear-stricken and eyes red from tears. I wanted to finish it, the war, it was horrible, people dying, and not knowing if Bill would be next. I was grateful when you wrote, as it meant that maybe it would be over, finally, and I wanted to help you. Fleur, don't, I promised I would help you and I did. That is all, please, leave it at that. Harry was silent, staring down at Fleur's head. Eventually he nodded, and carefully pried the weeping woman away from his chest. Captain Walsh, he called. A short, stickily built man strode over immediately. Yes, sir? He asked, his northern accent strong. Captain, if you could please escort Madame Delacour to my office. Afford her all courtesies to ensure she is comfortable. Sir, shouldn't she be processed? The man asked curiously. Negative. Harry responded, his tone ensuring the man obeyed at once. Understood. Ma'am, if you would like to come with me? He offered. Fleur took his proffered arm with one last look at Harry, who smiled encouragingly. The rest of the operation took less than an hour to complete, and when Harry finally re-entered the austere granite headquarters of the DS, it was still only mid-afternoon. The young commander felt exhausted, his back protesting from so long spent on his feet, and whilst his body was fully recovered from his ordeal with Moody, his mind was weary and he desperately wanted a very strong drink. He descended the staircase to the prison blocks, and saw that nearly every one of the plain doors on the corridor had a straight-backed guard stood outside it. William Weasley? He asked. Here, sir. Cell 14. Came the reply. Harry walked over to the door. How's he doing? Harry quizzed the guard. The man shrugged. He only arrived 15 minutes ago, sir, but he was incooperative and we had to restrain him. Harry nodded and gestured for the guard to unlock the door. With scarcely a creak, the magically reinforced metal door swung open, revealing the sterile white room beyond. Bill was sat before the desk, his body chained tightly to the chair he was sat on, which was itself chained to the floor. Harry strode in, the heel of his boots loud against the sheer stone of the floor. Good afternoon, Bill. Harry greeted warmly. The elder man said nothing, but Harry was unconcerned. I imagine you must be rather upset right now. He paused again as the elder redhead looked at him as though he were a fool. Understandable. Of course, understandable. Harry attempted to pacify the man. You think your wife betrayed you. Your little rebellion was crushed and you face either spending the rest of your life at the mercy of Dementors, or death, neither of which are particularly pleasant options now, are they? Harry chuckled as he saw the veins on the redhead's neck bulge as he swallowed. If you talk, there is a chance I can help you, either a reduced sentence or merely banishment, but you have to help me, Bill, you have to work with me. K off. The man finally spoke. Fine, I didn't expect results, but before I go, you need to understand that Fleur didn't betray you. Save it, Bill began, but Harry slammed his hand on the table. The redhead jumped and stared at Harry surprised. Do you remember anything about the Tri-Wizard tournament? He asked, his eyes burning into Bill's intently, specifically the second task and how Fleur did. What? The lake. He paused for a second, then his eyes widened. When you saved her life. Harry smiled coldly. Yes, funny how these things happen. Bill's mouth had fallen open. And Avila life debt, he began, the chains clinking as he slumped in his chair. You forced her to betray everything she believed in. You bastard. Harry chuckled coldly, thankful that Bill had understood. You should really have figured that out earlier, William. Good men don't take countries. There was silence between them as Harry smiled coldly and Bill simmered softly. Finally he spoke. Fleur has not been arrested, and will not be. She has begged me, to let you free. Bill looked up in surprise, something I can only justify if you help me. Harry finished, leaning forward in his seat and coldly enunciating each word. I can't, Bill whispered, his brown eyes glistening. Harry sat back, sighing as he shook his head. With slow movements he stood up and walked to the door, which opened before him. Wait! Came the sudden cry. Harry turned and saw the desperate face of his prisoner. Can I see her? Fleur. The commander shrugged. We'll see. With a loud clang the door was closed behind him. Harry's next stop was Cedric's cell. The ex-Hufflepuff hadn't been considered a major intel source and so mostly had been left to his own devices. When Harry entered the cell, it was to find the handsome young man leant against the wall, his head resting on his knees. He looked up when Harry entered and smiled ruefully. Apparently I didn't learn my lesson. The young man spoke, his tone light. Harry frowned lightly. And what lesson was that? Right after that duel, back in 7th year where you trounced me, Cedric began. Harry chuckled as he remembered. When I broke your leg, right? He asked. Cedric winced theatrically and clutched his thigh. That's the one. He laughed lightly. Anyway, after that duel, I swore never to go head to head against you again. I knew it wouldn't end well for me. That's a good rule. Harry deadpanned. Cedric shook his manacled hands and shrugged. I was always a slow learner. Harry sat down in one of the empty chairs and looked at his childhood friend for a long time. Cedric returned his gaze, his face showing none of the fear he must have been feeling. When did it come to this seed? Harry asked. Dad. The handsome man responded immediately. He was going to join the order, but he was pretty useless with a wand, not exactly young either. I persuaded him to let me join instead. Cedric shrugged and the two lapsed back into silence for a while. Was I really that bad? Harry asked curiously. His voice didn't sound upset or worried, only curious. Cedric laughed loudly. Sweet Merlin, Harry, are you questioning yourself? Things have changed. Harry laughed too. And when they had stopped, Cedric wiped his eye. Honestly, Harry, you were the best thing to happen to Britain in all the history that I know. And yet, you chose to try to destroy what I made? Harry asked, once again sounding only curious. Cedric looked pained as he tried to come up with an answer. No, not really, not at all actually. I actually voted for you. I guess I was prepared to swap with Dad because, riddle. Explain. Harry requested. The Hufflepuff frowned, holding his hands out in frustration. I guess, wasn't you? He frowned. I think. We voted you in, and then less than 3 weeks later you leave government. People felt betrayed, and riddle. He doesn't seem to care, I guess. He rules with force, and people feel like they were tricked. Cedric shrugged again and Harry frowned. Do many feel this way? He asked. Feel that I betrayed them? Yeah, I think so. They don't blame you though. You're Harry Potter. I think most people just want you back in charge. They know you've been fighting in the war, and I reckon that's made half of them love you more. But you are, I don't know, Harry Potter, founder of the Empire. The least you could do is rule it. Harry looked at him surprised, his mouth slightly open as he looked at his old friend in surprise. So, you rebelled against me, to get me in power? He asked. Cedric shrugged. I guess so. Pretty insane, him. He laughed. Harry merely shook his head with a bemused expression on his face. Extremely seed. But I am sorry that it ended up like this. The two men immediately sobered up, Cedric's laugh dying on his lips. Yeah, Cedric coughed, me too. They sat in silence for a long while. Eventually Harry stood up. I'll see you later, yeah? Harry asked. Cedric nodded. Sure. I'm not going anywhere. Harry laughed at the poor joke and with one last nod to his friend left the room, taking a deep breath when he entered the corridor. When he felt back to normal, Harry turned and with rapid footsteps strode up the long corridor back to the stairs. In only a few minutes he was approaching the corridor to his office. As he walked across the deep carpet, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation build as he thought about the cabinet filled with bottles in his office, spending an hour or two relaxing with several glasses of dwarven-aged cognac. As his door came into view, Harry suddenly realized that such a moment would be impossible as he spied two men, clad in black with purple piping, though he couldn't see it at the distance he was. He knew that the two men would have the crossed sword and wand of the Imperial Guard emblazoned on their collar. Harry could have growled. The Dark Lord had decided to come and pay him a visit now? He had seen the man twice in 2 years, and now the Emperor decided to grace Harry with his presence twice in 2 weeks? Behind him, He felt his own 4 guards stiffen as they realized who must be within the room, but Harry was undeterred. As he approached the doors, Harry felt his mood worsen when neither of the 2 guards deigned to salute him. Whilst Riddle's Imperial Guard were technically under the command of the Emperor only, they were still very much a part of the DS, and Harry expected to be shown the respect his position was owed. With a forceful motion, Harry opened his door and stalked inside. To his irritation, Riddle was sat behind his desk, flicking through a folder which Harry knew he had left inside his locked drawer. "Your Majesty," Harry offered crisply, bowing from the waist. Riddle looked up and smiled slightly. "Aha, the man of the hour," he drawled. "Congratulations." "Thank you," Harry replied, keeping his eyes well above the Dark Lord's. "Longbottom is captured?" he asked. Harry nodded and drew a roll of parchment from an inside jacket pocket. "The full list of those captured today, ranked in what we thought of as order of importance." Voldemort took the sheet and unrolled it, crimson eyes scanning its contents. Bones, Moody, Black, Shacklebolt, Longbottom, several Weasleys. He looked up at Harry and smirked, an impressive haul. Harry said nothing, only nodding his head slightly. Riddle frowned. "Have any of them told you anything?" "They have been our captives for less than an hour. I'm confident that given time they will reveal all." Voldemort didn't seem satisfied. "What of the objects Longbottom was sent to destroy? Have you recovered them?" "Not yet, my lord." "Find them. That is your first priority." "As you wish, Majesty," Harry replied, forcing his tone to remain neutral. Voldemort sat silent for a moment. "As for the rest of the prisoners, I want them interrogated, then executed. All of them. All enemies of the Empire die." His voice was hard and cruel, his face twisted into a leer. "I cannot do that, Majesty," Harry replied. "I beg your pardon?" Riddle replied, his voice low and cold. "I said, I can't do that," Harry replied, hiding his dislike of the man opposite him behind professional indifference. "You can't do that?" the Dark Lord asked furiously. "How dare you? You will obey me, Lord Commander, or you will be replaced with someone who will." "I cannot, sir. I promised them a fair trial. It was the condition of their surrender." Harry was unyielding, though he knew he skirted a very dangerous ledge. The Dark Lord was probably already looking to replace him, and Harry would rather not die just yet. "I am the Emperor," Riddle roared, rising from his seat, "and I will not abide disrespect. I made an oath, and cannot sanction their executions unless validated by a court of law." Riddle glared at Harry, who stared resolutely at the wall above his head. There was silence, the only sound the Dark Lord's deep breathing as he glowered. Finally, the Emperor released a slow breath and nodded. "Very well, they will be tried, and seeing as the punishment for treason is death, I am sure they will be walking through the veil soon." Harry nodded but said nothing, remaining stood crisply at attention as the Dark Lord stalked across the room and slammed the door shut behind him. Harry released the breath he had been holding and almost immediately walked over to his drinks cabinet. Pulling out the first bottle he saw, he read the label, Dalmore, Pure Malt Whiskey 1920. Harry smiled as he looked down at the amber liquid and poured himself a large glass, which he sipped appreciatively, basking in the feeling of the drink going down his throat. With the bottle in one hand and the crystal glass in the other, Harry made his way over to his desk and sank down into his chair, sighing as the soft leather enveloped him. Just then, the door opened, revealing a nervous-looking Fleur. Harry waved her in and invited her to sit. "I spoke to Bill," he told her, causing the stunning bee. Owned looked up at him cautiously. "What did he say?" "I let him know that you were forced to obey me thanks to our little bond. He doesn't seem to hold it against you anymore," Harry told her. Fleur looked troubled and her eyes fell to her hands, which she was rubbing nervously in her lap. "But that is only part of the truth," she whispered. Harry shrugged. "It's the part that matters if you want to keep your marriage, Fleur," he pointed out. The girl looked broken and Harry sighed. "Fleur, I'm sorry, but either I am the villain to Bill or you are. This way the two of you have a future." The Veela shook her head. "I can't let you lie to him. You have changed the world, Harry. Whatever you think, whatever Bill thinks, you are a good person and I am not ashamed that I chose to stand with you." "Thank you, Fleur," Harry said carefully, hiding just how much the girl's words had affected him. "If you want to, I can have someone take you down to Bill's cell. You can talk to him there if you like. Sort things out." Fleur nodded and stood up, She hesitated by the door but said nothing, closing the door softly behind her. Harry sighed as he saw another file suddenly appear in his growing tray of incoming reports. With a touch of his wand to the square of wood on his desk, he opened the connection to his assistant outside. "Yes, sir?" came the voice. "I'm going to leave early today. Now in fact, please reschedule all of my remaining meetings today, and see if you can't make any progress on the in-tray." "Yes, sir," came the reply. Harry smiled and stood up, emptying the glass of whiskey in a single large gulp. Within seconds he had crossed to the fireplace and vanished in a flash of green flames before stepping out into the humble living room of where he called home. "I wasn't expecting you home so early," Olivia said from the sofa. Harry shrugged. "Busy day. I thought I'd escape." "Did you catch them?" she asked. Harry nodded and the Irish girl smiled. "Well done. What will you do now?" "Not sure. I rather think our good emperor would like to see me killed after today though." He chuckled darkly to himself and collapsed onto the sofa, undoing the buttons on his jacket as he did so. Olivia gasped from where she was sat and stared at him with wide eyes. "What did you do?" she asked in shock. Harry waved a hand casually. "Didn't let him order me about as much as he can everyone else." "Will he?" She mimed murdering someone and Harry laughed. "Much as he may want to, I am still too popular to murder. I think he will shove me off to another department where I wield less power than I currently do. Probably the Department of International Cooperation, or maybe Hogwarts, I don't know." The Irish girl relaxed. "Good," was all she said. Harry sighed deeply and closed his eyes. His relationship with the Irish girl was complicated to say the least. Whilst he viewed them as little more than friends who shared a bed, it was becoming clear that she expected more from Harry than that, something he was in no particular mood to give. "I'm going to bed," he announced, rolling off the sofa and slowly rising to his feet. Olivia shook her head. "Good night then. I won't join you for about 4 hours. Do you want to eat anything later?" Harry nodded tiredly and the girl smiled. "Then I will bring something up. I was thinking ravioli tonight." Harry nodded tiredly, his legs having already carried him nearly halfway out of the room. Peace in Our Time, by James Monroe, criminal editor. June 7. The Department of the Interior and the Department of Magical Defense today released a joint statement that the rebellion of the Order of the Phoenix has been defeated. Reportedly, the organization was ambushed by a force led by Supreme Commander Harry Potter and surrendered without a single spell being fired. Commander Potter earlier stated, "For the last 2 years, our nation has been under attack from an enemy who attacked both military and civilian targets indiscriminately. Those people have now been brought to justice and will be tried for their crimes against the Empire." Commander Potter, 23, also stated that the trials for the captured Order members would begin next month, with Amelia Bones, previously head of the now-defunct Department of Magical Law Enforcement, facing the courts first. Order of the Phoenix sentenced William Gilbert, justice correspondent. August 5 yesterday, at midday, after over a month of court proceedings, the results of the cases against the members of the Order of the Phoenix, the tribunal, consisting of representatives from the military, the Unspeakables, the Imperial Office and the Wizengamot, reviewed the cases of over 150 prisoners who were captured over the course of the war. Despite a popular calling for all the traitors to be executed, the tribunal instead only sentenced the leaders of the organization to death, including Sirius Black, Amelia Bones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alistair Moody, Neville Longbottom, Ronald Weasley, and Hermione Granger. The rest of the Order have been sentenced to between 6 months and life in Azkaban. There have been protests that the sentences were too lenient towards many of the convicted. However, Harry Potter today spoke up in defense of the tribunal's results. "Today, the last aspect of the war has been dealt with. Many of the witches and wizards who fought against us were forced to fight for an ideal they did not believe in. With the end of the war, we can look towards peace and stability, not more death and pain for more families." August 7. It was a somber atmosphere in the Hall of Death. The normally quiet Department of Mysteries had become host to over 100 members of the DS, Wizengamot and Imperial Office. Harry sat at the front between Evan and Bletchley, all quietly awaiting the executions of the Order leaders. Before him sat the Arch and the Veil of Death. It was an innocuous thing, unadorned with decoration and looking so old it seemed a miracle not to have collapsed. Hanging from the archway fluttered a ragged black curtain which fluttered despite the absence of a breeze. The room suddenly hushed as the prisoners were escorted into the room between two files of guards who marched in perfect formation, the stamp of their boots echoing loudly around the large rectangular room. Just before the veil, the group stopped and Harry stood up. "You have each been found guilty of treason, high treason, sedition, conspiracy to commit acts of terror, murder, wanton destruction, unauthorized use of the unforgivable curses and crimes against wizard kind. For these crimes, you have been sentenced to death by the veil." From the middle of the group, Harry heard a sob and with a start recognized Hermione Granger. Her usually frizzy hair fell limp and she stood hand in hand with Ron Weasley, who was staring straight ahead resolutely. "Alistair Moody, do you have any last words?" Harry asked. Moody spat on the floor. "My only regret is that I didn't get to kill you before I died, Potter." The man growled. Harry nodded to the guards next to him, and they clasped Moody's arms. The scarred man shook them off with a powerful jerk and stepped forward on his own, eyes closed as he walked through the arch. He did not exit from the other side. "Amelia Bones," he called. The stern witch stepped forward and looked around the hall. "Tyranny is not government," she stated proudly before she too stepped through the veil. The executions continued after Bones with Black, who railed at Harry and the Dark Lord for over a minute before he was pushed through the veil. Eventually only Longbottom remained. Harry was impressed by his resolve. Despite just watching the deaths of his two best friends, he stood tall, the only sign of his fear being the gentle shaking of his hands. "Neville Longbottom," Harry called and Neville stepped forward. "Any last words?" "To anyone who looks to finish what I started, I will simply say that I have destroyed all bar one of the Horcruxes. Only Nagini the Snake remains. Our Emperor, Lord Voldemort, is for the first time vulnerable. Destroy the snake, then he is as mortal as I am." Neville's speech had been rushed, the words tumbling over themselves to get out. Voldemort, who was sat in pride of place at the center of the stand, screamed in rage and with a vicious flick of his wand blasted Neville off his feet and through the veil. The boy who lived's screams were instantly silenced as he vanished, leaving just the echo which bounced around the room in the silence of the hall. "None will speak again of what he just said," Riddle screamed, his voice high and with a definite edge of panic. "If anyone so much as breathes a word of it, I will have them flayed alive." With a furious yell, the Dark Lord turned on his heel and left, leaving a shocked hall behind him. "Brooke," Harry murmured, leaning behind himself, "ensure that everyone in the hall gives a vow of silence never to reveal the information they heard today. It would be best if none were to face the Emperor's wrath due to a slip of the tongue." Brooke saluted quickly from his seat before organizing for the guards in the hall to prevent anyone from leaving without having given their magical oath. Despite his relaxed attitude, internally Harry's mind was spinning. Horcruxes. The Dark Lord had made more than one Horcrux. Harry had no clue as to how many, but if Neville was to be believed, only one remained. Nagini, the enormous snake Voldemort was reputed to keep by his side nearly all the time. Harry smiled coldly. He finally knew the Dark Lord's secret. The man was fearful because for the first time in decades the man was vulnerable. Whilst he had no intention of openly fighting the Dark Lord himself, he had no problem with pushing another into such a position. Harry Potter resigns. Edgar Herbert, Personalities Correspondent. August 13th. Today, it appears, marks the end of the political career for one of the most remarkable figures in British wizarding history. At a rally in Newcastle today, Supreme Commander the Lord Harry Potter announced his resignation from the Department of Magical Defense, where he has served with distinction for the past 2 years. Mr. Potter gave no reason for his dramatic resignation, which comes just weeks after his moment of spectacular success, that of capture of the Order of the Phoenix in June. "Everything must end," Mr. Potter said to the shocked crowd. "I have spent 2 years now with violence and death, and I am ready to leave that life behind me." It was later announced that the Lord Potter would be joining the staff at Hogwarts to teach. Whether this was to be a permanent placement or merely a temporary sabbatical from his career of dedicated public service is as of yet unknown. The Imperial Office has yet to comment on the issue. HR Insecure Emperor. Anonymous August 17th. It needn't really be stated that we here at Underground Magazine are not exactly popular with our benevolent government. Their third attempt to shut down our press last week rather hammered that fact home. However, even we were shocked when Harry Potter was given a kick up the ass and shunted out of the public eye. You may remember from our July issue that we are really rather fond of Harry Potter. After all, he cleansed Britain of corruption, cronyism and introduced a very efficient and small-budget ministry, all things we have noticed that the good Emperor Riddle has decided actually detract from the ministry and has subsequently reintroduced. Perhaps we are wrong. Perhaps Harry truly did wake up one morning and realize his calling was to shout at children. However, for someone such as Harry Potter, once an emperor and commander of all the forces in Britain, to resign to become a teacher, well, to us that seems suspect. The general consensus for Underground magazine is that Riddle is scared of Harry's popularity. After all, nobody elected him, nobody sings his name in the pub, and nobody tells stories about how the great Emperor Riddle saved the damsel in distress from an evil dragon. No, truly Thomas Riddle is most probably rather aware of Harry Potter, and we fancy rather unnerved by the fact that Harry once commanded over 1,300 trained wands in the Ministry of Magical Defense. Whatever his reasons for removing the true Emperor from his position, we all hope that Lord Potter pulls his thumb out of his ass and takes back his real position on the throne. The 30th of May, Professor Potter, sir? Yes, Andros? Harry asked as he slid the pile of homework assignments into his case. Professor, I was wondering if you could tell us about the war. The class, which had been noisily packing away their books, quieted almost instantly. I've been teaching you the war, Andros. Harry responded with a puzzled smirk. The sixth-year Slytherin flushed. Yes, sir, but not your war. My war? Yes, Professor, you commanded the army for the entire thing, and my dad says you always led from the front. Harry shrugged his shoulders casually. Was your father in the DS then? Yes, sir, Death Squad Wyvern. The young man sounded proud of this fact. Wyvern? I may have met him then. Harry trailed off as he remembered the squad in question. Very well, Andros, what in particular did you want to know? The entire class remained glued to their seats, eyes firmly resting on the Slytherin boy, eager to hear which question he would ask first. Well, Professor, I guess, what was it like? The books never mention a battle felt. I suppose I just wanted to know what it felt like. There was a collective intake of breath around the room as all the eyes swiveled to face Harry. The young professor nodded slowly as he considered the question. The war was terrible. He began, but even as he spoke an almost nostalgic smile graced his lips, and at the same time, wonderful. I can't fully explain it, what one wizard will do to another, what we did to them, what they did to us. A battlefield is loud, it's bloody and it's confused. In a proper firefight there are no organized duels. You could be facing a dozen people at once, or you could outnumber them 5 to 1. He briefly looked down at the enraptured faces of the students before him. It is terrible, fear in the pit of your stomach, the smell of burning flesh and screams of the wounded, but in that moment, when you are perhaps seconds from death, when you have to give everything you have just to stay alive, it's enlightening. You learn who you are, and what your limits are. He trailed off briefly, before chuckling mirthlessly under his breath. Of course many couldn't take it. I think it's because they learned who they were, and that fact broke them. You can't hide yourself in war. Whatever you think, whatever you feel always claws its way out. Some became stronger for it, many didn't. He sat behind his desk and stared down at his class, and the students were shocked to see their normally cold professor's eyes burn with passion. His lips slightly parted as he was caught up in the memories. Did you enjoy the war, Professor? A Ravenclaw asked. Harry's gaze pierced the girl fiercely. I think that is enough now. Your homework is due on Friday at 4 o'clock, and sure you get it in on time. The class rose slowly and in silence, leaving the room with many a backwards glance towards the young professor. Harry sighed to himself, shocked at his own reaction to his memories. With a few casual flicks of his wand, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged and any litter soared across the room. Harry stood up, walking down the partition of the room as he made his way out and down to the great hall for dinner. As he made his way down the stairs, he watched as the students quickly parted before him. Professor Harry Potter was a well-respected member of staff. He was impartial, strict and fair. Whilst his class wasn't considered fun, it was interesting enough that he rarely had to deal with absent students and poor behavior. The great hall was already nearly full when he entered. The tables were laden with the usual vast array of foods. With an easy stride, Harry walked up between the tables and took his usual seat at the head table, nodding to Snape in the headmaster's chair as he did so. Good evening, Harry. Professor McGonagall greeted him kindly. The Transfiguration Mistress had remained at Hogwarts throughout everything. When Dumbledore had requested she join the Order of the Phoenix, Harry understood that she had declined him, instead deciding to stay with the school and attempt to keep Hogwarts functioning during the war. The same to you, Professor, Harry replied. The gray-haired witch shook her head, long since past persuading him to call her Minerva. You seem troubled, Harry. Did something occur in your class? She asked. Harry was surprised to hear a touch of concern in her voice. Not at all, Harry replied. I have merely been recollecting on the past. The war, amongst other things, certainly. Well, it certainly is understandable, however dwelling on the past makes for limited conversation, Mr. Potter. Harry chuckled and nodded. Well then, what do you consider to be a suitable alternative? Archie Bones, one of your 5th years, McGonagall began. I know him, Harry replied cautiously. I found a copy of Underground magazine in his bag earlier. McGonagall whispered quietly. Harry stiffened slightly. Ah, given how Mr. Bones is still sat in this room, I presume you haven't told anyone? I thought it best not to. You're probably right, Professor, Harry replied. Nevertheless, this is not the place to be discussing such things. McGonagall nodded slightly, her lips pressed together tightly. I have confiscated the magazine. No one knows I have it. Destroy it, McGonagall. It's not the sort of thing you want hanging over your head. Very well, the elderly woman replied. The two lapsed into silence for a short moment. Next to him, Harry heard the professor inhale as though to speak. What is it? Harry asked, turning to look at the uncomfortable Transfiguration mistress. Well, no, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. You haven't said anything yet, Harry reminded her. McGonagall pinked. Perhaps now isn't the time. I heard you had a visitor yesterday? The woman probed. Harry smirked at her less than subtle attempt to change the subject. Yes, Fleur is still something of a lost soul, Harry replied. McGonagall turned her head in surprise at his rather regretful tone. You have done everything you could for that girl, she stated firmly. Harry chuckled. I may have done, but it doesn't change the fact that I am responsible. You know I don't approve of certain aspects of your past, Minerva stated carefully. However, your actions that day saved dozens, if not hundreds of lives. Do not forget all the good you did because it upset one girl. The two sat in silence for a long moment as Harry pondered what his ex-professor had said to him. You sounded like Grindelwald, Harry stated with a smirk. McGonagall looked at him in shock, indignation plastered across her features. Only in that you were supporting the greater good. McGonagall did not look especially appeased. Many have believed in the good of the many superseding the need of the few, she reminded him rather forcefully. But few of them had it carved onto their prison's gates, Harry replied. McGonagall's nostrils flared. And you didn't believe you were doing the greater good then? She asked him. Harry shrugged. During the war, I was a soldier. I followed my orders. Even as he spoke the words, he knew how hollow they sounded. Abruptly, Harry stood up and left the hall quickly, his plate left half finished behind him. Now, as you know, the economy was destroyed by the First Wizarding War, Harry stated. Lucius Malfoy states in his book that it was the failure of Cornelius Fudge to repair this damage that ultimately cost him his job. He paused as he looked around the room. Do you agree? There were several moments of silence from the classroom before one of the 4th years raised their hands. Scabier, yes. Well, sir, wasn't it the fact that he was corrupt that cost him his job? The boy asked. Harry smiled and nodded. Well, yes, that is true. But if you recall, we discussed the idea of tinder and sparks that often occur with history. Do you believe that corruption was a long-term cause or a spark that lit the fire? Harry asked patiently. The boy before him frowned. A spark, sir, he finally replied. Good. Now then, can you think of any other long-term causes that affected his ability to get re-elected? Scabier looked down and Harry looked to the rest of the class. Anyone? Professor? Asked a girl from the front. Harry motioned her to continue. Wasn't he? I don't know how to say it properly, she began. Just say it however you can, Alicia, Harry encouraged. Well, he didn't change anything and didn't make any decisions, she suggested. Harry smiled. Well, not quite. He did make some decisions, but essentially yes. Fudge was especially keen to keep the status quo, he agreed. Why do you think he did this? The silent majority? The Ravenclaw asked. Harry frowned slightly. Could you expand? Well, there were only a few small groups at first who wanted changes, I suppose the government thought that keeping things the same would keep most people happy, Alicia suggested. Correct. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Harry smiled. Yes, Fudge thought that by keeping things the same, he would be able to cause people to simply want to continue with him. Just then the bell rang. Harry returned to his position behind his desk and had a brief look at his diary. All right then, no homework is due next week as it is Memorial Day. I expect all of you to look your absolute best, and I will punish anyone misbehaving harshly. Off you go, have a nice weekend. The class filed out, most muttering a thank you or goodbye sir. Harry sighed as he considered the Memorial Day. It was a large event, Voldemort's way of reminding people of his power with a full military parade disguised as a way to remember all those who had fallen in every wizarding conflict, but especially the most recent two. Harry scowled to himself, knowing he would have to make a public appearance, no doubt be made to smile next to the Emperor. Much as Voldemort may dislike him now, the man was still envious of Harry's enduring popularity and attempted to gain from it whenever possible. With a sigh, the young professor pulled open his desk drawer and pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page held several large faces of haunted and gaunt-looking individuals, staring out from beneath the headline. Prisoners released. Amongst the released he spied the image of Cedric, who he knew was not due to be released for another 3 years. Today, to the surprise of many, 13 prisoners from the Order of the Phoenix were released by imperial edict. A source from within the imperial office was quoted as saying, "As we approach Memorial Day, the Emperor wanted to continue to move past that great tragedy in our past by releasing some prisoners who he believed would not be a threat to society. This move of great mercy and kindness is not the first time the Emperor has stepped in to assist those in need. Just 6 weeks ago he generously donated funds to aid the McKinnon family, after their eldest son Alfred vanished from their family home." Full story. Page 11. Harry snorted as he finished the front page. He knew for a fact that Alfred McKinnon had been kidnapped and executed on the Dark Lord's orders. With a sigh he continued to flick through the paper idly, barely reading the articles. He was looking forward to the weekend, a chance to unwind and relax on the sandy beaches of the south of France. He could think of few nicer ways to recover after the week of classes. June 4th. First Imperial Memorial Day. Harry was bored. He sat in a swelteringly hot box, his eyes looking unfocused towards the parade before him, but his mind still in France, sipping a cold mojito and relaxing on the smooth sand. A veritable paradise compared to where he was now. Given his status during the war, he had been given a seat of honor amongst the generals and key politicians of the ministry as the DS paraded before him, the polished boots and buttons glinting in the hot sun as they marched in perfect rhythm. He looked around idly. Most of those with him looked drunk, their faces flushed and large glasses of wine clasped in their hands. Evidently under the new regime the top brass had little to fill their time other than such unprofessional acts. He sighed and turned back to the parade, clapping with everyone else as another division passed by, the commander elegantly snapping a salute towards the imperial box as he did so. As they marched past to the cheers of the crowd, Harry looked down at the glass of wine in his hand. With a sigh he drained it. If every day for the generals was as tiresome as this, he could understand why they drank so much. With a snap of his fingers the glass was quickly refilled by a house elf. As Harry went to drink this one too, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist. "I wouldn't do that just yet," came a low voice by Harry's ear. Harry turned and to his delight saw Evan Rosier. The older man looked immaculate, his black jacket decorated with gold braid and piping. His uniform looked identical to the one Harry had donned for the event, though the young professors rather outnumbered Evan's in terms of medals. "Evan," Harry greeted warmly, clasping his old friend in a firm embrace. "How have you been? I haven't seen you in months." "I've been well, Harry, if a little underworked," the new DS commander revealed. "Life in the military is rather dull when we don't have a war to fight." "I can imagine," Harry replied with a smirk. Evan shrugged. "I apologize for not speaking to you earlier, but I only just arrived. There was a minor incident at HQ involving a misplaced file." Harry looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Just a missing file?" "As intuitive as ever, I see," Evan grinned. "I can imagine that those students of yours can hide nothing from you." He chuckled whilst Harry watched him intensely. "Am I allowed to know what the actual issue is then?" he asked. Evan shrugged. "It's not classified just yet. I won't be too specific. However, a rather important file has gone missing, It's most probably lost in a drawer somewhere, however. Well, it would be best if it was found. And soon. Harry nodded, accepting the vague explanation, and for the remaining hour of the parade was content to simply catch up with his old friend. With decent company, Harry could at last begin to enjoy himself. He appreciated being amongst the military again. They had a bluntness amongst them, an ethos that he appreciated and didn't know he had been missing. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the parade was over, to loud cheers and cries of support. Harry joined in. Whatever his feelings about the Empire, he was still incredibly proud of the army he had helped create and forged to his high expectations. From the Imperial box, Harry watched as Riddle stepped forward. The man was well dressed, his robes perfectly fitted, at once looking imposing and approachable. The Dark Lord raised his hands with a practiced gesture. "My friends," he began, his magically magnified voice easily reaching each corner of the vast square in which they stood in carefully organized rows. "Today, we remember the fallen, the witches and wizards too numerous to count who have fallen in conflict over the years that Britain has existed as a nation." He paused for a moment, head bowed. "But England stands. England will not fall. We are resolute in our sovereignty. Today, on the first Memorial Day, we remember not only our fallen, but also our vow. A vow to never fall to our enemies. A vow to not bow to any foreign oppressors. Before me stands the greatest military force in the wizarding world, and to any who may like to bring the fires of war to the shores of this empire I warn them to be ready. England endures." There was a multitude of applause, the thousands of wizards and witches unknowingly cheering the man who less than 2 decades ago had been the object of hate and fear. Harry shook his head at the speech and turned to Evan. "Because Britain has faced so many international threats recently," he sneered, "the Dark Lord conveniently forgets that his only real concerns are domestic." Next to him Evan chuckled, "Give the Emperor his declarations. We are at peace, let us be thankful for that." The soldier's words seemed to oddly hollow, and Harry rather suspected that Evan missed the war just as much as he did. "You're a soldier, Evan. We don't know what to do with peace," Harry replied conversationally. There was a long moment of silence as both men sat forward in their chairs. "True enough, but that doesn't mean I'm not grateful we've got it," the older man replied. Harry chuckled mirthlessly. "I can't argue with that, to peace." He raised his glass and clinked it against Evan's before taking a long sip. "I fear I will have to head off soon, duty calls." "Give him hell," Evan replied sarcastically. Harry rolled his eyes. "I'll do my best." He left quickly, exiting at the back of the box and making his way hastily down the stairs, trying to escape before the swarm of reporters inevitably descended. He made it to the Hogwarts contingent relatively unbeeped. "Professor McGonagall," he greeted politely. The elderly Scotswoman turned and did a double take. "Professor Potter, I didn't recognize you." She shook her head sternly. "I hope you had an enjoyable day, Harry." "Enjoyable enough, I really can't complain," Harry replied, his tone light. "Well, you had the best seats in the house, whilst some of us had to stand for the whole event." Harry shrugged, a smirk tugged at his lips. "I was emperor of this country once." He reminded her, "There have to be some perks." McGonagall let out a loud HMMPH and Harry laughed. "What do you need me to do?" he asked calmly. "I suppose you could to help Professors Snape and Sinistra with the Slytherins," she suggested. Harry nodded and made his way over to the green and silver-clad students. "Headmaster," he greeted calmly. His ex-head of house turned to him and smirked at his uniform. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter," he greeted, and Harry responded with a smirk of his own. "I trust you had an enjoyable afternoon?" he asked. "If one enjoys watching young men walk around in formation for most of the day, I imagine it was rather entertaining," Snape replied. Harry smirked. "You forgot the speeches." Snape's lip curled. "Indeed, the speeches." Snape turned away from him back to the students, many of whom were watching Harry with awe and respect on their faces. Harry kept his face carefully plain as he approached them, watching their eyes widen as they saw the uniform he wore up close, from the expertly braided gold aiguillettes on his shoulder to the large number of medals pinned above his heart. "Did everyone enjoy today?" he asked. "Yes, sir," answered one of the boys near the front. Harry smiled at him. "Good." He paused and looked around, trying to see if anyone looked like wandering off. "I thought I might apply for the DS when I graduate." the boy stated proudly. Harry nodded encouragingly. It's a noble career choice, William, but they are very selective. You need to pass several checks and tests just to be considered as a candidate. I know, Professor, but I think it's something I will attempt. Good man. Harry responded. I believe we are just about ready to start heading off. At that moment Professor Snape walked up holding several long ropes. Please touch a part of the portkey, he told them in clipped tones, distributing the ropes to the Slytherins, who quickly passed it along until everyone could place a finger on it. Everyone ready? Activate. As Snape spoke, the students vanished from sight, whirling away in a spectrum of color and a rushing sound like wind. Miss Urquhart, dare I ask what exactly you are doing still here? Snape asked exasperatedly. Harry turned and saw a young Slytherin first-year girl standing where her classmates had vanished 4 seconds before. My finger slipped, she whispered quietly, lower lip trembling. Snape scowled and glared at her, but Harry stepped in. I will take care of this, Severus. Not to worry, he stated firmly. Snape turned his death glare to Harry but nodded slowly. Come here, Emma, Harry commanded. The little girl obeyed immediately and hurried over to stand next to him. I'm afraid we can't leave just yet. I have a few obligations first, if you don't mind. The girl shook her head and Harry smiled as warmly as he could, and together the two of them walked over to the Imperial box. They were met at the gate by the half a dozen grim-faced Imperial guardsmen, who this time Harry was pleased to see had the manners to salute him, a gesture he returned. Lord Potter, sir, the Emperor is expecting you. Thank you, guardsmen, Harry replied, walking through the black wrought iron which concealed the luxurious wooden steps up to where Voldemort would be undoubtedly dealing with the press. Harry, came a warm voice as he reached the top. Harry turned to see Lucius was the one who greeted him, and with a firm handshake Harry was led up the last couple of steps, dragging the lost-looking girl with him. He spoke with the veteran statesman for several minutes whilst waiting for Voldemort to notice him. Eventually, after the Emperor had finished with his photo shoot, he appeared to take notice of Harry standing there. Harry, he greeted, his tone sarcastically deferential. Harry ignored him and instead snapped off a salute. Whilst wearing the uniform, it seemed the right thing to do. And who is your friend? Harry looked down at the odd girl. Emma Urquhart, one of our first-year Slytherins, he replied neutrally. Very nice to meet you, Emma, Riddle greeted, his cold voice contrasting with the warm smile on his face. Next to him a camera flashed. Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Your Majesty, it was an honor to see you again, but I really feel I should return Emma to her common room, Harry stated, hoping he may be able to escape the Dark Lord's gloating before too long. Of course, perhaps a photo, however, of the three of us. Harry sighed but nodded, maneuvering himself to be stood next to Riddle, his posture strictly at attention and his hands clasped behind his back. Next to him, Riddle was stood more informally, one hand on the young girl's shoulder and the other held casually, a practiced smile on his face. Once the photo was over, Harry made his excuses before hurrying himself and his charge down the steps, and as soon as he was out of the wards protecting Voldemort's little compound, vanished into a vortex, reappearing less than a second later outside Hogwarts' main gate. The path was empty, the rest of the students long since having returned to the castle. Harry sighed tiredly as he pressed his wand to the lock of the gates, causing the wrought iron to swing inwards, granting them passage. Less than 10 minutes later, his young charge was back in her common room and he was in his quarters, a glass of whiskey in his hand and his booted legs resting atop his desk. He looked out the window at the sun which sat low in the sky. Just then the grandfather clock struck 5 p.m. and he sighed, taking another sip of his drink. With a sudden movement he stood up and turned to the wireless which sat on the table next his desk. With a few deft movements of the knobs the device was blaring out some fast pop song. The lyrics were poor but the tune rhythmic and catchy. Harry decided to stick with it. He returned to his desk and the comfort of the bottle, which he quickly used to top up his glass. It had been an exhausting day, though little strenuous activity had been involved, and Harry was rather looking forward to returning to the regular schedule of normal school life. At that moment there came a knock on the door of his quarters and Harry looked up in surprise. It's open, he called, interested to see who would be visiting him at this time. The door swung open and Harry was surprised to see a beautiful young woman he recognized, but couldn't place from where. May I help you? He asked politely, swinging his still booted legs off the corner of his desk. Harry, It's been quite some time. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't remember me. I'm very sorry. Perhaps you could refresh my memory? Harry asked, digging through his memory to remember where he knew the woman from. Daphne Greengrass, I was 3 years below you at Hogwarts. In a moment of clarity, Harry remembered the woman exactly, though he hadn't seen her in almost 8 years. Daphne, of course, I'm sorry, lots of new faces lately, please forgive me, Harry offered, a bashful grin on his face. It's not a problem, I didn't think you would remember me, to be honest, Daphne replied, flicking a loose strand of owned hair away from her face. The two lapsed into a slightly uneasy silence, Harry studying the girl and Daphne looking like she didn't know what to say. Eventually Harry sighed. I assumed there was a purpose for your visit, not, of course, that I don't enjoy visits from old friends. Daphne flushed, her cheeks turning slightly pink. I had hoped I could persuade you to come with me. Dare I ask where? Harry asked, his tone cautiously polite. Daphne looked uncomfortable. I represent a group of people who want to meet you, she stated carefully. Harry shrugged. Secretive meetings were certainly more exciting than anything else he had been doing lately. Certainly, shall we use my flow? Daphne looked shocked. Yes, your flow would be fine. Harry chuckled and stood up. Daphne looked at his uniform apprehensively. With a carefully raised eyebrow, Harry indicated his fireplace and the woman walked over. The location is 11 Druid Lane, she stated clearly before stepping into the fire and vanishing. Harry sighed and took up a pinch of flow powder in his fingers. 11 Druid Lane, he called, throwing the powder at his feet. Almost immediately he was spinning around, fireplaces flashing before his eyes as he traveled. Several seconds later he was forcefully ejected from the flow, though he caught his balance with a practiced step. He had appeared in a large reception room. The walls were faded and it appeared as though the entire building was in serious need of refurbishment. In front of him stood Daphne. Her hair was slightly ruffled after her journey, though she had vanished any soot of her clothes already, an action Harry quickly emulated with an easy flick of his wand. Shall we? Harry asked, presuming this meeting to be taking place in another room. Daphne raised her hand to stop him and he looked at her curiously. Before we continue, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask for a vow of secrecy. I'm sorry, but we have to be cautious. It dawned on Harry that this was probably the sort of meeting that his attendance would result in a very public, and probably very painful, execution. For a long second he stared at Daphne. The owned squirmed slightly under his intense gaze, before eventually Harry nodded. Very well, I, Harry James Potter, hereby swear to never reveal the secrets of what occurs tonight to anyone unless they have prior knowledge or I have permission so to do. When he finished there was a brief flash of blue light indicating the vow had stuck and Harry looked at Daphne with a raised brow. She nodded quickly and led Harry through the door and into a long dining room. The table was filled with people, at least 24, most of whom Harry didn't recognize, though there were several faces of people he did know. Cedric and Fleur sat quietly talking next to each other, Cedric looking thin and pale after his incarceration. Further down the table Harry spotted Cho Chang, a Ravenclaw who had been 2 years younger than him. The man sat next to Cho was the one who took him by surprise the most. It was Captain Brooks, Harry's old adjutant. The man hadn't noticed Harry yet, too engrossed in conversation with the man next to him. It was Terence Higgs, who, as Harry knew, had since joined the Department of Defense as head of the Interior Ministry. At that moment, Daphne coughed slightly from next to him. The room fell silent as all eyes fell on her before sliding across to Harry. There was a moment of silence, before a sudden grinding of chairs filled the room as 8 men stood up to attention, snapping off a formal salute. Of the men, Harry recognized only Brooks, but he assumed the rest had to be DS also. Trying not to let his confusion show on his face, Harry returned the salute. Turning to Daphne, who hadn't moved from beside him, Harry decided to address the matter head-on. Miss Greengrass, would you be so kind as to tell me exactly what is going on? He asked. His voice was calm, but his eyes were ice-cold. Daphne shuffled her feet. I'd have thought you would have figured that out already, Potter. Came a drawling voice from the far door. This is what you might call a rebellion. Black robes billowing behind him, Harry stared in shock as Professor Snape glided out from the shadows. There was a long silence. Harry stared at Snape and the elder man stared straight back, his coal-black eyes fixed on Harry's face. Suddenly, Harry threw his head back and laughed a great belly laugh. The assembled rebels shifted nervously on their feet as the young man clutched his stomach. Snape remained impassive, his beady eyes bearing down on Harry calmly. Eventually, after Harry had managed to regain control of his senses, he wiped his eyes and looked at the table. "A rebellion?" he asked skeptically, his eyes flicking along the table length. "I do not believe I," stuttered Potter. Snape replied, his voice stony. Harry focused his gaze onto the Hogwarts headmaster. There was silence in the room. Harry stared at Snape pensively. "No, Professor," Harry stated. The words were calm, the previous levity gone. "You were quite clear." The room shifted slightly as the tension seemed to grow exponentially. "Mr. Potter?" asked a voice from the table. Harry looked down at a portly young man sat halfway down. "My name is Nathan Briggs, and we here represent just a small section of a much larger group. This rebellion is real, and whatever your feelings on the matter, we would seriously benefit if you would help." There were nods from the length of the table. Harry nodded slowly, and when he spoke, he addressed his question to Cedric. "What use could I be to you?" he asked. "I think you know the answer to that, Harry," Cedric replied. Harry shrugged but said nothing. He wanted to hear his old friend's reasoning. "You're Harry Potter," Cedric replied simply. "You give legitimacy to anything you associate with." "What Mr. Diggory means," Nathan Briggs began to say, but Harry raised a hand to cut the man off. "I know perfectly well what Mr. Diggory means," he stated, his eyes cold. The man cowered. "And what is the purpose of this rebellion?" "I presume to overthrow the Emperor. But what then?" The room was silent for a long moment. Several of them exchanged glances, and Harry rather got the feeling that this was a source of some contention amongst them. "We are not yet decided," Cedric eventually stated, though his tone suggested that he was very much decided. "Undecided?" Harry asked. The room seemed to cringe as he fixed a fierce glare amongst them. "Potter," Snape drawled, "after 2 years of suffering under the current administration, if you think all of us will happily allow another into a position of absolute power, perhaps you are not quite as intelligent as I had believed." Harry smirked, his lip curling in mirth. Snape mirrored the action. The room was silent, though the air was not as tense as it had been. "Gentlemen, ladies," Harry began eventually, "I understand why you want me here. As Cedric says, my support for you will rally a great deal of public sympathy, and I also recognize your goals. Riddle is not a good emperor. Therefore I am prepared to assist you to the full extent of my abilities, under certain conditions." Around the room, the assembled group seemed to sigh in relief, stiff postures relaxing slightly. "What conditions exactly?" came a voice from the end of the table. Harry looked at the thin, wiry man whom he didn't recognize thoughtfully, carefully keeping his face devoid of emotion as he appeared to size the man up. "Several things," he said vaguely. By now the entire room had focused on him tensely. "You called me here, I believe, for multiple reasons." Harry began. "First off, I retain the public support. Without me, any government you installed would have to work to gain public trust, leading to several years of instability and risk of revolution." Harry glanced at Snape and saw in his coal-black eyes that the headmaster likely knew exactly what he would demand. "Second, to the best of my knowledge, none of the people in this group have succeeded in overthrowing a government before. I have. Third, I have connections throughout Britain, whilst I am sure have your own. You would be a fool to lose more." Cedric sighed theatrically from his seat, and Harry looked at his friend who mimed a yawn and tapped his watch with a grin. Harry smirked back. "Finally, I have experience in managing and winning a war." He spread his arms slightly as he looked down at the group before him, his chest gleaming with medals still pinned to his uniform. "Therefore, my first demand is demand control of this organization should I decide to join it." Opposite him, Snape's eyebrows rose slightly at the seemingly small demand that Harry requested. The young professor simply smirked back. "We do not have a definitive leader, Mr. Potter," Briggs stated quickly. "Instead we have a council of those in the most influential positions. That council you see sat before you." Harry nodded and snorted softly. "I will only join you should you accept all my terms," he said firmly. "All your terms? There are more?" Briggs asked. Harry nodded. "Well, I think we should hear all of them before we make any kind of decision," he stated, gaining nods of support from the table. No, Harry replied calmly, you will accept each as they are presented. Very well, very well. Briggs snapped angrily. Harry remained impassive, all in support of Mr. Potter's demand? Of the 24 sat at the table, only 3 did not raise their hands. Harry nodded calmly. I also expect to be reinstated to my previous position of Emperor of Wizarding Britain upon the success of this campaign. It appeared Harry had reached the source of a great deal of contention within the room. Harry guessed it was split with roughly 2/3 in favor of his demand. From what Harry could roughly tell, it was the members of the DS, and the people who had known him who supported his position, whilst the others seemed less keen.
It is not an unreasonable demand. Higgs calmly stated from the front, Harry has shown himself to be an effective ruler. You cannot seriously be suggesting, began a sallow-faced man who Harry didn't recognize, that we overthrow one emperor just to replace him with another. With an elected emperor. Cedric reminded the man, Harry was chosen by the people as their ruler, what would you prefer? That this unelected council rule? It would be a more democratic system than having Potter as a dictator. Bollocks. Brooks shouted. Lord Potter was democratically elected, remember. Besides, the people of Britain surrendered their right to democracy willingly 2 years ago. Harry watched the increasingly clamorous arguments impassively, stood as he was with his back resting on the doorframe. A nervous Daphne Greengrass still stood next to him, wringing her hands behind her back. As Fleur shouted a particularly vile sentence loudly, Harry stood upright and strode to stand before the table. The room seemed not to notice his movement, and Harry frowned. Before slamming his open palm down onto the hard wood, the sound echoed loudly and silenced the room instantly, all heads turning to look at him. Like it or not, Harry said, his voice hard and firm, brokering no argument, I am your best bet at winning this war, however I will not lend my services without you accepting my terms. Decide now, I tire of waiting. There was silence before slowly everyone around the table nodded, some far more hesitantly than others, but it was enough. Harry smiled softly, and when he spoke again, his voice was soft. Excellent. My final demand is simple. I expect every member of this organization to swear an oath, the wording chosen by me, simply in order to prevent any delays. Harry was surprised when this demand was accepted almost readily, as it was the one he had expected to have to argue the most over. However, it seemed that most of his opponents had recognized the inevitability of Harry taking command of the organization and were afraid to act against him. When he had their agreement, Harry smiled broadly before taking the vacant chair at the head of the table and sitting down. The first hour of the meeting passed quickly, as Harry was introduced to each member of the group he didn't know. Having learned of everyone's role, Harry had to admit he was impressed. The group contained some of the most influential people in British wizarding society. Aside from Snape and Higgs, there was the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the deputy head of military intelligence, the chief editor of both the Daily Prophet and Underground magazine, 2 generals in the army, including the head of the Reserve Army, and the head of the Department of Citizen Protection. The meeting quickly progressed to what Harry planned to do, a question which Harry had no answer for as of yet, though he didn't let on this problem. Instead, requesting time to think. As the meeting drew to a close, Harry drew his wand and multiplied the piece of parchment in front of him 24 times before distributing them amongst all those sat at the table. There was a moment of silence as everyone reached forward to read what had been given to them. Their faces initially displayed confusion, which was quickly replaced with understanding, though in some cases anger and disbelief. What the hell is this? Briggs demanded angrily. The oath I expect every member of this organization to make if you intend for me to remain. Harry replied coolly. The portly man spluttered. When I agreed to an oath I didn't expect this. He cried indignantly. Harry merely shrugged and turned to the rest of the table. Does anyone else have any objections? He asked calmly, his voice the same as though he were still taking one of his classes. The room shook their heads. Potter, Snape said carefully, I notice you have left very little room for maneuver. No, Harry replied. And what if your conventional methods don't work? Sometimes a little independence is required. I have limited independence very little, Harry replied in a bored voice. However, I understand that given your particular areas of expertise, the oath may need some work. Say this one for now, we can modify it later. Snape nodded. Though his expression seemed to sour as he did so, Harry smirked as he imagined how much the potions professor must dislike accepting his former student's authority. There was a brief silence until Harry motioned for the group to continue. As the assembled witches and wizards began to speak, Harry watched Snape with an interested expression, curious to see if the man would agree to the full oath. I, Severus Tobias Snape, swear upon my life and my magic that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Imperial Majesty Harry James Potter, true Emperor of Magical Britain, his heirs and successors, and that I will, as in duty bound, honestly and faithfully defend His Majesty, his heirs and successors, in person, crown and dignity against all enemies, and will observe and obey all orders of His Majesty, his heirs and successors. I recognize that by taking this oath, any previous vows are forfeit and made obsolete, under pain of death, so mote it be. Harry nodded his head slightly to hide the smile that was stretched across his lips as each person at the table flashed a white light for a second as the vow stuck. He had missed the political game. Harry spent the next several days musing, often getting so caught up in his thoughts that he failed to pay full attention to the lessons he was supposed to be teaching. It was a monumental task he had set himself. Voldemort's government contained an immensely sophisticated internal security apparatus that had perforated nearly every aspect of wizarding society. Harry knew for a fact how all-encompassing it was, seeing as how he had helped create it, and didn't like his odds of simply inciting a rebellion through any of the obvious means. The problem, Harry had decided, was that his greatest asset was his public presence and their love for him. However, as soon as it became known he was a rebel, the government would immediately move to execute him, thus negating this advantage. Or did it? Was it possible that Harry could use the inevitable crackdown the government would launch as soon as they discovered Harry's new loyalties? It certainly seemed possible. Illegal polls indicated that well over 2/3 of the population wanted him back in power, and Harry was certain Voldemort knew this too. Riddle's administration would have to destroy him as soon as the truth became known, as he was quite simply too popular to live. This meant that Harry had to somehow use the resources available to him, not inconsiderable he realized, to gain popular momentum and press the government's hand. With a sudden clarity, Harry stood up. He was sat in his office, dressed simply in a blue t-shirt and beige trousers. With purposeful strides he exited his quarters and set off for the headmaster's study. In less than 5 minutes Harry was stood on the revolving staircase and rising. "Enter Potter," called the silky voice of the professor from within. Harry turned the door handle and entered the spherical room, casting his eyes upon the 3 occupants. Snape, McGonagall and Flitwick. "Professors," Harry said distractedly. He quickly made eye contact with Snape and pushed the thought of desiring a private meeting to the forefront of his mind. "They know Potter," Snape said calmly in response. Harry raised his eyebrow. "Indeed." He frowned. And this was not considered pertinent information. Not especially. It would not do for any one individual to know everything after all. Snape replied, his voice bored. Harry sneered slightly, but nodded. "Very well. I thought I should let you know I have a plan. Perhaps you may want to organize a meeting." Snape blinked, his black eyes showing some surprise. Harry kept his face emotionless. Next to him McGonagall had her lips pressed together in a small smile, whilst Flitwick was gazing at Harry excitedly. "Indeed?" Snape asked, his face blank once again. "Then I had better hurry." The meeting was the next day. Harry was once again in the old house, sat at the head of the magically expanded table to accommodate half a dozen new arrivals. To his left sat Brooks and Cedric, to his right, the rest of his closest allies arranged near him in a less than subtle symbol of where the power in the room lay. "Ladies," Harry began, his head angled down and his tone rich. "Gentlemen, my intentions are simple, to remove our dear Emperor in one strike, simultaneously moving against all major obstacles to a revolution." There were excited looks exchanged across the table. "In order to do this, I do require certain assurances and items from some of you, particularly General Hilliard." The reserve army commander nodded quickly. Harry then named Mark Richmond as head of military intelligence and Jermaine Flowers as editor of Underground magazine. "My first request is possibly the hardest," Harry began, staring directly at Richmond as he spoke. "I need incontrovertible proof of the Emperor's crimes, be they murders, corruption, something that will gain public attention and outrage, something that will rattle Riddle if it became widely known." "I may have just the thing, sir," the man stated carefully. Harry raised an eyebrow and the man quickly summoned an elf, muttered a few instructions and then waited as the elf retrieved whatever it was. Less than 30 seconds later the elf returned and in its small hand was clutched a yellow file. From the distance Harry sat he could make out the Imperial Eagle emblazoned on the front, as well as the large red words. Highly restricted access. This is a file I discovered a while back. I would have brought it sooner, however there is something of a witch hunt throughout the entire DS to recover it. Apparently the Emperor has learnt it is missing and is rather displeased. With a sharp flick of his wrist the file was sent spinning across the table and came to a halt in front of Harry, who picked it up interestedly. The folder was thick, containing perhaps 100 sheets of parchment. It's a list of people Riddle has had murdered in the last year. Most of them are political enemies of his, but some, if you turn to page 43, you'll see, some of them are whole families, some kids as young as 3. Richmond shook his head in disgust and Harry nodded, trying to keep his face somber as he gazed in giddy delight at the goldmine he had just been handed. And these are the orders to carry out these actions? Harry asked, pulling out and showing a formal-looking piece of parchment. Yes, sir. Signed and sent by Avery to one of the special enforcement squads. Harry felt the corners of his mouth twitch. Avery, as Riddle's senior secretary and head of the Imperial office, would have received these orders directly from Voldemort. Thank you, Richmond. This is exactly what I need. Excellent. Still feeling excited after the monumental discovery of the file, Harry turned to the old soldier. General Hilliard, one question, are your men loyal to you? Would they follow you over the Emperor? Hilliard chewed his lip for a second. No, my lord. He replied simply. Harry frowned frustrated, but they would follow you over Riddle. I believe all my men view you as their true emperor. Harry smiled and nodded before he turned to the illegal newspaper's editor. Germain, your task is fairly simple. I need you to interview me, publish some key pages from this, he held the file up, and make sure it has the highest circulation possible. The mousy-haired woman nodded quickly, her bright blue eyes shining in nervous excitement. Harry smiled encouragingly before turning to the rest of the room. Our emperor is many things, he began, but most of all, he is a very arrogant man. As soon as he learns of my betrayal I believe he will want to kill me himself, though not without a significant amount of blustering beforehand. Therefore when I am captured, he was cut off at the sound of confused interruptions. Harry frowned lightly and held up his hand for silence, which was slow in coming. When I am captured, I will need it to be by members of the reserve army. They will escort me to Voldemort personally. I estimate that I have 5 minutes in that room before the Dark Lord will tire of taunting me. Therefore you, General Hilliard, have 5 minutes to secure the Imperial complex and enter the Emperor's study. Can you do this? Hilliard blanched, his face shocked. Take the complex in 5 minutes. He appeared deep in thought. Eventually he nodded. Yes, I could take it. The reserve army would be the first response call to an attack on the complex anyway. Our lack of response would delay a large-scale counterattack to around 6 minutes. Given the limited number of guards, I could take it. However, as soon as the DS arrived, I estimate we could hold it for only 10 minutes or so. That's enough time, Harry stated confidently. If this works, he murmured slowly, we could defeat an empire in under quarter of an hour. Of course, he thought wryly to himself, when did anything ever go according to plan? Potter speaks out. Anonymous. June 24th. Our emperor is evil. A bold statement, and one we have made before. However, this time it is not us who make such claims, it is in fact Harry Potter, our true emperor and the only real champion of the people who still exists in Wizarding Britain. I discovered a document recently, Potter told us when we met in secret, which provided irrefutable proof that the Emperor's office had signed and created orders for the sole purpose of abducting, torturing and murdering civilians. These poor citizens are not criminals, they are simply followers of a different political idea, and Riddle has killed them, and often their families, including children. The documents of which Lord Potter refers to are printed over leaf, and display the evil nature that our current despotic regime truly is. The list names 192 people, 46 of whom are below the age of 15. This is not the sort of government we can follow. People of Britain, we beg you, rise up against such a tyrannical oppressor. How can we be truly content, if we must constantly fear for our lives and children? The article, Harry was pleased to say, had shaken Britain, People were terrified now, and there had been several small skirmishes with DS guardsmen which had resulted in curfews and a heavy presence of DS men spread throughout all of magical Britain to enforce the peace and law. An attack which was to happen today. Harry stared deeply at his reflection in the mirror. He was dressed smartly, a dark gray shirt tucked into beige trousers, his short hair combed through. He looked the part, he supposed. With a sigh, he pulled out his wand and placed it into a narrow box designed to hide its magical signature and make it impervious to summoning charms. The box was placed into a hidden pocket of the navy jacket that he pulled on. From the table in front of him, he picked up the elegant knife that Miranda had given to him so long ago. He rolled the magically enhanced blade between his fingers, marveling once again at its perfect balance and low weight. With deft fingers, the blade was slid into a sheath concealed on his forearm, difficult to spot, but easy to access. Fully armed and prepared, Harry once again looked at himself in the mirror. His mind flickered back to the speech Snape had given him immediately following the explanation of his idea. "Potter," the hook-nosed man said carefully, "I hope you understand how insane your plan is. If it is your intention to die in a fitting manner, then perhaps this is the best plan. However, if by some small chance there is more at stake here than merely reuniting you with Miss Rookwood, for example, rescuing a country from the brink of terror, a terror you forced on them, then I truly hope you have thought this through." Harry took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Was he walking to his death? Was that a bad thing? Hadn't he given enough to Britain already? Why was he so determined to take power? His desire to rule had cost dozens of lives. Dumbledore, Miranda, his father. Perhaps Snape was right. Did he want to die in a fitting manner? To be reunited with the only person he had ever loved? No. Harry wanted to be with her again. But more than that, Harry Potter wanted vengeance against the man who had caused her death. Moody may have cast the spell, but in Harry's eyes it was Riddle and his viciousness in the First War that had led to Dumbledore allowing such action on Moody's part, and for that, the man had to die. Harry straightened up and took a deep breath. He took one last glance in the mirror before turning on the spot and appearing in the sparsely filled streets of magical Newcastle. The town hall clock tower nearby rang for 2 in the afternoon, and Harry slowly began to walk towards the center of the town, ignoring the looks, a mixture of awe and excitement, he was receiving from the townspeople. At exactly 2:05, 8 men, in the distinctive gray of the reserve army, appeared around him. "My lord," the lead one greeted, bowing his head slightly. Harry returned the gesture politely. "General Hilliard has briefed us, sir. I thought you might like to know that we are all behind you, sir. Before it all begins, I mean." Harry nodded seriously and forced a confident smile on his face. "I never doubted you for a second. Shall we then?" The man nodded, and 2 of them clasped Harry's arms before vanishing with him to reappear on the steps of the recently constructed Imperial complex. The building was ugly, a contorted mass of stone and brick, seemingly without thought or plan, simply built further when extra space was needed, leading to a shockingly chaotic mess. The men led Harry straight in, stopping at the reception to inform that they had caught undesirable number 1, as Harry had come to be known. There he was scanned for a wand, and any other casting object, and when none were found, they were made to wait. Very quickly they were shown up to the 2nd floor, where Riddle had his office. Stood outside were half a dozen Imperial guards who all watched Harry warily, wands in their hands and clearly ready to curse at a moment's notice. "Bring him in, soldiers," called the distinctive voice of Tom Marvolo Riddle from within the room. The men walked Harry inside, forced him into an indicated chair, and left with a salute, leaving Harry in a room with only Voldemort and Avery. "I must say you have disappointed me, Harry," Riddle stated smugly. "I truly expected more if you were to rebel." Harry said nothing, though he kept his face in a smirk which he directed at Avery. Evidently the man had very little self-control, for he quickly got angry. "What did you think would happen with that little stunt in the newspaper? A glorious revolution, the oppressed masses rising against their evil oppressors. I hate to disappoint Potter, but this system is simply too well constructed for such absurdities to occur in. Surely you knew that. After all, much of it is your system." The aging man laughed, stroking his silvery black beard smugly. Harry chuckled. "You're correct, of course. I did create this system, and it is excellent, but it is not perfect." Avery seemed incensed, but Riddle curious. "And would you care to tell us its flaws, Harry?" he asked in a silky voice. Harry grinned. I will if you let me go. Riddle laughed. A high, cold sound that held no mirth at all. Oh, Harry, no, no, you will die today, I'm afraid of that, there is no doubt. Harry checked the time on the clock resting on Riddle's desk. He had been in the room for 4 minutes. The problem with the system, Master Avery, Your Majesty. Harry began in a lecturing tone, as though speaking to a group of first years. Something that clearly irked Avery and amused Voldemort is that it requires a great deal of manpower. It is simply not feasible to maintain the sheer level of control over every aspect of public life as you do without large numbers of personnel. Riddle nodded, though Harry could tell that despite his blank face, the Dark Lord was unsure what Harry was going on about. Why is that a problem? Thanks to your economic reforms we can afford them. Avery all but shouted. Harry stared at the easily angered man mockingly. It's a problem because if they weren't spying on the public, those witches and wizards could join the DS and help maintain order in the streets. But we have the men to patrol the streets. Avery rebutted, his anger replaced by a smug smile. Harry shook his head. You do, but in an event like this, where throughout the Empire there has been rioting, you have had to send out large numbers of your men. I am simply curious as to how many you have in reserve. Why would you want to know something like that? Avery asked curiously. Harry shrugged and looked at Riddle, who clearly had realized there may be a problem. Well, Avery, if all your men are out patrolling the streets, who is available to respond to an attack on, say, the Imperial complex? A look of dawning horror appeared on Avery's face, and Riddle's took on a look of determination. In that case, Voldemort stated coldly, you will have to die now. He pointed his wand at Harry's face. Avada Ked. The end of the spell was cut off as the door behind Harry exploded off its hinges, cartwheeling across the room and striking Avery in the head, knocking the older man cold. Through the now open doorway poured over a dozen gray-clad men. Lord Potter, sir, the building is ours. Though General Hilliard requests assistance downstairs, sir, apparently significant DS forces have already gathered outside. Harry nodded and stood up from his chair. With a casual wave to Riddle, he turned to the men. Guard this man, if he moves. Kill him. The man closest him nodded, and the rest leveled their wands on Riddle, their faces grim. Harry was downstairs quickly, stepping around the occasional corpse of an Imperial guardsman without paying them much regard, though he was interested to see the dark mark had been branded onto one man's forearm, which would at least explain their fanatical loyalty to Riddle. When he joined Hilliard in the foyer, it was to find the older man sweating slightly, and his hands shaking. What's the situation, General? He asked calmly. Hilliard blinked several times. My men estimate over 600 DS have assembled outside quicker than anticipated, sir. We only have 250. I'm afraid we simply can't hold off that many. We surrender or die. Harry swore inside his head, thinking rapidly as he struggled to think up a solution. Eventually he turned to Hilliard. There is a third option, he stated confidently. Which is? Harry ignored the man, and taking a deep breath stepped towards the closed doors to the square outside. My lord, wait, called the general from behind. Harry said nothing and instead unbolted the door and stepped out into the glorious sunshine. He was met by quite a sight. From every surrounding rooftop and window, every door and every street entrance stood a black-clad DS guard. Their faces were stern and they all had their wands pointed at the door he had just come through, at him. Take aim, came a shouted command from a man Harry immediately recognized as General Bletchley. Harry stepped forward and raised his hands. My name is Harry Potter. He called loudly, projecting his voice to all the men, and I am your true emperor, founder of the Dark Shield and servant of Britain. On my order, Bletchley shouted. If any of you can say you wish Thomas Riddle, who once masqueraded as Lord Voldemort and terrified this nation for a decade as your emperor over me, then I must truly have failed you. Therefore I say this now, if any one of you would kill your emperor, I invite you to do so now. There was a long pause where not a sound echoed across the square, before. Fire! Bletchley shouted. The square remained silent. Harry could feel his heart thundering in his chest as he imagined hundreds of green bolts of light tearing towards him, but none came. After several seconds, Harry lowered his arms. Thank you, he called. Please, join this crusade against a dictator. Make Britain great once more. There was a cheer from around the room and Harry smiled broadly. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his wand and sent a cutting curse at Bletchley. The overweight man stared in horror as the spell sped at him, striking him in the neck, unceremoniously parting head from body. The men around him cheered and Harry smirked as he turned back into the complex. By the door he met Hilliard. The man looked shocked. That general, Harry said conversationally, as option 3. 30 minutes later. It's no good, sir. Has he broken the anti-apparition ward yet? We don't know. There has been very powerful magic in there, potentially enough to circumvent the ward. It's impossible to know. But Horan confirms 16 dead by Riddle's hand. Harry swore. Once more he had acted arrogantly and presumed his victory certain, and now Voldemort was safe within his office, and the repaired doors seemed to have been protected by what seemed like impenetrable ward schemes. If we can't blast our way in, I suppose we simply have to knock. Harry commented tiredly. Brooks, who stood between him and Cedric, appeared unconvinced. With careful steps Harry walked to the office door and raised his hand, rapping smartly on the hardwood 3 times. After a few seconds of pause, the door swung inwards. Harry turned around with an "I told you so" expression and smirked at Brooks, who chuckled. Harry, Cedric, Olivia and Brooks carefully entered the room to find Riddle waiting behind his desk. The handsome man was gone. In his place was a pale, waxy-skinned, red-eyed monster. And when Harry saw the corpse of an enormous snake at his feet, he understood why. Voldemort was but one soul fragment now and very much mortal. I can give you everything, Harry, the Dark Lord whispered. Just leave the country, leave Britain in my command, and you will want for nothing. Harry laughed scornfully. Desperate begs Riddle. He derided. I expected more from such an esteemed Dark Lord. It is not a beg, merely an offer to you, as once we were allies, maybe even friends. Does that count for nothing now? He asked, his voice becoming slowly more serpentine. I'm afraid that counted for nothing the second you killed Miranda. Harry reminded the Dark Lord with a cold smile. The man chuckled. Did I? He asked, flicking his wand at a side door on the right-hand side of the room. Sweet Merlin, Cedric breathed. Impossible, murmured Olivia. Brooks merely blinked rapidly in shock. Harry merely felt his throat constrict, his heartbeat raced to a mile a minute. In the doorway, head bowed, looking tired and thin but very much alive and with eyes that still exuded that ice-blue coldness, stood Miranda Rookwood. Harry stood frozen in shock, barely conscious of the rest of the room. How long he stayed like that, he didn't know, but when he came to again, it was to see Riddle watching him carefully, the older man's color eyes carefully analyzing his face. With a Herculean effort, Harry held his feet from rushing to the woman. Instead, he turned his back to her and sneered at the Dark Lord. Am I supposed to be impressed? He asked coldly. I'm afraid, Tom, that it will take more than Polyjuice to trick me. Riddle's face revealed nothing. This is no trick, Harry. He said simply. Harry glared at him for several seconds before turning back to the bee. Owned. He didn't say a word as he strode across the plush carpet. Doing his best to appear nonchalant, he stopped a few feet away from her. Miranda, he asked quietly. Her head snapped up suddenly and she looked into his eyes. At that moment, as he gazed into the icy blue depths, he knew that it was her. No one else could combine the look of smug arrogance and disdain that, though now muted, was very much Miranda Rookwood. Harry, she asked, her voice strong despite her tired-looking body. He nodded and in a single movement she flew at him. Harry caught her easily, choosing to ignore how emaciated she felt under her robes. He could feel her sobbing against his chest and he slowly stroked her head, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair. Why? He asked, turning to Riddle. How? Despite his best efforts, Harry was ashamed that his voice cracked a little, something Riddle picked up on as he smirked. Why? Irrelevant. Consider it insurance. As for the how, that wasn't hard. A simple corpse under some tricky transfiguration. It doesn't matter how, or why. My offer still stands, Harry. Will you leave? No. The word was whispered, but in the silent room it seemed to echo in the heavy atmosphere. No, repeated Riddle. That is a pity, but not as unexpected as could be thought. Riddle chuckled. What now then? Harry was silent, but he carefully pried the still sobbing bee from his side and walked across the room until he faced Riddle, 7 feet in the large desk, all that separated the two of them. Cedric watched in utter bewilderment. Everything in the last 2 years of his friend's life had been a lie, and the ex-Hufflepuff had no idea how to respond to such revelations. His major concern though was Harry. The man was an enigma. It was impossible to know him. In 5 minutes he could go from heartless executioner, to charismatic leader and then to tender lover. Harry Potter was undefinable. However, Cedric was confident that this ability was in part due to his analytical brain. There were very few situations where Harry went in unprepared, and those situations tended to result in bad consequences, either for Harry himself, or those around him. Cedric therefore felt he was justifiably concerned when he saw Harry turn from the desk and turn to face him. Harry's eyes, normally so cold and detached, now blazed with life. Cedric could see the swirling storm of emotions: confusion, rage, hope, joy, misery, determination. Leave, he stated calmly. Cedric sighed and raised his hands. Harry, he started calmly, attempting to school his voice to sound reasonable. Leave, Cedric, all of you. They remained motionless. Now, the command burst from nowhere, and with a sigh Harry's companions left the room, leaving the Emperor, the revolutionary and his fiancée alone in a room. When Harry returned his gaze to Voldemort, the Dark Lord was unsurprised to see the phoenix feather and wand clutched in his hand. So it comes down to this, Riddle remarked calmly. Two titans of their generations battling head to head. I wonder, in a fair fight, who would win? It would certainly be an interesting show. Harry frowned, but said nothing. Riddle appeared disappointed that Harry hadn't risen to his jibe. Voldemort sighed and drew his wand, clutching the stick of yew delicately between 3 fingers. Harry immediately adopted a more ready position, his wand held high, ready to come down in either attack or defense. Kill him, Riddle stated calmly. With a sudden start, Harry saw the burst of bright light from his right. The Bombarda curse struck him in the side and sent him flying through the air, only to crash against the wooden paneling of the wall with a crunch that sent splinters flying. Harry staggered to his feet, each breath agony as he looked up to see Miranda standing before him, her wand drawn, eyes vacant and unseeing. She slashed her wand down and Harry was forced to raise a quick shield to block the disemboweling curse that sped his way. What have you done to her? He spat angrily as he carefully shielded himself, sending frequent non-lethal spells in retaliation. Riddle simply laughed, sat as he was still behind his desk. Harry growled and sent a silent spray of stunners at the woman. She shielded silently, returning fire with the bright green killing curse which Harry blocked with a slab of stone. Will you kill her, Harry Potter? Riddle taunted. If it allows you your shot at me. She will kill you, Harry Potter. She will kill you and eat you if I ask her to. Harry ignored the taunts, focusing instead on the duel. He dodged a blood-boiling curse, nearly falling to his knees as the movement strained his broken ribs. With great effort, Harry began advancing on the bee-owned, his shield keeping at bay her relentless bombardment of lethal and dark spells. With agonizing slowness Harry kept pressing on, wiping the sweat from his brow with his trembling right hand. When he was only feet away from her, Harry dropped the shield and dodged left, diving on top of her, forcing her wand arm away. Her final blasting curse struck the ceiling, sending a hail of masonry and dust to fall on Harry's back as both their wands flew from their hands. He grunted in pain as the heavy stone struck him, and Miranda took it as an opportunity to push him off of her, rolling over until she straddled him. Harry blinked his vision several times, trying to clear the blurred images. His sight returned just in time, as he saw his fiancée raise a knife, a silver, gold, highly decorated knife, and plunge it towards his chest. He caught her hand just in time, slowing the blade to a halt inches from his skin. They lay there, the only sound labored breathing, her on top of him, pushing with all her might against the blade, whilst he, physically superior though he may be, was unable to push her off with his battered chest and was forced to put all her might into stopping the inexorable progression of the blade towards his heart. It's okay, he whispered, staring deep into her eyes. It's all right. Miranda, it's all right. His words had no impact, her dull lifeless eyes continuing to stare uninterestedly at his. Harry could speak at length about Albus Dumbledore, and little of it would be positive. However, he did recognize that the dead headmaster was a brilliant man. His brain was near unparalleled, and if Dumbledore believed that love was the strongest force in the magical world, then Harry was not above taking the old man's advice one last time. Miranda, you don't have to do this. You're stronger than him. I know it. I love you, Miranda Rookwood, and you love me. No amount of magic can change that. He thought he saw a flicker of something in her face, but he couldn't be sure. Evidently Riddle had seen something too, however, as he suddenly barked out. Finish him, Rookwood. Finish this now. Harry felt the pressure on the knife increase until the tip was cutting into his skin. Please, Miranda, don't give in to him. He yelled it out, shouting in her face. It happened almost immediately. The beautiful bee, owned above him, blinked, and at once her eyes seemed full of life, her fierce personality raging against the influence of the Dark Lord. With a sudden cry, Miranda ripped the blade left, where it carved a path across Harry's chest. Harry slowly loosened his pressure on her hands, his eyes staring deep into hers. Harry could tell it was about to happen. He saw her eyes suddenly return to the lifeless blue they had been, and in that second the blade plunged down. The magically enhanced blade cut through skin, muscle, bone and lung until only the hilt remained visible from his chest. He cried out in shock and pain, the sound accompanied by the gurgle of blood and air escaping from the wound in his chest. His vision darkened, even as his hands scrabbled wildly for the wand he had discarded somewhere nearby. He gasped once more, quickly followed by a cough. A spray of pink blood flew from his lips onto Miranda's face. He lay there, barely able to feel his limbs, vision tunneling, his eyes focused on the beautiful face above him. His breaths came fast, sharp and shallow, with each exhalation more blood leaked from his lips. Barely a minute after the knife had cut into him, Harry Potter slipped away into the blackness. Riddle felt a euphoric bubble rising in his throat as he watched the knife pass into Potter's chest. The greatest threat to his regime killed by the only thing Harry loved more than power. Tom wished Dumbledore could have lived to see how the greatest magic in the world had just failed to stop Potter's death. Indeed, Riddle mused, it was the very fact that Potter loved Rookwood that prevented him from killing her. He turned back to the body on the floor. Harry was gasping on the floor, his shirt stained red and face flecked by drops of his own blood. Potter was frantically twisting, looking like a fish out of water, his hands grasping futilely for the wand that was mere centimeters out of reach. He kept his eyes on Potter, the greatest threat to his reign, until the man stopped his movements, his labored breathing coming to a halt. Emperor Thomas Marvolo Riddle, supreme leader of magical Britain, laughed as he watched his enemy die. With a careless flick of his wand he cancelled the powerful spells on Miranda, laughing louder as he heard her panicked cry as she saw her fallen love. He had won. The DS may have promised themselves to Potter, but the Dark Lord was confident that with the death of their leader, most of the rebels would return to him. He would have to execute a lot of them in order to remind them of his authority, but he was confident he could regain control of the situation within a matter of weeks. Letting out another chuckle, the Dark Lord rose, his tall, thin frame rising elegantly from the leather chair. He turned his back on the corpse to stare out of the window, smashed as it was from the battle. The courtyard below was practically deserted. Occasionally a man could be seen running to the edge of the Imperial Complex's wards, where they vanished in the swirl of disapparition. Riddle stepped closer to the window, enjoying the wind on his face, carrying with it the smells of blood, fire and death, the smells of victory. His lip curled in satisfaction as he inhaled deeply, savoring the rich scent. It came as quite a shock to the man when his legs suddenly buckled beneath him. He frowned as he crashed to his knees and looked down to find the cause of his sudden fall. To his surprise, he saw several inches of blood-speckled steel protruding from the center of his chest. With great effort, the Emperor turned his head and frowned as he saw someone standing above his fallen self. How? He tried to speak, but all that escaped his lips was a shallow gurgle. The tall woman above him wiped her red eyes, and Riddle was reminded of the Valkyries, her bee-owned hair swirling in the wind, face set in resolute finality, even as her eyes leaked tears. For Harry, she said simply, her voice cold. Tom attempted to speak but again found his voice failing. His mouth opened and closed several times as he saw her draw another knife, this one black and unadorned, hilt and blade worn from use. Please, he managed to wheeze out. Miranda was unimpressed and with a single motion swept the blade across his throat. As his head flew back releasing a spray of crimson, Miranda Rookwood kicked him hard, sending his dying corpse out of the broken window to fall 50 feet onto the hard stone below. Revolution in London. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. Yesterday, the nation was rocked by the rebellion of much of the DS and the Reserve Army. To the shock of many, Harry Potter, previously of Hogwarts, was at the head of this force. Details at this time are scarce. However, it is known that after securing the Imperial complex, the Lord Potter fought the Emperor alone, resulting in both their deaths. Potter killed, Rookwood responsible. Walter Pickles, criminal correspondent. To the horror and dismay of thousands of wizards and witches, it can be confirmed that Harry Potter, to many the greatest wizard for 100 years, has been killed. Yesterday, the interim government, led by the Revolutionary Council, confirmed it, when Severus Snape, previously headmaster of Hogwarts, stated, "It is with a heavy heart that I must confirm the loss of Harry Potter. Mr. Potter was killed whilst attempting to bring the Emperor to justice for his crimes." The most shocking revelation, however, came when it emerged that Lord Potter's murderer was in fact none other than Miranda Rookwood, who it was believed died over 3 years ago. Miss Rookwood is currently being held in a maximum security cell until her trial for the murder of Harry Potter. Nation veers towards war. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. Following the successful overthrow of the imperial government last month, it has emerged that the Revolutionary Council has made no move to introduce elections for a new one. Lucius Malfoy, previously head of the imperial government, has apparently allied himself with Evan Rosier, who remains commander-in-chief of the DS Guard. The two of them released a statement yesterday which many fear will result in a second civil war. The revolution of last month was the work of Harry Potter. It is now known and accepted that he intended to regain the throne before his tragic death. Due to the failure of the Revolutionary Council to create a new government, it is our belief that they wish to retain power and rule as despots. In Mr. Potter's will, which he failed to change following the believed death of Miss Rookwood 3 years ago, he clearly names Miranda Rookwood as his sole heir. It is our position, therefore, that Miss Rookwood be released forthwith and given the throne left to her by Mr. Potter. This belief is supported by the might of the Dark Shield. Silence. Loud, oppressive silence. Harry stood motionless as time seemed to stop in its tracks. He stared, his eyes gazing at her face with an expression of agony and joy. With faltering steps he approached her unmoving form until he was just feet away. Tearing his gaze from Miranda's face, he turned slightly so he could look at the Dark Lord. The man was gazing at him closely. His wand was on the desk before him, and his face was set in eager excitement. "How?" Harry asked, his voice deceptively calm. "It was nothing really, I simply." Riddle was cut off as Harry raised his hand demanding silence. "I care not," he murmured, turning back to gaze into the cold blue eyes of his fiancée. "Why?" This time Riddle took far longer to answer, and when Harry turned slightly to look at the man, he appeared in deep thought. "Leverage," the Emperor answered finally. He paused and a small smile appeared on his face. "Your betrayal was inevitable. And it was your dear Miranda who was pushing for it. I simply captured one of your chess pieces whilst simultaneously gaining the most valuable hostage possible." The Dark Lord's smile grew feral as he watched Harry turn back to Miranda. With carefully controlled movements, Harry raised an arm and slowly brought it up to cup her cheek. The Bee-Own smiled at him warmly and Harry smiled back. He could feel his throat tighten as he felt her soft skin beneath his fingers. He pulled her into an embrace with a savage intensity and blinked away tears. Burying his head into her Bee-Own hair and inhaling deeply. He frowned, inhaling again before he froze. His body became stiff as he held Miranda close to him, his right arm pressing into her back and pinning her to him. "Avada Kedavra," Harry whispered quietly, his wand pressed up into her ribcage. Miranda gasped and he released her, allowing her to fall gracelessly to the floor like a puppet with the strings cut. "Harry?" Cedric asked, shocked from behind him. The young professor remained still, his back facing the rest of the room. He took a deep breath, swallowing the tennis ball lump in his throat as he blinked furiously, looking down on the corpse at his feet, Miranda's features frozen in surprise, the normally bright eyes dim and lifeless. "You know," Harry began, turning back to the rest of the occupants. Voldemort had a look of disappointment, whilst Olivia, Cedric and Brooks looked frozen in horror. "I remember every detail of Miranda Rookwood." His eyes, which had been calm suddenly erupted into vivid burning green. I know her well enough to know when I am being shown an impostor. With a furious flick of his wand, the bee-owned corpse shimmered, her skin rippling as the delicate features of his love returned to the heavy-lidded, dark-haired Bellatrix Lestrange. Polyjuice? He finally asked, his voice shaking with rage. Riddle seemed to pause as he looked into Harry's burning eyes. Eventually the pale-skinned, red-eyed Dark Lord shrugged, his mouth curling into a cruel grin. I'm impressed. Perhaps you are not as weak as I had thought. Harry slashed his wand at the Dark Lord in a single violent sweep, sending a violent surge of unchained magic at Riddle, his rage funneled through his wand. Riddle picked up his wand and cast a shield over himself. The wave struck the shield with a sound like a cannon, exploding outwards with a powerful shockwave. The windows were shattered and the large desk in front of Riddle was reduced to splinters. Avada Kedavra! Riddle roared from the dust, rising to his full height. The spell flew at Harry, who summoned the body of Lestrange into the path of the green light. The corpse absorbed the killing curse, only to fly at the Dark Lord as Harry banished her. Pulvio! Voldemort cast, turning Lestrange into a cloud of ash. He followed up with a withering hail of spellfire, flashes of red, blue, green and pink hurtling at Harry, who was forced to dodge, shield and conjure walls to weather the onslaught. From his left, he saw his companions raise their wands and begin to cast a series of spells at Riddle. The Dark Lord paused and raised his shield, sending a swath of black flames at the three, who all dived out of the way just in time. Whilst not particularly effective, the distraction offered Harry precious seconds to drop his shield and begin to fire strings of spells with such high frequency it appeared that a single multi-hued string was flying from his wand, forcing Voldemort onto the defensive. He took a deep breath, allowing the rage to diminish in him as he forced his mind to clear of everything but the duel. Reducto, Crucio, Defindo, Relatio, he thought, watching as the spells were batted away from Riddle with ease. The Dark Lord snarled, slashing his wand at Harry, who ducked, the orange spell sailing over his head, striking Cedric on the leg as he was standing up. The ex-Hufflepuff cried out in agony as the orange curse sped straight through his limb, cleaving it off in a spray of crimson. Harry growled as he saw his friend collapse, desperately holding the stump of his thigh, which was spraying blood like a fountain. Olivia quickly crawled over to him, her face green, but mouth set in determination to help him. Bombarda! Riddle laughed as he sidestepped, the curse missing by inches, and instead slamming into the far wall, blasting a hole in the stone, revealing the great courtyard below. Protega! Harry thought as Riddle sent a cutter at him. The shield held and he returned fire by transfiguring the desk into a minotaur and sending the beast at Riddle. The mythical beast exploded into flames with a wave of a wand and crumpled to the group with a bellow. The two combatants paused, glowering at each other, both unhurt, but both breathing deeply. Riddle's expression darkened, and he turned on the spot suddenly, vanishing into a cloud of black smoke that flew out of the broken wall. Not today, Harry growled, and he took off after Riddle, diving through a broken window. His arms wrapped tightly around the Dark Lord in the smoke, grappling until his fingers clutched at Voldemort's face, his fingers gouging at his eyes. Riddle released a pained shriek and dived for the ground. The two struck the grey York stone ground hard, bouncing apart. Harry was torn off of Riddle by the force of the impact, and he bounced several times, feeling bones crack and break. When he came to a halt, his body was agony. He turned his head slightly, wincing as he felt a scraping sensation in his neck. The Emperor appeared equally injured, his limbs at odd angles and blood flowing freely from his nose and mouth. With slow movements, Harry looked down at his own body and winced. It was not a pretty sight. He could see bone protruding over an inch from his shin, and his foot appeared inverted. He took a deep breath, which turned out to be a bad idea as his battered chest protested. With shaking movements he withdrew from his pocket a vial of golden elixir, struggling to remove the stopper with his broken fingers. With several quick swallows he emptied the bottle and cast it away, where it skittered several times on the ground. He could feel the magic of the liquid work almost immediately, agony coursing through his system as his bones shifted back into their correct positions, skin knitted over and muscle grew. 5 seconds after taking the potion, he was as good as new, his body showing no sign of the intense punishment it had just taken. He rose to his feet, stumbling over to his wand which had flown several feet away. Picking it up, he just had time to raise a shield as the Dark Lord hurled a violet-colored spell at him. Despite the impressive job Voldemort had done on healing himself, it was clear that it was only due to powerful magic that he was still standing. His body appeared stiff, as though many joints were bent out of shape, numerous cuts and wounds still bled profusely. He appeared furious at Harry's seemingly miraculous recovery and raised his wand again. Fiendfire. Harry watched in fascinated horror as a vast serpent of flame exploded from the end of Riddle's wand. It grew in size until it stood over 20 feet high. Harry could see the air shimmering from the heat. As the snake lunged at Harry, he turned and dissipated, appearing 20 feet behind the Dark Lord, just in time to see the snake smash down where he had been standing only seconds before. Voldemort snarled like a dog and the snake lunged at Harry again. With a slash of his wand, Harry forced the Fiendfire to retreat, hissing. With a broad sweep of his wand, the creation of dark magic lost its cohesion, burning up in the air until no trace of it was left. "Why can you never just die?" Riddle hissed, his voice high and cold. Harry said nothing, instead sending an electric blue beam of light at Riddle, whose eyes widened as he retaliated with his own dark red beam. The two strings of magic collided with the force of a bomb, pulverizing the stone beneath where they struck to gravel. The two spells raged against each other, arcs of lightning spraying out into the surrounding air, making Harry's nose burn with the acrid smell of ozone. The intensity of the magic was saturating the air, which shimmered, the stone around the two men cracking as the earth itself seemed to rupture. Harry renewed his efforts, sending all his reserves into the spell, which burned even brighter. Slowly, very slowly, the blue beam began to advance, forcing the Dark Lord's spell into retreat. Voldemort saw this and screeched his frustration, stabbing his wand forward. The advance of the blue beam slowed, but did not stop. The magic in the air reached new heights. Fires burned around them. Stone glowed red hot, and overhead the sky darkened, lightning forking down onto the surrounding area. Harry felt the pressure in the air, felt his head ache as he continued to put everything he had into the spell. His vision tunneled and he felt the sudden wind whipping his torn and burned clothes against his body. As Harry's spell reached Voldemort's wand, time seemed to stop. Harry saw the Dark Lord's eyes widen in horror and his face strain. There was a second of silence, the pressure in the air vanished. Then, suddenly, Riddle's wand exploded in a flash of white light. Harry was thrown off his feet by the force of the explosion, landing on his back 10 feet back. He groaned, tasting blood as he bit his cheek. He stood up, his feet unsteady, and slowly advanced on his fallen adversary. Riddle was a mess. His wand hand had been reduced to a bloody stump, whilst his face had been broken and bruised until it no longer resembled the man in the slightest. The Dark Lord's eyes were open, his mouth gaping as he looked up at Harry. The young man gazed at his most hated enemy for several seconds, trying to conjure up the hatred and rage he knew existed, but he couldn't. As he looked at the man who he despised so much, he felt nothing but exhaustion, a weight pressing on his shoulders. Poe, the Dark Lord took in a rattling breath. "Potter," he finally gasped out. Harry looked at him dispassionately, waiting for the man to speak. After several seconds of nothing, Harry grew tired and raised his wand. "Wait," was the gurgled cry, but Harry ignored him. "Absorio." He spoke the spell clearly, and Voldemort's eyes flashed as the spell flew at him. The pale blue light's effects were instantaneous. The Dark Lord's head imploded violently, his skull crushed as though a black hole existed in its center. As its effects finished, the Dark Lord's face was destroyed, blood and brain and bone mixed together. Harry stood standing over the Dark Lord for a long time. He watched as the rivulets of blood flowed into the gap between two paving slabs where it formed a greater stream, flowing into a small red lake. He watched as the bright color light slowly dimmed to a dark crimson, before solidifying. Eventually he felt several presences approach and he turned. It was General Hilliard and Captain Richmond. He looked up at them calmly. Both approached until they were but feet away from him and then knelt, dipping their heads in deference. "Your Majesty," Hilliard began, "it is done. The government is ours. The party leadership has been arrested and all high command are currently detained." He paused, and Harry could hear the relief in his voice. "We've done it, my lord. The Empire is yours." Revolution. Riddle dead. Thomas Audley, political correspondent. Following the emergence of Thomas Riddle's crimes against the citizens of magical Britain, a coalition of allies led by Harry Potter has overthrown the corrupt government in a daring attack against the Imperial complex. In the battle, Harry Potter personally defeated the Emperor in a duel described by witnesses as awesome and terrible. As of right now, it is unclear what shall happen with regard to the future of the government. The crowds in the Imperial Plaza were hushed. Harry advanced slowly. He wore his finest dress uniform, the fitted black jacket draped in gold, medals pinned above his heart, and an elegant silver saber at his hip. He was cloaked in black edged with ermine fur. He strode with purposeful strides towards the stone steps before him, where stood the Imperial High Command, the remaining loyal members of the NTF, Olivia, and Cedric, though he leaned heavily on a crutch, still unused to his new prosthetic. Harry smiled coldly as he reflected on his journey here. Before him, 4 young Hogwarts first years walked, rose petals gently floating from the tips of their wands, where they fell and were trodden down beneath Harry's highly polished black boots. Following the death of Voldemort, there had been a national cry for Harry to regain the throne, so great had it been that Harry had felt confident enough to order a national referendum on the future of the government. The reply had been a resounding demand for Harry to return to the throne. A demand he was now obeying. With sure steps he made his way onto the raised stone and stood before the assembled wizards of Great Britain. It seemed every magic user in the country had arrived for his coronation, as well as thousands of foreign dignitaries, press and tourists. The square was packed. Harry estimated 20,000 people stood in awed silence before him. He reached the center stage and stopped. "Citizens of Britain," he called proudly, his voice magically amplified, "I must apologize." There was a murmur of confusion from the crowd. 3 years ago I promised you that I would not let this country down. I promised that Britain would rise to her rightful position. He bowed his head slightly. I was betrayed by one I thought could do this. Thomas Riddle betrayed me as he betrayed each and every one of you, and I accept responsibility for this. There came loud cries from the crowd, all in support of Harry, and he raised his head. He allowed the shouted support to continue for several seconds before raising his hands for silence. I therefore proclaim that I shall restore Britain. This shall become a land of hope, a land of prosperity and growth, a land of freedom and a land of pride. There came loud cheers and he smiled slightly. Once more he raised his hands and silence immediately fell. From the velvet pillow in front of him, he picked up the platinum laurel circlet, each intricately goblin-carved leaf seemingly alive. I, Harry James Potter, Marshal of the Imperial Forces, Lord Protector of the British Magical Dominions and elected Governor of Britain, do hereby proclaim myself Emperor of all British Magical Dominions, from now until the end of my days. As the final note of his voice rang out, he lowered the crown onto his head and set his face into an austere mask, as the crowds bellowed their approval and hundreds of cameras flashed. From somewhere in the crowd, a bright white spell flare was sent up and soon others copied, until the orange evening light was illuminated by thousands of lights fired into the sky. "Long live the Emperor!" someone cried, and others took up the chant. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.